The Super Delicious Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who is today again on the trail of the Scarlet Widow and her deadly weapon, the kryptonite. Narrowly escaping death when the Scarlet Widow placed him in a cedar chest with a small piece of kryptonite and consigned the chest to the bottom of the sea, Superman knows that he must recover the main fragment of kryptonite from the Widow if he is to stay alive. With Jimmy Olsen, Police Captain Donovan, and several officers, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, returned to the penthouse apartment of the Scarlet Widow. Although he said the apartment was now empty, Kent suddenly called out to the amazed officers not to open the door. And as we continue now, in the foyer outside the widow's 65th story apartment, Kent, pale and trembling, his eyes glazed, staggers backward into the elevator. Listen.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Kent? Are you sick?
I feel a little weak, Jim.
Oh, gosh, you're pale as a ghost. And you're shaking.
Well, I'll be all right in a minute. I didn't look in the flower pots. I took for granted that the widow would take all the stuff away with her.
Oh, what stuff?
Huh?
What are you talking about, Mr. Kent?
Look, Jim, I want you to listen and then do exactly as I say, will you?
Oh, sure I will. But what's this all about? First you say there's nobody in the apartment, and then you start yelling not to open the door.
I know.
And then you practically pass out.
Oh, never mind. Now listen and get this straight. I want you to go into the apartment.
Aren't you coming?
I can't.
Why not? Look, you're not having a heart attack or something, are you?
Oh, no. I just felt a little weak for a moment, but I'm all right now.
Maybe you ate something that didn't agree with you.
Never mind me. Just listen and don't interrupt. Now, there's a flower pot standing near the entrance to the living room. In the earth around the plant is a tiny piece of green glowing metal. I want you to get it.
What for? What is it?
Will you stop interrupting? This is important. Pick up that piece of metal with a handkerchief, not with your bare hands, and take it to Dr. John Milliken at the University of Metropolis Laboratory as quickly as you can.
But why? What?
Never mind the whys and whats. Just get the piece of metal and take it to Dr. Milliken. Tell him I'll be there very soon. Now get going.
Oh,
Jim.
wait. If Captain Donovan sees me taking anything, he'll throw me in the hoosegow.
No, he won't. There's more of the stuff in the other flower pots in the living room and on the terrace. As a matter of fact, you might call them to Donovan's attention, so he'll take them to headquarters. But warn them not to touch the stuff with their bare hands. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Where are you going?
I never saw anyone who could ask so many questions. I'm taking this elevator down. I'll have one of Donovan's men bring it up again. Now, don't fail me, Jim.
I won't, Mr. Kent.
Okay.
Leaving the building, Kent waits nearby, hidden in the early evening shadows, until he sees Jimmy emerge and enter a taxicab. A short time later, in his true identity of Superman, Kent knocks at the laboratory door of Dr. John Milliken, world-famous physicist.
Good evening, Dr. Milliken.
Superman.
That's right, Doctor.
Come in.
Thank you.
I'm delighted to see you. I haven't had that pleasure since we worked together on the atom.
That's right.
Now, come into the laboratory and tell me what I can do for you.
If you don't mind, Doctor, let's talk right here,
It
shall
will
we?
be much more comfortable at my desk. There are
I know.
chairs.
I'm sorry, but I can't go to your desk.
I don't understand.
There's something very dangerous to me on your desk, Doctor.
Dangerous
Yes.
to you?
I know it sounds fantastic, but that tiny piece of green glowing metal that young Olson just left with you is my deadliest enemy.
What? Oh, now look here, Superman. Do you feel perfectly well?
I feel fine now, Doctor, but it's the gospel truth. That fragment is a piece of the former planet Krypton, where I was born. And by some strange chemical action, I lose all my strength when I come within 10 feet of it.
Oh, I can't believe
Now,
it.
to repeat, it's true, only too true. I told Dr. Whistler, meteorologist of the museum, my story before he died. It was his theory that the substance of the former planet Krypton created a race of supermen there. But here on Earth, a fragment of kryptonite has just the opposite effect on a former inhabitant of that planet, meaning me. In this atmosphere, the kryptonite robs me of all my strength.
Whistler said that? Amazing.
Yes, unfortunately, right after Dr. Whistler died, some of my enemies managed to steal the kryptonite, and last night they almost succeeded in doing away with me.
Oh, good heavens.
When they learn I'm still alive, I'm sure they'll try to destroy me again.
Don't say that. We need you. You've been of tremendous service to this country.
Thank you, Doctor. Then perhaps you'll help me?
How can I help you?
Examine that sliver of kryptonite on your desk.
That phosphorescent metal, is that kryptonite?
That's right. Study that kryptonite, Doctor. You're the greatest physicist in the world. Perhaps you can discover how I can defend myself against it.
Of course, I'll do my best. But it seems so unbelievable that this sliver of kryptonite can knock you out.
It will ultimately destroy me, unless you can develop some defense against it.
I'll get to work on it at once. But I can't promise anything, you understand?
I understand. But I'm counting on you, Doctor. You're my last hope.
I'll do everything in my power, naturally. Now, where can I contact you if I have anything to report?
Call Clark Kent at the Daily Planet. Just tell him it's important that you see me. Don't give the message to anyone else.
Kent can reach you in an emergency.
Well, I keep in touch with Kent, you might say. Well, now I've got to try to pick up the trail of the kryptonite before it's used against me again. Good luck, Dr. Milliken.
I'm going to need it. Here, I'll take you to the elevator.
No, thanks. I see your skylight is open. I'll use that if you don't mind. So long, Doctor.
Good night, Superman. Believe me, I'll do all I can.
I'm sure you will. Up and away!
Leaping up through the open laboratory skylight, Superman streaks away into the evening to take up his desperate search for the Scarlet Widow and the dreaded kryptonite. But meanwhile, in another Metropolis laboratory, a small, dirty basement room of cluttered tables, retorts, and a littered floor, a strange scene is taking place. The single window is closely boarded and nailed over with heavy black paper, and under the dim glow of an electric bulb hanging from the ceiling, two men lean over a test tube suspended above a Bunsen burner. In the tube is a small piece of green glowing metal and a heavy purplish liquid which boils violently and gives off a brilliant white light and hot steam. One of the men is squat and powerfully built, with a bald, bullet-shaped head and eyes magnified like a frog's behind abnormally thick spectacles. This is Der Teufel, who, until the war ended, was one of Germany's most brilliant scientists and espionage agents. The other man is tall and lean, with cold, pale eyes set in a sallow, impassive face. Watching the test tube, Der Teufel scowls.
Everything I've tried, Klaus, everything, but I am unable to dissolve the kryptonite.
All last night and all today you've worked on this problem, Teufel. Why is it so important to dissolve the kryptonite?
That is simple. Because of its effect on Superman, I am convinced that kryptonite is an even greater source of atomic energy than U-235, uranium. Now, do you understand?
No, and you must explain further, Teufel.
You are a blockhead. But see, I will try to make you understand. Everything on Earth is soluble. Everything can be dissolved, which means the kryptonite, too, if only the proper chemical agent can be discovered. And once the kryptonite is dissolved, do you not see what that means to us, Kraus? Do you not see?
Puzzled, the man, Kraus, waits for Teufel to explain. What has Der Teufel, whose name in English means the devil, in mind? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, let's hear from our good friend.
You know what I heard the other day? Well, someone told me that one of the members of the gang was listening closely Monday when I first told you all about these brand new comic buttons, the new prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. And this young fellow was so pleased and excited with the big news, he came right out with a big yippee! Well, I bet you feel like that, too, when you get your first new comic button. It'll be one of your old favorite funny sheet characters, you know. Maybe Superman himself, or Skeezix, or Uncle Walt, or Smokey Stover. You know him, don't you? Or any one of 18 different buttons, each one a humdinger for color and sparkle. You'll get a big kick out of rounding out your collection of all 18 buttons, swapping duplicates with your pals, wearing them on your jacket or dress or cap. And here's the payoff, gang. You don't send in a single penny for these new comic buttons, not even a box top. You can't even buy them anywhere. You just ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's a swell prize. One of these brand new thriller-diller comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. So get in on the fun. Make sure Mom gets you a package of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now back to the adventures of Superman. In a dirty secret basement laboratory under the streets of Metropolis, Der Teufel, one of Germany's most brilliant scientists, has been unable to dissolve the piece of kryptonite which he stole from the Scarlet Widow. Kraus, one of his henchmen, expresses bewilderment.
As I said, Teufel, I am not a scientist, so tell me, why does it mean so much to us that the kryptonite be dissolved?
You will see for yourself. But first, I must return to Germany, to the Black Forest, where waiting for me is Herr Professor Milch. Milch is a great chemist, a genius. He will be able to dissolve the kryptonite if anyone can.
He will?
Yeah, I'm certain of it. Now listen to me, Kraus. The Scarlet Widow, the Vulture, and the Laugher seek everywhere for me. So, too, do the American police.
All of them are dangerous, but none so dangerous as the Scarlet Widow.
I fooled her once, and I will do it again with your help. What you must do now, tonight, is to obtain papers for me, a disguise, and whatever else is necessary so that I can return to Germany at once.
See, Teufel, you ask me to take tremendous risks, not only with my own life, but with those of our comrades. It is only right that you should tell me why I do it.
You verrichte Dummkopf, it is I, der Teufel, who commands it. All right, Kraus. I will tell you, when Herr Professor Milch dissolves the kryptonite, I intend to create an atom man.
An atom man?
Yeah, an atom man who from his very fingertips will unleash such a fury of horror and destruction upon our enemies as they have never even dreamed of. My atom man will forever reduce the great Superman and all our enemies to something even less than dust. Now, will you arrange for me to return to Germany?
It will be done, Herr Teufel, at once. Heil Hitler.
You mean Heil Teufel. It is I who will succeed where Hitler failed. Ha ha! Go now, Kraus. Hurry and arrange matters. Schnell.
His huge, distorted eyes gleaming behind his thick spectacles, de Teufel laughs gleefully at his monstrous vision. What is the atom man he has promised to create? And will it be able to destroy Superman as Teufel promises? Teufel, the devil? Fellows and girls, the plot against the Man of Steel is spreading swiftly, dangerously. So don't miss a single episode of his fight for his own life and for the life of humanity. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Publications. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, whose fight to destroy the one power on Earth that can destroy him is now taking a new turn. And now, the adventures of Superman. In danger of his life, Superman is searching desperately for the Scarlet Widow, who almost destroyed him with a piece of kryptonite. The kryptonite is a fragment of the planet Krypton where Superman was born, and robs him of his strength when he comes within 10 feet of it. But unknown to Superman, part of the kryptonite was stolen from the Widow by Der Teufel, Germany's most brilliant scientist. Unable to dissolve the strange green glowing metal in order to form a powerful atomic substance, Teufel told a Nazi underground agent named Kraus that he must take the kryptonite to Germany, where he knew of a chemist who could dissolve it and create an atom man, a creature who could control Superman at will. Meanwhile, in the back room of a small book and gift shop in a fashionable district of Metropolis, the gaunt, ugly Scarlet Widow angrily hurls a stack of telegrams at the feet of Sniggers, her little henchman. Listen.
My agent can't find Teufel in Detroit. They can't find him in Los Angeles. They can't find him in Cuba or Mexico or Canada. Where is he?
He's a sly one, right enough, Teufel is. But if you listen to me, Widow, you'll forget about him.
Forget about him? Are you crazy, Sniggers? He got away with 1/4 of the kryptonite. Worth $1 million.
I'm sure he did, and I'd like to slit his dirty throat for it. But we still got 3 pieces of the blooming stuff left. And that's why I think you're making a bad mistake, Widow. Suppose the vulture and them other two blokes finds out we dumped Superman in the ocean and he's dead. They won't pay us nothing for the kryptonite then.
How can they find out? Only you and I know who was in that cedar chest.
Yeah, they're smart, they are.
Then let them find Teufel. They know I won't sell them any part of the kryptonite until I see that double-crossing Nazi dead at my feet. Right now he's alive someplace, somewhere. Why don't the police find him?
I don't know. The police is hunting for us too, don't forget that. And every day that blinking Daily Planet newspaper puts descriptions of us in their first page, telling anyone what sees us to call the bobbies.
Don't worry, we're safe here.
I don't like it. Not a bit I don't. Look at Widder. Let's sell what we've left of the blooming kryptonite and hop it out of here.
No, I said. Not until I see Teufel dead. Now, get off that chair. I want to use the typewriter.
What you going to do?
I'm going to send a special delivery letter to every one of my agents all over the world, telling them I'm raising my price to $200,000 for Teufel.
Ooh, that's a lot of folding money, that is.
He's got to be found. He didn't evaporate into thin air. He's someplace, somewhere. And I'm going to find him and see him dead if it's the last thing I ever do.
As the Scarlet Widow's long, bony fingers tap out an urgent command to her underworld agents to find the man who robbed and double-crossed her, Der Teufel himself, carefully disguised in a wig of thinning gray hair and a short, stubby beard, his fleshy face cleverly molded to new lines and contours, and wearing a black Homburg hat and mink-lined overcoat, has just stepped from a clipper plane at Lisbon. Holding a bulky briefcase close to his side, he extends a passport to a customs officer who examines it perfunctorily as a large transport warms its powerful motors nearby.
You are Dr. Alexander Orlovsky, senor?
Yes,
You travel from here to Madrid?
I do. On my way to my own country, Belgravia, where I'm finance minister.
Si. Here is your visa, senor. Your plane leaves in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Hurrying to the transport plane, his briefcase clutched tightly under his arm, Der Teufel is flown high over the Pyrenees and set down at bustling Le Bourget airport of Paris. Once more, his bulky briefcase held tightly under his arm, he presents his passport to a customs inspector.
Oui, Monsieur Orlovsky. The newspaper reporters, they hear you arrived today and they ask for you.
If you could perhaps not tell the reporters I'm arrived. My plane to Berlin leaves very soon, and I wish to rest before continuing my journey.
Oui, Monsieur Orlovsky, I will say nothing to them. Voilà, your visa, monsieur. Bon voyage.
Merci, monsieur. Merci.
Still undetected in his disguise of Dr. Orlovsky, finance minister of Belgravia, Der Teufel, carrying a small piece of the deadly kryptonite, which he believes can be used to create an atomic creature able to forever control the strength and power of Superman, waits in Paris for a plane to carry him to Germany and his mysterious destination. Meanwhile, haggard from his unrelenting but futile search for the Scarlet Widow and the kryptonite, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, is in the teletype room at Metropolis Police Headquarters with Inspector Henderson.
Here's the flash from Washington. No soap, Kent. The fellow they picked up as Papa Rouse turned out to be a respectable high school teacher. A refugee.
Well, if you'd only listen to me, Inspector, and concentrate on the search for the Scarlet Widow and Sniggers, I think you'd get further. They have the kryptonite.
Oh, you and your kryptonite. I thought you had better sense, Kent.
Why?
Believing that a piece of fallen meteor can harm Superman.
Well, it can do more than that, Inspector. Ultimately, it can destroy him.
What? Look, I always had a lot of respect for you, Kent, but after a crack like that,
You think I'm crazy, huh? Well, listen, I can tell...
call for you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hardy. I'll be right along.
I had the call transferred to the teletype room. You can take it on the phone right here.
Okay. Excuse me, Kent.
Certainly.
Inspector Henderson speaking. Oh, yes, Haley. What? Say that again. What? A fire with green flames?
Green flames?
What have you been drinking?
Inspector, what did
Now,
you say
just
about...
a minute, Kent, will you please? What'd you just say, Haley? I didn't get it. A murder? Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Sure, I'll be right out. Where is it? Huh? 226? Yeah, okay. All right, I'll see you right away. Well, how do you like that, Kent?
What?
Haley gives me some cock and bull story about a fire in a basement, a fire that burns with green flames, he says, before he breaks down and tells me there's a murdered man in the basement. Come on, we'll have a look.
Fire that burns with green flames, huh? It's very interesting, Inspector, very interesting. I wonder if it could possibly be...
Eagerly, Clark Kent hurries from police headquarters with Inspector Henderson. Who is the murdered man at the scene of the strange fire of green flames? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
Say, your eyes will pop, gang, when you get your first comic button from this brand new series in packages of Kellogg's Pep. These new buttons are really snappy. Bright, full-colored pictures of familiar comic strip characters like Uncle Walt and Skeezix and Nina and Superman, of course. Each one printed in bright colors on a sturdy metal button you'll want to wear pinned on your jacket or dress or cap. Now, there are 18 different buttons in all, so get busy. Collect the whole series. Start out by asking Mom to get you a package or two of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these new comic buttons, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. You just look inside the Pep package for your prize. One of these brand new exciting comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. There's a button in every package of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson have just arrived at the scene of a recent fire, the basement of a dingy tenement house. The basement, equipped as a cluttered, dirty little laboratory, has been half burned out, and the charred walls are a strange green. Leaving Officer Haley outside to keep back the curious crowd, Kent, Henderson, and a police surgeon are examining two men who lie on the basement floor. One, a short, foreign-looking old man with thinning gray hair and a stubby beard, lies on his side, dead, the blade of a knife in his back. He is clad only in his underwear. The other man, tall and lean, sallow-faced, breathes faintly.
This tall young fella, how bad is he, Doc?
Beyond help, Inspector. 3rd-degree burns. He won't last more than a few minutes.
His driving license says Fred Krause. This address. No other identification. There might be some prints on the knife. I wonder who the old fellow is and where his clothes are. He looks kind of familiar.
I know who he is, Inspector.
You do? Who is he, Kent?
Dr. Alexander Orlovsky, finance minister of Belgravia.
Oh?
He came to the United States a few weeks ago to try to float a government loan.
Are you sure?
Positive. I interviewed him.
What's the finance minister of Belgravia doing here in this dump?
And with the knife in his back. There's a nice kettle of fish.
Yeah. Oh.
What's the matter, Kent?
What? I don't know. I suddenly felt weak and dizzy. What? Great Scott.
Huh? What's the matter now?
That test tube I just dropped. I was examining it. Inspector, there was kryptonite in that test tube a short time ago.
Kryptonite?
Yes. That accounts for the green flames. The Scarlet Widow must have been here. And maybe the Vulture, the Teufel, and that gang, too. They killed Dr. Orlovsky for some reason. Something to do with me.
With you?
Huh? Oh, I mean with Superman.
Oh.
This man, Fred Krause. He must know where they went and what they're up to. Doctor, you've got to bring him, too. He's got to tell us.
Well, what do you say, Doc? Any chance?
I don't know, Inspector. He's in pretty bad shape, but I'll try. I'll need some hot water.
Well, wait, there's a sink over there, Kent. Maybe,
I'll see. Yes, it's hot. I'll get a pan. You've got to bring him too, Doctor. You've got to. He can tell us where the widow is and the kryptonite. He must be made to talk.
Quickly and skillfully, the police surgeon works to revive Fred Krause, the Nazi underground leader. Will he succeed? And will Krause tell Superman where the Teufel is? And of Teufel's monstrous plan to create an atomic monster capable of destroying not only Superman, but all of civilization? At this moment, Teufel, in his disguise of Dr. Alexander Orlovsky, is preparing to leave Paris for Germany. Never was Superman in such grave danger as now. So don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep.
the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. A fragment of kryptonite which robs Superman of his strength when it is brought near him was stolen from the Metropolis Museum by the Scarlet Widow. The widow, in turn, was robbed of a quarter of it by Der Teufel, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist. Disguised as Dr. Orlovsky, a foreign minister, Teufel, whose name in English means the devil, is speeding to Germany with the kryptonite, where he plans to create an atomic monster able to control Superman and perhaps conquer the world. Meanwhile, in his guise of Clark Kent, Superman and Police Inspector Henderson arrived at the scene of a fire in a secret basement laboratory, where they found the real Dr. Orlovsky murdered and a man named Krauss dying from burns. Discovering traces of kryptonite in a test tube, Kent urged a police surgeon to try to revive Krauss. And as we continue now, in the charred laboratory, the police surgeon works over Krauss, while Kent and Inspector Henderson watch anxiously. Listen.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Very low, Inspector. It's just a matter of minutes now.
We've got to talk to him, Doctor. Can't you give him adrenaline or something?
Well, I've given him chloramine, Kent. If anything will bring him around, that will. I'm not too hopeful, though.
He must come to. We've got to get him to tell us who was here.
Whoever it was murdered Dr. Orlovsky.
A lot more than murder took place here, Inspector. Something to do with the kryptonite.
Oh, forget that nonsense, Kent.
Nonsense? I tell you that unless that kryptonite is found, and soon, it may mean the end of Superman.
What's that?
Don't pay any attention to him, Doc. Somebody fed him a lot of hot air about Superman being in danger, and he fell for it. Now, Doc, you've got to bring Krauss around.
Well, I'm doing all I can, Inspector, but...
Wait a minute. He just groaned.
Yes, I think he's coming to.
Good.
Teufel.
What did he say?
Teufel.
Teufel. Orlovsky.
You hear that, Kent? He knows about Dr. Orlovsky.
Yes, and apparently Teufel was here.
Now, what about Orlovsky, Krauss? Who killed him?
Teufel.
Teufel killed him?
Control.
Wait, Inspector.
Superman.
His pulse is strengthening, Inspector. It's just possible to have a rational moment. I suggest that you decide on the most important question you want to ask him.
Ask him where the kryptonite is, Inspector.
Are you out of your mind, Kent? I want to know who killed Orlovsky.
But if you find out who...
Teufel. Where are you?
He's rational now. Quick, question him.
Krauss, where is the kryptonite?
Shut up, Kent.
Teufel has it.
Where is Teufel?
I said shut up, Kent. Now, Krauss. Krauss, listen to me. Who killed Dr. Orlovsky?
Teufel.
I thought so. Where is he, Krauss? Where did he go?
He went.
Where did he go?
All right, where? Where, Krauss?
He went to Atom Man.
Atom Man.
I'm afraid he's sinking, Inspector.
Listen, Krauss. Where? Where?
Atom Man. Destroy.
Krauss. Listen, Krauss.
It's no use, Inspector. He's dead.
Well, that's that, Kent. Now I'm in a fine spot. I've got to tell the Belgravian government and the newspapers that Teufel, who broke out of prison, somehow knifed Dr. Orlovsky and escaped again. Now, isn't that going to make me look good?
We've got to find Teufel, Inspector.
No kidding. Well, what do you think we've been trying to do ever since he broke out of the pen?
But now it's even more important that we find him. He's got the kryptonite.
No, that again.
And apparently he worked out some experiment in this laboratory with it. Something he told Krauss will enable Germany to control Superman and rule the world. Something to do with an atom man.
Have you gone nuts, Kent?
No.
First, you get all steamed up about that piece of meteor endangering Superman.
Well, it does.
And now you take a dying man's babbling seriously. Look, I used to think you were a good reporter, but Kent,
Inspector.
Well, what is it, Doc?
There's nothing more I can do here. The wagon's on the way, so I'll be running along.
Okay, Doc. And thanks a lot.
So long. Goodbye, Kent.
Goodbye, Doctor. Oh, you've got to listen to me, Inspector.
Look, I haven't got time to listen to fairy
But
tales.
it's not a... Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Here comes a frock coat and silk hat. He must be from the Belgravian embassy.
Inspector Henderson.
Yes, I'm Henderson.
I am Count Brilovich. I received a telephone call.
Yes, I know. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Count.
The police officer said it had something to do with Dr. Orlovsky, our finance minister. But that I cannot understand because...
Just step over here, will you, please? Oh, by the way, this is Clark Kent, reporter for the Daily Planet. Count Brilovich, the Belgravian ambassador.
How do you do, Mr. Kent?
All right, here we are. Prepare yourself for a shock, Count. He's under this canvas.
Who is?
I want you to identify him. Look.
Good heavens. Dr. Orlovsky.
You were right, Kent.
But this cannot be, Inspector. It cannot be Dr. Orlovsky.
What do you mean? You just said it was.
Yes, it is. But how can he be here in Metropolis?
Come again, please.
What do you mean, Count Rilovich?
Why, 3 days ago, Dr. Orlovsky left Metropolis by clipper plane to return to Belgravia.
He did? What's that?
Yes. His mission here was completed. He returned to our country to report to Parliament. I myself said farewell to him and saw him depart for the airport.
Looks like he didn't get to the airport. He was waylaid by Teufel for some reason and brought here. Now, why would he...
I think I know, Inspector.
Poor Orlovsky, I cannot understand. How did he get here? Who did this to him?
Just a minute, Count. What did you start to say, Kent?
I said I think I know what happened. Dr. Orlovsky is about the same size as Teufel.
What's that got to do with it?
I think Teufel, who was probably working with Krauss here, found out about Dr. Orlovsky leaving the country. They trapped him here, killed him, then Teufel, dressed in his clothes...
Hey, Orlovsky's clothes are missing. Go ahead, Kent.
Teufel made himself up to look enough like Orlovsky to pass muster with the customs inspectors, took Orlovsky's passport and the kryptonite, and got on the clipper plane as Dr. Orlovsky.
By George, that might be it, Kent.
I'm sure it is.
But who is Teufel? Why did he do this to poor Orlovsky?
Teufel is a Nazi scientist, one of the cleverest Hitler had. A year ago, he almost succeeded in solving the secret of harnessing atomic energy. Now, with the kryptonite, he... Great Scott! Krauss talked of an atom man. Oh, no, it can't be. It's too fantastic.
What are you
I do not
talking
understand.
about?
We've got to stop Teufel. Come on, Inspector.
Well, if you're right, Kent, and Teufel is traveling disguised as Dr. Orlovsky...
I'm sure he is.
All right, then, we'll get him. We'll contact the clipper ports on the European police. There's my car. Come on, Count Rilovich. We'll drop you at the embassy.
Thank you, Inspector.
Cassidy, don't let anybody in here.
Hurrying from the shabby basement laboratory, Clark Kent and Inspector Henderson leap into Henderson's car to take up the trail of Der Teufel. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, Dan McCullough is waiting to talk to us.
You know, gang, there's sure a mad rush for the Kellogg's Pep package these days, because that's the only place you can get those brand new comic buttons all the gang's collecting. And are these new buttons swell? Full-color, true-to-life pictures of your old favorite comic strip characters. Looking so real, you'd think they were going to speak. There's Orphan Annie and Haroldine and Winnie Winkle, Superman, of course. 18 different buttons in all. You'll have a mighty smart collection when you have these new buttons pinned on your jacket or cap. You'll have a lot of fun collecting these comic buttons, too, swapping duplicates with your pals, and why, it even seems to make it more fun to follow the funny papers when you've got buttons with the real characters on them. And the best part is, you don't have to spend any of your allowance for these new comic buttons. You don't even send in a box top. Can't buy them anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. So ask Mom to get you a supply of Pep tomorrow. Inside, you'll find your exciting prize, one of these brand new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. There's a prize in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Inspector Henderson, via shortwave, is attempting to intercept Der Teufel, whom he and Kent believe escaped from Metropolis by clipper plane, disguised as Dr. Alexander Orlovsky, the finance minister of Belgravia. Now, at a powerful shortwave receiver in the radio room at headquarters, Henderson and Kent stand by anxiously as the International Police Channel becomes alive with confirming messages.
R5C 506, Lisbon, Portugal, to WMPD Metropolis Police.
It's Lisbon. Quiet, will you?
Orlovsky arrived Tuesday 12th. Proceeded via Iberian transport plane to Madrid. I will repeat. Orlovsky arrived Tuesday 12th. Proceeded via Iberian transport plane to Madrid.
Paris, Sûreté, official 21 to WMPD Metropolis Police. Per your request, Orlovsky arrived Le Bourget Field Wednesday, 11:30 p.m., 13th. Departed Thursday, 2:40 a.m. via French Empire Airways. Destination, Berlin. Repeating message, per your request. Orlovsky arrived Le Bourget Field Wednesday, 11:30 p.m., 13th. Departed Thursday.
United States Army Occupational Police, Division 22, WMPD, Metropolis Police Department. Alexander Orlovsky arrived Berlin via French Empire Airways Thursday, the 14th, 11:50 a.m. Arranged reservation on Baltic Transport Line for Belgravia. leaving Berlin 2:40 p.m., but did not appear again at airport. Full investigation underway. So far, no report. We'll keep you advised. United States Occupational Police signing off with WMPD, Metropolis Police Department.
Lisbon, Madrid, Paris, Berlin, and then no report. Alexander Orlovsky, believed to be Der Teufel, seems to have vanished into thin air. And this man, the devil, has in his possession the one thing in all the universe capable of rendering Superman harmless to the forces of evil. What does Teufel intend doing with it? Yes, and what is the Atom Man of which he speaks? From now on, the excitement is breathtaking as the dangerous trail leads across 4 countries and thousands of miles. Superman is battling for his very life, so join with him as he fights to the death. Don't miss a word of Monday's tense and startling episode. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow The Adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. A piece of green glowing kryptonite, a fragment of the planet on which he was born, robs Superman of all his strength when it is brought near him. Part of this fragment is now in the possession of Der Teufel, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist, who claims that with it he can create an atomic monster able to control not only Superman, but the entire world. Disguised as a foreign diplomat, Teufel flew to Berlin, where he disappeared. And as Superman and the police of 2 continents hunted for him, he came by night to a tiny inn at the edge of the Black Forest. Wearing ragged clothes and a black wig, a patch over one eye, and a battered knapsack on his back, he sits in a corner of the small, uncarpeted dining room, his face half hidden behind a newspaper. As the only other diner leaves, Teufel calls to the fat, white-aproned owner of the inn. Listen.
You, come here.
Ja, what is it?
You do not know me?
I do not know tramps such as you. I wish to close up now. For the meal, you owe me 5 marks.
Look closely at me. Gottfried.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
You do not recognize my voice. Well, I've been away a long time. Wait. I will remove the wig. So. And the patch from my eye. So. Now, you regard me?
The Teufel.
Not so fast. Who else is here?
At the moment, only myself and my wife, Goethe. But the Allied soldiers are all about in the forest and on the road.
I saw them. Tell me, Professor Milk is in the hiding place.
Milk?
Yeah, Milk, the chemist, my colleague. The Allied soldiers have not captured him.
Nein, not yet.
Good. I must see him at once.
But there's...
Come, take me to the passageway. It's in the cellar, is it not? Well, why do you stand there? Take me to the passageway, I said.
Nein, Teufel. You cannot go to the hiding place in the forest. You are a great danger to us.
A danger? I, a danger? You blockhead. I come on a great mission to restore the fatherland. Tremendous difficulties I had in escaping from the United States and then from the Americans in Berlin.
All that we know. And we know, too, that the American police traced you to Berlin, and now their police in Germany may find you. Already, just before evening, they were here at my inn to inquire if any had seen you. So far, they do not suspect that I work in the underground Nazi movement. But...
Gottfried, listen to me.
Someone is coming.
Send him away, whoever it is.
I cannot. It may be the American police. Quick, put that wig on your head and the patch on your eye.
Godfrey!
It is the American sergeant who guards this road. Oh, Himmel. Now we are in trouble. Why did you not leave? I beg you.
Quiet, fool. Do as I say. I am your cousin from Nuremberg, Friedrich Merker. You understand?
It will not work.
Silence. Control yourself or all is lost.
Oh, there you are, Gottfried. Why didn't you answer? Who is this man?
Guten Abend, Sergeant. I did not hear you come in. I was so busy talking, recalling old times with my cousin.
Cousin, huh? I haven't seen him around before.
No. You see, yes.
I've only just arrived, Herr Sergeant, to visit my cousin Gottfried.
What's your name?
Friedrich Melchior, mein Herr.
Where are you from?
From Nuremberg.
Let me see your papers.
But,
Yeah, certainly, mein Herr. Here they are.
Well, they seem to be in order.
Oh, thank you, mein Herr. The American sergeant thought perhaps I was a Nazi, Gottfried.
Oh, nein.
Yeah, you Germans are all alike. Now you've lost the war, all of you say you hated Hitler, and none of you were Nazis. Well, I was just shaking up. Good night.
A glass of beer before you go, huh, Sergeant? Or wine, perhaps?
Oh, thanks.
Good night, mein Herr.
Good night, Herr Sergeant. Auf Wiedersehen.
Good. He's gone. Quick, Gottfried. Lock the door and turn off the lights. Hurry, I help you.
Oh, Himmel, never was I so scared. Where did you get the papers?
What does that matter? Hurry, now lock the door.
Yeah, I will lock it. After you leave.
Again that. Listen to me, Gottfried. I tell you I must see Professor Milch. With his aid, I can not only control the American Superman who blocked our plans before,
What is that you say? You can control Superman.
Now you become interested. But then listen. With what is in the knapsack on my back, we will be able to control the world, let alone Superman.
What is in your knapsack?
I will show you, but first, lock the door. I will lower the shade on the window.
All right. Now, the American soldiers will think I have gone to bed. Show me what is in the knapsack, Teufel.
Yeah, 1 moment. Here it is.
A box. Is that all?
Is that all, he says. This box, Gottfried, is the power to completely destroy our enemies. Look.
What strange thing is that? Like a large piece of stone, only it gives off a green light. And what is that queer sound it makes?
That which you see, Gottfried, is kryptonite.
Kryptonite? Well, what is that?
It is a fragment of the former planet Krypton on which Superman was born. When he comes within 10 feet of this substance, he becomes weak and even loses consciousness.
What nonsense is this?
It is the truth I have seen for myself. And more I have seen. No, do not touch it. It will burn your hands.
It will burn?
Yeah. It is highly radioactive. I have discovered by experiments that it is more complex in atomic structure and so more radioactive than any other element known in the world. More so even than thorium, radium, actinium, more even than uranium.
Uranium? That is what the Americans used to make the terrible atomic bomb.
Yeah, but beside this kryptonite, uranium is as nothing. The kryptonite has no impurities, and its radioactive discharge, as I have myself measured with an electroscope, is 100 times greater in intensity than uranium. Do you realize what that means, Gottfried?
You become too scientific for me, Teufel. Just tell me how you plan to use this material to control Superman and destroy our enemies.
Now you come to the heart of the matter, Gottfried. With Professor Milk, whose great genius I require to dissolve this substance, I will create an atom man.
An atom man?
Yeah, an atom man. A creature more deadly than 12 atomic bombs. A monster from whose fingertips will come the power. The atomic energy which will make the great Superman his servant, his slave, and which will destroy our enemies.
Himmel, this atom man, how do you...
What is that?
Sirens. The Americans, police, they approach from the town. They must have traced you here.
They must not find me quickly. Take me to the secret passageway.
Yeah. If what you just told me is true...
If it's true, it's Milch's help. I can do what I say in a few days, perhaps even less. Quickly now, take me to the passageway.
Come this way to the cellar. Hurry. The police will be here in a moment. There's a tunnel under the floor. I will show you. It will take you under the edge of the forest where the Americans stand guard to the hidden cave.
Hurriedly, the Nazi innkeeper leads the Teufel down to the cellar, to the secret passageway into the Black Forest. We'll return in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode. But first, let's stand by for a word from our announcer.
Say, gang, you kind of like Superman, don't you? Why, sure. Most of you follow his adventures in the funny papers and listen to him on the radio every day. Well, Superman is just one of the characters on those 18 different comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, in every package, there's a swell prize. Maybe a button with Superman on it, or Winnie Winkle, or her brother Perry. The pictures are in full comic strip colors on sturdy metal with a handy pin on the back, so that you can wear your whole collection of buttons on your jacket or dress or cap. You'll want to collect all 18 of these brand new comic buttons, so it's a good idea to hold tight to any duplicate. Then trade with your pals for some button you don't have yet, and help round out your collection. And here's how easy it is to get these exciting new comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. You just ask Mom to get you several packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then look inside the package and see which prize you find. One of these colorful new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember now, you can't buy these buttons anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Now, back to the adventures of Superman. As Der Teufel hurried to the secret passageway in the inn near the Black Forest, Superman has streaked to Berlin from Metropolis. And now, in his guise of Clark Kent, we find him in the office of Colonel Greeley, Chief of Intelligence at American Occupation Force Headquarters.
I tell you, we've searched everywhere, Kent, everywhere, but we can't find a trace of Teufel.
But he must be found, Colonel Greeley.
I'm well aware of that. He murdered Dr. Orlowski, the Belgravian finance minister.
That's right.
That makes an embarrassing situation for our state.
But it's even more important than that. Teufel has the kryptonite, and Superman is helpless against it.
Well, I'm not worried about anything like that. I want Teufel for murder.
Where was he last seen?
At the Berlin airport. The night before last. He landed from a French plane disguised as Dr. Orlowski, made a reservation on a plane leaving for Belgravia at midnight, and then, well, he just disappeared.
Oh, but somebody must have seen him.
Apparently nobody saw him after he left the reservation office. He's nobody's fool, you know.
We've got to find him. We've got to.
Oh, excuse me. That's my phone. Colonel Greeley speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Captain Meisky. What? You have? Where? Who? I see. Yes, of course, I'll be right over. Of course, at once. Thanks, loads. Come on, Kent.
That was...
Captain Meisky of the Russian Occupational Police. He just got a hot clue to Teufel.
He did? What is it?
He didn't say, just told me to rush right over. I presume you want to come along.
Do I? Try and stop me.
We can go through the record offices to the back of the building. My car is waiting. We can be at Russian headquarters in 5 minutes. Come on, Kent. On the double.
Eagerly, Clark Kent and Colonel Greeley rush from the American Occupation Building. What have the Russians discovered about Der Teufel? Will it enable Superman to intercept the brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist before he can create his dread Atom Man and turn him loose against the Man of Steel and civilization? And what is the Atom Man? Every tense moment counts now, fellows and girls, so don't fail to listen tomorrow. Same time, same station, to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now the adventures of Superman. Having stolen part of the kryptonite fragment which robs Superman of his strength, Der Teufel, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist, escaped to Germany. At an inn, he told a Nazi underground henchman that he must see a chemist named Milk, who was hiding in the Black Forest. With the kryptonite, Teufel said he and Milk could create an atomic monster which would control and possibly even destroy Superman. Meanwhile, having traced Teufel to Berlin,
Superman in his guise of Clark Kent and Colonel Greeley, an American intelligence officer, were informed that the Russian occupation police had made an important discovery. As we continue now, Kent and Colonel Greeley are in the office of Captain Nikolai Maisky of the Russian police in Berlin. A German prisoner has just been brought in. A squat, slack-jawed man who seems ill at ease in his handsome frock coat and silk hat. Listen.
This is the man, gentlemen. He was picked up in the Russian zone of Berlin an hour ago. He had just sold a magnificent mink-lined overcoat to a pawnbroker.
I do nothing wrong. It is my own overcoat, I say.
Silence you.
But, Captain, this man is not the Teufel.
I did not say he was, Colonel Greeley. He had, however, contact with der Teufel.
Where? When?
A night before the last, Comrade Kent, in a street close to the airport. These are Teufel's clothes he wears now, or rather the clothes of the late Dr. Orlovsky of Belgravia, as whom Teufel masqueraded.
They are? Are you sure?
I am positive, Colonel. In a pocket of the overcoat was a label bearing the name of Dr. Orlovsky and the name of a tailor in Belgravia.
He gave them to me. I do not know his name. He approached me near the airport, a man much of my own size and wearing very thick eyeglasses. Yes. He carried a fine leather dispatch case.
That description fits Teufel, Kent.
Yes, go on.
He asked if I would exchange clothes with him. At first, I thought he made a joke, but he gave me no time to consider. Almost before I knew what occurred, I wore his clothes and he was gone with mine.
Gone where?
Where did he go?
I know not, mein Herren. It was dark at night. I saw him go towards the Kaiserstrasse, and then I saw him no more.
Nor has anyone else. I think you attacked him, robbed him, and did away with his body.
Nein, I swear it.
Then where are your papers, your identification?
I have told you. They were in the pocket of my jacket. But so quick was all this, I did not remember them until the man was gone.
Uh-oh, now we're getting someplace. What's your name?
Friedrich Melcher, mein Herr. I am from Nuremberg.
Friedrich Melcher from Nuremberg, eh? Colonel Greeley, Teufel is about this fellow's size, and he has his clothes and papers. That means...
Teufel is now disguised as Melcher. Right, Kent. We'll get after him at once. May I use your phone, Captain Maisky?
Of course, Colonel. But it is my opinion that this man lies as do most Germans. I think either he killed Teufel, or else is in league with him.
Well, if he'd killed him, he'd still have his papers. And if he was in league with him, he wouldn't be so stupid as to walk around in Teufel's discarded clothes. No, I think he's telling the truth. Teufel evidently knew we were aware he was disguised as Dr. Orlovsky, and he needed a new disguise in a hurry to get wherever he's going with the kryptonite. Well, we've got a chance to intercept him now, but we've got to work fast.
Right. I'll call American headquarters and send out an alarm.
Good.
You may be right, Comrade Kent.
I'm sure I am.
Oh, I will, of course, do all I can to help, too. I, too, will transmit a radio alarm to my men. Soviet GPU, Berlin, calling all military and police forces. Attention. Search for middle-aged men about 5'7", weight 190 pounds, ragged clothing, carrying identification papers of Friedrich Melcher of Nuremberg. This man is der Teufel, and his person belongs.
Attention! Berlin office calling all military and occupation police. It is believed that man wanted as the Teufel is now disguised in ragged clothing and carries papers identifying him as Friedrich Melcher of Nuremberg.
As urgent radio calls crackle over the German airwaves to speed a new search for der Teufel, the elusive Nazi scientist has made his way through an underground tunnel from a small inn to a deep rock cave in the Black Forest. The main entrance of the cave is cleverly concealed by fallen trees and heavy underbrush. Within, it is large and musty, fitfully illuminated by 2 coal oil lamps, and fitted with rough bunks on which lounge a dozen assorted Nazis. Men, young and old, all former leaders in the Nazi regime of savage persecution and conquest, now hiding from and plotting against their conquerors. Some are men of science, 2 are field marshals, 3 are members of the ruthless Gestapo. In the half-gloom, their eyes gleam like fierce hunted animals as they regard the strangely humming, green-glowing kryptonite which der Teufel has set in its opened box before Professor Ernst Milch, the stooped, shaggy-haired chemist who did more than any one man to keep Hitler's oil-starved Panzer divisions operating on ersatz fuels.
There it is, Milch. Almost insurmountable difficulties I had in obtaining it and bringing it here.
This is the kryptonite, Teufel?
Yeah. It is a part of the fragment from the shattered planet Krypton on which Superman was born.
Yeah?
In the presence of this material, Superman becomes helpless as a babe.
Superman, here's this? What nonsense is this, Teufel?
It is the truth, General Baumburg. I myself have seen Superman lose consciousness when he approached this metal.
I do not believe it.
You may be given an opportunity to see for yourself. There is no element like this in all the world, Milch. The gamma rays it emits, as indicated by the cold green light and hum, are too strong even for him. It is 100 times more complex and radioactive than thorium or radium or even uranium.
You tested it with the electroscope?
Yeah, and I used shields before. The gamma rays penetrated the shields with such an intensity as to be unbelievable, and ionized the air and gases as uranium could never do. And it has no impurities. Think what that means, Milch.
Yeah.
A tiny quantity of it will serve our purpose, whereas the Americans must have a great deal of uranium to purify only enough for a single atomic bomb.
What does this madman speak of bombs? Tell him, Milch, how our great factories are destroyed. Tell him how we, the last few loyal followers of the Fuhrer, live here in a cave under the ground, hunted like rats, and forced to subsist on a few lean rabbits and birds we can snare in the forest.
Do you think I'm a fool? Have I not ice in my head? However, with the kryptonite, we need neither factories nor bombs.
What? What do you mean, Teufel?
I will explain, but first I will close the box.
But now come. Tell us what it is you mean.
I mean this, Milch. If you can dissolve the kryptonite, I will create an atom man.
What?
An atom man. A creature in whose veins will flow a solution of pure kryptonite, who will, by use of a converter, be able to shoot kryptonite atoms from his fingertips in an unbroken chain that will create such destruction as the world has never dreamed of.
You're mad.
I was never so sane in my life, General Bromberg. If Professor Milch can dissolve the kryptonite, we will be able to control Superman and then force the rest of the world to its knees.
But, Teufel, you speak of an atom man. I presume you mean an artificial man, a robot.
I mean a human being.
What?
Yeah. A human being. One of us here, in this cave, will be the world's first atom man.
Startled, Professor Milch and his Nazi cohorts stare open-mouthed at Der Teufel. A human atom man. Can Teufel be serious?
We'll return in a moment for the climax of today's episode. But right now, let's hear from Dan McCullough.
You know, Eddie's mother asked me the other day, what on earth has gotten into him lately? Says she hears him carrying on the strangest conversations with his pals, like, trade you Superman for Harold Teen, or, have you got Smokey Stover yet? Well, of course, I told her he's busy with his collection of the new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Told her there are 18 different buttons, each one with a true-to-life picture of a familiar comic strip character, like Smilin' Jack and Moon Mullins and K.O. Told her these buttons are bright-colored and sparkling on sturdy metal. Told her all the gang likes to collect them, trade them, wear them on their jackets or dresses or caps. And you know what Eddie's mother said? That's fine, she said. I'm going to get Eddie another package of Kellogg's Pep right away. Inside every package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these dazzling new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In a hidden cave in the Black Forest of Germany, where Professor Milch, the famous chemist, and several other prominent Nazis are hiding, Der Teufel has just startled them by stating that one of them would become the world's first atom man.
You're mad, Teufel, mad.
Out of such madness, General, will come victory.
But how can this be, Teufel? With the kryptonite in his veins, a man, he could not live.
In my solution, he would live, Milch.
But if the atoms were split, he'd blow up, you fool.
Whom do you call a fool, General? I did not lose the war. You did. Well, Milch, speak. But we have everything to gain and nothing to lose. How long before you can dissolve this kryptonite?
But I do not know. I have a small laboratory set up in another room as a cave, but it is not very complete.
You performed great things during the war when you did not have everything you needed. Will you try now for your own life and the life of the fatherland?
I tell you, he is mad, Milch.
Nein, General, the Teufel is not mad. He is a genius. And if he says he can create an atom man, then I believe him. And somehow, whatever the cost, I will dissolve the kryptonite.
Well spoken, Milch. A toast to our success, gentlemen. Is there wine?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, good. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
His moon-like face beaming, Der Teufel leads the toast to the success of the dread Atom Man. Will this small, desperate band of fanatical Nazis succeed in their grotesque plot? Or will Superman, menaced as he never was before, stop Teufel before it is too late?
Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Escaping to Germany with a piece of the kryptonite fragment which robs Superman of his strength, Der Teufel, a brilliant Nazi scientist, made his way to a secret cave in the Black Forest where several leading Nazis were hiding. Teufel told Professor Milk, a chemist, that if the kryptonite could be dissolved, the resultant solution, injected into the veins of one of their followers, would create an atom man, a human monster, generating sufficient atomic energy to first control Superman and eventually bring the terrified world to its knees. 48 hours have now passed, and neither Superman nor the Allied police have been able to locate Der Teufel. Once more in his guise of Clark Kent, the Man of Steel nervously paces the floor in the office of Colonel Greeley, Chief of American Intelligence in Berlin. Listen.
For heaven's sake, sit down, Kent. You're getting on my nerves.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. I guess my own nerves are getting a bit ragged. It's just that Teufel has that kryptonite, and he's a brilliant scientist, and, well, he's performed some experiments, something to do with an atom man, which he says will rule the world.
And you believe that?
Well...
Say your nerves are in bad shape.
It's just that I know Teufel, you don't. And I know the power of that kryptonite. I tell you, Teufel must be found, and found quickly. He must. But I need help. Even I can't examine every nook and cranny of Germany and all of the 100 million people in it.
Fearful as he has never been before, Clark Kent, who is Superman, waits for some word of Der Teufel. Meanwhile, at a little village near the Black Forest, a young military police sergeant named Bill Nelson has just alighted from a train after a 48-hour leave. In a jeep with Corporal Harry Marks, he is returning over the dark road to his base.
Say, what's that new gadget on the dash, Harry? Looks like a radio.
It is. We're in style now, Bill. Regular big-time cops. They put a two-way set in here day before yesterday, the day you went on leave.
Say, pretty snazzy. Turn it on, see if we can get Bing Crosby.
Are you kidding? Let's see what headquarters has to say.
Number 3, South Central Occupation Zone. All military commanders and occupation police stand by for important announcement.
Oh, what's this?
It is believed that a dangerous German scientist named Der Teufel is now disguised in ragged clothing
Oh, that again.
and carrying papers identifying him as Friedrich Melker of Nuremberg. This man must be apprehended.
Friedrich
He is about 5 feet 7, weight 190 pounds, wears thick eyeglasses. He is believed to have in his possession a small piece of green glowing radioactive metal. Take no chances with this man. He is dangerous. That is all.
We've been getting that announcement every couple hours since you left. They must want that Teufel guy bad. Wonder what that piece of metal is he's carrying around.
Friedrich Melker. You know, I've heard that name before.
You have? Where?
I can't remember. Gosh, I know I heard it someplace.
Say, seems to me there's somebody in the movies or on the radio named Melker. Oh, I got it. An opera singer. Melchior. That's why it sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's it.
Sure. I'll spruce up, Bill. There are the lights of the inn. We'll be at the base soon. You want to look sharp when you meet up with the CO again. We got a lecture this morning about getting sloppy on occupation duty.
Oh, I shaved on the trip. Harry, stop at the inn.
What for? What's at the inn?
I just remembered. That's where I saw Frederick Melker.
What? Now, wait a minute.
I saw him, I tell you, 2 nights ago, just before I went on leave. Go on, pull up in front.
You saw him where?
In the dining room. He was with Godfrey, the innkeeper. Gottfried said he was his cousin.
Gottfried did? Listen, are you sure?
Sure as I'm sitting here. I was making my last check before going back to the base. And this short, powerful German was with Gottfried. He was wearing ragged clothes and a patch over one eye. I asked him who he was. He said he was Frederick Milker from Nuremberg. I asked him for his papers.
Did he have them?
They were in order, all right. So I left. But holy smokes, Harry, that guy was Teufel.
Then what are we waiting for? Come on.
Oh, it hasn't closed up yet.
Oh, you better check your gun.
Yeah. It's okay. Let's go.
I didn't see anybody around when I was here yesterday or today.
Well, it could be hiding in one of the rooms. Or in the cellar.
If he isn't, Gottfried will know where he is. I never did like that rosy-cheeked Kraut. Always fawning. Well, here we are. You're in charge, Sergeant. Proceed.
The place looks empty.
Here comes mine host.
Guten Abend, meine Herren. To what do I
We
owe
came
this?
to see your cousin.
My, cousin?
Yes, you remember. He was here 2 nights ago. His name's Frederick Milker.
Nobody in the dining room, Bill.
Oh, my cousin Frederick. Yeah, of course. I'd forgotten he was here. He stayed so short a time.
You mean he's not here now?
Oh, nine. He left soon after you did, Sergeant. But, why do you wish to see Frederick?
Are you kidding? You know doggone well that Milker...
Just a minute, Harry. Where did he go, Gottfried?
He said he was returning to Nuremberg. That is his home.
I see. Mind if we look around a bit?
No, look around, of course not. But,
we'll take a look at the kitchen first. Come on. No, you lead the way, Gottfried.
Yeah, of course, but I do not understand. I tell you, Frederick does not...
What? He dove behind the bar.
Dirty bum, come back here, Gottfried, or I'll drag you out of there.
Oh! Harry!
Got me. My leg. Look out, Bill.
Yeah, I see him. He ducked too quick. Harry, all right?
Just my leg. Oh, never mind me, Bill. Watch when he shows himself again.
You better come out from behind that bar, Gottfried.
I will come out when you are both dead.
Listen, you fool, you can't get away. You better come out while you're still alive.
Oh, yeah? I show you.
He shot the light out. Watch it, Bill.
Stay down, Harry.
We can't see the bar.
He can't see us either.
Yes, he can. There's a little moonlight coming in from the window behind us.
So, you seek that Teufel, eh?
Yes, and we'll get him, and you too, Gottfried.
Nein, it is I who will get you, you American swine.
Sit tight, Harry. I'm going after him.
Oh, Bill, you can't see him.
Don't worry. Just hug the floor, fella.
What, Bill?
Quiet. Gottfried, I got you.
No, peak American.
Bill, I'm shot. Bill.
I'm okay, Harry. I think he's done for, though.
How about you? You sound hurt.
He nicked me in the side. You stay here.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the car. Radio. Gotta call the base.
Bill.
It's okay. I can make it. I hope. Gotta get to the car. Call the base. Get her. Tell him Harry's hurt. I don't know if I can make it. Try, fella.
Gritting his teeth and with one hand pressed to his wounded side to ease the pain, Sergeant Bill Nelson crawls, falls, and crawls again, slowly and tortuously toward the jeep. Will he make it? Der Teufel is at this moment in the secret cave in the Black Forest, less than a mile away. Superman, if he were here, could see him.
We'll return in a moment for the climax of today's episode. But first, here is your announcer with a friendly tip.
Gang, you've heard the word barter, haven't you? You know, B-A-R-T-E-R, barter. That's the ancient way of buying things before they invented money. Means the same as trading or swapping. Well, that old system of barter has sure been brought up to date since the Kellogg Company began packing those brand new comic buttons in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Why, kids are bartering with those swell comic buttons right and left. For instance, you'll hear a fella say, trade you Superman for Uncle Walt. Or a girl might say to her pal, I've got an extra Smilin' Jack button to trade. Now, that's so they can round out their whole collection of 18 different buttons, each one with a different funny sheet character on it. These new comic buttons are doggone good-looking, too. So how about getting your collection built up? Ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these new comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. Can't buy them, in fact. But inside every package of Pep, there's a swell prize, one of these brand new colorful comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. as Sergeant Bill Nelson, badly wounded, is trying to reach his car to inform headquarters that Der Teufel had been in the inn near the Black Forest, Teufel himself, with a Nazi chemist, Professor Ernst Milch, stands at a rough table in the secret cave a mile from the inn. In a test tube, suspended above an improvised oil burner, a small piece of green glowing metal in a purplish liquid suddenly crumbles. There is a white-hot flash. Then the liquid in the tube turns green and boils violently, emitting a scorching green steam.
Ah, Himmel, you've done it, Milch.
Ja, Teufel. The kryptonite is at last dissolved.
Wunderbar. My converter is already prepared. It remains only to select the one among us who shall become the savior of the fatherland.
I have been considering that for I worked. He should be young, or at a man, and strong.
Yeah.
And imbued with a hatred for our enemies. And I have decided that my son is the perfect choice.
Your son? I have observed him. He is young and strong, and he did well in the war, did he not?
He received the Iron Cross from the hands of the Führer himself. I've spoken to him of this experiment. He begs for the honor.
Good. Prepare him then. In a few minutes, when the kryptonite solution has cooled, we will inject it into his veins. And in 1 hour, the first atom man will walk the earth to bend first Superman to his will, and then the rest of the world.
1 hour. In 1 hour, Der Teufel states, an atomic monster will leave the dark cave in the Black Forest, first to subdue Superman, and then all civilization. Is there a chance yet for Superman to stop him? Only 1 hour remains. 60 minutes. What will happen? We'll find out tomorrow, so don't fail to be with us then, fellows and girls. Tune in, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellas and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, The Adventures of Superman. In a secret cave in the Black Forest of Germany, a Nazi chemist succeeded in dissolving a piece of pure, highly radioactive kryptonite, which had been stolen by Der Teufel, a brilliant but unscrupulous scientist. Teufel prepared to inject the solution into the veins of a young Nazi, who, in a short time, he said, would become an atomic monster, able to generate such intense power and energy within his body that the entire world, including Superman, would become his slaves. Meanwhile, an American military police sergeant named Bill Nelson had traced Teufel to an inn, from which an underground tunnel led to the cave in the forest. In a gunfight with the innkeeper, Nelson and a companion were wounded. And as we continue now at the American occupation base in a nearby village, a radio operator hurriedly summons Major Carroll, the commanding officer. Listen.
Major Carroll, will you come here, sir?
Yes, Corporal, what is it?
We've been getting a signal from Sergeant Nelson, sir. I think he's in trouble.
Well, what kind of trouble?
I don't know. I can't quite make him out. Something about... Listen.
Nelson. Calling. Base. Nelson.
There he is again. You hear him, sir?
Yes, answer him.
Base.
Well, I have, but he doesn't seem to hear me.
Well, try again.
South Central Zone 3 to Sergeant Nelson. We hear you. What's the trouble? Come in.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't answer.
No, he doesn't.
Need help. Wounded.
Says he needs help. He's wounded. Ask him where he is.
Yes, sir. Where are you, Bill? Where are you?
I traced.
What was that? Something about trace. He said that before.
Teufel.
Teufel?
Great Caesar, he's trying to tell us he's traced the Teufel. Tell him we heard him and ask him where he is.
Yes, sir.
We heard you, Bill. You traced Teufel and you're wounded. Tell us where you are. In? Where?
Gottfried. Oh.
He said that Gottfried. He must mean Gottfried's Inn. I'll go there at once. Now stand by, Corporal. I may have an important message for you to flash to Berlin. Lieutenant Harris!
As Major Carroll and a detachment of soldiers start for Gottfried's Inn, Superman, unaware of this latest development, has made an important decision. After one more fruitless effort to find Der Teufel, the Man of Steel, in his guise of reporter Clark Kent, has just entered the office of Colonel Greeley, Chief of American Intelligence.
I've come to say goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye? Where are you going, Kent?
Back to America.
But you're here on the Teufel story. You're not going home before we find him.
I must. If he hasn't been found by now, he won't be.
Nonsense, Kent. It may take time, but we'll get him eventually.
Eventually is too late, Colonel. 1 week more, even 1 day more, may be too late.
Too late for what?
To save Superman. And perhaps far more than Superman.
Save Superman? Oh, you're harping on that kryptonite nonsense again.
Believe me, Colonel, it isn't nonsense. Kryptonite is Superman's one mortal enemy.
Oh, come now, Kent.
Believe me, it is. And now Der Teufel has it. He's one of the most brilliant scientists Germany ever developed. And he knows the power of that kryptonite. He's trying to develop some sort of an atom man with it to rule the world.
An atom man, huh?
Yes.
Look, Kent, you're too smart a reporter to believe anything as fantastic as that.
Well, they said the atomic bomb was fantastic, too, Colonel, before the first one fell on Hiroshima.
Yes, but an atom man? That's too incredible.
I hope so, but I'm not at all sure. That's why I can't waste another minute. I've got to get back to Metropolis, where where a friend of mine is trying to perfect a defense against the kryptonite.
A defense for Superman?
That's right. So I'll be saying goodbye, Colonel, and thanks for everything.
Well, there's nothing to thank me for, Kent. I've enjoyed having you around. But have a nice trip home and say hello to the Statue of Liberty for me.
I will. So long, Colonel.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Plenty of deserted offices at this late hour. Yeah, this will do. I'll just close the door. And out of these clothes. Colonel Greeley thinks that nothing for Superman to worry about, eh? Well, I know there is. Dr. Millison must find some defense against the kryptonite. That's my only chance to survive. There we are, all set. Up with this window, and back to Metropolis. Up, and away! Leaping high into the starry night sky, Superman streaks away to the west, across the continent of Europe, and out over the broad Atlantic toward Metropolis.
Meanwhile, in a musty, dimly lit cave deep in the black forest of Germany, the dread menace which Superman fears is being prepared against him. On a rough bunk lies a tall, slim, blonde-haired young German. His eyes are closed and he breathes heavily, laboriously, his chest straining to its utmost as the breath rasps from his lips. A long rubber tube extends from a taped clasp on his forearm to a glass vial suspended above the bunk, in which the last drops of a thick, brilliantly green liquid are disappearing into the tube. Leaning over one side of the bunk, his eyes popping behind thick-lensed spectacles, is Der Teufel, his fingers on the sleeping German's pulse. On the other side, his face white and tense, stands the shaggy-haired chemist, Professor Milch.
How is his pulse, Teufel?
It is very rapid. But in a few moments, when the kryptonite solution is taken into his blood, it will recede to normal.
You say it will, but how do you know? Such an experiment as this has never been attempted before.
I am confident we will succeed.
You are confident. It is not your son who lies there. It is mine.
You offered him for this great service to their fatherland, and he pleaded for the honor. Do you now regret it?
Nein, of course not. It is just that now I'm afraid for him.
You should not be afraid. Rather be proud. For I give your son the opportunity of visiting such terror and destruction upon his hated enemies as is almost beyond imagination. But first, the great Superman will bow to him and do his will.
Yeah, that is good, Teufel, good. But why does he not regain consciousness? The solution is all gone now from the vial.
In a moment. The kryptonite is a great shock to his system. Remove the transfusion tube.
Yeah.
I will attach the converter so that when he awakes, he will be ready.
Yeah? That small square box you attach to his throat. That is the converter?
Yeah. It fits above the jugular vein. This little switch here. When it is thrown, an impulse flashes to the kryptonite in his blood, rearranging the outer structures of the atoms. They rush toward his hands, on which he will wear the meshed platinum and thorium gloves I showed you. At that point, the nucleus of the atom is broken, and there will emerge from his fingers such a stream of energy that anything in its path, be it men or great buildings or even mountains, will disappear as if they had never been there.
Yeah, the theory I understand, Teufel. You need not lecture me as if I was a schoolboy. But so far it's only a theory. My son's life is at stake. What I wish to know, will the theory become a fact?
Wait. It begins.
You mean?
See, his labored breathing subsides. And feel for yourself how his pulse beat lowers.
Yeah, it appears normal now. And see his eyelids flutter.
Yeah. In the moment, Milch, in the moment, our atom man will be born.
Rigid with excitement, Der Teufel and Professor Milch bend over the tall, blond German youth on the bunk, as the other Nazis in the cave crowd close behind them.
We'll return in a moment for the dramatic climax of today's episode. But first, here's a mighty swell suggestion.
Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In a musty, dim-lit cave in the Black Forest of Germany, where Der Teufel has injected Professor Milch's son with a solution of kryptonite, Teufel, Milch, and 10 other Nazis gazed down breathlessly at the tall, blond young German on the rough bunk. 1 minute, 2 minutes have passed since the youth's eyelids quivered, and he seemed to be regaining consciousness. Now Professor Milch's voice trembles as he says,
"What is wrong, Teufel? Why does he not regain consciousness?"
I do not know.
See how pale he is. And his pulse. Feel his pulse. It grows so faint.
Yeah, I do not understand.
But why do you just stand there? Do something.
There's nothing that I can do. Everything seemed most satisfactory. He seemed to absorb the shock of the transfusion well. You saw yourself how his labored breathing subsided and his pulse lowered. Perhaps in a moment.
In a moment he will be dead. Give
Milch.
me no more words. Save my son. Do something, I tell you.
Restrain yourself, Milch.
Restrain myself. I tell you that my son is... There's no heartbeat.
There must be.
There's not. He is... You murdered my son, Teufel.
Impossible. Everything went as planned. My computations were exact.
son.
I checked them over
You
and
killed
over.
him, I tell you. You killed him.
Impossible,
My
I say. Impossible. I could not make such a mistake. It is impossible.
Scowling, Der Teufel shakes his head stubbornly as he glowers down at the pale, motionless body of the young German on the cot.
Is the youth really dead? And has Der Teufel's monstrous plot against Superman and all civilization failed? Or is the crafty and brilliant scientist right when he continues to repeat?
Impossible, I say. He cannot be dead. Der Teufel cannot be wrong. It is impossible.
What is the truth? Don't fail to hear tomorrow's exciting episode when we learn. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive.
able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
And now, the adventures of Superman. In a secret cave in the Black Forest of Germany, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist named de Teufel has injected a solution of pure kryptonite into the veins of a young Nazi, the son of Professor Milch. Teufel said that when the youth awoke, he would generate such tremendous atomic energy within his own body that the entire world and even Superman would become his slaves. Meanwhile, unable to find Teufel, Superman has returned to Metropolis, where a leading American scientist is trying to discover a defense for him against his mortal enemy, the kryptonite. As we continue now, in the musty, dimly lit cave in the Black Forest, 10 Nazi leaders crowd around the rough bunk on which Milch's son lies, pale and motionless. Almost 2 hours have passed since the injection. Milch, frenzied with grief, addresses the squat, scowling Teufel.
You have murdered my son, Teufel.
Nonsense, Milch.
See for yourself. He has no pulse, no heartbeat.
Nonsense, I tell you. Everything went as planned. I myself tested the kryptonite solution. My computations were exact. I checked them over and over.
Your computations were false. Your whole plan was mad. I should have known better than to put my son's life in your hands.
Restrain yourself, Milch. I warn you.
You warn me? Who are you to warn me? It's my son who lies there dead.
He will yet revive. He must live. All of the kryptonite was dissolved and is now assimilated in his body. Here's our last chance, our last hope.
Nine is dead, and you killed him. And for that I shall see to it that you too shall die.
You're a fool, Milch. You should know better than to threaten me. I said your son will live. But if he does not, then he died for the fatherland.
The fatherland? Who are you to speak of the fatherland? All that you ever did was for yourself, for your own selfish ends to gain power and money.
That is a lie.
It's the truth, and you know it. Was I not in the Chancellery the day that your first rocket bomb fell on England and you boasted to Hitler? You and I, Führer, will rule the world between us. You did not say Germany would rule. You said the Teufel would. I leave it to General Bromberg, who was present. General, is it not true what I've said?
Gentlemen, please, we cannot afford to quarrel among ourselves. There are too few of us left.
Then take this fool Milch away from me until he calms down. I must take
A fool, am I? Why?
Yeah, you are a great fool, Milch. And a disgrace to our noble cause.
I am a fool, am I? A disgrace to our cause. I'll show you murderer. There are allied soldiers in the forest who hunt for you. I'll bring them here.
What? Milch?
You'll pay for murdering my son.
He leaves the cave. Stop him.
He only threatens Teufel. He is grief-stricken. When he calms down...
The fool will do as he says. After him, all of you.
Nein. The light soldiers are all about. They will see us.
Then I will go alone. Quick, General, give me your revolver.
Nein, Milch can be trusted, I tell you. And he is our only chemist, a great chemist.
I tell you, the fool will betray us. Give me your gun.
Well, here it is.
Good. Now remain here quietly, all of you. I will take care of the traitor and return. The boy cannot be dead. There is still a chance.
Rushing from the cave into the dense forest, der Teufel furiously pursues Professor Milch. Meanwhile, summoned by the wounded military police sergeant Bill Nelson, Major Carroll and a squad of American soldiers have arrived at Gottfried's Inn, hardly a mile away, under the cellar of which an underground tunnel leads to the Nazis' secret cave in the forest. After treating the wounds of Sergeant Nelson and his companion, Corporal Harry Marks, Major Carroll and an army doctor have just found Gottfried, the innkeeper, who lies faintly breathing behind his bullet-shattered bar.
Major Carroll.
Doctor, Gottfried's alive. Maybe he can tell us about the Teufel.
Yes. He's done for, though. You better make it fast. He can't last much longer.
Listen, Gottfried, you're in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Major, what will happen to my wife?
If she was working with the Nazi underground, too, she'll have to take the consequences.
Oh, but she was not. I swear it.
Your word is no good to me, Gottfried. Now tell me.
Listen, if I tell you where the Teufel is, Major...
Yes?
You will promise to be lenient with my wife?
I can't make any bargains with you, Gottfried, but I'll tell you this. My government wants Teufel badly. If you help us get him, we might be disposed to deal more kindly with your wife.
Yeah, I will tell you. Listen, you know the road which goes for the Black Forest to the south of your camp?
Yes?
If you follow that road almost to the end of the forest, you will come to where it branches off. A wagon trail goes to the south, and a narrow foot trail to the southwest. For perhaps 5 miles on the foot trail is a small log house where the game warden lives. And there, if you make haste, you will find Teufel.
You mean that?
Yeah, he is there now. But you must hurry. Tonight he meets someone there. Tomorrow he departs.
You're giving me a bum steer, Gottfried. It won't do your wife any good.
No, I am not. Your men have already looked through the inn and found nobody. I know I'm dying, Major. I think only of my poor wife now. But you must hurry, or the Teufel will escape from you again.
All right. We can be back in a few hours. I'll leave a car here, Doctor, in case you want to take him to the hospital.
Right, Major. Lieutenant Harris, station a guard around the inn and hold anyone who comes here. Johnson, Henshaw, Cohn, get in the car with me. Take the forest road just beyond the camp, Sergeant. Yes, sir. And step on it.
Speeding away from the inn, Major Carroll is unaware that the wily Gottfried has sent him on a false trail, and that a few hours' delay in discovering the secret tunnel under the inn may mean the difference of life or death to Superman. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here's our good friend.
You know, gang, the weekend is a swell time to check over your collection of those new comic buttons that come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. See how you're coming along, how near you are to having all 18 different buttons. You'll probably want to round up your pals, too, so that you can all trade duplicates, because these buttons are really worth having. The colors are bright as anything, really stand out against the clear white background. There are 18 different buttons in all. That means 18 different funny sheet favorites. What's more, you don't have to send in a single penny to get these smart-looking comic buttons, not even a box stop. You can't buy them anywhere because they're exclusive prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. So how about asking Mom to get you some Pep tomorrow? Then, inside the package, you'll find an exciting prize, one of these slick-looking new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. There's one in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. 30 minutes have passed since Der Teufel left the secret cave in the Black Forest in pursuit of Professor Milch. Now, as the tall, gray-haired General Bromberg and 9 other Nazi underground leaders wait nervously around the rough bunk on which Milch's son lies, Teufel re-enters the cleverly concealed mouth of the cave.
Teufel.
Yeah, here is your gun, General.
2 bullets are missing.
You will find them in Professor Milch's bag.
What have you done? There are only a handful of us left, and Milch was our only chemist. And he was a great chemist.
He was a fool, and his stupid childish sentiment would have made him a traitor. This is no longer his son who lies here, but the future savior of Germany.
It is now you who speak like a fool, Teufel. This boy is dead.
He cannot be. I made no mistakes.
He is dead, nevertheless. His heart has stopped beating. And when I placed a mirror to his mouth a moment ago, not the slightest mist came on the glass.
I tell you it cannot be. He must live. Every ounce of the kryptonite is in his body, and I can get no more. This is our last chance, our last hope to conquer first Superman and then the rest of the world.
This is no time to speak of conquering Superman, Teufel. Your stupid shooting of Professor Milch endangers all of us. The Allied soldiers will find him and extend their search for us. We must leave here at once before it grows light. But first we'll bury this boy.
None. Yes, within him the kryptonite, the power to destroy our enemies and make me, all of us, such emperors as not even Hitler dare dream of being.
A dead youth has this power?
He is not dead, I tell you. He cannot be. Where are my papers, my computations? Here they are. I will check them again. Perhaps some small thing went wrong which I can rectify.
We will pay no attention to this madman. Weismann, Jodl, Schmidt, Keller. Take spades and dig a burial hole in the rear of the cave. Schnell!
Hey, you cannot do it.
If you interfere, Teufel, you will be shot.
What? You dare to speak to me that way to the Teufel? Now listen to me.
I will not listen to you. You endangered us in coming here with your crazy schemes. And now there are 2 less of us. If you must go too, it will be no loss.
But
Silence! Giselle Bormann, carry young Milch to the grave. Need not be deep, only enough to escape attention.
No, wait!
One more step, Teufel, and I will pull the trigger. All right, Giselle, take him.
No, wait. General, look.
Look at what?
Young Milch. See, his chest moves. He's breathing.
Oh, no, Inspector, it cannot be.
It is. See for yourself. He breathes, I tell you, he breathes. And see, the color comes back to his cheeks. He lives.
Yeah, it is true.
See, all of you. My atom man lives. Young Milk lives. And now it is the end of Superman and of all who dare to defy the Teufel and the Master German race. I have won! I have won!
His frog-like eyes shining behind his thick-lensed spectacles, his fat hands clenched triumphantly above his head, the Teufel chortles with maniacal glee as the slim, blond German youth on the rough bunk opens his eyes and breathes deeply, then looks around at the ring of excited Nazi leaders above him. Is this young German, in whose veins runs the pure, dissolved kryptonite, now an atomic monster, before whom the world, but first Superman, are doomed to bow in slavery or suffer utter destruction? Don't miss Monday's thrilling episode, fellows and girls. Tune in, same time, same station, and listen to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow The Adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
In a secret cave in the Black Forest of Germany, where several former Nazi leaders were hiding, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist named Der Teufel injected a solution of pure kryptonite into the veins of a young German named Milch. Kryptonite, which is Superman's mortal enemy, is the most radioactive element in the world, Teufel said, and he promised that when young Milch awoke, he would be an atomic monster, generating such tremendous power and energy within his body that Superman and perhaps the entire world must acknowledge him as their master or be destroyed. For hours the youth lay in a coma. Finally, unable to detect a heartbeat, General Bromberg, leader of the Nazis, ignored Teufel's frantic protests and ordered a grave to be dug. But as we continue now in the musty, dimly lit cave, Teufel suddenly cries out,
Wait, General. Look.
Look at what?
Young Milch. See, his chest moves. He's breathing.
Donnerwetter, it cannot be.
It is. See for yourself. He breathes, I tell you. And look, the color comes back to his cheeks.
Yeah, it is true, Teufel. But how can this be? His heart had stopped.
It had not really stopped. But without a stethoscope, it could not be hurt. See, all of you, my atom man lives. Young Milk lives. And now it is the end of Superman and of all who dare to defy the Teufel and the Master German race. Ha, ha, ha.
He speaks. Come closer. Be quiet, everyone.
General Bromberg. Teufel, what is this?
His voice is so deep now.
How do you feel, Milch?
I feel strange. So light, as if I had no body. But I feel strong. Never have I felt so strong before.
Good. Can you stand?
Stand? Of course. Why not?
Let me see you.
All right. There, you see?
You do not feel dizzy?
No, I feel fine. So strong, as if I could carry all of you on my shoulders.
Good.
But why do you ask, Teufel? Why do all of you look at me so strangely? What has happened?
Do you not remember the kryptonite?
Kryptonite. Ah, yes, the strange green glowing metal which my father dissolved and which you injected into my blood.
Yeah, you remember the rest?
Yes, you said it would make me an atom man. You said I would only have to hold out my hands and such a stream of atomic power would flow from my body that... No, it can't be.
It can be and it will be. You have now such power that no army, however vast, can stand before you. Not even Superman can resist you.
I have such power, Teufel.
You have, my son.
I can't believe it.
I do not believe it, Teufel.
I will prove it to you. First, the gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah. Here they are. Put them on.
What strange gloves.
They seem to be made of some meshed metal.
They are made of platinum and thorium. You must remember always to put them on before you touch the converter. Through their fingers will emerge the atomic power in your body.
They fit well. You spoke of a converter?
Yeah. It is that small square metal box attached to your throat. It, too, is made of thorium and contains a tiny electronic tube. When you turn the little switch, an impulse flashes to the kryptonite atoms in your blood. No! Do not touch the switch or you will explode all of us into nothing.
You can't be serious, Toy.
You will see for yourself. Come.
Where?
Outside the cave. You two, General Bromberg, and all you others, come with us.
Go quietly. There are Allied soldiers all about in the forest.
It's still dark, General. Follow me now. We will go to the top of the small hill just ahead.
But why do we go there, Teufel?
In a moment you shall see. As soon as we reach the top of this hill.
Be careful. The Allied soldiers may have heard the shots before and be searching for us.
You can stop fearing the Allied soldiers, General. Soon all of them will be the slaves of my atom man.
An atom man? You speak like a fool, Teufel. It is impossible. Fantastic.
So they said of the first automobile and the airplane and the telephone. And so they said of the first atomic bomb.
But an atom man...
I said you shall see. Here. Just far enough. All of you stand behind us.
Now what?
Now comes the demonstration of how the master German race, as guided by me, shall rise again to destroy all our enemies and rule the world. Yeah. Now, young men, you will listen to me and do exactly as I say. You are ready?
I am ready, Teufel.
Your gloves are on firmly?
Yes.
Let me see if the converter fits exactly over your jugular vein. Yeah. You have felt where the little switch is.
I know.
Do not touch it yet. You are facing us. Turn toward the cave below.
All right. What do I do now?
Now, turn the switch on the converter.
All right. There.
What happens?
That sound. My voice. What an unusual voice.
You are now an atom man. Your voice is the voice of atomic energy. The kryptonite atoms rush through your blood to your fingertips, where they will emerge in an unbroken chain of unlimited power.
What is that?
Point your hands at the cave quickly.
Ja, Teufel.
As the slim, blond young German raises his mesh-gloved hands, a brilliant white light which seems to illumine the entire forest flashes above him. And then there is a tremendous explosion. What has happened? We'll return in a moment to find out. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, one of the swell things about collecting these new comic buttons that come in packages of Kellogg's Pep is that you're already acquainted with the characters. Sure, you've been following their adventures in the funny papers for ages. So when you get a button with a picture of Winnie Winkle on it, well, it's kind of like meeting up with an old friend, or Superman, or Harold Teen, or any of the 18 different buttons in the series. And is it swell fun to get a new button for your collection whenever Mom opens a package of Pep, or to swap duplicates with your friends? And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny to get these keen-looking buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. They're exclusive prices for you in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, you'll find one of these sharp new comic buttons, or military insignia, or a warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
On a small hill in the Black Forest, a young German named Milch, into whose veins Der Teufel has injected the kryptonite solution, turned the switch on the small converter at his throat, raised his mesh-gloved hands, and pointed them toward a cave 100 yards below. There was a blinding white flash, which seemed to light the entire forest like day, and then a violent explosion. As we continue now, Der Teufel laughs softly and gloatingly as the young atom man, General Bromberg, and 9 other Nazis gape wordlessly at a great canyon-like hole in the forest floor, in which giant trees are uprooted and tons of earth and rock flung wildly into the air have fallen to form new grotesque mounds in the darkness. Then Teufel reaches from behind the atom man to turn off the converter at the youth's throat.
Oh, well, gentlemen, what do you say now?
I cannot believe it, Teufel. Look, the cave is no longer there.
It is as if a giant bomb dropped or an earthquake. Did I really do that, Teufel?
Of course you did, my boy. Did I not say that you now have unlimited atomic power within your body?
It makes my head whirl. Well, I'll destroy all the Allied army camps. Come on.
Control yourself. It is I who give you your power, and I who can take it away. Do you understand that?
Yes, of course. I understand, Teufel.
It is I who will command and you who will obey.
What are you getting at, Teufel?
It is necessary that this boy and I understand each other. Now hear me, Milch. You will leave here at once and proceed to America.
America?
Yeah. You will go to America and take care first of Superman.
I'll enjoy that. He ruined many of our greatest plans. But how will I find him?
In Metropolis, there's a large newspaper called the Daily Planet.
I know the paper. When I studied journalism in an American college, we often referred to the Daily Planet.
Good. You may be able to secure a position on the Daily Planet. Tell them you will do anything. Sweep floors, anything. But secure a position on the paper.
Why?
Because the Daily Planet alone has contact with Superman. You will discover what that contact is.
I see. All right. When I have finished with Superman, what then?
You will then go to a certain address which is sewn within your right glove. You feel a label in the glove?
Yes.
You will find me there. If not me, then another whom you will recognize. I or he will give you further orders.
Make haste, Teufel. I see flashlights in the woods. The soldiers must be coming.
Yeah. Go then, Milch. Oh, yes. In America, you must not have such a German-sounding name. Let me see.
When I was at school there, I was Henry Miller.
Henry Miller it is, then. In your jacket are forged papers and a passport. You will proceed to the village of Neuheim. There you will board a train for Berlin. From there, arrangements have been made to take you to Metropolis by plane. Hurry now. The flashlights come closer. Oh, wait. Take off the meshed gloves. Pull the collar of your shirt about the converter.
All right.
Now go, hurry.
All right. Wait. My father, where is he?
I hoped I would not have to tell you. When you were in a coma, he left the cave. He was mad with grief, thinking you had died. Two American soldiers saw him and shot him.
The swine! Where are they?
You will revenge yourself on them and on all their countrymen in due time, but first you must take care of Superman. Then the rest of the world. Go now.
Yes, I'll go. I'll take care of Superman. And then of all the United States. Auf Wiedersehen, Teufel. Goodbye, General Bromberg. Goodbye, all of you. Hide.
Turning abruptly, the Atom Man plunges into the brush to begin his vengeful journey to Metropolis, the Daily Planet, and Superman. And so the first dangerous link is forged in the chain that may soon render Superman helpless. From now on, it's a battle to the death. So don't miss a single episode from now on. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellas and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Claiming that he could transform a human being into an atomic monster who would be able to control the world, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist known as Der Teufel injected a solution of kryptonite into the veins of a young German named Heinrich Milch. Wearing meshed gloves and a tiny converter at his throat, Milch, in a test, lifted his hands, and a violent explosion ensued which uprooted giant trees and tore a huge canyon-like hole in the Black Forest. Telling the awed youth that his first task was to conquer Superman, Teufel ordered him to go to America, where he had been educated, and under the name of Henry Miller, secure a position on the Metropolis Daily Planet, which was said to have contact with Superman. Meanwhile, having been unable to find Teufel in Germany, Superman has returned to Metropolis, and as we continue now, he is entering the laboratory of Dr. James Millison, a famous American scientist. Listen.
Clark Kent said you wanted to see me, Doctor.
Yes, Superman. Come in and sit down.
Can't we talk right here?
If you're worried about the sliver of kryptonite.
Frankly, I am. As you know, I can't come within 10 feet of it without losing my strength.
Well, you're quite safe in this laboratory. The sliver was destroyed. Come to my desk.
Destroyed?
Yes, in a final effort to discover the cause for its strange effect on you, I placed it in the cyclotron and bombarded it with atoms. Here we are. Sit down.
Thank you. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Doctor. Were you able to find a defense for me against the kryptonite?
I'm sorry to say I wasn't.
Oh.
I did my best, believe me.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
I tried everything, every method known to science, and all the knowledge of electronics developed during the war. I even called in 3 of my colleagues, the leaders in the fields of chemistry and biology and atomics.
They couldn't help either?
No. You see, your problem is most unique. It's without precedent. You can withstand the most intense power known to man, and yet you're vulnerable to the kryptonite in its stable state. That is, before its atomic structure is disturbed.
Yes, why is that?
That's the crux of the problem, which we can't discover. I can only guess at the answer. You were born on Krypton, where the radioactivity of the planet's elements gave you your amazing powers.
Yes.
But here in the atmosphere of Earth, the chemical structure of your body must react in the opposite way to the fragment of kryptonite and make you weak. I can't tell you why that chemical change takes place.
Well, can't you find out? I mean, perhaps some element or vitamin in my system breaks down. If we found out what it was and I absorbed a great quantity of it...
I thought of that. I even considered exposing you to the tiny piece of kryptonite I had, and then subjecting you to a blood test. And then I remembered your skin was impenetrable.
Yes, that's so. Doctor, something must be done. Der Teufel has a piece of that kryptonite. We traced him to Germany, but he disappeared there. Now, I know he intends to use it against me and then against the rest of the world.
Tell me, how large is the piece of kryptonite Teufel has?
Oh, roughly about the size of that paperweight on your desk.
Uh-huh. Not very large, but the stuff is amazingly pure. You wouldn't need much of it for a bomb powerful enough to destroy all of Metropolis.
What?
But it's impossible. He'd need a huge factory, and the occupation forces now control all the factories in Germany.
But suppose he doesn't intend to make bombs. Teufel told a henchman of his that he intends to create an atom man with the kryptonite.
Oh, what?
An atom man. Some kind of monster he said would be able to control me and enslave the rest of the world.
What in thunder did he mean by that?
I don't know, I'm sure, but I'm worried. Teufel is a brilliant scientist.
I know he is. He won prizes in science twice before the war, and we know he's the man responsible for the rocket bombs the Nazis used. But an atom man, I can't imagine what he meant.
No, I can't either. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless he had some mad idea of... Doctor, would you say it was possible to somehow incorporate the kryptonite in a man's body?
Good heavens, no. The stuff would probably kill him, and
You
besides...
said it was very pure.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it contains practically no impurity.
Well?
That's another amazing thing about it. But introducing it into a man's body, why, even if it could be done and the man lived, what would be accomplished?
If Teufel discovered a way of harnessing and then loosing the tremendous atomic power you say there is in the kryptonite, while it was in a human body, well, he'd have his atom man, wouldn't he?
Not even Teufel is that clever. Forget such a fantastic possibility, Superman.
Would you say it was impossible?
In science, we rarely say anything is impossible. But I'll go so far as to assure you that such an atom man is practically impossible.
Well, that's a relief. Now, if only there was some defense for me against the kryptonite. I know that Teufel has some plan up his sleeve, and apparently its success depends on getting me out of the way.
As I told you, I haven't been able to invent a defense against it. But I'm working on something now which may help you.
You are? What's that?
A detector.
Detector?
Yes, we were able to measure the humming sound the kryptonite makes and its gamma rays. Using a radar principle, we're completing a detector now which will warn you of the presence of the kryptonite while it's still some distance away.
How far away?
Well, that can't be determined accurately. It'll depend on the quantity of the stuff, whether or not it's subdued by other elements, and so on. But the detector will certainly register its approach within 100 yards.
Well, that'll give me a fighting chance, at least. I won't be taken by surprise. When will this detector be ready, Doctor?
Late today, I hope.
Oh?
2 of my assistants are working on it now. Would you like to see how they're progressing?
I certainly would. It might make the difference between life and death to me.
Come with me.
Thank you.
There's a small laboratory behind that steel door where I do my most important work.
Oh?
Here we are. In just a moment. This door's always locked. Come in.
Thanks.
This way. Those 2 men across the room are working on the detector. I'll bet they jump a foot when they see Superman in person.
As Superman and Dr. Millicent enter the private laboratory, an angry scene is taking place in Perry White's office at the Metropolis Daily Planet. Seated at his desk,
The gray-haired editor scowls furiously at Jimmy Olsen, the freckle-faced cub reporter.
And you say Kent just walked out of the office again, Olsen?
Well, he didn't walk, he ran.
And he didn't say where he was going?
No, sir. He got a phone call, grabbed his hat, and beat it.
Did he say when he'd be back?
No, he didn't.
Well, how do you like that? Whenever Mr. Kent gets a notion he wants a vacation, which has been happening practically every day recently, he just takes it.
Oh, I don't think he went on any vacation, Chief. I mean, Mr. White.
You don't think? Do you know where he went?
No, but
Do you know where he disappeared to yesterday?
No.
Or the day before that?
No, but
Or the day before that? The 3 days before that?
No, but
Well, neither do I. Neither does Lois. Neither does anybody except Kent himself, and he's not talking.
Well, I'm sure it must be something important.
Something important? Something too important to tell me, his editor? The poor fish who pays his salary? What am I around here anyway? The office boy? I mean the office boy? I mean the office boy?
Now, take it easy, Chief. You'll blow a gasket.
It's my gasket, and I'll blow it if I want to. I'll blow 1,000,000 of them.
But your blood pressure.
Hey, it's my blood pressure, too. Olsen, I put up with all I can stand from, can't I won't put up with any more. For years, I've stood for his disappearing whenever he felt like it, and then popping up again. But this is too much. This is the last straw.
But, Mr. White...
Ever since that piece of kryptonite was stolen from the museum a couple of weeks ago, Kent's hardly been in the office at all.
I'll bet that's what it is. Mr. Kent must be trying to find the kryptonite. He said Superman was in great danger from it.
Superman in danger? Well, of all the poppycock. If that's what Kent's wasting the Daily Planet's good money on, it's time he learned a lesson. Yes, sir, he needs a lesson, and I'm going to teach it to him.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, what's that? Oh, the intercom. Well, what is it, Miss Backrack?
There's a Mr. Henry Miller to see you, Mr. White.
Who?
Mr. Henry Miller.
Henry Miller? Henry Miller? Oh, who's he?
Henry Miller. Is this the young Nazi in whose blood runs the dread kryptonite? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax to today's episode. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, gang, it's not often you can get such swell prizes without sending in any money, not even a box stop. I'm talking about those brand new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. They're so easy to get, easy to look at, too. Bright comic strip colors, sparkling white background, sturdy metal buttons you'll get a kick out of wearing on your jacket or dress or cap. And what a kick you'll get out of collecting all 18 different buttons, trading duplicates with your friends, and comparing notes on how many you've collected so far. You know, these are real true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip friends, like Moon Mullins and K.O. and Smilin' Jack and Superman, of course, 18 of them in all, each one just about the best-looking thing you can imagine. So how about getting busy on your collection? Today, ask Mom to get you a good supply of that super-delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these new comic buttons, you know. You can't buy them anywhere. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You just look inside the Pep package and see which prize you find. A nifty, colorful comic button or a military insignia or warplane button. It's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In his office with Jimmy Olsen, Editor Perry White has just been informed by his secretary on the inter-office phone that a Mr. Henry Miller wishes to see him.
Henry Miller? Oh, who's he, Miss Backrack?
Oh, he's young and terribly good-looking, Mr.
Good-looking?
White.
Who asked you if he's good-looking?
Oh, boy.
Who is he and what does he want?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. White. He's looking for a position.
Well, why bother me about it? Send him to Kinsey, the office manager.
Oh, but he's looking for a reporter's position, and you always interview reporters yourself.
Well, I'm not interviewing any today. I've got enough reporters. Too many, as a matter of fact, for my peace of mind. Send him away. Wait a minute. Did you say he was a reporter?
Yes, sir. Will you see him?
Will I? You bet I will. And if he's any kind of a reporter, I'll... Oh, send him in, Miss Backrack. Send him right in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, son, this is rich.
Oh, what is?
This. It works out perfectly. I said I was going to teach Kent a lesson, didn't I?
Huh? Well, sure, but I don't get it.
Oh, you will, and so will Kent. He thinks that... Now, come in. Oh, come in, Miller. Come in. Glad to see you. Why, you may be just the man I'm looking for.
Cordially, Perry White invites the slim, blond young man into his office, unaware that he is facing the most dangerous man who ever lived. For this is Henry Miller, the German atomic monster created by Der Teufel to conquer Superman, and he is about to be hired as a reporter for the Daily Planet. What will happen? Don't miss tomorrow's thrill-packed episode when Superman meets what may be his master. Tune in, same time, same station, and listen to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Making deadly use of a small piece of kryptonite, the strange green glowing metallic substance that robs Superman of all his strength and power, the half-crazed but brilliant Nazi scientist known as Der Teufel, the devil, created a human monster he has called the Atom Man, in whose veins flows a solution of the kryptonite capable of developing enough atomic energy to destroy anything in its path, including Superman. Posing as Henry Miller, Heinrich Milch, the young American-educated Nazi who has been given this unlimited power, came to America under Teufel's orders, and at this very moment is applying for a job at the Daily Planet in order to make contact with Superman. As he enters Editor Perry White's office, he seems to be a normal young man, blond and Nordic-looking, but now speaking perfect English, all traces of his accent gone. Also missing, for the moment, are the metal mesh gloves and tiny electronic throat converter that transform him into the dread Atom Man. Listen.
Come in, Miller, come in.
Thank you, sir.
Close the door.
Oh, I better leave, Mr. White.
No, stick around, Olson. This is going to be fun. So, you'd like a reporter's job, eh?
I would if there's one open, sir.
Oh, there's one open, all right, and a very good one, too. Oh, incidentally, meet Jim Olson, one of our Cubs.
How do you do, Mr. Olson?
I'm glad to meet you.
Yes, there's a job open. I just lost my key man. Or maybe I should say he lost me. Now, Miller, what's your background? Who have you worked for?
Well, sir, I've been, overseas for a number of years.
Oh, returned vet, eh? Good. You boys deserve all the breaks. Yes, sir, there's not enough we can do for you. You hear that, Olson? A returned vet.
Yes, Mr. White.
Where'd you work before you went in, Miller?
Well, I spent a year on the Denver Clarion and 6 months on the Chicago Herald.
Two good papers. Anything special you do?
No, sir, just general reporting.
Huh. All right. You've got the job. $50 a week to start and a raise in a month if you come through. How's that sound?
Sounds fine, sir. I don't know how to thank...
Forget it. Any man who risked his life fighting for me deserves everything I can give him. Oh, Olson.
Yes, Chief?
Look, what did I tell you about that chief business? You know my name!
Yes, Chief. I mean, Mr. White.
Take Miller into Kent's office. Clear out Kent's desk.
Oh, you better not do that, Mr. White.
What did you say?
Mr. Kent won't like it. He's got a lot of private papers in his desk.
I don't care whether he's got a pink elephant and a family of pygmies. I said clear out his desk, and I mean clear it out. Now go ahead, before you get tossed out on your ear.
Yes, sir. Just follow me, Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Good luck, Miller. Good luck. I'm sure you'll work out.
I hope so, sir. I'll try hard.
And tell Miss Backrack, Olson, that if Kent does break his heart and come in, I don't want to see him.
Yes, Mr. White.
Mr. White seems to have quite a temper.
Yeah, but his bark is worse than his bite. I'll show you Mr. Kent's office, but if I were you, I wouldn't clear out the desk until Mr. Kent gets back. It's over this way.
Who is this Kent fella? What does he do, go on 3-day drunks?
So are you kidding? Why, Kent wouldn't touch a drink with a 10-foot pole. He doesn't smoke either. He's the best reporter on the paper. The best in the country.
Then how come he never shows up?
Well, he shows up. Right now he's out on a big story, I guess. Here's his office.
Not bad. I'm going to like this job.
Oh, don't be too sure.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. White's okay, but he can run you ragged sometimes. I started here as a copy boy, and I know. You gotta be able to move as fast as Superman sometimes.
Did you say Superman?
Yeah, and that's no joke.
No, Superman is hardly a joke. I understand that you have, some contact with him here at the Daily Planet.
Oh, who told you that?
I don't remember now. Is it true?
Well, sort of.
Does he actually wear a blue costume and a red cape? Or haven't you ever seen him?
Oh, I've seen him all right, plenty of times. Sure he does.
How would you contact him if you needed him?
Oh, you better ask Miss Lane that question.
Miss Lane?
Mm-hmm, Lois Lane. She's our star girl reporter. I think you ought to meet her. She's in this next office.
Come in. Jim.
Hi, Miss Lane. I'd like you to meet Mr. Miller, a new reporter Mr. White just hired.
Well, welcome to the Daily Planet, Mr. Miller.
How do you do?
Jim, please close that door, will you?
Oh, sure.
The racket of those typewriters just about drives me crazy. Thanks, Jim. Well, so you've joined the ranks. Is that it, Mr. Miller? The Deadline Fraternity. Perry White's trained seals.
Is it as bad as all that?
No, not really. We take a beating, but we have a lot of fun. Right, Jim?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, what's eating you, James?
Who, me?
Uh-huh.
Why, nothing.
Oh, now, come on. I know that down in the mouth. Olson, look. What is it?
Mr. Miller is taking Mr. Kent's place.
Oh, that's fine. I'm off. What did you say?
Mr. Kent's been fired. Mr. Miller is taking his place.
Who said so?
The chief, Mr. White.
Oh, the chief. For a minute you had me worried. By this time, Jim, you ought to know better than to take the little Napoleon at his word. Both Clark and I have been fired at least 15 times in the last year.
Is that
Oh,
so?
but this time it's for keeps.
Oh, nonsense, Jim.
I tell you, Miss Lane, this time Mr. White means it.
Don't worry, Jim. The minute Clark sticks his nose in that door, it'll be all...
What's going to happen the minute I stick my nose in the door?
Oh, Mr. Kent.
Hi, Jim.
Clark, you're in trouble. Meet Mr. Miller, the man who's taking your place on the paper.
Huh?
Clark, I'm talking to you. This is Mr. Miller. Clark.
Dazed, as though someone had suddenly cut him across the face with a whip, Clark Kent, almost a little frightened, feels a strange weakness creeping over him as the solution of kryptonite in Henry Miller's veins begins to take some effect, even without the metal mesh gloves and the electronic converter. This is the first meeting of the Atom Man and Superman, although neither is aware of the other's true identity. Something startling is bound to happen, so stay tuned in for the dramatic climax in a few moments. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, most of the gang wear their new Kellogg's Pep comic buttons pinned on their jacket or dress or cap, so everybody can see how many they've collected. But I met up with a girl yesterday who pins hers on a piece of black velvet her mother gave her. You know, like medals. Of course, it doesn't matter how you keep them, as long as you're keeping up with the other kids, rounding out your collection of all 18 different buttons. You'll want Smilin' Jack and Lillums and Smitty and Superman, of course, and all the other true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip friends. Now, any duplicates you get, you'll want to swap with your friends. That's part of the fun. And it's also fun to compare notes and see who's got the most different buttons every day. So don't miss out, gang. Get to work on your collection right away. Ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these new comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. You can't buy them anywhere. But inside every package of Pep, there's a swell prize, one of these brand new colorful comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
A strange scene is taking place in Lois Lane's office at the Daily Planet. Clark Kent, in reality Superman, is facing for the first time young Heinrich Milk, alias Henry Miller, in whose veins flows a solution of kryptonite that makes of him a deadly atom man. As Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen look on in bewilderment, Kent pales as he feels a strange weakness coming over him. Listen.
Clark, what's the matter with you?
I don't know, Lois.
Oh, don't you feel well, Mr. Kent? Here, sit down.
I think perhaps I'd better leave.
No. I'm sorry, Mr.
Miller, Clark.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, but
It's all right. I've got some unpacking to do anyway. I'll see you all later. Bye.
Bye. Now, Clark, what's the matter with you?
I don't know, Lois.
Well, you look simply ghastly. Where have you been the last few days?
Germany.
Germany? Jeepers.
Now, wait a minute. You left here on Monday, and today is Wednesday.
It's almost like the weakness the kryptonite gave me.
What's that?
Oh, did I say something? I'm sorry.
You said you were in Germany, Mr. Kent.
Well, I said that.
Clark, what in the name of heaven has come over you?
Nothing, Lois. Nothing, really.
Well, do you realize what's going on around you?
I don't understand you, Lois. I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, you better go in and see Perry White.
What for?
Well, for one thing, he's your employer, and every employer likes to see his employees once in a while. And for another thing, you've been fired.
What, again?
Well, this time it's serious, Mr. Kent.
Really, Jim?
Yeah, that's why Mr. White hired that Miller guy, to take your place.
What Miller guy?
Oh, good heavens. Clark, go right in to see the chief, will you?
Why?
Go ahead now. Open the door, Jim.
All right.
Oh,
Go ahead, Clark.
all right. I'm going. You don't have to push. Oh, the crazy thing.
Close that door, Jim, will you?
What's wrong with him, Miss
I
Lane?
don't know, but it's serious, Jim. Which key connects with Mr. White's office on the intercom?
Number 3.
Yes? What is it?
Oh, it's Lois Lane, Chief. Clark Kent is coming into your office.
Oh, no, he's not.
Chief, now listen to me. There's something wrong with Clark.
You telling me?
I mean, seriously. Keep him in your office as long as you can. Now, don't let him go. I'll be in there soon. What's that number?
What number, Miss Lane?
I've got it here in my book somewhere. Let's see, wait a minute. I think it's right. Here it is. 3748. 3748. The chief keeps him there.
He sure didn't act right.
Act right. Hello? Mr. Grady, please. Well, he was completely irrational, Jim. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Hello? Mr. Grady? Mr. Grady, I need your help. We have a reporter here at the Daily Planet who seems to have had a nervous breakdown. Yes, he's suddenly become completely irrational. Well, I'd like you to send for him immediately and take him out to your rest farm. Yes, you'll need at least 2 strong men because I'm sure he won't consent to go along willingly once he learns...
Convinced that Clark Kent is in the process of losing his mind, Lois is making emergency arrangements to have him picked up and taken away for treatment, unaware that Kent's trouble is that he has unknowingly met up with his deadliest and most powerful enemy, the newly created Atom Man. Now, with 2 burly attendants on their way for Kent, the Atom Man's search for Superman and Superman's efforts to escape from the weakening effects of his one undefeatable enemy, the powerful atomic energy contained in kryptonite, takes a strange new twist. Will these 2 meet again, the Man of Steel and the Atom Man? When? Where? There's excitement ahead, excitement and spine-tingling suspense in this battle to the death, so don't miss a single thrilling word of it. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
While the famed American scientist Dr. Millison works feverishly to develop an atomic detector able to recognize the presence of Superman's deadliest enemy, kryptonite, which robs the Man of Steel of his strength if he ventures within 10 feet of it, Nazi Germany's evil genius, Der Teufel, has made good use of the piece of kryptonite he stole from the Scarlet Widow. At this very moment, a young man presenting himself as Henry Miller has secured a reporter's job on the Daily Planet. In actuality, Miller is Teufel's Atom Man, a human monster in whose veins flows a kryptonite solution that, with the aid of metallic gloves and an electronic converter, can generate enough atomic energy to subdue the world. But the Atom Man has orders first to find and destroy Superman, protector of truth and justice. As you remember, Miller unknowingly met Superman in his guise of Clark Kent in Lois Lane's office at the Daily Planet. There, a strange thing happened. Even without the aid of the metal gloves and converter, the kryptonite in the Atom Man's veins weakened and dazed Kent. Worried and concerned at what seemed to be Kent's irrational condition, Lois called a man who operates a rest farm.
Mr. Grady, you've got to help me. We have a reporter here at the office who seems to have had a nervous breakdown. Yes, he's definitely irrational. Well, I'd suggest you send 2 attendants up to get him, because I'm certain he'll resist once he learns he's being...
As we continue now, Kent and Lois are with Editor Perry White in the latter's office. Lois is making every effort to humor Kent, while waiting for the rest farm attendants to arrive, and winking at Perry White to make him understand.
Of course you're all right, Clark. There's nothing the matter with you. Nothing.
What are you winking at me for?
Winking? Winking, Chief?
You heard me, winking.
Maybe there's something wrong with you, Lois. You're nervous as a cat.
Oh, nervous? Well, I'm as calm as a kitten.
And then, for the love of Pete, stop winking at me. It's driving me crazy.
Oh, Chief, sometimes you're an obtuse fool.
Oh, what did you say?
Now, look, Lois didn't...
What did you say, Miss Lane? What kind of a fool am I?
An obtuse fool. O-B-T-U-S-E. It means dull and stupid.
Oh, come now,
You keep out of this, Kent. You don't work here anymore. And from this moment on, young lady, neither do you. You're fired.
Again.
This time it's for keeps. This time I... What's that?
Your inter-office phone.
Who asked you? Yes? What is it?
Mr. Grady's men are out here to see Miss Lane.
Who's Mr. Grady?
Oh, tell Miss Backrack to send them in, will you, Chief?
I will not. What do you think this office is, a cattle ranch?
All right, I'll do it myself.
Why of all this... You keep those men out of this office. This is my office, and I won't have it filling up with every dumb Dick and Harry.
Okay, Pop, take it easy. It's a nice day out. How about coming for a walk, huh?
Are you crazy?
No, he ain't, Pop. Take his arm, Charlie. Okay.
Let go of me, you go.
Wait a minute. That's the wrong one. It's that one.
Who, me?
Yes, Clark. These gentlemen wanted to take you for a walk in the sunshine.
Yeah, with the birds and the bees and the squirrels.
Quiet down, Charlie. Come on, pal. We ain't gonna hurt you.
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Lois, can you explain this?
Well, you see, Clark, it's this way. I don't think you're very well. And,
you don't think...
Well, I just arranged for you to go and rest. Well, that's all it is, really. Isn't that so, gentlemen?
Yeah, sure. You're gonna get a nice long rest, pal. Take his arm, Charlie.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. This is what I think it is.
We'll do all the thinking, pal. That's what we get paid for. Come on.
Just a minute, please.
We're in kind of a hurry, pal. Now, are you gonna come along quiet-like, or do we have to make with the business?
You mind if I ask who you two individuals are?
I'll explain later, Chief.
Nobody's interested in your explanation.
Look, Pop, don't get in our hair. That's all we gotta say. Just don't get in our hair.
I'll get in more than your hair before I'm through.
Wait a minute. Lois, do you think I'm crazy?
No, Clark, but I do
Grab
think...
him, Charlie. He's happy.
Okay.
Cut that out. Cut it out, I said.
This is terrible.
Grab his other arm, Charlie.
Let go.
Let go of me, you idiot. Let go of Lois. Let go. Lois, do something.
I know, but you've got to do something.
Unable to reveal his true strength, Clark Kent decides to submit as the two attendants force him out of the office, despite Perry White's frantic protests. Meanwhile, in a shabby basement room in the heart of Metropolis, Henry Miller, the Atom Man, is reporting to his creator, De Teufel.
As I say, getting the job at the Daily Planet was nothing. Making contact with Superman is going to be another matter.
You made, of course, some preliminary inquiries.
I questioned a young reporter named Olson, but he couldn't give me much information. He referred me to a Miss Lane.
Yeah, Lois Lane. A very clever young woman. You spoke with her?
Well, not really. Clark Kent came in just at that time.
Clark Kent? Yeah, I know him well. Now listen to me. They have given you a reporter's card?
Yes.
Good. Unfortunately, I will not be able to keep in very close contact with you, at least until Superman is in your power. Not only the police and the FBI, but hired gunmen in the employ of the Scarlet Widow are looking for me. Therefore, it will be necessary for you to operate on your own. You are not afraid, are you?
With the metal gloves and the converter in my pocket, I'm not afraid of anyone, Teufel.
Spoken well, my Atom Man, spoken well. Now, here is what you will do. The editorial offices of the Daily Planet are almost deserted following the printing of the final edition at 7 o'clock in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
That much I know. Tonight, between 7 and 8, you will go to the Planet and carefully search the desks of the editor, Miss Lane, and Clark Kent for any information you can find that will lead you to contacting Superman.
And if I find no such information?
I feel certain you will learn something at the offices of the Daily Planet. Perhaps enough to accomplish what has been my dream for years.
What's that?
To bring the great and powerful Superman to his knees. To see him groveling before me, begging for mercy, to watch him die. Slowly and painfully. Go, my Atom Man. Go and do this thing for me.
Gloating even before the kill, De Teufel, his half-crazed mind alive with the thought of subduing the American symbol of truth and decency, sends his deadly, monstrous Atom Man on the way. We'll return in a moment to learn what happens in the darkened offices of the Daily Planet. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, gang, you're missing out on something the other kids are having a lot of fun with, unless you're collecting those new comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. You're going to be out in the cold when the fellas and girls compare notes and tell how many different buttons they've collected so far and swap their duplicates. So better hop to it. There are 18 different buttons in this new comic strip series, you know, each one with a speaking likeness of one of your favorite funny sheet characters. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp new comic buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere, but you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. one of these bright new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, PEP, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Unable to reveal his supernatural strength in the presence of Lois Lane and Editor Perry White, Clark Kent decided to submit to being placed in a straitjacket and taken to a rest farm, all because Lois believes he has become temporarily irrational. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening. Off in the distance, a steeple bell tolls the hour. Left alone for the first time since he was carried into the rest farm, Kent studies the small room he is in.
Well, the door's locked and bolted, but those iron bars on the window shouldn't be too difficult to bend. I'll fix Lois for this one of these fine days. First off with these clothes. Irrational, am I? Well, you'll make a public apology to me, Miss Lane, before I'm through. There, that does it. Now to tackle those bars as Superman. I don't want to break them, just bend them enough to get out and bend them back. No sense letting them suspect who they had here. Let's see now, these two should do it. There we are. Should be able to squeeze through that opening. Well, here goes. So, made it. Not by much. Now to get the bars back in shape. They'll be puzzling this out for a long time to come, those two dodo birds who brought me here. So, set straight as a die. Now where? Let's see, it's a little after 7. Nobody at the office now. I think I'll drop in and leave a note for Jimmy. Gotta be able to contact someone at the office.
Up! Up! And away! Leaping into the darkened sky, Superman wings to the heart of the city, and bare moments later drops down on the 20th-story ledge of his own office window.
Well, this is a lot faster than elevators. Up with the window. And inside. I'd better leave the note in an envelope or someone may think it's just... If it's funny. There's a man in Lois's office rummaging through her desk. Great Scott, it's that new reporter the chief hired. Miller. I'll teach him to go through other people's desks. Give him the scare of his life.
Having a good time, my friend?
Superman.
Well, is that all you've got to say?
No, I'll have something more to say in just a minute. Yes, plenty more to say.
Startled at having suddenly come face to face with the one person he has traveled 4,000 miles to find, Henry Miller's hands slip into the pockets of his jacket, reaching for the metal mesh gloves and electronic converter that will transform him from an ordinary human being into a destructive monster, an Atom Man. He can scarcely believe his good fortune, scarcely believe that the broad-shouldered costumed figure standing in the doorway is the object of his search, and Superman, unaware of what he is in for, looks on. What will happen? The man of atoms and the man of steel face one another now. This is the vital moment. So don't fail to hear tomorrow's tense, exciting episode when only a miracle saves Superman from destruction. Tune in, same time, same station tomorrow for the further adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Using a solution of intensely radioactive kryptonite, which is Superman's mortal enemy, a brilliant but crazed Nazi scientist named Der Teufel created an atomic monster able to generate tremendous destructive power within his body. Teufel sent the human monster, a young American-educated German using the name Henry Miller, to America, where, as his first assignment, he was to find and conquer Superman. Speaking perfect English, Miller secured a position as a reporter on the Daily Planet and was introduced to Clark Kent, who, as we all know, is in reality Superman. In the presence of the kryptonite in Miller's blood, Kent became momentarily dazed and irrational. Believing that he was losing his mind, Lois Lane had him taken to a rest farm, from where the Man of Steel escaped that evening. Returning to the seemingly deserted Planet office, he found Miller rifling Lois's desk and challenged him.
Having a good time, my friend?
Superman.
Well, is that all you've got to say?
No. I'll have something more to say in just a moment.
Quickly, Miller's hands dart into his jacket pockets, fumbling for the metal mesh gloves and electronic throat converter that will transform him into a deadly atom man. And unaware of his great danger, Superman stands in the doorway, arms akimbo, a disdainful smile playing about his lips.
You're reaching for a gun, Miller. You're wasting your time.
You'll see what I'm... Someone's coming, just my luck.
Don't move, Miller. Stay where you are.
Jim, I've never seen that. Jim, look. Superman.
Good evening, Lois. Jim?
Well, leaping lizards.
What are you doing here, Superman?
I caught this man rifling your desk.
What man? Why, it's Henry Miller.
He's our new reporter.
I can explain.
Stay where you are.
As you wish. Superman is making a great to-do about nothing, Miss Lane. I missed my gold cigarette case at dinner. It's quite valuable, and I happen to be very fond of it. I thought that I might have left it in my desk, so I came back for it. This is my first day at the Planet, you know, and in the dim light, I must have mistaken your office for mine.
What's that?
Yes, my office is right next to Miss Lane.
That's Clark Kent's
he's
office.
right,
Oh, no.
Superman. No, he's right. Clark has been acting very strange lately, staying away from the office for days at a time. And Perry White finally got fed up and fired him, and he hired Mr. Miller to take his place.
So that's it.
Yeah, and it's a dirty trick if you ask me.
Well, it looks as if I owe you an apology, Mr. Miller.
Oh, that's quite all right. I can see where my being in Miss Lane's office looked suspicious.
It was a perfectly natural mistake.
Hey, what's cooking, Superman? How'd you happen to be here tonight?
Oh, why, I dropped in to see Kent.
To see Kent?
Yes,
Oh, are you and he working on something together?
Well, in a way, Jim.
That's very interesting.
Is it, Mr. Miller?
Why, you're a very famous person. Kent must be very clever to work with.
Oh, he sure is. I think Miss Lane would know it by this time. But no, she makes up her mind he's seeing things and has him sent away to a rest farm.
Now, Jim, I did it for his own good. As I said, Clark has been acting very strange. And this afternoon, right in this office, you were here, Jim. And you too, Mr. Miller.
I remember.
He became positively irrational. He seemed dazed, and he said a lot of things that just didn't make any sense at all.
Well, so what? He probably had something on his mind.
Of course. Kent's as sane as I am, Miss Lane. You had no right to send him away.
There, you see, Miss Lane?
I did it for his own good, Jim. I thought I'd get a lot of good out of a stay at the Grady Rest Farm.
You were much too hasty. I'll see that he's released.
Oh, you will?
Yes, at once.
I've got to be running along. A friend of mine is waiting for me. That is, if you're quite satisfied. I'm not a deadly criminal, Superman.
Well, Miss Lane and I both seem to have been a bit hasty today. Sorry, Miller. No hard feelings, I hope.
None at all. This has been a most instructive evening. Most instructive.
What do you mean?
Meeting Superman and all that. Well, good night, everyone.
Good
So
night,
long.
Miller.
Right.
Are you going to the rest farm and get Mr. Kent out now, Superman?
What? Oh, yes, Jim. I'll just sit down a moment.
Hey,
What's the matter, Superman?
Matter?
Yes, don't you feel well?
Is something wrong with you?
Wrong? I don't know.
Alarmed, Lois and Jimmy stare at the broad-shouldered Man of Steel who sits heavily in a chair, his eyes slightly glazed, and a strange weakness flowing through his body. He hears Lois and Jimmy dimly.
What is it, Superman?
Yo, what's the matter?
As from the back of his mind, a voice, his own voice, speaks to the Man of Steel.
This strange weakness. It's the same as when you were in the presence of the kryptonite.
Superman, say something.
What's wrong?
Yes, what is wrong? It happened just like this earlier today. Right here in Miss Lane's office.
Gosh,
You were feeling all right.
What's the matter?
And suddenly this terrible weakness.
Are you ill?
Can we do something?
No, thanks. I'll be all right.
Can't understand. There's no kryptonite around here.
Drink that water, Jim.
Okay. Gosh, I can't understand it.
I can't understand it. Neither can you. What's happening? Are there other things? Things beside kryptonite that can weaken you?
Would you like me to call a doctor?
Doctor? No, of course not.
Wait. That ring on Lois's finger. Look at it. A green stone. Milky green. Great Scott, perhaps it's...
Here, drink this water, Superman.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
There. Do you feel any better?
Oh, yes, thanks, much.
That ring, it may be...
Oh, don't try to get up yet.
Rest a little bit longer.
Oh, I'm all right now. Quite all right. Excuse me, Lois, will you? Come into Kent's office a moment, will you, Jim?
Oh, sure, you bet.
Shall I come too?
No, stay where you are, please. We'll be just a moment.
Gosh, what is it, Superman? What happened?
Close the door, Jim.
Oh, sure.
Now, listen. Would you like to do something for me?
Oh, golly, sure. Of course. What is it?
Miss Lane is wearing a new ring. It has a green stone.
A green stone?
Yes. It's on the little finger of her left hand. I want you to get it for me.
You want me to get Miss Lane's ring?
That's right.
Why? What for?
Never mind. I'm asking this as a personal favor. Will you do it?
Well, sure.
Then take it to Dr. John Millison. His laboratory is in the Science Building at Metropolis University.
Oh, I know where it is. I took something there from Mr. Kent a few days ago. But why?
Never mind the questions. Just get the ring and rush it to Dr. Millison. Tell Miss Lane I admired it and want to copy it or something.
Oh, okay, I'll get it.
Good.
But are you going to get Mr. Kent out of that rest farm?
You take care of the ring and I'll take care of Kent. Is that a deal?
Oh, it sure is, and thanks a million. I'm awful worried about him.
So am I.
What?
Oh, nothing, Jim. Just get Miss Lane's ring to Dr. Millison as fast as you can. So long now.
Oh, wait, the door isn't that way.
This window will do. So long, Jim. Up, and away!
Leaping into the dark, star-filled sky, the Man of Steel streaks from the Planet Building and heads for Metropolis University to await Jimmy's arrival with Lois Lane's ring. Is it possible that someone has given Lois a ring with a stone made of kryptonite? We'll know in a moment, so keep listening. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, the other day I heard of a family with 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. And they're all collecting the new comic buttons that come as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. At first, they all used to dive in for the button whenever Mom opened a package of Pep, but that didn't work out very well, so now they take turns. Of course, since there are 5 of them, they eat a lot of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, so their turns come up pretty often. Then, if they happen to get duplicates, they exchange them with each other. And you know what? Each one of those kids has already collected 5 different buttons. And are they enthusiastic about the colorful, true-to-life pictures of their favorite funny sheet friends? Anybody would be. Why, Moon Mullen's eyes are popping, just like in the funny papers, and Herbie has his books under his arm, and Superman looks as if he's going to say any minute, up, and away. You know how he says it. Anyway, altogether there are 18 different buttons, you know, and they're easy to collect. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's an exciting prize, one of these new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In the laboratory of Dr. John Millison, Superman stands some 20 feet away from the white-haired scientist who is examining Lois Lane's ring under a microscope. Evidently satisfied, Millison leaves his stool and approaches the Man of Steel, who steps back hurriedly.
Wait, Doctor. Don't come near me.
It's all right, Superman. This ring didn't cause those weak spells.
It didn't? You mean...
The stone isn't kryptonite. It's a type of milky jade.
Jade? Well, then why did I start to lose my strength twice today in Miss Lane's office? I felt exactly as I did when I was near the kryptonite.
That's strange.
I don't understand it. Not being able to understand it, I'm worried. If things like this keep happening...
Don't lose your head, my boy.
But, Doctor, nothing else in the world can affect me like that. Nothing but kryptonite. Doctor, I think Der Teufel has begun his plot against me.
Wait a minute.
I can't wait any longer. The only thing that can save me now is the atomic detector you're developing for me. With that to warn me of the approach of the kryptonite, I'll at least be able to get away before it overcomes me. You said it would be ready this evening, is it?
No, and it may never be.
What? What do you mean?
I'd gladly give 10 years of my life if I didn't have to say this, Superman, but, well, we ran into difficulties just when we thought the detector was completed.
You mean?
We haven't been able to solve the problem yet, and frankly, well, I don't know if we ever will be able to.
Great Scott. What can I do now? What can I do?
Helplessly, Superman stares at Dr. Millison, his one last hope of protection against the kryptonite seemingly gone. And unknown to the Man of Steel, the danger he fears is even closer to him than he suspects, due to an error he himself made in Lois Lane's office. At this very moment, Henry Miller, the dread Atom Man, is in a telephone booth, conveying an important message to the brilliant, half-mad Nazi scientist at the other end of the wire.
Teufel, it is I, Miller. We have nothing to worry about from now on. Yes, that's right. Well, I made a wonderful discovery tonight. A I know exactly how to contact Superman whenever you decide to get rid of him. Of course I know what I'm saying. Yes, I'll be right over. Goodbye.
What does the Atom Man mean? How can he contact Superman at will? Every moment is tense now, fellows and girls, as the greatest menace the world has ever known draws closer to the Man of Steel and to all civilization. Don't fail to be with us Monday for a thrill a minute as Teufel and the Atom Man close in. Be sure to listen same time, same station to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
As you remember, a brilliant half-mad Nazi scientist named Der Teufel injected a solution of highly radioactive kryptonite into the veins of a young German, thus making him an atomic monster, able to destroy anything in his path. Appearing as an ordinary young man named Henry Miller, the Atom Man secured a position as a reporter on the Metropolis Daily Planet, with orders to find and destroy Superman. As we continue now, in a shabby basement room of a Metropolis tenement, Henry Miller is telling Teufel of an important discovery he made at the Daily Planet that evening. Disguised in a black wig and drooping mustache, his skin dyed olive, Der Teufel's frog-like eyes blaze behind thick-lensed spectacles as he interrupts angrily.
What? You say Superman appeared at the Daily Planet this evening?
Yes, I was going through Miss Lane's desk as you told me to, trying to find some clue as to how the paper contacted Superman. And suddenly he was there.
And you let him get away?
I had to, Teufel, you see.
What do you mean you had to? Did you not have your metal gloves and the throat converter with you?
Yes, but...
What? Nothing. You had only to slip them on, touch the switch on the converter, and such atomic power would have poured from your fingers that Superman would have fallen helpless at your feet. Fool, blockhead. Conquering Superman means everything to us, everything. Once he becomes our slave, the rest of the world will fall into our laps like ripe plums.
I know, but I had to let him get away tonight. Just as I was about to put on my gloves and converter, young Olson and Miss Lane came in.
You should have destroyed them, too.
I didn't dare to. You told me to act with the utmost secrecy until Superman was in our hands.
I said if it was possible. Can you not think at all for yourself? Now Superman has escaped you. Who knows when and where he will return?
I know how to make him return.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say you know how to find Superman?
I do.
How? Tell me. Stop grinning like a fool and talk.
I can reach him through Clark Kent.
Clark Kent? The Daily Planet reporter?
Yes. Kent is the planet's contact with Superman. I found that out tonight.
He is? How do you know?
Superman came to the planet to see Kent. He told Olson and Miss Lane that he did. And he admitted that he and Kent were working on something together.
So, that is very interesting. So Clark Kent is the Daily Planet's contact with Superman. I can believe that. Kent is very clever. Well, perhaps you did not fail completely after all.
Of course I didn't. All we have to do is grab Kent, take him somewhere, and make him understand that his life depends on his bringing Superman to us.
Ha! And have every policeman in Metropolis searching for us? 9. That is the way for men without brains, for stupid gangsters.
But
silence. Now listen to me. This is what you will do. Beginning tomorrow, when you report to the Daily Planet, you will cultivate Kent.
Cultivate him?
Yeah, make him your friend. Flatter him, but not too obviously. Then, once he has become your friend, it should not be too difficult to have him arrange a meeting with Superman. Or we can invent some story of a great trouble in which you are involved and from which only Superman can save you. You see?
Yes, and it ought to work.
Yeah. And with the power I have given you, we shall rule the world together. Go now, it is late. Go home and sleep, and in the morning you will begin with Kent.
All right, Teufel. Wait, I just remembered something.
Yeah?
This evening at the Daily Planet, when I was leaving, I passed close to Superman. I noticed that he turned pale and his eyes seemed to glaze.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, and when I got to the door of the city room, I looked back. He collapsed into a chair, and Miss Lane and young Olson were asking him if he was sick.
He was affected by the kryptonite in your blood. If it had been in its original form, he would have lost consciousness.
Yes, I know, but tell me, are you sure that nobody else is affected by it?
Of course I am. Did I not work with it? On contact, a large piece of it will burn the skin, but until its atomic energy is released, it is harmless to everyone except Superman.
Then why was Clark Kent affected by it?
What is this? Kent was affected?
Yes, this afternoon in Miss Lane's office. Kent came in and was introduced to me. He was looking fine, he was in good spirits, but the moment he came near me, he turned pale, his eyes glazed, and he collapsed into a chair, exactly as Superman did this evening.
Yeah, go on.
At first I thought he was having a heart attack, but everyone there said that he was sound as a rock and nothing like that had ever happened to him before. So it must have been the kryptonite in my blood. And if that's the case, how can I get friendly with him? I won't be able to get near him without...
Wait. Could it be?
Could what be?
Himmel. Could it be that Clark Kent is Superman?
Clark Kent? Superman? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the more I think of it, the more I am convinced that we have stumbled on the most closely guarded secret in the history of civilization. Superman's identity. Yeah, now that I look back, when I myself was involved with Superman, Clark Kent also appeared. Not once, but on a number of occasions.
Teufel, it's incredible.
And tonight, you learned from Superman himself that Clark Kent is his contact with the Daily Planet. If Kent is Superman, making contact with himself would be easy, Nine?
Yes, of course, but...
I know what you are about to say. We are not certain.
That's right.
Then we will make certain. We will prove it to ourselves beyond any doubt.
How?
Listen carefully. I have discovered that the alpha rays in kryptonite do not penetrate lead. Tonight, I will prepare for you a vest treated with a special tincture of lead. It will cover your heart and your main arteries and prevent the emanations of the kryptonite in your blood from escaping. It is these emanations, I am certain, that weakened Superman when he was in your presence.
I don't understand.
Do not interrupt. Tomorrow morning at the Daily Planet, you will approach Clark Kent wearing the lead-treated vest. If he is not affected in your presence, leave and remove the vest. When the opportunity arises, approach him again. If then he is affected, he will have positive proof.
And when we have that proof?
Then we have Superman. Exactly where we want him. If we are right, if Clark Kent is Superman, it would be dangerous to carry the gloves and converter with you because of his X-ray vision.
You think of everything, don't you, Teufel?
At the moment, I am thinking of only one thing, my young friend. I am thinking of final victory over the so-called Man of Steel. I'm thinking of ruling the world as no living man
His
has ever
frog-like eyes blazing with something close to madness. The Teufel, whose name means the devil, prepares to expose Superman's double identity. Will he succeed where so many others have failed? We'll return in a moment for today's climax. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, a new kid moved into our neighborhood the other day. And right away, when he met Eddie, he spied those brand new comic buttons Eddie's collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. So, of course, he wanted some of those comic buttons, too. But, you know, for some strange reason, he didn't know how to get them. Well, he said to Eddie, I'll bet you spend all your allowance for those sharp-looking buttons. Well, when Eddie told him that you don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop, he hot-footed it home to ask his mother to get him some Kellogg's Pep. And no wonder. Each one has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite comic strip characters, like Skeezix and Uncle Walt and Winnie Winkle and Superman, of course. Why, all the fellows and girls are set to collect all 18 different buttons in the series. So if you want to get in on the fun, ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these swell buttons. You can't even buy them anywhere, but inside every package of Pep, you'll find a thrilling prize. One of these smart new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is not quite 9:30 the following morning. Clark Kent, summoned by a telephone call from Jimmy Olsen, enters the city room of the Daily Planet and proceeds to Editor Perry White's office.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Jim.
Morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kent. Gee, it's swell to see you back at the Planet.
He's not back. He's just paying a brief call.
That's right.
Jim, you said there was a cable?
Oh, why don't you two kiss and make up? This place isn't the same without Mr. Kent, Chief.
I expect my reporters to spend their working hours reporting. Theory with which Mr. Kent doesn't seem to agree. Give him his cablegram.
Oh, okay. Here it is, Mr. Kent. It's from Army Intelligence in Berlin.
Oh, it is? Good. Maybe they...
Maybe who? What?
Just a minute.
Now, let me remind you, Kent, if that cable has to do with any story you were working on while you were a member of my staff, I'm entitled to it.
Well, that's a relief.
Huh? What is?
Oh, all my troubles are over.
They are?
Uh-huh.
What troubles?
Der Teufel is dead. The kryptonite is gone for good, and now I can stop worrying about the Atom Man.
What Atom Man?
You say Teufel is dead, Kent?
That's what Colonel Greeley says. Apparently they traced him to a cave in the Black Forest in Germany where there'd been a terrific explosion. They caught a Nazi, a former Gestapo man, trying to sneak out of the woods. He told our men what had happened, hoping to save his own neck.
Well, what did he tell them?
That Teufel had been experimenting with a piece of kryptonite, trying to create an atom man.
A what?
An atom man. But we can forget all that now. Teufel blew himself and several other Nazis in the cave to Kingdom Come, and the kryptonite was destroyed, too. Ah, yes, sir. All Superman's worries are over.
But what?
Quiet, Olson, quiet. Kent, this is a terrific story. Police all over the world were looking for Teufel. This cablegram gives us a scoop. It hasn't been on the teletype yet.
Uh-huh. You want me to write it?
Naturally. What are you standing there grinning like a... Now, wait a minute. If I take you back, do you think you can attend to business and let Superman take care of himself?
Well...
He really doesn't need your help, you know.
That's what you think, Chief. But I'll try to be good. Come on, Jim, let's get to work.
Yes, sir. This is more like it. Hot dog.
Just a minute, Cat.
Yes?
I told that new man Miller to take your office.
Oh.
When he comes in this morning, give him a desk in the city room.
Okay. Come on, Jim. Oh, say, I feel like the man in the death house who just got a pardon from the governor.
Well, I don't get it, but as long as you feel good, it's okay by me.
Oh, there's Miller coming in now.
Huh?
We've got to tell him about the switch. Let me handle it, Jim, huh? No sense causing any hard feelings. Poor Miller hasn't hurt anyone.
Smiling for the first time in days, Clark Kent steps forward to meet the one human being on the entire face of the earth who has it within his power to destroy him. No, Henry Miller hasn't hurt anyone yet. But that time is soon coming. And unknowingly, Kent is walking into the trap with his eyes open. Anything can happen from here on in, and something does tomorrow. So don't fail to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Believing that Der Teufel, the brilliant half-mad Nazi scientist, had been killed, and that the piece of kryptonite which robs him of his strength had been destroyed, Superman relaxed, thinking he was out of danger. But as we know, Teufel is in Metropolis with a young, American-educated German named Henry Miller, whom he has transformed into what he calls an atom man, able to destroy anything in his path. Learning that Clark Kent and Superman had both become dazed in Miller's presence, Teufel reached the startling conclusion that Kent and Superman were one and the same person. To test his theory, Teufel treated Miller's vest with a tincture of lead and explained to him,
This vest will prevent the emanations of the kryptonite in your blood from escaping. If Kent is not affected when you wear the vest in his presence, but is affected when you are not wearing the vest, then we will know he is Superman.
As we continue now, we find the slim, blonde atom man wearing the leaded vest at the Daily Planet, where he is talking with Clark Kent in the latter's office. Listen.
I heard that Mr. White changed his mind about firing you, Mr. Kent. I guess that means I'm through, huh?
Oh, no, not at all, Miller. No, we can use another reporter, and the chief thinks you'll make a good one.
Well, that's a relief. I know I'm no great shakes, but you're one of the best reporters in the country, and here I was, Mr. Nobody, taking over your office and expected to fill your shoes. Believe me, I'm tickled pink to see you back.
Well, thanks. Come on, we'll find you a desk out in the city room.
Swell.
Oh, let's see. Well, there's a vacant desk next to Jim Olson's. How does that strike you?
Couldn't be better. I like Jim.
Oh, he's a grand youngster. Got the makings of a first-class reporter, too. I ought to warn you, though. Jim can ask more questions per minute than any 6 other humans.
I'm used to that. I've got 2 kid brothers.
Oh, that's
They're
all.
pretty good on the question stuff, too.
They live here in Metropolis with you?
No, they're out in California with my mother.
Oh.
They're another reason I'm glad I'm holding the job. Those kids use up a lot of shoe leather.
I bet they do. Oh, here we are.
Say, this looks okay.
You'll probably find a lot of accumulated junk in this desk. If you do, just dump it in the basket, huh?
Okay, thanks loads, Kent.
Not a bit.
By the way, I wonder if I could ask you a favor.
Of course. What is it?
Well, I've never worked on a big paper like this, and naturally I'm anxious to make good. Would you mind if I came to you for advice now and then?
Why, certainly not. Pop in any time.
Thanks again, Kent. I
Hi,
really...
Mr. Kent.
Hi.
Hello,
Jim.
Jim.
Hi.
I'm going to be your neighbor.
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Miller.
Look, let's drop the Mr. Miller stuff. Everybody calls me Hank.
Okay, Hank it is.
Well, I'd better dump my coat in the locker and get to work. Thanks for everything. I'll see you later.
Okay.
You know, he seems like a pretty nice guy, Mr. Kent.
Yes, he does. Acted very decently about being moved out of my office. Oh, good morning, Lois.
Hi, Miss Lane.
Good morning, Clark. Jim. Listen, what does I hear about the Teufel being killed?
Well, that's right, in Germany. And the piece of kryptonite he stole was blown up with him.
Well, I hate to say it, but it's a good thing. Teufel was as bad as they come. Well, now you can stop worrying about Superman, Clark.
You're telling me. Well, I gotta get to work. See you later, Jim.
You bet, Mr. Kent.
Now that you're back on the job, what happens to Henry Miller?
Oh, he stays on. He's taking the desk next to Jim's.
That's good. The poor fellow was right in the middle.
Yes, and he needed the job. Supports a mother and 2 brothers.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll see you later.
Incidentally, Miss Lane, you and I have a little matter to discuss.
Oh, have we?
Yes, have we? It concerns my having been dragged off to that rest farm.
Oh, that.
That,
yes. Well, can't we forget it, Clark?
It's a little hard to forget the barred windows.
I just thought I was doing the right thing, honestly, Clark.
All right, we'll forget it. How about lunch?
Well, pick me up at noon, will you?
Right.
Entering his office, Clark Kent closes the door behind him. A few minutes later, Henry Miller, having removed his lead-treated vest and placed it in his locker, returns to the city room and walks past Jimmy Olsen.
Hey, Hank, this is your desk.
Yeah, I know. I just remembered something I wanted to ask Kent about. I'll be back soon, Jim.
Oh, okay.
Kent wasn't affected by the kryptonite while I was wearing my vest. Now we'll see what happens when I'm not wearing the vest.
Come in.
Are you very busy, Mr. Kent?
No, not at all. Come in.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind, Miller?
Mr. White asked me yesterday to do a story on the candidate for mayor for the Sunday sheet. I was wondering how long to make it.
How long?
Yes, I suppose we use a lot of photographs and... What's the matter, Mr. Kent?
Matter?
Yeah, you're looking at me so strangely, and you're very pale. Is something wrong?
I don't know. I feel so...
So what?
So weak. As if all my strength were leaving me.
Good gosh, can I do something?
I can't understand. Get me some water, please.
Sure, of course. Don't try to move, Kent.
Can't...
Jim! Miss Lane, something happened to Mr. Kent.
What? What is it?
I don't know. Get him a glass of water. Hurry, he's pale as a ghost. Where's Miss Lane? Miss Lane! Miss Lane!
As Jimmy rushes for a glass of water and Lois dashes from her office, Henry Miller hurries to the locker room where he once more dons his lead-treated vest. Then he returns to Kent's office where Jimmy and Lois are hovering anxiously around Kent's chair.
How do you feel now, Clark?
Drink some more water, Mr. Kent.
I'll be all right.
How is he, Miss Lane?
I don't know. You were here when it happened, weren't you, Mr. Miller?
Yes, we were talking when all of a sudden he turned pale and said he felt weak.
Well, jeepers. The same thing happened to him yesterday.
I can't understand it. It's just like when the kryptonite...
The kryptonite?
Oh, but there isn't any here. I know there isn't.
What does he mean?
He's becoming irrational again. Just like he did yesterday. He gets illusions that Superman is in danger. Listen, Jim, you better call a doctor.
Okay, I'll call Doc Jennings. You better get the chief, Miss Lane.
He's out of the office. dear. Superman should have left him at the rest farm. He's losing his mind. I know he is.
I'm sure it isn't anything so serious, Miss Lane. How do you feel now, Mr. Kent?
Oh, much better, thanks, Miller. Sorry to have been so much trouble.
You are feeling better, Clark?
Oh, sure.
You sure?
Positive. I'm perfectly all right now.
He isn't?
I can't understand what happened to me.
Have you been examined by a doctor lately?
Why, yes. I'm in perfect
No, never
shape.
mind. We can't wait that long. Dr. Jennings is out on a case, Miss Lane. He won't be available for a couple of hours.
I don't need a doctor, Jim. I feel fine.
Now, look here, Clark Kent. You are going to be examined by a physician, and that's all there is to that.
I think Miss Lane is right, Mr. Kent.
I certainly am right. Now, look...
All right. I know that look in your eye, Lois. I'll go see my own doctor.
Good. Get your hat and come on. You too, Jim.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't need a bodyguard.
Jim and I are going with you, Clark, to make sure that you don't change your mind. Now, come on. Come along now. Oh, if Mr. White gets back before we do, will you tell him what happened, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, all right, Miss Lane. I hope you'll be all right, Mr. Kent.
I'm all right now. Be back soon.
So long, Hank.
So long, Jim. They're gone. 7, 3, 7, 9. It worked. Kent was affected again. He must be...
Hello?
Teufel, this is Miller. Listen.
No names, you fool.
I'm sorry, but listen, you were right. He is the man you thought, the one we want.
You are positive?
Yes. When I wore the vest, he wasn't affected. But when I took it off, he became dazed and almost collapsed, just like he did yesterday.
Good. Sehr good. That makes it much simpler. How are you getting along with him?
Fine. I'm sure that he likes me. And trusts me. So does Jim Olsen.
I said no names. Now listen to me. The young one you just mentioned. The other one is very fond of him. If we can find a way of getting the young one to the beach house...
I don't know how I can do that.
A story.
A what?
The promise of a big newspaper story. You are a reporter, are you not? Now listen closely. This is what you are to do. You will go to your editor and tell him that you received a
Convinced now that Clark Kent and Superman are one and the same person, the Teufel gives the Atom Man final instructions. We'll return in a moment to learn what happens. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, one of the gang said the other day, he can't figure out which is the most fun when Mom brings home some Kellogg's Pep, eating big heaping bowls full of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, or finding out which prize is in the package. Those brand new comic buttons are sure making a big hit. First off, those pictures of your favorite funny sheet characters are so lifelike that, well, they look almost as if they could talk, like Smilin' Jack and Moon Mullins and Harold Teen, and Superman, of course, we couldn't leave him out. And then there's the fun of collecting all 18 buttons, swapping duplicates with your friends, and rounding out your whole collection. So how about asking Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep tomorrow? That's the only way you can get these dazzling new comic buttons. You don't buy them, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. They're exclusive prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's one of these exciting new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. So tell your mother you'd like plenty of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is just an hour since Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane accompanied Clark Kent to a doctor, and Henry Miller, the Atom Man, received final instructions from Der Teufel. Now, as Jimmy returns to the Daily Planet City room, Miller hails him.
What's with Mr. Kent, Jim?
Huh? Oh, the doctor couldn't find a thing wrong with him. He figured he might have eaten something that didn't agree with him. He made him promise to stay home and rest till tomorrow.
I'm glad it's nothing serious. Well, let's go.
Huh? Go where?
Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? I got a tip on a big story after you left, and Mr. White said I could take you along. Come on, we got to rush.
Oh, a big story. What is it?
I'll tell you on the way. I've got a car waiting. I didn't want to go without you.
Well, gee, that's awful nice of you, Hank.
You and Mr. Kent have been swell to me, and I appreciate it. Also, this is a pretty long ride, and I like company. Especially your company, Jim.
Oh, gee whiz. Thanks.
Unaware that his companion is the deadly Atom Man, Jimmy Olsen follows Henry Miller from the Daily Planet. Where is Miller taking the boy reporter? And what is the trap now being set for Superman? Der Teufel's carefully laid plans are rushing to a startling climax, and tomorrow the Atom Man and Superman meet face to face in a battle to the death. So don't miss tomorrow's tense, exciting episode, no matter what happens. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Convinced that Clark Kent is Superman, Der Teufel, a brilliant half-mad Nazi scientist, and Henry Miller, whom Teufel has transformed into an atom man, able to destroy anything in his path, have begun their plot to conquer Superman and then the world. Posing as a young newspaperman, Miller secured a position as reporter on the Daily Planet, where he made friends with Kent and Jimmy Olsen. During Kent's absence from the office, Miller told Editor White that he had received a tip on a big story and received permission to follow the tip with Jimmy. As we continue now, 40 miles north of Metropolis, Miller, the deadly atom man with the unsuspecting Jimmy at his side, is driving a small roadster through lonely, hilly country skirting the sea. It is mid-afternoon. The sky is gray and overcast. Listen.
Gosh, Hank, you're as bad as Mr. Kent.
What do you mean, Jim?
Well, he always acts mysterious, too. We've been driving about an hour now, and you still haven't told me what this big story is we're on.
I was afraid if I did, you wouldn't want to go through with it. We may run into trouble.
Yeah, what kind of trouble?
I'll give you a hint. Who's the most dangerous man in the world?
In the whole world?
Uh-huh.
Gosh, I don't know. Hitler? No, he's probably dead. That Nazi scientist, Der Teufel? No, he's dead, too.
Is he?
Sure, didn't you hear about it? Mr. Kent got a cablegram from Germany this morning. Teufel blew himself up experimenting with the piece of kryptonite that was stolen from the Metropolis Museum.
He did?
Mm-hmm. He was supposed to be trying to create an atom man.
An atom man?
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine anything so goofy? And you want to hear something else funny? Mr. Kent was scared to death that Teufel could do it.
Ah, it's ridiculous.
Well, sure it is, but we couldn't make Mr. Kent see it.
Does Kent still believe that nonsense about Teufel and an atom man?
Well, he did up to this morning, when he got the cablegram saying Teufel and the kryptonite were blown to Kingdom Come. Now he's like a new man.
Uh-huh. Sharp curve coming up. Hang on.
Look, we kind of got off the subject, Hank. You were going to tell me what this big story is we're on.
We didn't get off the subject.
Well, sure we did. You said...
I said our story was tied up with the most dangerous man in the world. And you guessed who that is. Der Teufel. Uh-huh, that's right.
What? You're kidding. The Teufel is dead.
The tip I got said he's very much alive and in a hideout somewhere around here.
Around here? No, wait a minute. What? How?
Take it easy, Jim. You'll have plenty of opportunity to get scared. Later.
Later? Well, I'm scared right now. I mean, I'm excited. Listen, who told you Teufel is alive and hiding around here?
A very good friend of mine who knows all about Teufel.
Who?
You'll find out. Let's see, we're 43 miles out. We ought to be coming to a small woods. There's a map in the glove compartment in front of you. Get it, will you? It's drawn in a piece of paper.
Okay. Well, I don't see any... Say, what's this, Hank?
What?
Oh, these gloves. They look... Sure, they're made out of metal. Meshed metal.
Put them back.
What?
I said put them back, you little punk.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a punk?
Sorry, Jim. Those gloves happen to be very valuable to me. Never mind the map. There are the woods now.
Well, what are you blowing the horn for? The road's empty.
This is where we're to meet my friend.
Hey, look out. 2 men jumped out on the road.
Those are my friends. They were waiting in the woods.
Are you sure? They look pretty tough. Especially the big guy in overalls.
They're tough, all right, as you'll find out.
I'll find out. Well, what do you mean?
Ah, you have young Olsen. Good, Miller.
It was easy.
Huh? Say, who are you and how do you know me?
Oh, you do not remember me, Olsen. You and I, and Miss Lois Lane, too, spent
quite a bit of time together about a year ago.
What? You're Teufel. You dyed your skin and you're wearing a black wig and mustache, but I know you.
Bravo, Olson. And now?
Hey, Hank, what is this? You said these were your friends.
They certainly are. Very good friends.
What?
You look very stupid with your mouth open, Olson. If you will step out of the car, please, we shall go to a place where we can renew our acquaintance.
What? Hey, now, wait a minute.
Give me a hand with him, Willie.
Just leave him to me, Teufel.
Let go. Cut it out. Let go, I say. What's the idea? Hey, Hank, don't let... Oh, now I know. You're with him, you dirty Nazi. Help! Help!
Stop this noise and take him to the cabin, Billy. I will be there shortly.
Okay, Teufel. Shut up. Shut up, I said, or I'll let you have it. Come on.
So far, you've done well, Miller. Now we are ready for Superman. You have the mesh gloves and the throat converter?
They're in the glove compartment.
Good. And Kent is at the Daily Planet?
No, he's home. His doctor thought he needed a rest.
Ah, you have his telephone number?
Yes. You're sure that this'll work, Teufel?
You have nothing to fear. You need only turn the switch on the converter, and such atomic power will pour from your gloved fingers that Superman will be destroyed.
I hope you're right, Teufel.
I am always right. Go now, drive to the beach house, and make no mistakes.
I won't. What'll I do after it's over?
I will be there to tell you.
All right. Goodbye, Teufel.
Leaving the Teufel standing in the road, Henry Miller, the Atom Man, drives rapidly away. A half hour later, Clark Kent's telephone rings.
Hello?
That you, Mr. Kent?
Yes.
This is Henry Miller. Listen, Jim Wilson and I came out here on a story.
Yes, I know. The chief told me.
Well, we ran into trouble. Bad trouble.
What happened?
Jim.
Yes? What about Jim?
Mr. Kent, you've got to do something. I wanted to call the police, but Jim insisted I call you.
Well, tell me what's wrong. Where are you?
I haven't time to tell you. They'll be back any moment. They said they're going to shoot us.
Where are you, Miller?
At a beach house a few miles north of Grant Crossing, but you've got to hurry.
All right. Take it easy, Miller. Take it easy. A beach house north of Grant Crossing?
Yes.
I'll be there in a few minutes.
A few minutes? It's 50 miles from Metropolis.
I'll contact Superman. You and Jim sit tight, Miller. Don't worry. Superman will be right out.
Hanging up, Clark Kent swiftly resumes his true identity of Superman, never suspecting that he is being lured into a trap baited with Jimmy Olsen, a trap waiting to be sprung by the Atom Man. We'll return in a moment for the thrill-packed climax of today's episode. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
Say, it's a big moment, isn't it, gang, when Mom opens a package of Kellogg's Pep, because right away you're looking for one of those exciting new comic buttons all the gang is collecting. You're wondering which button you'll get, whether it'll be a new one to add to your collection or a duplicate so that you can have the fun of trading with one of your pals. Now, you'd sure hate to miss out on the fun all the rest of the fellows and girls are having with these new comic buttons, so ask Mother to get you a package or two of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these keen-looking buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send it any money, not even a box top. You just look inside the Pep package, and there you are, one of those sharp new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. It's your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In a cabin set on a vast, lonely beach edged by a forest, Henry Miller, the Atom Man, has just completed his phone call to Clark Kent. Now, swiftly, he straps a small square metal box around his throat, directly over his jugular vein. This is the converter, in which a tiny electronic tube at the turn of a switch will flash an impulse to the kryptonite in his blood and send atomic energy rushing to his fingertips, from where it will emerge in an unbroken stream of terrible, shattering power. Quickly, then, he pulls on his meshed gloves of platinum and thorium, throws a scarf around his neck, and has just time to clasp his strangely gloved hands behind his back as a strong burst of wind is heard above the cabin, and then a thud as of a giant dropping to earth. A timeless moment, and the door of the cabin is flung open, and Superman in blue costume and red cape strides into the room.
Miller, what happened? Where's Jim?
Welcome, Superman.
All right, never mind that. Where's Jim, I say?
He's with der Teufel.
What? Der Teufel?
Yes.
What are you talking about? What's that on your throat?
You'll see in a moment, Superman.
Miller, what are you doing? What's that strange noise? And what are those gloves you're wearing?
You'll see that in a moment, too.
Hey, Scott, what happened to your voice? Miller!
You can stop calling me Miller from now on.
Let me introduce myself. I am the Atom Man.
No. No!
Don't try to move. You're helpless now.
No. Stand back. Don't come near me! Raising his weirdly gloved hands, the Atom Man slowly advances on the Man of Steel, who, helpless, stands rooted to the spot as all the miraculous strength in his massive superhuman muscles drains away. Step by step, the atomic monster in human form moves forward. Finally, he stops, and his thin lips curl in a deadly smile.
This is the end, Superman. In a moment, you'll die. Now! Now!
Sharp explosion, a blinding white-hot flash that seems to leap from the Atom Man's meshed fingers. Jagged green sparks that strike against Superman's wilting body like miniature bolts of lightning. Is this the end? As the one and only survivor of the amazing civilization that once flourished on the planet Krypton finally met his master? Superman, whose strength was beyond measure, whose impenetrable skin turned back the sharpest steel, whose unfailing devotion to truth and justice struck fear into the hearts of those who preyed on their fellow men. Has he become the victim of that strange, mysterious power, atomic energy, the power that brought the warlords of Nippon to their knees? Has it now brought Superman to his knees, never to rise again? Fellows and girls, don't miss tomorrow's amazing episode. Nothing like this has ever happened before. So remember to tune in, and tell all your friends to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for the most exciting episode ever broadcast in the Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the Adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Now, The Adventures of Superman.
Convinced that Clark Kent is in reality Superman, Der Teufel, a brilliant but unscrupulous Nazi scientist, arranged for Henry Miller, whom he had transformed into an Atom Man, to meet and destroy the Man of Steel. Using Jimmy Olsen as a decoy, Miller contrived to have Superman come to the boy's rescue. And when the Man of Steel arrived at a lonely beach house where he expected to find Jimmy, he found instead Henry Miller, transformed into the deadly Atom Man. Before Superman had a chance to take in the situation, the Atom Man threw a switch on the electronic converter attached to his throat, and there was a blinding white flash as the atomic power of the kryptonite in his blood was released. Then jagged green sparks like miniature bolts of lightning leaped from the tips of his metal mesh gloves. Striking Superman, the terrific charges of atomic energy sent him reeling, stunned, his great strength draining from his powerful muscles. And as we continue now, the Atom Man, his gloved hands raised before him, advances on his shocked and helpless victim. Listen.
This is the end for you, Superman.
No.
The end.
No.
Never again will you interfere with our plans. Now Germany will rise from its ashes and enslave the world.
No. Keep away from me.
You're through. Finished.
Keep away.
My atomic power is destroying you.
You're mad, Miller. Stay away. Oh, I can't stand. Oh.
So the great Superman is on his knees. If only Teufel could see you. Now, die, Superman.
No.
Die.
Stop it. I can't stand it. Advancing to where Superman has fallen to his hands and knees, mortally stricken, the Atom Man points the fingers of his meshed metal gloves, and an unending chain of flashing jagged green sparks strike against the Man of Steel's limp body.
Die, Superman! Die!
I can't. His head sinking, his eyes closing, Superman hears a voice that somehow breaks through the mist of his waning consciousness. A voice that calls to him desperately.
You can't die now. You can't. All you ever fought for, justice, the rights of man, will be lost.
Die, Superman! Die like a beaten dog!
I can't stand anymore.
You've got to stand it. You must. Make one last effort. Get through the door to the beach outside.
Oh, I can't.
Why?
Oh, my strength is gone. I can't.
You must. Get outside. Get away and recover your strength. Then tear that box from his throat. It controls his power. You must do it. Hurry.
This is the end of you, Superman. Die! Now!
Somehow, from somewhere in his racked, tortured body, Superman finds the strength to raise himself from his knees, to stagger, reeling like a drunken man through the open door to the beach. Enraged, the Atom Man pursues him.
You can't get away, you fool! You're finished! Finished, do you hear? Only a few more seconds and you're through!
As the Atom Man pursues the reeling Man of Steel, the stream of jagged green death pouring from his meshed hands misses its mark, striking the beach and exploding a torrent of sand high into the air. A huge crater opens up and down into it tumble the Man of Steel and the Atom Man, where they tangle in mortal combat.
Now I'll finish you! Now!
No! That mark on your throat! I must get it!
His arms like lead, his fingers numbed. The Man of Steel claws at the converter on the Atom Man's throat, almost reaches it, but the Atom Man twists away, trips, turns, and is temporarily hidden from his prey by a deluge of sand, which falls between and around them, forming a maze of small hills and dunes.
Now, my chance. Get away before he finds me.
Where are you? You can't escape. Where are you?
Must get away. Must get strength back.
Great chest heaving, his eyes burning like live coals, Superman drags himself up the sandy slope of the crater, while the Atom Man, seeking him wildly in the maze of dunes, points his hands this way and that, blasting vast new craters in the beach.
Where are you, Superman?
Furiously, the Atom Man hunts for his prey, finally sees him staggering toward the forest. Shouting triumphantly, he races after him.
Now I've got you! Stop, you fool! Stop!
If I can reach the woods and lose it.
Again, the Atom Man points his meshed hands toward the Man of Steel, sending atomic lightning flashing into the forest beyond the beach. Great trees twist as in a violent earthquake and hurtle skyward, trailing masses of white roots like giant twisting snakes. One huge oak, flung high into the air, crashes down on the staggering figure of Superman, pinning him to the beach. He shudders, clasping the thick trunk lying across his chest. Minutes ago, he could have hurled it far out into the gray ocean like a toothpick, but now his weakened hands only close over it, then fall away. Through dimming eyes, he can see the Atom Man approaching. One last convulsive heave, and the giant tree rolls a few scant inches, but not enough. Now the Atom Man is closer, the eerie whine and crackling of the deadly atomic energy roaring in Superman's ears like some vast maelstrom, sucking him down into a bottomless pit.
Now I've got you, Superman! You can't escape again! This time you're finished! It's Teufel! Hurry, Teufel! Hurry and see the end of Superman!
Like a wolf closing in for the kill, the Teufel races across the cratered, blasted beach to the edge of the forest, where, trapped under a giant tree, all the great strength gone from his once mighty muscles, Superman lies prone, his eyes closed against the shaking earth, while the Atom Man hovers above him, jagged atomic lightning flashing from his meshed fingers to strike, and strike, and strike again at the limp body of the Man of Steel. We'll return again in a moment for the climax of today's episode. But first, here is your announcer.
You know, gang, there are 18 different Funny Sheet characters in this brand new series of comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. So you'd better hop to it and collect them all. You'll want every single one of them. Superman and Uncle Walt and Periwinkle and all the rest, because they're so doggone sharp looking, and they're so easy to get. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy these new comic buttons anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal,
Kellogg's Pep. So ask Mom to get you a package or two of Pep tomorrow. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these exciting new comic buttons, or a military insignia or warplane button. That's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As Superman lies helpless under the deadly atomic bombardment of the pitiless Atom Man, Jimmy Olsen is a prisoner in a shack in the woods nearby, guarded by Teufel's henchman Willie, an ox-shouldered, broken-nosed man in overalls. For several minutes they have heard explosions in the distance, and the sounds of giant trees being uprooted and crashing to earth. Now they feel the floor and walls of the shack begin to shake.
Well, it's an earthquake or something. We've got to get out of here, mister.
You mean I got it, not you, Olsen?
What do you mean?
Teufel told me to keep you here till he got back. I ain't staying, but you are, see? I'm gonna lock this door.
No, I can't. The shack is going to cave in.
Now what? Get back in there or...
Look out, here comes the roof.
Oh!
The roof of the flimsy shack crashes down. A falling beam strikes Teufel's burly henchman on the back of the neck, felling him like an ox. Ducking, leaping wildly through the wreckage, Jimmy escapes into the forest. His heart pounding, he seeks some avenue of escape through the tall trees and underbrush. Spots a narrow, hardly perceptible trail and follows it. He can hear a dull rumbling all around him, increasing his fear.
It's an earthquake. I gotta get out of here. I just gotta.
Plunging onward, the boy reporter tops a small rise and finds himself out of the woods. Below him is the sandy beach, gashed and cratered, as if two great armies had fought over it. And beyond that, the sullen gray sea. Panting, Jimmy pauses to catch his breath. Then, suddenly, a new sound cuts through the rumbling, drawing his attention to a scene on the beach below him. He stiffens, turns ghastly pale.
It's Teufel and Miller. Something's shooting out of Miller's hands. Big green sparks like lightning. And they've got someone on the ground. They're killing him. I've got to get help. I've got to get help, and quick.
His hair standing on end, Jimmy Olsen wheels like a frightened deer and plunges back into the woods, his eyes wide with the horror of what he has seen. Onward he races, tripping, falling, picking himself up and plunging on through the forest, filled with that awesome rumbling. Meanwhile, on the lonely, devastated beach, the Teufel looks on with pleasure as the Atom Man continues to bombard the now limp, unconscious body of Superman with the terrible, unleashed power of atomic energy pouring from his meshed fingers like devil's pitchforks. Is Superman finished? Did Jimmy Olsen witness the end of the great Man of Steel? Have Der Teufel and his human monster, the Atom Man, finally vanquished the heretofore unconquerable Superman? If they have, who now can stop Teufel in his mad plan to rule the world? There's a thrilling episode in store for all of us tomorrow, so don't miss it. Something startling occurs, something you can't possibly guess. So be with us same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Using Jimmy Olsen as bait, Henry Miller, in whose veins flows deadly atomic energy, lured Superman to a lonely beach far from Metropolis. Wearing meshed metal gloves, Miller touched the switch on a converter at his throat, transforming himself into an Atom Man, from whose fingers poured a stream of terrible atomic power. After a titanic battle, Superman finally fell unconscious, and the Atom Man,
joined by Der Teufel, the half-mad Nazi scientist who plans to rule the world, prepared to finish him. Meanwhile, escaping from the shack where he had been held prisoner, Jimmy saw the Atom Man in action, but failed to recognize that the unconscious figure on the beach was Superman. Horrified, Jimmy raced back through the night-darkened woods in search of help. And as we continue now, he has come to a small clearing in which stands the log cabin of a trapper. Panting, he pounds on the door. Listen.
I'll take it easy. I'm coming. What's all the rush, son?
Excuse me, I'm Jim Olsen. Can I use your phone?
Ain't got no phone.
Oh, golly. What'll I do?
What's the matter? You look like you've been around.
I gotta get to a phone and call the police.
Why? What happened?
Oh, gosh, it's terrible. Green sparks were shooting out of Miller's hands.
Green sparks?
Yes, like lightning. He was shooting them at some man on the ground, and Teufel was watching him.
Now, wait a minute. What is all this about? You sure you ain't dreaming, son?
Oh, please, mister, don't waste any more time. I saw it, I tell you.
Well, where?
On the beach. It was all ripped up like an earthquake hit it. Big trees were knocked down. Oh, please don't just stand there. The man might already be dead.
Now somebody's dead. Listen, son, you'd better sit down and take a rest.
Oh, I'm all right, I tell you. Look, here's my wallet. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet.
Well, let's see the wallet.
Here, look at it. Hurry.
Yeah, it does seem like you're a reporter.
Of course I am. Please, mister, take me to a phone.
Well, okay, come on. I'll take you to Sam Tyler. He's the game warden. See what he thinks about all this.
Has he got a telephone?
Yep. He's about a mile from here. Fella shooting green sparks out in his hands.
As the reluctant trapper leads Jimmy Olsen through the woods, a few miles away on the beach, the Atom Man, commanded by Der Teufel, has turned the switch on the converter at his throat, stopping the flow of atomic power through his metal-gloved hands. His eyes blazing, he stands by impatiently as Teufel bends over the limp, motionless figure of Superman. All about is a scene of chaos. Great trees ripped from the forest above the beach, split and blackened as if by lightning, lie all about in crazy profusion. The vast beach, from the gray sea to the edge of the forest, is gashed and torn into deep trenches and craters, almost as if it had sustained an artillery barrage. Only the wind and the low roar of surf break the silence of night, as finally the Atom Man steps forward impatiently, and again speaking in the normal voice of Henry Miller.
Well, Teufel, are you satisfied that he's dead?
He is not dead.
What? He must be.
I tell you he is not. His heart still beats. I faintly, but it still beats.
That's impossible. Why, that huge tree that lay across his legs, it's entirely disintegrated.
But Superman still lives. What must we do to kill him? What?
He can't be alive.
Will you stop saying that, you fool? I tell you he still lives. See for yourself. Put your ear to his chest.
I can't hear any heartbeat.
Listen again.
I still can't hear it. I tell you, he's dead. He's stone dead. Now, come on, Teufel. We've got things to do, big things.
We can do nothing until Superman is dead.
But he is.
I say he is not, and he must die. He must. Everything depends on it.
I tell you...
Will you be quiet? Wait, I have my pistol. Yeah, that will finish him.
You're wasting your time. The bullets just bounce off his body.
Yeah, they cannot penetrate. What will we do?
If you'll just listen to me.
I listen to you? Are you out of your mind? It is you who must listen to me.
Yes? I don't know about that.
Then you had better know, fool blockhead. Have you forgotten that it is I, Der Teufel, who gave you your great power, and that I, Der Teufel, can also take it away?
Can you?
Yeah, I can. Oh, wait, we must not quarrel now. Together the world is ours. But first, this tiny spark of life which remains in Superman must be extinguished. There must be a way.
I tell you he's dead, but if it'll make you feel any better, I'll turn on the converter again and...
No, you must not.
Why not?
The atomic energy of the kryptonite in your blood can be exhausted.
What's that?
You have already consumed a great deal of it today, and I cannot give you any more.
My kryptonite can be exhausted? You didn't tell me that.
I'm telling you now. That is why we must dispose of Superman permanently, so that he cannot interfere with us.
But if the kryptonite can be exhausted, how...
In case the sight of Superman's dead body is not enough, we need only one more demonstration of your power. We need only wipe out Metropolis, and America and the rest of the world will surrender to us.
But suppose that isn't enough. Suppose America and England and Russia won't surrender at once, and I've exhausted the atomic power of the kryptonite.
In that case, there's always the Scarlet Widow.
The Scarlet Widow, who's she?
An arch criminal who owns the other 3 pieces of kryptonite.
She does?
Yeah, she... I have it.
What?
How to finish Superman.
How?
I will tell you. Despite his amazing powers, he is still a man, a human being. He requires food and drink. We will take him to the shack in the woods where Willie is guarding young Olson. We will dispose of Olson, and then we will keep Superman in a coma until he starves to death.
That's ridiculous. It's a lot of needless trouble. I tell you, he's as dead as he'll ever be right now.
I say he is not. Now listen to me.
Teufel, you're crazy.
I crazy? How dare you speak to me that way? Your power has gone to your head.
If you can't see that Superman is finished, you are crazy, and I'm taking matters into my own hands.
Listen to me, you...
No, Teufel, you listen to me. Superman is done for, and our next step is to destroy Metropolis, then call on the world to surrender to us and to Germany.
You dare to give me orders? I, who gave you your power...
Yes, you gave me my power, but I've got it now, and I intend to use it as I see fit. I don't need you anymore, Teufel.
What? After all I have done for you, you dare to defy me?
Yes. Keep your hand away from that gun.
Now, wait. Oh, you think I would shoot you, my Atom Man?
I know you would. You shot my father. You murdered him in cold blood.
No, that is a lie.
It's the truth. General Bromberg told me. I've been waiting for this chance, Teufel, but I didn't dare make a move because I needed you. But now I don't need you anymore.
You do. You are helpless without me. And the kryptonite in your blood is exhausted.
You told me where to get some more, remember? The Scarlet Widow.
Oh, no.
Yes, and now you're going to die, Teufel, the same way Superman died.
No, don't touch that converter. Don't touch it.
Too late, Teufel! It's building up!
I'll shoot you. I'll kill you.
Too late, Teufel! This is the end for you!
Throwing the switch on the converter at his throat, the Atom Man raises his metal-gloved hands toward Der Teufel, who snatches his gun from his pocket. We'll return in a moment for the dramatic climax of today's episode. But first, here is your announcer.
Yes, sir, the mothers of all the gang are sure being rushed for lots of Kellogg's Pep these days. Because, of course, it's such a super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. And because it's the prize package, where you get those brand new exciting comic buttons all the fellas and girls are collecting. Real true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny sheet characters, like Uncle Walt and Skeezix and Orphan Annie and Superman, of course. Boy, those pictures are so doggone real, you'd think they were going to talk. They're done up in full comic strip colors on bright white enameled buttons that really show up when you pin them on your jacket or dress or cap. What's more, these new comic buttons are easy as 1, 2, 3 to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't even buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the easy way and the only way you can get your exclusive prize. Just look inside the package and see which prize you find. One of those exciting new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, these swell prizes come only in packages of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
On the lonely, ravaged beach, as Superman lies motionless on the ground, the Atom Man and his former master, Der Teufel, have quarreled violently. Drunk with his own power, the Atom Man turned the switch on the converter at his throat, releasing the deadly atomic energy of the kryptonite in his blood. As Teufel snatched a pistol from his pocket, the Atom Man raised his mesh-gloved hands toward him.
This is the end of you, Teufel!
9!
That's all, Teufel. You're finished.
Now we're even, Teufel. You killed my father and I killed you. Now I have the power to rule the world. What's that? Sounds like police sirens coming this way. I'll stop them. No, Teufel said that I can exhaust the kryptonite. I'll have to be careful until I can get more. I'll just bury Superman in this hole and get away through the woods back to Metropolis. Now to cover him up. I don't want him found and the police warned what to expect. Till I'm ready. I'll let them find Teufel, though. They'll think lightning killed him and knocked down all these trees. There, they'll never know Superman is under there. Just smooth it out a little. That does it. Here they come. Time for me to go. Goodbye, Superman. And goodbye to you, too, Teufel.
Swiftly, the Atom Man fades into the woods, leaving the dead Teufel lying on the beach, and Superman buried deep under the sand. The brilliant half-mad Nazi scientist has met his end at last. Destroyed by the deadly atomic monster he himself created,
in his frenzied dream of ruling the world. But has Superman, too, been destroyed? And is the Atom Man free now to roam the world, to destroy further? Fellows and girls, our story is far from over. There's much tense action and excitement ahead, so don't fail to listen Monday, when events take a new and even more strange and startling turn. Tune in, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
On a lonely beach 50 miles from Metropolis, Superman waged a titanic battle with Henry Miller, the Atom Man, a human monster in whose bloodstream flows the deadly kryptonite, enabling him to generate terrific atomic power. Finally, Superman was conquered and lay motionless on the sand. Drunk with power, Miller destroyed the Teufel, the half-mad German scientist who had made him the Atom Man. Then, certain that Superman was dead, Miller buried him in a deep hole on the beach and left for Metropolis to make further use of his incredible atomic power. As we continue now, Jimmy Olsen, having escaped from a henchman of Teufel's, has arrived at the ravaged, blasted beach with Sheriff Simpson and a deputy. Unaware that Superman lies almost beneath his feet, Jimmy stands by as the sheriff and his deputy bend over the charred body of the Teufel.
Appears to me this man was struck by lightning. Wouldn't you say so, Fred?
It ain't nothing else, Ferv. Must have been one awful freak storm that hit here, too. There were the big craters in the beach, and them trees down the woods. You notice how they're split and blackened clear through?
Yeah. Olsen,
Yes, Sheriff?
take another look at this fella. You still think he's that Nazi Teufel?
Oh, I'm sure of it. Especially now he hasn't got his phony wig and mustache on.
Well, I called Inspector Henderson. He'll be out here pretty soon. He'll know. Now, what about those other two men you said you saw here?
Must have been more than two, Sheriff, judging by all these tracks in the sand.
There were only two, besides Teufel, I mean. One was Henry Miller, our new reporter. He was the one who was shooting the green sparks out of his hands.
Green sparks?
Yeah, they were like little bolts of lightning, and they were coming right out of his hand.
What the...
Hold it, Fred. Go on, Olsen.
Well, Miller was shooting these sparks at a man in the sand. It was right about here, at the edge of the woods. It made the whole beach and forest shake. At first, before I saw what it was, I thought it was an earthquake.
Great Jehoshaphat.
Great fiddlesticks. Olsen must have seen the tail end of the lightning storm. Some of the bolts probably hit behind Miller, and Olsen thought they were coming out of his hands.
They were, and there wasn't any storm.
Don't talk foolish, son. Only lightning could split these big trees down the middle and scorch them that way, and blast these big holes in the beach.
But I tell you...
Never mind. I told you what happened. Now, what about this man you say was lying on the sand? You, sure it wasn't this one? Fellow you claim Teufel?
No, Teufel was standing behind Miller. I don't know who the other man was. He was lying on his stomach.
Was he a big fella? Big or small?
He was pretty big, I think. He was all hunched up. I can't be sure. He had on a red sweater or jacket or something. I think he was dead. But Miller kept shooting those sparks at him.
If he was dead, where is he?
That's what I was going to ask.
Gosh, how do I know? I got scared and ran back through the woods to get help. Maybe Miller buried him.
Why would he bury him, not Teufel? I think...
Uh-oh.
What do you got there, Fred?
I think it's a gun, a .32.
Oh, see it.
Here. That's the part of the barrel sticking up out of the sand.
Yeah. 4 shots fired from it. Yeah, not very long ago, either. You can still smell powder.
Maybe that's what Olsen saw. The sparks, I mean. Miller might have been shooting the guy on the ground.
No, I tell you...
Could be. Come on. Do a little digging where you found the gun, Fred. I feel that Olsen's right. Miller buried the fella.
Okay. It was right here.
Yeah. Start digging. You look around, Olson. Maybe you'll find something else.
Okay. Don't seem like nothing's buried here, Sheriff.
Well, go down a bit more. Wait. Hey, what's this?
What?
This little piece of cloth, see? It's red.
Uh-huh, but what?
Olson said the fellow was wearing something red, a sweater, jacket, or something.
Well, that piece of cloth didn't come out of a sweater or a jacket. It's too silky.
Yeah, it might have come out of a muffler, though. Olson said it might have been a muffler he saw. Yeah, look here. Darkened. Scorched like.
Might be powder burns, huh? From the gun?
Yeah, maybe. Come on, take some more.
All right. Nothing yet.
Yeah, keep going. Found the gun here, a piece of cloth.
Hey, Sheriff. Sheriff.
Wait, Fred. What is it, son?
Come on over here. I found something.
Okay.
Where is he?
There at the edge of the woods.
Oh, yeah. What'd you find, Olson?
Come over here and see. I don't want to touch it.
Maybe he found the other dead guy.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Okay. What is it, Olson?
There. See? On the ground.
What? Well, shucks, I thought...
Hey, look, Fred, look. There's another piece of red cloth.
Sure enough.
That's what I wanted to show you.
Yeah, looks just like the piece we found back there. Yep. Scorched and darkened the same way, too.
Any blood on it?
Nope. Don't get it.
Well, maybe Miller dragged the man into the woods here and buried him. And the piece of red cloth could have come from the man's clothes. Remember I told you he was wearing something red?
Say, that might be it, Sheriff. The ground looks fresh turned over, too. Maybe if we dig right here...
the ground looks fresh turned over. That's from the trees getting uprooted in the lightning storm.
But if we dig right here where I found the knife...
Yeah, we can't go digging up the whole beach and woods. Tell you what to do, Fred. You and Olson take my car and drive to Linwood. Find Doc Akers and bring him out here and look over the body. By the time you fetch him, Inspector Henderson ought to be here, and then...
I'll wait for the inspector. No. Gosh, I gotta call the Planet and tell him what happened to Teufel. This is a big scoop.
I don't want any newspaper stories till Inspector Henderson says it is Teufel. I want you to go to State Police Headquarters with Fred, Olson.
Oh, but I'm
you
sure...
You heard me? You give State Headquarters a description of Miller and the car he was driving, so they can get an alarm out for
but
him.
I tell you...
Will you stop arguing? Miller maybe killed somebody. If that's really Teufel, like you say...
Oh, it's Teufel, all right.
Well, then, if Miller was working with him, Miller's a Nazi, too. Maybe a murderer. We gotta find him. Now get going, both of you.
Okay, Sheriff. Come on, Olson.
I'm coming. Boy, they better get Miller. I tell you, there were green sparks shooting out of his hands and shaking the ground. Golly, I wish I knew where to find Superman. He'd make short work of Mr. Henry Miller.
Unaware that he himself prevented Sheriff Simpson and his deputy from finding Superman by calling them away just when their probing hands were a few scant inches above the buried man of steel, Jimmy follows the deputy to the sheriff's car. What will happen next? There's an exciting climax ahead, which we'll bring you in a moment. But first, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, gang, a lot of people think it's more fun to anticipate something, to look forward to it, than it is to actually have it. But believe me, that's not true of those new comic buttons you fellows and girls are all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, it is fun to look forward to Mom opening a new package of Pep and, to wonder which button you'll find inside, but it's just as exciting when you get that smart-looking button. Maybe it's one of the new comic buttons you need for your collection. Might be Superman or Winnie Winkle or Orphan Annie. Or maybe it'll be a duplicate that you can swap with one of your friends. Boy, that's swell fun, too. And you'll get a kick out of pinning those comic buttons on your jacket or dress or cap. And the best part is, those nifty comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these new comic buttons with pictures of your funny sheet favorites or a military insignia or warplane button. There's a prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is just before sunset on the lonely, ravaged beach where Superman and the Atom Man fought their Herculean battle. Teufel's body has been removed. Inspector Henderson and state police officers have visited the scene, made photographs, measured footprints, and departed. Now all is silent, save for the low murmur of the wind and the lapping of the outgoing tide. But suddenly the silence is broken as two men dressed in hunting clothes and carrying shotguns come through the fringe of the woods toward the beach. A black and white water spaniel roaming in the brush suddenly springs out on the sand and, plumed tail aloft, rushes off the beach, barking.
Listen to that crazy animal.
Can't wait for us to knock a couple of crackers down so we can go fetch them.
I can't wait either. I haven't had a decent shot yet this season.
We ought to get plenty of shots in the next half hour. We got 3 mallards and a pintail on this beach yesterday, and the wind's better today.
I hope you're right. All I wanted... Hey, Joe. Look.
Holy smokes. What happened to the beach?
I don't know. It sure is torn up like it was bombed.
Yeah. Look at those trees up ahead. They're all down.
It must have been a hurricane.
We'd have heard about it. Probably a freak electrical storm. See how that big oak is split right down the middle?
Yeah. And it's scorched. Why, you're right. Only lightning could do that.
Boy, glad I wasn't around.
Me too. Hey, look at that hole. Wow, it must be 10 feet deep.
I see it. Uh-oh. I see something better. Flight of mallards coming in straight ahead. Hold it, Mark. Don't move.
Right? Where's the dog?
Don't worry about him. He knows his business. What? Well, how do you like that? Barking his fool head off and scaring the ducks away. Biff! Come here! Biff, come here!
He's digging in the sand.
I'll teach him. Come on. He knows better than that. Biff, come here! Come here, boy!
He must have found something. Look how deep he is already. I can just see his tail.
Yeah, that fool dog. And after all the years he's been hunting, digging up a dead fish and barking his head off with ducks overhead. It's going to hear from me. Biff! Stop that digging! Stop it, I said! Biff! Stop that digging!
Enraged, the duck hunter strides along the beach, approaching the deep hole his excited dog is digging in the soft sand, determined to pull him away and reprimand him for having spoiled a perfect shot. If he does, the body of Superman, buried deep in the sand at the very spot, will never be discovered. For even now the tide is rising, and as the sun sets, the water will roll up and cover the beach. Or does it matter? Can Superman, bombarded by livid bolts of atomic energy, and buried now for almost an hour, still be alive? We'll know tomorrow, and we'll also know what plans the deadly Atom Man is hatching. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today on the bleak and ravaged beach where the Man of Steel waged his greatest battle, 2 duck hunters witness a strange scene. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, here's a word from your announcer.
You know, the other day, one of the gang told me that he always used to wish that there were more games that fellows and girls could play together. But since Kellogg's Pep began putting out those brand new comic buttons, well, he says it's swell. Because girls and fellas get a great kick out of collecting these brilliant new buttons, wearing them pinned on their jacket or dress or cap. And of course, there's always the fun of exchanging duplicates to add a new character to your collection. What's more, both fellas and girls in the gang say these comic buttons are just about the smartest looking things they ever saw. Full comic strip colors on a clear white-coated metal button with the pictures of your funny sheet favorites standing out like anything. Take that button with Superman on it, for instance. Boy, that's a honey. He looks so real he could speak. And as for getting all 18 buttons in the series, that's just as easy for girls as it is for boys. You can't buy them, you know, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. The only way you can get these new comic buttons is the easy way, as prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Ask Mom to get you a package of Pep tomorrow. Then see which prize you find inside. One of these brand new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now the adventures of Superman.
Using Jimmy Olsen as bait, Henry Miller, in whose blood flows the deadly kryptonite which makes him an atom man, lured Superman to a lonely beach and defeated him in a titanic battle. Drunk with his power, Miller killed Der Teufel, the Nazi scientist who had transformed him into a human atomic monster, and then buried Superman in a deep hole in the sand. Then he left for Metropolis, intending to destroy that great city as his first step in conquering the world. But shortly before sunset, as Superman lay buried beneath the sand, two duck hunters, Joe Nelson and Mart Andrews, came up the beach. Suddenly, Nelson's hunting dog, a water spaniel, began to bark and dig furiously, spoiling a perfect shot for the two hunters. Annoyed, Nelson hurried to where the animal had already clawed out a sizable hole.
You bet! Come out of that hole! Come out, I say!
Wonder what he found down there.
Dead fish or a sand crab or something. You hear me, Biff? Come out of there! All right, if you won't, I'll haul you out. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? A pedigreed hunting dog digging for dead fish. Come on now.
He sure doesn't want to come out of there.
I don't know what's come over him. Biff, cut it out. Stop that noise. How do you expect any ducks to show up with you barking your fool head off?
Here, look at him. He wants to dig some more.
I'll dig him. Biff, stop it. Stop it, I said.
What the? Hey, Joe, wait.
Huh? What's the matter?
Come here.
What is it?
Look down there, where the dog was digging.
Shut up, Biff. Where, Mark?
At the bottom of the hole, sticking out of the sand. You see?
Holy smoke. Looks like a man's foot.
That's what it is. Somebody's buried down there.
Well, that's why Biff... Come on, Mark. We gotta see about this. Help me get the sand off him. Get away from here, Biff. Get away. Go on.
I can't understand how anybody'd be buried here on the beach.
That tide might have washed him up.
Yeah, maybe, but... I don't like this, Joe.
I don't either.
Hey, he's dead as a doornail, Joe.
What'd you expect, buried under the sand? Poor guy. Wonder who he is.
Beachcomber, maybe. Say, that's funny. His clothes are ripped to pieces. You can't even make out what they are, but I don't see any marks on him.
I don't either. Well, that is funny.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Search me. He wasn't drowned, you can tell that. You know, come to think of it, he must have been struck by that lightning.
Lightning?
Sure, the lightning storm that knocked down all those trees and tore up the beach. Big bolt must have hit him, dug a hole in the beach, and buried him. Look at his clothes, or what's left of them. See how charred they are?
If it was lightning that burned and tore his clothes up that way, he'd be burned too.
That's right. Well, no use worrying about...
Hey, what was that?
Oh, it's what?
I heard a low moan. Didn't you hear it?
No. Oh, maybe you heard Biff up the beach.
Biff's way up the beach.
Oh.
There it is again.
Yeah.
Holy smoke, Joe. This fella's alive.
How could he be? Buried under the sand?
Wait a minute. See if I can hear his heart.
Oh, you felt his heart before.
I just put my hand over it. I was sure he was dead. Quiet now.
Hear anything?
Not yet. Wait. Yeah. It's beating all right.
It is?
Yeah. I can hardly hear it, but it's beating all right. We've got to get him to a doctor fast. Take his legs, Joe.
Okay. Oh, no. No, wait. We better not move him. He might be hurt inside. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll drive to Sam Tyler's and call the hospital at Linwood. Send out an ambulance.
But his heart's weak. He may go any minute.
Getting the ambulance here will be better than us carrying him to the car and then giving him a bumpy ride. The ambulance can come in on the beach road. I'll make it as fast as I can, Mark. Come on.
Leaving his hunting companion with the still figure of Superman, Joe Nelson rushes away to his car. Within an hour, an ambulance roars up the beach road, and two attendants bearing a stretcher hurry across the dark sands. A short time later, in a room in the Linwood Hospital, Superman lies in a bed, his eyes closed, scarcely seeming to breathe. Leaving an intern and nurses with him, Dr. Bruce, chief of staff, steps into the corridor where Sheriff Simpson awaits him.
How is he, Doc?
Hello, Sheriff. Still in a coma.
What are his chances?
Frankly, not too good. Our only hope is that he'll respond to a blood transfusion. We're getting him ready now. By the way, his people ought to be notified. You able to find any identification in his clothes?
Call them clothes? Weren't no more than burn-up rags. Fall to ashes if you touch them. If you had any papers on them, they're ashes, too. Hey, Doc, you figure he was struck by lightning?
I never heard of a man struck by lightning who didn't show a mark of it on his body.
Me neither. His clothes all ripped to pieces and burned. How could that happen without there being a mark on him?
I don't know, Sheriff. This is a very puzzling case.
You said it. Sure hope you can pull the poor fellow through, Doc. Chances are he's the one young Olson saw on the beach with them two Nazis.
Nazis?
Mm-hmm.
What Nazis?
Ain't in the papers yet, but one of them was Teufel, a Nazi scientist. He was killed by lightning. No doubt about that. The other one, Henry Miller, got away. This fellow might be able to tell us what Teufel and Miller were up to, where Miller went.
Well, I'll certainly do all I can, Sheriff, but...
Dr. Bruce.
Ready for me, Snyder?
No, Sergeant. Please come here. There's something happened. I can't understand it.
What's the trouble?
His skin, I can't puncture it.
What?
Yes, sir. I broke 2 needles. His skin is impenetrable.
What's that mean, Doc?
I'll have to see. You can come in, Sheriff.
I remember reading of a case of a man struck by lightning.
Never mind, Snyder. Get an injection needle, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Looks dead to me, Doc.
He's still alive.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Step back, please, Sheriff. Now, swab his arm, Snyder.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that'll do. Now, let's see about this. Good heavens.
Huh. Needle broke.
You see, sir, it's amazing, but I once read about...
Never mind about your reading, Snyder. Get me a scalpel.
Yes, sir.
Listen, Doc.
Step back, please, Sheriff.
Okay, I just wanted to know...
Here you are, sir.
Now, let me see. Wait. Great heavens, you're right, Snyder. This man's skin is impenetrable.
I told you, sir. The lightning must have petrified his skin. I read of a case like that.
So have I, but I never believed it.
Now, what goes on, Doc?
Well, something occurred, perhaps the lightning, as Snyder suggests, which has made this man's skin impenetrable. That means, unfortunately...
Yeah? What does it mean?
It means we can't give him blood plasma. We can't do anything for this poor chap now. He's doomed.
Superman doomed. And strangely enough, by one of his own superhuman powers. And while he lies helpless, given up for lost, his deadly foe, the Atom Man, has arrived in Metropolis. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, these new comic buttons that Kellogg's Pep is putting out are so easy to get that, well, your collection must really be growing. For instance, have you got the Superman button yet? Boy, doesn't he look real with his bright red cape and Superman insignia? And how about Uncle Walt from Gasoline Alley? He has that cowlick, you know, the tuft of hair that's always sticking up straight. And Moon Mullins and his big black cigar. And Harold Teen with his bow tie. Believe me, every single one of these 18 comic strip characters looks just as real as in the funny papers. Full comic strip colors, too, on a white enameled metal button that's a real eye-catcher. Gee, it's fun collecting all 18 different buttons, trading duplicates with your friends, and wearing all your buttons pinned on your jacket or dress or cap. And these buttons are easy to get. Sure, you don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy these bright-colored buttons anywhere. You just ask Mom to get plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then, look inside the package and see which prize you find. One of these sharp-looking new comic buttons, or a military insignia, or a warplane button. It's your prize from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now back to the adventures of Superman.
As Superman was brought to the Linwood Hospital, Henry Miller, the Nazi Atom Man who had defeated and left him for dead, arrived in Metropolis. Now, just before 11 o'clock at night, his hat pulled low over his face and his coat collar muffling his chin, he is riding an express elevator to the observation tower of the Metropolis Bank Building, the highest point in the city, 105 lofty stories above the street. Except for the Atom Man and the uniformed operator, the elevator is empty.
You won't get much for your 50 cents tonight, mister. Tower closes in 5 minutes at 11 o'clock.
5 minutes will be enough for my purposes.
Well, you can't really get the view in that short time, from all sides of the tower, that is. Besides, it's pretty cloudy tonight.
I don't mind clouds.
Okay, mister, it's up to you. Here we are. Looks like you got the whole place to yourself.
That's okay. I won't be lonesome.
I'll be up for you in 5 minutes when the tower closes.
Fine. That's all the time I'll need.
I don't get it, but okay.
Walking out the deserted observation tower, 105 stories above the street, Henry Miller casts a quick look around him, makes certain he is alone, then reaches into his pocket and withdraws his meshed metal gloves and electronic throat converter. Quickly, he straps the converter to his throat, tight against his jugular vein, then pulls on his metal gloves. Now he is the deadly Atom Man. He stopped at the chest-high brick wall which surrounds the tower, peering down through the cloudy night at the broken pattern of lights and darkness below him, where the citizens of Metropolis work and sleep peacefully, unaware of the destruction threatening them.
First Metropolis, then the rest of the world. I will leave only this building standing. The rest I will turn to less than dust.
For a moment longer, the Atom Man looks down on the great city beneath him. Then his right hand moves to the switch on the converter at his throat, the switch that will send the impulse to the kryptonite atoms in his blood and force them surging in a terrible stream of atomic power through his metal-gloved fingers. What can save Metropolis now? Jimmy Olsen, Perry White, Lois Lane, and all the other innocent millions. Superman lies scarcely breathing in a hospital 50 miles away. Never was a moment more tense. So don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode, fellows and girls. Something happens. Something you can't possibly guess. Tune in, same time, same station, for a thrill a minute in the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellas and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. What's the good word, gang? It's Kellogg's. Kellogg's Raisin 40% Bran Flakes. The happy combination of fruit and cereal that makes breakfast loads of fun. Crisper, toasty, fresh flakes. Delicious. Fine ripened honey-sweet raisins. Delicious. Flakes and raisins teamed up together. Doubly delicious. And those seedless raisins are so naturally sweet, you can go easy on Mom's precious supply of sugar. Kellogg packs a lot of nutrition in this double feature treat, too. Ask Mom for Kellogg's Raisin 40% Bran Flakes. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. And this is the Mutual Broadcasting System. And this is the...
Kellogg's Pep.
The Super Delicious Cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman. And today, as we begin a brand new adventure for the Man of Steel, a strange situation has taken him to a small village outside of Metropolis. We'll join him there with his friend, the famous Batman, in just a moment. But right now, let's hear from our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, old man's son is responsible for a lot of mighty fine things. Fact is, we just couldn't get along without him. And one of the best things he does for you is to make that wonderful vitamin D that helps build strong bones and sturdy teeth. That's the very same vitamin D you get from each sunny serving of Kellogg's Pep. Actually, your day's need of vitamin D makes Pep extra good for you. Your mom knows that. And this super delicious whole wheat flake cereal is so doggone crisp and golden and fresh that, well, you feel like eating lots of it. What's more, the more Kellogg's Pep your family eats, the more comic buttons you get to add to your collection. Maybe a new comic strip character like Moon Mullins or Lillums or Superman himself. Maybe a duplicate so that you can have even more fun trading with your pals. And do you feel proud when you wear your whole collection pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see how many you have? But remember, there's only one way you can get these swell comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. All you do is to look inside every package of Kellogg's Pep for your prize. Better plan to eat lots of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Summoned to police headquarters by Bruce Wayne, otherwise known as Batman, Clark Kent was presented with a puzzling mystery. According to police reports, there had been 3 recent bank robberies in the outskirts of Metropolis, all of them apparently committed by the same person, a man seemingly possessed of superhuman strength. And in each case, the stolen money had been delivered to a different charitable organization. As Kent and Bruce Wayne were talking, a call came in that another bank had been burglarized the night before, and that a passing motorist had seen the thief and reported he had been dressed in a blue costume and red cape similar to Superman's. As we continue now, Kent and Batman in his guise of Bruce Wayne have arrived at the village of Lynn Haven, 43 miles from Metropolis, where the latest burglary was committed. Sheriff Dawson is leading them to the rear of the one-story brick bank building. Listen.
I'll show you how the feller got into the bank, but I'm telling you, you won't believe it. Well, here we are. You see that window?
Look at that, Kent. The steel bars were wrenched out of their frame.
Yes. Well, they probably hooked a steel cable to their car and pulled them out.
No, sir.
Well, how did they do it then, Sheriff?
There was only one feller. The one Doc Trumbull seen running out of here with the satchel, dressed up in the masquerade costume. I figured he ripped them bars out with just his hand.
Nonsense. They're solid steel bars, and they were anchored in concrete. Why, it would take Superman
Easy,
here.
chum.
I mean it would take a man of superhuman strength to do that.
Well, this here feller's got a heap of strength, Mr. Wayne. I figure he's the same one who broke into the banks in Glen Forest, Hightown, and Thomasville. He yanked the bars off a window in Glen Forest just like he done here, and he pulled two steel doors clean off of their hinges in Hightown and Thomasville.
No, I can't believe it.
Well, why do you say he did it with just his hands, Sheriff?
On account of there wasn't no marks on them windows or doors. None of the bars were sawed, and none of the doors were jimmied. And no explosive was used either. Why, you could see somebody just laid to and ripped them off.
Well, he could have used a cable.
I tell you he didn't. On account of he couldn't have used no cable on the vault door.
What do you mean?
Well, come on into the bank.
All right.
I'll show you. I never in all my born days did I ever see anything like it. Now, here's the vault room. Ain't no windows down here, and only the one set of steps to get down and up from the main floor. So how could the feller hook up any steel cables and run them outside to a car? It ain't possible.
Well, where's the vault you say he opened?
It's right around this turn, Bruce.
That's right. Well, how'd you know, Mr. Kent?
How? Oh,
Great Jupiter. Look, Kent. This big steel vault door was wrenched open.
Yes, and the door hasn't been cut and it hasn't been drilled. That means no explosive was used.
Of course there wasn't. I tell you, this Superman feller done it with just his own strength. Makes me shiver just to think of a crook that strong running around loose.
Well, there's only one man strong enough to rip this vault door open, and he's no crook.
Oh, thanks, Bruce. Hey, wait a minute. Better not touch the door yet. There may be fingerprints on it.
I imagine it's already been dusted for fingerprints. Right, Sheriff?
That's right, young feller. The only prints on it was the cashier's, the president of the bank, Mr. Hoffman, and Joe the porter. Joe's a wingy little fellow, and apart from Mr. Hoffman and the cashier not being big, strong fellas either...
They know the combination of the vault.
That's right. Say, you two think mighty quick.
Look, Sheriff, your report said a Dr. Trumbull, I believe, saw somebody leaving the bank last night.
That's right. Doc seen the feller run out with a satchel, which must have had the money in it.
Well, why didn't he chase him?
Well, he couldn't. Doc had Mrs. Sawyer in the car. You see, she had appendicitis, and he was taking her to the hospital.
Oh, I see.
Also, he says this feller got away awful fast. Just like he was there one minute and gone up and smoked the next.
What? You mean he just vanished into thin air?
Yep, that's just about the size of it.
Where can we see Dr. Trumbull, Sheriff?
Oh, now, let's see. It's 11:30. Doc ought to be getting home for lunch about this time. I'll take you over there.
Well, nice of you to go to all this trouble, Sheriff.
Yes, it certainly is.
Oh, it ain't no trouble at all. Maybe you'll give me a big write-up in your newspaper, Mr. Kent. If you do, it might help me some come the election next June. Won't mind too much if you want to take some pictures of me either.
This man you saw leaving the bank last night, Dr. Trumbull, can you describe him to us?
Why, yes, Mr. Kent. I got a pretty good look at him. He came around from the rear of the bank just as I turned out of Elm into Main Street. My headlights were right on him.
What did he look like?
He was a pretty big fellow, well built.
How big?
Why, I'd say he was just about your height, Mr. Kent. Come to think of it, he was just about your build, too.
What time was this, Doctor?
Early this morning, about 1:15.
Did you get a look at the man's face?
No, he was wearing a mask.
Oh.
But he had this strange costume on.
What was it like?
I told you, Mr. Kent.
I'd rather Dr. Trumbull told me, if you don't mind, Sheriff.
Well, it was a blue skin-tight costume with a flowing red cape. Just like...
Yes?
Well, like the costume Superman wears. But I can't make myself believe it was Superman. He's always been on the side of law and order. He's one of the finest and greatest men we have. It couldn't have been Superman.
Of course not.
What makes you so sure, Mr. Kent? How do you know?
Well, I know. At least I think I do.
You think? Now, look, Kent.
Why, I never did believe all the talk and stuff in the papers about this Superman fella. Never believed there was a Superman. But, well, now I ain't so sure.
There's a Superman, all right. But he didn't have anything to do with the bank robbery last night.
I don't know. Nobody but a feller like they say Superman is could have ripped them bars off the window and pulled the vault door off and done the same things at the banks in Glen Forest and Hightown and Thomasville.
Excuse me. Dr. Trumbull speaking. Who? Yes, he's here. Just a moment, please. For you, Sheriff.
For me? Oh, much obliged, Doc. Yeah? Who wants me? Oh, hello, Sid. No, I didn't catch the feller yet. It's actually... What? What's that? Give me that again. You don't mean it. All of it? Well, I'll be... Sure, I'll be right over. Wait for me, Sid. Oh, the whole lot crazy. No, I can't believe it.
Well, what's wrong, Sheriff?
Oh, wait till you hear this, Mr. Wayne. You too, Mr. Kent. And Doc, you know the $10,000 that was stolen out of the bank last night?
Of course.
What about it?
Well, that was Sid Hoffman, president of the bank.
Yes?
He just got a call from one of them big charities in Metropolis, the European War Orphans Relief.
Wait a minute.
You don't mean that...
Yeah, just like it happened after them other 3 robberies in Glen Forest, Hightown, and Thomasville. This charity gets a package by special messenger an hour ago. And dang if it ain't the $10,000.
Well, how can they be sure it's the money from this bank, Sheriff?
Well, a card come with it, Sid Hoffman said. Had the name of the bank written right on it.
Just like the others, Kent. What do you make of it?
Nothing. Unless...
Unless what?
I'll tell you later. I want to get to the office of that War Relief charity as soon as possible.
That's a good idea. Let's go. What time is it?
Well, there's your answer. Noon whistles at the aircraft factory. But I got to be getting over to the bank.
We'll give you a lift in our car, and then go on to Metropolis. Come on, Bruce. Goodbye, Doctor, and thanks.
Not at all.
Yes, thanks, Doctor. So long.
Hurrying from the doctor's house, Kent and Batman drive back to Metropolis. At the executive offices of the European War Orphans Relief Society, Mr. Keeler, secretary of the society, permits them to examine the brown paper parcel in which the strange gift of $10,000 had arrived a few hours before.
Nothing on this paper wrapper, Kent. Either inside or out.
May we see the card that came with the money, Mr. Keeler?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Kent. Inspector Henderson left word that nothing was to be disturbed until he got here. He's been delayed on another matter.
Well, I showed you my special police pass signed by the inspector himself. I'm sure he wouldn't object to your letting us see the card.
Well, I don't suppose there's any harm in showing it to you. The inspector's men have already examined it for fingerprints. I have it right here. Here you are, Mr. Wayne.
Thank you. A gift from the Lynn Haven National Bank with the compliments of a friend.
Let me see it, Bruce.
Sure thing.
Thanks. What? Great Scott.
What's the matter, Kent? You're pale as a ghost. Kent, what's the matter?
Pale and trembling, Clark Kent stares at the card in his hand. Why has it shocked him so? What has happened? We'll return in a moment for the amazing climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, most everybody finds it pretty tough sometimes to get up in the morning the first time Mother calls. But I know a young fellow who beats his mother to the kitchen nowadays because he always wants to make sure there's Kellogg's Pep for breakfast, and because he wants to be on hand every time Mom opens a new package of Pep to get a new comic button for his collection. Yes, sir, these nifty comic buttons are real eye-openers. Full comic strip colors, bright red and blue and black on a gleaming white enamel background. And the pictures of your favorite funny paper characters are drawn clear and sharp, so they stand out like anything. Why, you'd know them anywhere. Moon Mullins and Winnie Winkle and Superman and all the others. You see, there are 18 different buttons in this series. 18 different funny sheet friends to collect. Boy, it's a load of fun. And they're so easy to get. You don't send in any money for these exciting comic buttons, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is ask Mom to keep you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. There's an exclusive prize in every package of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
At the executive offices of the European War Orphans Relief Society, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, who is really the famous Batman, were shown the card enclosed with the stolen bank money. Suddenly paling, Kent led Wayne a few feet away, out of earshot of the society secretary. Wayne is demanding...
What's come over you, Kent? You're pale as a ghost and you're trembling.
This card. The inscription on it.
What about it?
It's in my handwriting.
His eyes literally popping from his head. Batman stares at Clark Kent in open-mouthed amazement. What does this mean? How could Kent have possibly written the card enclosed with the money stolen from the Lynnhaven Bank? Fellows and girls, there's thrilling mystery and excitement in our new story, different from anything you've heard before. So don't miss a single episode of it. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and listen to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, you'll get a bang out of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 swell Kellogg cereals. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Makes it easy for Mom, too. No dishes to wash, thanks to the new Kell Bowl Pack. You can eat right out of it. What's more, these generous packages are great for lunch boxes and outings. So ask Mom to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety at the grocer's her very first chance. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broad... Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who is today startled over a strange discovery he has just made. We'll learn more about it in a moment as we join him with his friend Batman. But right now, here's a word from your announcer, Dan McCullough.
You know, I saw a bunch of fellas and girls starting off to the movies the other day, and I noticed that the whole gang had to wait while one of the fellas went back to the house for his cap that he'd forgotten. Yes, sir. He felt kind of out of things without his collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. He wanted to wear that cap with the comic buttons pinned on it so everybody could see how many he'd collected. And he has a right to be proud of them. They're so doggone slick-looking, and the colors stand out so bright and sharp that, well, those pictures of your favorite comic strip characters are something to show off. Take K.O., for instance, with his black derby tilted over one eye and his bright red sweater. Why, he'll hand you a laugh anytime. Or Winnie Winkle with her smooth, long bob. Or Superman himself. Boy, he's mighty handsome in his bright red and blue outfit and red Superman insignia. So better get busy, gang. Collect all 18 of these swell comic buttons. Ask Mom today to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. You get these comic buttons only from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
A strange and mysterious threat has suddenly loomed up to menace Superman. 4 banks located in small towns near Metropolis have been broken into by a man of seemingly superhuman strength, who ripped open heavily barred windows and steel vault doors as though they were made of cardboard. Following the 4th burglary, a figure in a blue costume and red cape curiously similar to Superman's was seen leaving the bank carrying a satchel. And, amazingly enough, the following morning, the money stolen from the bank was delivered to the European War Orphans Relief Society in Metropolis. In their guises of Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, Superman and his famous friend Batman hurried to the offices of the Relief Society, where Mr. Keeler, the manager, showed them the card that had accompanied the money.
As he read the card, Kent turned pale. Drawing Bruce Wayne to one side, he whispered,
This card. The inscription on it.
What about it?
It's in my handwriting.
What?
Yes. It's in my handwriting.
Now, alone in a small vacant office adjoining Mr. Keeler's, Bruce Wayne demands an explanation.
What are you talking about, Kent? What do you mean it's your handwriting?
Just what I said. Look, I'll show you. You got a fountain pen?
Oh, sure. Here.
Sit down at the desk. Now, wait, I've got my notebook. Now, watch. Let's see. Now, the card says, gift from the Lindhaven National Bank.
Say, wait a minute.
Huh?
Since when are you left-handed?
Superman is.
But you're Superman, remember?
I'm also Clark Kent. As Superman, I write with my left hand. As Kent, with my right. Each hand writes differently.
Oh, I get it. An extra protection for your double identity. Yeah, I'll have to learn that trick myself.
Let's see, what was the rest of that inscription? Oh, yes, here we are. With the compliments of a friend. There. Now, compare my handwriting with that on the card.
Now, let's see. Say, they do look alike.
Look alike? They're identical. Look at the capital letters. And the way the G is formed in gift.
Uh-huh.
And look here. Look at the D in friend.
Boy, this is amazing, Kent.
It certainly is.
Oh, the whole setup's amazing. Witnesses say the bank robber's about your size and build. He apparently possesses superhuman strength. Wears a blue costume and a red cape. And now we discover that his handwriting is identical to yours. Oh, I can't figure it out.
Neither can I.
Unless what?
Oh, no, it's too fantastic.
You're probably thinking the same thing I am.
What's that?
The possibility that there may be another Superman.
Oh, no, there couldn't be.
Why not?
Because there couldn't.
Well, you came from another planet, didn't you?
Yes, from Krypton, but I was the only survivor when the planet blew up.
You sure about that?
Yes, of course I'm sure. Well, at least...
At least what?
At least I'm reasonably sure.
Now, we're getting somewhere. Isn't it within the realm of possibility that there might have been another survivor? Another potential Superman who came to Earth when the planet blew up?
Well, yes, I suppose it's possible, but...
But you don't want to believe it.
Oh,
frankly, I don't blame you. Particularly since his hobby seems to be breaking into banks.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. I can't believe there's another Superman. It just doesn't seem possible.
Well, that's what they said about the steamboat, electricity, and the telephone.
But I know I was Krypton's only survivor.
You know, but you're not sure.
Well, listen, I came to Earth in the model of a spaceship my father had built. There was only one model. How could anyone else have gotten to Earth?
Krypton was a big place, wasn't it?
Well, yes, I suppose so. At the time, I was too young to know.
Maybe someone else had a spaceship.
And came to Earth in it?
Uh-huh.
Well, then, where has he been all these years? Why is he suddenly showing up?
That's a tough question.
Well, we're certainly not going to get the answer here. Gotta think this thing out carefully, if I can think at all.
What do you mean?
Oh, right now, I've got a terrific headache.
Superman with a headache? Gosh, that's funny.
I wish I thought so.
Oh, I don't mean the headache's funny. I mean the idea of your getting them seems a little peculiar.
Well, lately, I've had them quite often. I think I'll go back to my apartment.
That's a good idea. And I'll drop down to headquarters and see if anything else has come in on that last bank job.
All right.
Say, maybe it's your eyes, Kent. Using them a lot lately?
No more than usual.
Haven't seen the doctor, have you?
No.
Well, it might be a good idea if you did. Chances are it's just some little thing.
It could be. Well, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. This card. Better return it to Mr. Keeler. Here's the card, Mr. Keeler, and thanks very much for your courtesy.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Kent.
My thanks, too, Mr. Keeler.
Don't mention it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Elevators to the left.
Okay.
That headache's bothering you, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Getting worse.
Oh, I think a lot of it's due to this mess. Worrying about who's responsible.
I don't think so. I started having these headaches before this broke.
Now, here's the elevator. After you.
Thanks, Bruce.
You go on home, Kent. And I'll call you from headquarters if I learn anything.
Fine.
Leaving the building at which the War Orphans Relief Society is located, Batman takes a taxi to police headquarters, while Kent returns to his apartment. There, his headache easing up somewhat, he picks up a newspaper and reads the report of the latest exploit of the Superman bank robber, while waiting for Batman's call. But suddenly, unaccountably, The paper slips from his fingers, and his head falls forward on his chest. He breathes regularly, deeply, fast asleep in his chair. An hour goes by, another hour, and the sun dips, a red ball of fire, below the cold skyscrapers of the great city. At 7 o'clock, the telephone rings in Kent's apartment. It rings again and again, then for a time stops. At 7:30 it rings once more, but remains unanswered. Throughout the evening it rings at intervals, and finally, when the hands of the mantel clock in the dark room point to 5 minutes before midnight, the shrilling clamor of the phone is stilled as a hand reaches out and picks up the instrument.
Hello?
Kent?
Yes?
This is Bruce Wayne.
Oh, hello, Bruce.
Where the dickens have you been? I've been ringing you steadily for the past half hour.
Oh, I've been right here, Bruce. Hey, it's dark. What time is it?
Almost midnight. Listen, Kent.
What? You mean I've been asleep in my chair for 6 hours?
How do I know where you've been? Now listen to me.
But it's impossible. I just never dozed off like this before.
Will you stop interrupting and listen? Our friend did it again.
What? You mean...
Yes, he broke into the bank at Groveton an hour ago. Tore a steel bar door off its hinges, ripped the vault open, and got away with $20,000.
Great Scott, an hour ago in Groveton?
Yes. That's about 50 miles out, near Lynn Haven. I was thinking if we got there fast...
We'll get out there plenty fast. Where are you?
At police headquarters.
Well, rush down to the parking lot in back of it. I'll pick you up in less than a minute. Step on it now.
I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, why did I do a thing like that? Out of these clothes. What made me fall asleep like that? Only I'd been awake when Batman called before. Just don't understand it. There we are. All set. Now, up with this window. Out! And away!
Leaping from his apartment window, Superman streaks through the night sky to the parking lot behind police headquarters where Batman awaits him. We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, this business of collecting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep is one game where the girls have just as much chance to win out as the fellas. Fact is, I know some girls who've collected more buttons than their brothers have. Of course, the fellas won't stand for that very long. No, sir, they'll get busy, too, and have a load of fun with it. Take swapping duplicates, for instance. Here's how it works. Suppose you have 2 comic buttons with Orphan Annie's picture on them, but you don't have a Superman button. So you just scout around and find out which one of your pals needs Orphan Annie and has a Superman to swap. And while you're about it, it's a good time to compare notes on how many different comic buttons your friends have collected, too, to make sure that you're not left behind. Because it's going to be a mighty fine day when you've collected all 18 different buttons in the series. And these nifty comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom gets you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's your exclusive prize. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Carrying Batman, Superman rocketed from Metropolis to the village of Groveton, 50 miles away, where the latest amazing bank robbery had taken place little more than an hour before. As we join them now, once more in their guises of Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, they are examining the heavy steel-bolted door which had been torn from its hinges at the entrance to the bank. A deputy police officer stands guard within the now brightly illuminated bank building, while nearby a group of excited villagers are gathered about a shrill-voiced man and woman.
Sure, Sam, indeed, it was right here. We was coming home from the quarters, I said to Sam, I says. I swear to heaven I've seen you.
You're right, Sarah.
No doubt of it, Kent. The same man who did the other bank jobs pulled this one. Just look at that steel door. Ever see anything like it?
Oh, if only I hadn't fallen asleep. If we'd come here soon after you phoned me the first time.
Oh, no use crying over spilt milk.
No, I suppose not. I can't understand how I fell asleep.
I've seen it with my own eyes. So did Sam. Didn't you, Sam?
You hear that, Kent?
Sure did.
That woman saw our man.
Yes, come on over there.
You know, he was dressed in a blue costume and a red cape, and he was flying.
That's what he was, like a bird. 1 minute he was in front of his bank, next minute he was up in the air, flying off. That's what he was doing, flying
Great
off.
Scott!
He was just flying off.
Stunned, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne hear the man and woman describe how the bank robber, wearing a costume and cape similar to Superman's, had leaped high into the air and flown away. What can this mean? Has Superman been wrong all these years in believing that he is the only living creature possessed of superhuman powers? Is there another? Fellows and girls, the most baffling and exciting mystery in which the Man of Steel has ever been involved continues tomorrow. So don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and listen to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow The Adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, here's some razzle-dazzle news to flash to Mom. Kellogg's Variety is back. So now, everybody at the breakfast table can have the Kellogg cereal he likes best. For Kellogg's Variety is that grand variety carton holding 10 generous packages of 6 favorite Kellogg cereals. Are they delicious? And does Kellogg's Variety make breakfast fun? Why, it's better than a grab bag because you get what you really want. Today, ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety, the package that makes breakfast a picnic. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, who is today in the small village of Groveton, the scene of a mysterious bank robbery. We'll join him there as Clark Kent in just a moment. But right now, let's see what Dan McCullough's young pal Dick is muttering to himself about.
Sue 3, Doris 9, Pee-wee 10.
Hey, Dick, what's up?
Huh?
Oh, what are all those figures and names you're calling off?
Oh, these. I'm making up today's list.
List of what?
Comic buttons, of course. The ones we're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
Yeah, but I don't...
You know, Dan. We've got a race on to see who can collect the most, fellows or girls.
Oh, sure, I did hear about that.
Well, this is today's list. The figures on how many comic buttons each kid has collected so far. Every day we bring the totals up to date.
Oh, I see. And who's ahead?
Well, I kind of hate to tell you.
I bet I can guess.
All right, guess.
I bet the girls are ahead.
Yeah, they are right now. But you just wait. The fellas are knuckling down. And by this time next week, those figures will be different.
Well, Dick, maybe so. We'll see. But the important thing is how much doggone good fun the whole gang is having these days, collecting those exciting comic buttons. First, there's the thrill of seeing which button you find inside whenever Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep. And if it's a duplicate, there's even more fun trading with your pals. Then there'll come a day when you can sport all 18 different buttons on your jacket or your dress or cap. So hop to it, gang. Ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, because that's the only way you can get these nifty comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's an exclusive prize in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
A series of amazing bank robberies committed by a mysterious individual who not only seems to possess superhuman strength, but wears the blue costume and red cape of Superman, is puzzling Clark Kent and his friend Bruce Wayne, otherwise known as Batman. The robberies themselves are peculiar because in each instance, the money stolen has been forwarded to a charitable organization with a card that says, "Compliments of a Friend." Examining one of the cards, Kent was shocked to discover it was in his handwriting, the handwriting he uses in his role of Superman. As we continue now, Kent and Batman, or Bruce Wayne, are at the scene of the latest bank robbery in the town of Groveton, just outside Metropolis. They are approaching a small group of local people, two of whom, a man and a woman, were eyewitnesses to the robbery. Listen.
Excuse me, please. My name is Clark Kent. I'm a reporter for the Metropolis Daily Planet. This is my friend Bruce Wayne.
How do you do? Hey, hear that, Sarah? Reporter.
Land sakes alive.
Name's Wilkins, Sam Wilkins.
How you doing, Mr. Wilkins?
Make sure you get that spelling right. Ain't no C in it. Got a fella in town named Wilkins spells it with a C.
I'm Sarah Wilkins. You going to write us up in the paper?
Well, I'd like to get your story first. I overheard you say that you'd seen the man who robbed the bank tonight.
Clear as I see you, young fella.
We was both right across the street in front of the meat market.
No, Sarah, we was just passing the Palace Barber Shop.
Sam Wilkins? We was in front of the meat market. I remember telling you to stop so I could see what specials was posted on the window for tomorrow.
That was before, Sarah. We was coming to the
Well,
Palace
the barber shop seems to be next door to the meat market, so it doesn't make much difference. Just tell her what you saw.
Well, you'll never believe it, young fella.
I wouldn't believe it if Sam and me hadn't seen it with our own eyes.
Still gotta pinch myself to make sure I didn't dream it.
It wasn't no dream, Sam, because I seen it, too.
What was it?
What we seen.
Well, sure, but what did you see?
I'm telling you. We came out in the square, see, from 3rd Street. That's 3rd Street over there where the Statue of Lincoln is.
We've been visiting the Fowlers. Their boy just got home from the Pacific.
Yes,
All
right. You've been visiting the Fowlers, and you came out of 3rd Street into the square on your way home. Now, when you got to the meat market...
The barber shop.
The meat market?
Well, between the barber shop and the meat market, you heard or saw something. Is that right?
We sure did. We saw this bank robber.
It wasn't like that, Sam. First, we heard the door of the bank fall down on the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's right. We heard this big crash, and say, did you fellas see that door?
Yes,
Why, it's a big, thick door with solid steel bars, and it was set in stone. But this robber fella ripped it clean off its hinges.
Yes, we know.
Tell him about the bank vault, Sam. How he pulled the steel door off.
We know all about that. Now, please, Mr. Wilkins and Mrs. Wilkins, tell us about the man you saw.
Yeah, well...
I'll tell him, Sam. After we heard this loud noise...
That was the door falling down.
We looked across the street, and there was this big man running out of the bank.
Yeah.
He had a satchel in his hand.
Had the money from the bank in it.
Of course.
He was a big man, you say?
The biggest man I ever saw. He must have been 8 feet tall.
Oh, no, he wasn't, Sarah. He was pretty tall and well built, but, well, I wouldn't say he was any bigger than Mr. What'd you say your name was again?
Kent.
Land sakes alive, Sam. He was lots bigger. A good foot taller, I'd say.
I tell you he wasn't.
Now, look, Sam, I know what I saw.
All right.
and
Never mind.
But you asked me how big he was, and I'm telling you...
Didn't you hear the man say never mind, Sarah? Never seen such a woman for wagging her tongue.
Now, you look here, Sam.
Please, it doesn't matter, really. We know he was tall and well built. Now, how was he dressed?
Like he was going to a masquerade party. He had on a blue costume and a red cape, and he was wearing a mask.
That's right. Oh, wait. Wasn't it a red costume and a blue cape?
No, it was a blue costume.
Here we go again.
And a red cape.
I'm not so sure about
Well,
it.
It really doesn't matter. Where did he go when he came out of the bank?
Well, you'll never believe what happened then.
I'll tell him, Sam.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm going to tell this part. You see, he ran out of the bank, like we told you, and across the street to where them twin oaks stand at the end of the village green over there. And the next thing you know, he jumped.
Didn't jump rightly. He leapt.
Jumped, leapt means the same.
Well, go on, Mr. Wilkins.
Well, he up and leapt clean over them big oaks and flew away.
Are you sure?
I don't believe it.
Well, we've seen him, I tell you.
Clear as we see you this minute, young fella. The moon was shining bright as a new penny.
Just like it is now.
And we see him fly away carrying the satchel with the bank's money in it.
He flew that way to the east.
No, it was more to the south, Sam.
He went east, I tell you.
Come over here, Bruce.
He went over the church steeple, didn't he?
Well, he sure he did, but then he turned over.
No, south, over the great elevator.
What do you make of this, Kent?
I don't know what to make of it. If this man really flew...
He couldn't have. You're the only person in the world who can fly.
Well, that's what I always thought, but Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins there swear they saw the man leap up into the air.
Oh, they were excited. You heard how they contradicted each other. One said he was 8 feet tall, and the other one said he was...
Kent! Mr. Kent!
Who's that?
Oh, it's Constable Higby. Hey, here I am, Constable. Promise to tell me if they found out anything else.
Just got a phone call from Chief Roberts over to Benson City.
Oh?
Fella came down there.
The bank robber?
Yeah, showed up with the money.
You mean they caught him?
I ain't sure whether they caught him or not. The connection was kind of bad. I got to get right over to Benson City. I'm going to get Sam and Sarah Wilkins to identify him. You two can come along. I've got my car over there on the other side of the bank.
Well, thanks, Constable, but we'll go over alone. Come on, Bruce, between these stores.
What for?
What do you think?
Oh, the Superman Express takes off for Benson City, eh?
Huh? As soon as I strip down to my costume. Here, this is a good spot.
Want me to get in the Batman's rig?
No. When we get to Benson City, I'll change back to Kent. I just hope they hold on to that fella.
Oh, I've got my fingers crossed.
There we are. All set. All right, hang on, chum.
Let her rip.
Here we go. Up and away!
Leaping from the shadowed street with Bruce Wayne clinging to his shoulders, Superman streaks through the dark sky to Benson City, 33 miles away. A few minutes later, once more in his guise and garb of Clark Kent, he and Wayne are in the office of Police Chief Morris, where they are introduced to Mrs. Green, a clear-eyed, gray-haired woman.
Mrs. Green is the matron of the old people's home, Mr. Kent. That's 1.5 miles north of here. That's where this Superman bank robber came down.
Why do you keep calling him the Superman bank robber, Chief?
Well, Mr. Wayne, I never heard of anyone else who could fly. And that fellow seems to have superhuman strength.
Just the same, he isn't Superman.
Never mind that, Bruce. Would you mind if Mrs. Green told us exactly what happened, Chief?
Sure, why not? You mind telling it again, Mrs. Green?
Not at all. I'm still a bit upset, though.
Well, it often helps to talk over things that are bothering you.
So I've heard. Well, as Chief Morris told you, I'm the matron of the old people's home. I was just going to my room tonight after making my rounds when I heard a loud banging on the door.
What time was this?
About 11:30.
I see. Go ahead, Mrs. Green.
I hurried to the door and opened it. A tall man was standing there. He had a strange costume on, red cape over his shoulders. He was wearing a mask.
Mask?
I was quite startled. I said, "Who are you?" He didn't answer. Just held out a satchel he was carrying. I asked him what it was. He just laughed. A deep laugh, and offered me the satchel again. I asked him again what it was and who he was, but he just laughed, put the satchel down at my feet.
Uh-huh.
Then he turned and ran down the steps toward the road, but before he got to the road...
Yes?
Before he got to the road, he jumped high into the air and flew away.
Uh-oh. Just like he flew away from Groveton after he robbed the bank there.
How do you know he robbed the bank?
Because there was $20,000 in that satchel he gave Mrs. Green. The same amount that was stolen from the Groveton Bank. And get this. The serial numbers of the bills. Checked with the Groveton money.
Oh, I don't understand it.
I'm afraid I do.
What do you mean, Kent?
I'll tell you later. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Green and Chief Morris.
Goodbye, Kent.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Kent.
Goodbye.
Wait,
Goodbye.
Kent. You said...
I said later, Bruce.
All right, there's nobody around. Now, what did you mean when you said you understand all this?
I'm pretty sure I know who the bank robber is.
What? You do?
Yes. Wait just a minute and I'll tell you.
We'll be back in a moment for Kent's startling revelation, so don't go away. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, these comic buttons you're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep sure do make a hit when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Boy, they show up so clear and sharp and bright that, well, folks take a second look. And no wonder. The pictures of your favorite comic strip characters are true to life, straight from the funny papers. You know Moon Mullins by his big black cigar, and you know Smokey Stover by his bright red fireman's cap and uniform, and Superman by his red insignia and cape a-flying in the wind, and all the others in this series of 18 different buttons. And what a load of fun you get collecting these comic buttons and swapping duplicates with your pals. You won't want to miss out, so ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. But there's a comic button in every package of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Outside the small police station in Benson City, Bruce Wayne, who is really Batman, waits anxiously for Kent to speak. Finally, loses patience.
Come on, Kent, give. You said you know who the bank robber is.
I'm almost certain I do.
Well, then tell me, man, who is he?
I think you're looking at him.
You mean... Oh, Kent, no.
Well, according to all the evidence, it looks like I've been doing it as Superman.
Thunderstruck, Bruce Wayne stares at Clark Kent, who has just said that he thinks the mysterious bank robber is himself, Superman. Can Kent be serious? What is the explanation for his startling statement? Fellows and girls, don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode in our fascinating new mystery, when Clark Kent
explains everything to Batman. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday. Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Give a hip, hip hooray, gang. It's back. For you and me, now there's Kellogg's famous variety. That's the swell variety carton with 10 separate generous packages of Kellogg's cereals, including Kellogg's Pep, Rice Krispies, shredded wheat corn flakes, crumbles, and 40% bran flakes. Each box in Kellogg's variety holds a fresh, crisp, heaping portion. Just help yourself to your favorite kind. Makes breakfast a picnic of fun. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual... Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today, the Man of Steel and his friend Batman puzzle over a very unique problem. We'll join them as Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne in just a moment. But right now, let's hear what Dan McCullough has in store for us.
You know, nobody wants to miss out on a good thing. That's why all the fellows and girls in the gang are mighty busy these days working on their collection of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because every fellow or girl hopes that eventually he'll be the one who's first in the neighborhood to collect all 18 different buttons in the series. Think of it, 18 different pictures of your favorite comic strip characters. From Smitty right on up through Orphan Annie and Smilin' Jack to Superman himself. Everyone a true-to-life picture of some funny paper friend. Every single picture so bright-colored and gleaming that, well, you're mighty proud to wear 'em pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And, of course, you'd feel kind of out of things if you're not trading duplicates the way all your friends are, because that's the swell fun. But, you know, the best part is, these exciting comic buttons are so easy to collect. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy 'em anywhere. But every time Mom opens a new package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, there's your exclusive prize. Be sure to get your comic buttons, gang, from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
A series of amazing bank robberies in small towns outside Metropolis has greatly alarmed Superman and his friend Batman. In each case, the burglar was apparently an individual of superhuman strength who seemingly bent steel bars and ripped open massive vaults as if they were made of putty. And then, after he had escaped safely, sent all the stolen money to charity. Several witnesses testified that the strange burglar wore a blue costume and red cape similar to Superman's, and that he had left the scene by leaping into the air and soaring away like some great bird. As we continue now, outside the small police station at Benson City, some 60 miles from Metropolis, Clark Kent has just startled Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman, with an amazing statement. As Wayne stares open-mouthed, Kent repeats the statement.
I'm afraid I'm the mysterious bank robber.
What?
Yes, after all the evidence we've heard, what else can I think?
Oh, look, pal, this is no time for jokes.
Unfortunately, it's not a joke. You see, Bruce,
Hold it. We can't talk here. Too many people around. Come on. Now, there's a diner across the street. Now, pull yourself together.
Maybe I ought to give myself up.
Oh, stop raving.
I'm not raving. The trouble is...
Save it till we're inside.
All right.
Oh, good. No customers. We can have some privacy. Take that booth on the corner.
Okay.
Would you mind turning the radio down a little, Mac?
I'll shut it off, Jack.
Thanks. Sit down, Ken.
All right. You still think I'm joking, don't you, Bruce?
You must be.
Well, I'm not.
Look, Kent, you're up against one of the toughest problems of your life. You've got to plan a sensible course of action.
Well, I don't see what I can do except give myself up to the police. After all,
stop it. You know the answer to this as well as I do. And the answer isn't you.
It must be.
Nonsense.
Let it be, gents.
I'll have scrambled eggs and bacon, buttered toast, and a glass of milk. How about you, Ken?
No, nothing, thanks. I'm not hungry.
Double that order.
No, I don't.
Put it on the fire, Mac.
Okay.
Look,
You can't starve yourself, Kent. You're going to need all your strength when you meet up with that other Superman.
That other what?
Don't look so surprised. You know what I'm talking about.
You still think there's another Superman?
I don't think anymore. I know. Several people saw him fly. They all can't be crazy. There must be another one.
But I tell you, there isn't. There can't be. I was the only survivor when the planet Krypton exploded.
To the best of your knowledge, you were. Look, Kent, let's face facts. There has to be another Superman.
But
there's no other way to explain it.
Yes, there is.
All right, how?
Well, all I can think of is maybe I'm the one who's been breaking into those banks as Superman.
I really believe you're serious.
Well, of course I am.
But how can you possibly think that... Well, that you...
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Relax, I'll explain. You remember yesterday when I had a splitting headache and had to go home?
Yes.
Remember I fell asleep in my chair and slept for hours until you woke me around midnight?
Now, go on.
I never had a headache in my life, Bruce. And I never fell asleep in my chair either, till a few weeks ago. It was just after my experience with the Atom Man and the cyclotron when I was exposed to atomic energy.
What are you driving at, Kent?
Just this. In the past few weeks, I've had frequent headaches, and I've often caught myself dozing or wandering around in sort of a haze. And, well, I'm just afraid that during these sleeping or dozing spells, I suffer of a kind of amnesia, a loss of memory, and I don't know what I'm doing.
And you rob banks and then have no recollection of it afterwards.
Well, yes, at least that's what I think.
Oh, Kent, I'm amazed at you.
Why?
Let's suppose you did walk in your sleep or have amnesia or whatever you want to call it, and well, you still wouldn't do anything wrong. Well, you've always been on the side of law and order.
But when I'm asleep and I don't know what I'm doing?
Well, you still wouldn't do anything wrong. No, you're way off base. There's another Superman, and I'm going to prove it.
How?
Well, something occurred to me a little while ago. Something you said.
Oh, golly, here it comes again.
What?
Another one of those headaches.
Listen, Kent, you really ought to see a doctor.
Yeah, I intend to. Oh. My doctor's out of town, but he'll be back today after tomorrow. I'm sorry. Go ahead with what you were saying.
Okay. When you took your notebook out before, I noticed a map on the inside cover.
Oh, yes, it's a state map.
Well, that's what I want. Let me see it.
Sure. What for?
Here, I'll show you.
Okay. Here you are.
You don't mind if I mark it up a little bit?
No, go ahead.
All right. Now, look. Here's where the first bank was robbed. Glen Forest. I'll put an X on it.
Okay.
The second bank was at Hightown, right?
Right.
Hightown. Oh, here we are.
Yeah.
I'll put an X there, too.
I think I know what you're driving at, but it's no good because...
Keep your shirt on, chum. The third job was at, let's see now.
Thomasville. Here it is down here.
Oh, yes.
But you're wasting your time.
No, I'm not. The fourth robbery was at Lynn Haven.
There it is over there.
Uh-huh. There, right there.
Bacon and eggs coming up.
Just set them down on the table, please.
Okay.
Then, Groveton, right, Kent?
Right. It's southwest of your last mark.
I've got it.
Look, hold it.
Anything else?
No, that's all, thanks.
Okay.
See what you were doing with that map.
Look at the cross marks on the map. See the pattern they make?
Yes, the three-quarters arc of a circle. I noticed that before, but...
I know you did. That's what started me thinking. Now, watch. I'm going to complete the circle. There we are. See?
Uh-huh.
The arc I just put in runs through two towns, Lordville and Somerset.
You figure I'm going to pull my next bank job in one of those two towns, is that it?
No, not you. The other Superman.
I tell you, there isn't any other.
And I tell you there is. There must be. For some reason, he's following the arc of a circle. And if the three of us lay for him in both towns...
Three of us?
Yes. You, Robin, and I.
Oh.
You cover the bank in Lordville. Robin and I can cover the one in Somerset.
Well, now, look, wait a minute, Bruce. Suppose I fall asleep on
We'll
the
take
job.
a chance on that. If he shows up at either one of the two banks, as I think he will, why, we'll grab him.
Well, with all due respect to you, Batman, if he is another Superman, as you seem to think, I'm afraid you and Robin won't be much of a match for him.
I thought of that. We'll carry a walkie-talkie radio, and so will you. Now, Lordville and Somerset are only 20-odd miles apart. If he shows up at Somerset, we'll call you, and you can get over in a hurry.
Hey, maybe you've got something there at that. If he doesn't show up at Lordville or Somerset, but shows up some other place, then we'll know I'm not the mysterious bank robber.
Exactly. Now, come on. Let's eat and get going.
Okay.
We've got a lot to do today. The last three robberies have taken place on succeeding nights. And unless I miss my guess, We're going to meet our Superman friend tonight.
Eagerly, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, who in reality are Superman and Batman, make detailed plans to trap the mysterious superhuman bank robber that night. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Gang, you know how much more cheerful it is these days when the sun shines while you're at breakfast. Well, here's another way to make breakfast a mighty sunny, cheery affair. Make sure Mom serves plenty of that golden toasted cereal with the sunshine flavor. Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir. Pep is packed with mighty swell flavor. Fresh and crispy, too. And it packs a wallop of the nutrition Mom knows that you need to help grow sturdy and strong. There's extra vitamin B1 and energy vitamin. And Pep brings you your day's need of vitamin D, the very same vitamin that sunshine makes for us. What's more, remember the swell prizes you get. One in every package of Kellogg's Pep. Bright-colored, gleaming, smart-looking comic buttons. Why, all the gang's collecting them and wearing them pinned on their jacket or dress or cap. So you'll want to count yourself in on that fun. And you can, too. Sure, easy as anything. Just ask Mom to keep you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these thrilling comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. But you'll find your exclusive prize in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is now late at night. Batman and Robin, wearing their costumes and hooded masks, are crouched in the dark doorway of a store. Across the deserted moonlit street is the one-story brick building of the Somerset National Bank. Strapped to Robin's back is a portable walkie-talkie radio.
No call from Superman yet. I guess that means our bird hasn't shown up at Lordville.
I guess not, Robin.
What's that?
Take it easy, take it easy. It's just the town clock.
Oh. Say, it just struck once.
Once for 1 o'clock. Catch on?
I'll figure it out on my adding machine sometime. But look, according to the police reports, this fella always does his bank busting job between 11 and 12:30. And now it's 1.
Well, maybe he was delayed.
Or maybe he's taking a night off.
No, I don't think so.
Listen, do you really think there is another Superman?
I'm convinced there is.
Well, golly, if there is and he comes here tonight, we're going to have one sweet job on our hands.
You're not kidding, Robin. The one time we called for help, and fast.
Who'd we call? Oh, you mean Superman.
Right, in Lordville. Say, better check the walkie-talkie.
I did, but I'll check again.
Quiet.
What was that?
Quiet. Look, Robin.
Christopher Columbus.
Quiet, Robin.
Is it our Superman or the other one?
Whoever he is, he dropped out of the sky. Look. He's walking toward the bank. Now he's looking around.
He's got a mask on. It can't be our Superman.
Quick, Robin. Get on that walkie-talkie. Call Superman at Lordville. Tell him to get here at once.
Okay.
Come on, hurry.
Calling Superman. Calling Superman.
Not so loud.
Superman, come in. Superman. Calling Superman.
Oh, this guy heard you.
He's coming over here.
Yes, keep calling, Robin.
Calling Superman. Superman. Where are you, Superman? Come in.
What's the matter, Robin?
I don't know. He doesn't answer.
Drop the walkie-talkie and stand by for action. Here comes trouble.
Bracing themselves, Batman and Robin prepare to meet the charge of the tall, powerfully built man looming out of the darkness and wearing the blue costume and red cape identified with Superman. Who is he? And how did he drop out of the sky without warning? Is he another creature possessed of superhuman powers? Or, as Clark Kent suspects, is he the real Superman? Fellows and girls, don't miss Monday's thrilling episode, when we learn not only how Batman and Robin fare against their strange opponent, but many other amazing things. So be sure to listen Monday, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, Same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say there, gang, have you heard? Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 famous Kellogg cereals that makes breakfast so much fun. Why, it's like eating in a restaurant where you can choose from a whole list of your favorite cereals, each one in your own private package. And Mom's sure to be glad Kellogg's Variety is back. Show her how you can eat right out of the swell new Kell Bowl Pack. She'll like not having to wash dishes. So ask her to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual...
Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman. And today his friends Batman and Robin meet a strange and mysterious figure. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, here is Dan McCullough.
You know, gang, it's a load of fun to read stories about buried treasure. And did you ever stop to think that there's treasure buried in every package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep? Yes, sir. A treasure of doggone good eating, plus an exciting prize, a bright-colored, smart-looking comic button to add to your collection. Why, it's a real thrill when Mom opens a new package of Pep just to see which comic strip character that you'll get. Maybe a brand new one that you don't have yet, like Grinning Smitty, or silly-looking Smokey Stover, or a handsome Superman himself. And if it's a duplicate, like one you already have, why, that's even more fun, because then you can swap with your pals and still have a different button to wear pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And whichever button you get, it's bound to be a honey, done up in full comic strip colors, bright red and blue and black on a gleaming white background. A real eye-catcher. So how's about reminding Mom right now to get you some more Kellogg's Pep? That's the only way you can get these comic buttons, You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in a single penny, not even a box top. They come only as exclusive prizes in packages of Pep. Just ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
A series of amazing bank robberies committed by a mysterious individual apparently possessed of superhuman powers who, strangely enough, forwards all the stolen money to charity, has posed an almost frightening problem to Superman and his friend, the famous Batman. It is Batman's belief that another Superman exists, another survivor of the planet Krypton. Superman himself, however, has an even more startling theory. He believes that because he was exposed to the nerve-shattering effects of atomic energy during his titanic battles with the Atom Man, that he is suffering from a form of amnesia, a loss of memory, and that he himself is committing the strange burglaries without having any knowledge of what he is doing. Yesterday, as you recall, he was about to give himself up to the police when Batman proposed a plan. In his guise of Bruce Wayne, he outlined the plan to Clark Kent, who, as we know, is Superman.
The way I figure it is like this, Kent. Now, according to this map, all the banks that were broken into are in towns that form a circle within a 50-mile radius of Metropolis.
Uh-huh.
Now, see, I've marked the circle off.
Yes, except that the circle isn't complete.
Right. There are 2 towns missing. 2 towns that haven't been touched yet. Lordville and Somerset.
I see, and you think one of them is next on the list.
Right. Either Lordville or Somerset. Now, my idea is this. Tonight, Robin and I can watch the bank at Somerset, while you keep an eye on the one at Lordville.
As we continue now, it is long after midnight. Batman and Robin, hidden in a doorway opposite the Somerset Bank, were amazed to see a powerfully built man wearing a blue costume and red cape drop from the sky and approach the bank. Quickly, Robin tried to contact Superman in Lordville by walkie-talkie, but there was no response. Hearing Robin's voice, the man in the cape suddenly wheeled and faced them. In the moonlight, Batman and Robin could see he was masked. Squaring his broad shoulders, he started across the deserted street in their direction. Listen.
Uh-oh, here he comes, Batman.
Get set for trouble, boy.
Trouble is right. If he's really a Superman...
He must be. He dropped out of the sky.
Then we're dead ducks.
Maybe not. We can just keep him busy till our Superman gets here.
How's he gonna get here? He didn't answer our call.
Well, maybe he heard it but didn't bother to answer. This is it, Robin. Let's go to town.
I'm right with you, Pat.
Chin looks inspiring.
So does his nose.
Nice going, Robin.
Nice going yourself. What's that haymaker?
Pardon me, stranger. Your chin's showing again.
And here's a lovely curtain for your eye.
Very pretty, Robin.
Thanks. But he doesn't fall down. Look out, Batman. Don't let him grab you.
He's got me. He's as strong as a nut.
Batman, are you okay?
I guess so, but nobody ever played football with me like that before. Robin, he's coming for you.
Let go, you big nut. Put me down or I'll... Batman, he's got me.
Robin, are you hurt?
I'm okay, I guess. Christopher Columbus, he just wound up and threw me like a baseball.
Come on, up on your feet. That a boy. Oh, he's running away. Come on, chum, after him.
Ooh, look at him go. We'll never catch him.
We've got to. Step on it.
I'm practically off the ground now.
Great Jupiter.
What are you slowing up for?
Stop. Look.
Jeepers, he's up in the air. He's flying.
Come on, Robin. On the double.
Where to now?
Back to the walkie-talkie. We've got to contact Superman in Lordville.
The same way we contacted him before?
Don't be funny. We've got to get him here in a hurry. He may still be able to catch that bruiser.
I don't see how.
Just leave it to him. Oh, here's the doorway we were in. Where'd you put the walkie-talkie?
Here it is.
Well, get on it fast.
Okay. Calling Superman. Calling Superman in Lordville. Come in, Superman. Come in.
I hope he answers this time. Any luck?
Not yet. Superman. Calling Superman. Batman and Robin calling Superman. Come in, please.
Oh, why doesn't he answer?
Maybe he's not there.
Of course he's there. Try it again.
Calling Superman. Calling Superman. Come in, Superman. Come in.
No soap, huh?
No soap.
Okay. Let's go.
Where to?
We'll drive over to Lordville. Get in. Well, at least we learned something. We learned there is another Superman.
Did we?
Who else could throw us around like paper bags and then fly away?
Well...
I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I'll prove it as soon as we get to Lordville. Hang on now. I'm going to make time. See that sign, Robin?
Yep. We're in Lordville. There's the bank.
All right, brace yourself. We go.
Looks as deserted around here as it was in Somerset.
Well, it's almost 2 in the morning. Oh, now, where's Superman?
I don't see him.
He's probably around the side of the bank, or in back. Come on.
Wouldn't you think they'd have a watchman around here or a policeman?
Oh, they rarely do in small towns like this, Robin. The constable makes the rounds every hour or so, if it isn't too cold out.
I still don't see Superman.
Well, he must be around somewhere.
Where? Superman! Hey, Superman!
You see him?
No, but if he's here, how come he doesn't see us?
I don't know. Maybe he's behind the bank.
I've got a feeling...
Hey, wait. Here's the end of the building.
He's not back here.
Hey, that's strange.
Superman! Where are you? No answer.
He's not here. I don't understand it. Something's wrong, Robin. Something's very wrong.
Puzzled and confused, Batman and Robin stand at the rear of the bank building, peering into the darkness.
What has happened to Superman? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
It's a pretty sure thing, whenever you see several fellows and girls together nowadays, that they're talking about those nifty comic buttons all the gang's collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Maybe they're comparing notes on how many buttons they've collected, or maybe trading duplicates with each other. Probably both, because swapping is one way that you're sure to get a different button to add to the others pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Now, here's how it works. Suppose you have
the Harold Teen button, and you get another one when Mom opens a new package of Pep. And one of your pals has 2 Superman buttons. Well, you trade off, and you've got both a new, different comic button to add to your collection. Boy, that's swell fun, isn't it? And you'll be proud someday when you can sport all 18 different buttons in the series. Boy, you'll really feel like strutting around. So hop to it, gang. Better ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's how you get these exclusive prizes, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. The fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you'll find a bright-colored, gleaming comic button in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Failing to find Superman at the bank he had presumably been guarding in the village of Lordville, Batman and Robin, unable to understand it, have returned to the deserted street in front of the darkened bank.
Not a sign of him. How do you add this up, Batman?
I can't make it add at all. Superman wouldn't leave a post he was got.
Looking for somebody?
What the... Superman.
Well, what are you two doing here?
Huh?
Where have you been?
Right here.
Right here.
Well, except for the last minute or two. I caught a glimpse of something up in the sky, something I couldn't make out, and I went up to investigate.
You say the last minute or two?
Yes. See, there wasn't a sign of life for miles around, so I thought it was perfectly safe to have a look at whatever was up there. Funny thing, I lost it, though. Then I thought I saw it again, but I happened to look down, and I saw you two, so down I came to find out what was wrong. Why did you leave Somerset?
To get you. The other Superman showed up.
What?
That's right. At least we think it was another Superman.
Of course it was. It had to be if Superman was right here all the time.
Wait a minute. Tell me about this.
Well, just after 1 o'clock.
That's just a little less than an hour ago.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Robin and I were in a doorway across from the Somerset Bank.
I see.
All of a sudden, a man in a blue costume and a red cape dropped out of the sky and landed in front of the bank.
Out of the sky?
That's right.
He heard Robin calling you on the walkie-talkie and came for us. We tangled with him and got tossed around like a couple of beanbags. And then he ran away. Well, we started to chase him, but he leaped up into the air and he disappeared.
Oh, why didn't you call me?
Well, I just told you. That's how we came to tangle with him. You see, he heard Robin trying to raise you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's impossible. Nobody called me.
Oh, no? I practically went hoarse calling you.
What?
When we first spotted the guy and then after he flew away.
You say this was about 1 o'clock?
Well, we'll call it 1-5.
1-5. Well, I was right here, and the walkie-talkie was on my back just as it is now. Oh, now, wait a minute.
What?
Maybe it's out of order.
Well, we can find out easily enough.
All right, good idea.
Ours in the back of the car. You stay where you are.
Right.
I'll call you from the car.
Okay. All right, come on, Robin. We'll move back a little more.
Okay.
That's better. All right, anytime you're ready, Batman.
I'm ready now.
Go ahead, then.
Calling Superman.
It works.
Coming through?
Yes.
Well, then that means it works.
Yes. That's exactly what it means. And since it does work, how could you have called me from Somerset without my hearing you? Unless...
Once again, the same frightening thought passes through Superman's troubled mind. The horrible suspicion that somehow he himself is responsible for all that has been going on. That in this case he may have dozed off and in a state of stupor flown to Somerset and attacked Batman and Robin. But then, why should he attack his friends? And why should he break into banks? Do you believe he's responsible? Frankly, we don't. Or do you believe there's another Superman? Another survivor of the planet Krypton? Well, one way or the other, you'll be amazed as the mystery unfolds. So don't fail to listen. This is the most puzzling and the most exciting of Superman's many adventures. So be sure to hear tomorrow's episode. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the Grand Old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Want to hear a scoop? A big scoop of Kellogg news? Well, listen to this. Kellogg's Variety is back. Yes, Kellogg's have scooped 6 of their most famous cereals into this grand variety carton. One carton containing 10 separate generous-sized packages. So now it's easier for Mom. She just gets Kellogg's Variety, and everybody at the breakfast table can eat his favorite cereal fresh from its own box. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Ask Mom right away to get Kellogg's Variety. It's swell, no foolin'. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who is today more puzzled than ever over the strange series of bank robberies. We'll join him in the little village of Lordville in just a moment. But right now, let's hear what Dan McCullough has in store for us.
You know, gang, if you should ever happen to be kind of blue, I'll bet you could cheer yourself up just by taking a look at some of those comic buttons you're collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. They're sure to hand you a laugh. Take K.O., for instance. His black derby hat, size is too big for him, sits down over one eye in the silliest way. Why, he looks just like a tough little mug with a sense of humor. Then there's Smokey Stover. You know, the fellow who's always doing things backward? Why, he's doggone comical with his ear-to-ear grin and his fireman's hat sitting back on his head. And you'll get a kick out of the Superman button, too, because he reminds you of all the wonderful adventures he's had and all the rest of the 18 different buttons in the series. And you know what the best part is? These pictures are straight from the funny papers. They're true to life and done up in such bright colors, they show up like anything when you wear the buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So get busy on your collection, gang. They're easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. But there's one of these exclusive prizes in every package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Ask Mom to get you P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Never before has Superman been up against so baffling a problem as the one facing him now. Is it possible, as a result of the strange after effects of being bombarded with atomic energy, that he has been breaking into banks, stealing money, and then donating it to charity without realizing what he is doing? Or, as his friend Batman thinks, is there another Superman, another individual possessed of superhuman powers who has been committing the acts? In a desperate effort to solve the problem, Superman and Batman charted the course of the strange bank robberies and discovered that they followed a circular path through small towns in the vicinity of Metropolis. The next 2 towns on the arc of the circle were Lordville and Somerset. And while Superman set himself to watch the Lordville bank, Batman and Robin stationed themselves in Somerset. Late at night, a masked figure dropped out of the sky in Somerset, garbed in a blue costume and red cape. As Robin tried unsuccessfully to contact Superman by walkie-talkie radio, the man attacked our 2 friends, then leaped into the air and disappeared. Batman and Robin hurried to Lordville, where Superman said he had not received the SOS call on his walkie-talkie. A test, however, proved that the radio was in working order. And as we continue now, from the dark street in front of the Lordville Bank, Superman says,
Nothing wrong with the walkie-talkie, so why didn't I hear Robin calling me?
You're sure you were here all the time?
Every minute, Batman.
Gosh, I can't figure it out.
Neither can I. Unless
what?
Unless you were asleep when we tried to call you.
I wasn't.
Well, how do you know? You said you've often dropped off to sleep without warning since you were exposed to that atomic energy.
Well, yes, but I wasn't...
Well, that's what must have happened tonight. Like the other evening in your apartment, when you dozed off in your chair and slept for several hours.
Say, I'll bet that's what did happen.
No, I don't think so,
Say,
Robin.
wait a minute, wait. I just thought of something.
What?
Before you fell asleep the other evening, you complained of a headache. Remember?
Yes, that's right.
Do you have a headache tonight?
Come to think of it, I did have one, but I would have known if I'd been asleep.
Not necessarily. You might have been leaning against the bank or sitting down.
Well,
when you woke up, you were still in the same place, and you didn't know you'd been sleeping.
I suppose that could be the answer.
Well, I'm sure of it.
But if it is, then I...
You what?
I must be the one who dropped out of the sky in Somerset an hour ago to rob the bank.
Jeepers.
You weren't.
How do you know?
I told you before. Even if you walked in your sleep...
You mean flew?
Or had amnesia, you wouldn't do anything wrong.
Well, if I didn't know what I was doing?
Well, you still wouldn't do anything wrong. There's another Superman. I've said so from the beginning.
Sorry, I can't believe it. Look, both of you. You saw whoever it was tonight. You were face to face with him. You must know if it was me or not.
We weren't face to face with him very long. He threw us around like a couple of footballs.
Yes, and he was wearing a mask. But I'm sure he wasn't you.
But he was about my size and build.
Yes.
And he was wearing a costume just like mine.
Yes.
And he got away by leaping up into the air and disappearing.
Yes, but...
Wait a minute, I forgot. His voice. Was it my voice?
His voice? I don't seem to remember his voice.
No, neither do I. Say, come to think of it, he didn't say a word.
That's right. He just kind of grunted now and then.
Oh.
I can't believe it was you, Superman. Only, of course, it does seem funny now.
Oh, stop it, Robin.
If only I knew. I've got to know.
Look, chum, I've got an idea.
What is it?
Dr. Halper. He's chief at the Metropolis Hospital. He's a friend of mine. He's not only one of the greatest physicians in the world, but he worked with the atom bomb scientist on the after effects of radioactivity.
Oh?
Now, let's put the problem up to him.
Nothing would suit me better.
Fine. We'll go back to Metropolis right now. Oh, no, wait. We can't leave here till sunup.
Why not?
Well, just in case the other Superman might decide to take a crack at this bank.
I still can't believe there is another
I
one.
know there is. It's the town clock.
Yes.
Well, let's get out of sight. Just in case our friend does show up. This way.
Okay.
Hiding in the dark shadows of the bank, our friends wait tensely but in vain. And when the first streaks of the rising sun lighten the sky above the sleeping village, they return to Metropolis. A short time later, in their guises of Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, Superman and Batman are in the office of Dr. Alfred Halper, world-famous director of the Metropolis Hospital.
Just a moment, please, Bruce, and Mr. Kent. Are you trying to tell me that you believe Superman is this mysterious bank robber?
Yes. No.
Which is it?
Kent has a crazy idea that Superman... Well, go ahead and tell Dr. Halper about it, Kent.
Okay. I suppose you read about Superman's recent experience with the Atom Man, Doctor.
Of course. Amazing thing. Not for Superman. I shudder to think what might have happened to us all. But go on.
Well, a short while after that, Superman was trapped in a cyclotron where he was exposed to more atomic energy. I happen to know that since then he's been getting headaches and even dropping off to sleep at odd times.
He has? How do you know that?
I know. Take my word for it. Now, it's my theory that during these sleeping spells, when he doesn't know what he's doing, he breaks into banks. And when he wakes up, he has no recollection of what he did.
Oh, you're all wet.
Now, wait a minute, Bruce. Why do you say that, Mr. Kent?
Well, because several people saw the man leap into the air and disappear. Only Superman can do that. And only he can bend solid steel bars and rip open heavy barred doors in vaults.
Oh, the other Superman can evidently do it, too.
I just don't believe there is another, Bruce.
Oh, there must
be. Just a moment, please. I don't know if Bruce's theory is correct, but I'm sure that yours is incorrect, Mr. Kent.
Oh, why?
For two reasons. In the first place, I don't believe that Superman could have these periods of forgetfulness which we call amnesia.
Neither do I.
But he was exposed to the terrible power of atomic energy, Doctor. Couldn't that have brought it on?
Not with Superman. But even if it were possible, which I don't believe, he certainly wouldn't commit any criminal acts.
There, you hear that, Kent?
Yes, I hear it, but I'd like to know why Dr. Halper is so certain.
Because Superman, as everyone knows, is thoroughly honest and upright. He fights for law and order.
Well, that's true, but...
Such a person wouldn't commit a dishonest act, even if he'd been hypnotized. Now, that's a proven medical fact.
But he gives all the stolen money to charity.
Stealing is an antisocial act, a crime, regardless of what's done with the stolen goods. Robin Hood stole from the rich to help the poor, but he was still a thief. Isn't that right?
Right.
Of course.
That's why I say Superman couldn't have done it. He works for the law and for society, not against it.
Well, are you satisfied, Kent?
Yes, and I'm relieved, too.
Imagine thinking Superman could turn bank robber. Why, it's enough to make you lose faith in all humanity. I can assure you it's impossible.
Well, that's wonderful. See, I don't know how to tell you how grateful I am, Doctor.
I'm glad I could be of service. Incidentally, Bruce's theory that there may be another Superman is very interesting.
We'll have more to tell you on that later. I hope. Well, we've got to rush now. Many thanks, Doc. All right, come on, Kent.
All right. Thanks again, Dr. Halper.
You're quite welcome.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, you won't have to give yourself up to the police after all, Kent.
Oh, it certainly takes a load off my mind, I must say. But somehow I just can't believe it.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Halper knows his stuff. And you said you did believe it.
Oh, I believe I'm not the bank robber, Bruce.
Well, then what...
I just can't believe there's another Superman.
Oh, you're being stubborn, Kent.
No, I'm not. It's
Only Superman could do the things this fellow's been doing.
I realize it looks that way, but... Here, wait, I'll open the door.
Oh, thanks. What did you start to say?
Well, if there is another Superman, why haven't we heard of him before? Where's he been all these years?
I've been wondering about that, too. But we'll find out when we catch him.
Something strange about this. Very strange. Bruce, did you hear that?
Yes.
Come on, I want to see that paper.
Breaking into a run, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne make for the newsboy, who is shouting that the mysterious bank robber has been identified. Who is he? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, there are just as many girls who like to eat Kellogg's Pep for breakfast as there are fellows. And there are just as many girls collecting those swell comic buttons Pep is putting out, too. Why, I see dresses and jackets and caps sporting comic buttons all the time. And, you know, sometimes I suspect that it's pretty much a matter of pride with the fellas, not to let the girls get ahead of them. You see, in the first place, these comic buttons are mighty easy to look at. So all the gang wants to collect all 18 buttons in the series. Actual, true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip characters, done up in bright red and blue and black on a gleaming white background. Mighty snappy looking. Then there's the fun in swapping duplicates with your pals. Boy, that's something no fellow or girl wants to miss. And you don't have to, because these exciting comic buttons are easy to collect. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's your exciting prize. So get your comic buttons, gang, from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As they left the Metropolis Hospital, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, who was really the famous Batman, heard a newsboy shouting that the mysterious bank robber had been identified. As we continue now, Kent has purchased a paper, and he and Wayne have moved away from the excited crowd around the newsboy.
Who is it, Kent?
Listen to this, Bruce. The mysterious bank robber who has been terrorizing communities in the vicinity of Metropolis by his superhuman feats of strength and his ability to fly has at last been identified by Inspector William Henderson of the Metropolis Police Department.
Oh, never mind all that, Kent. Go on.
All right, wait a minute. Let's see. Here. Early this morning, Henderson summoned reporters to his office and announced that he had just discovered evidence which identified the bank burglar. Henderson said that he was shocked to have to reveal that the thief is
who, Kent? Is who?
Superman.
Speechless, Bruce Wayne snatches the paper from Clark Kent's hands and reads Inspector Henderson's startling statement again. A statement to the effect that newly discovered evidence has proven that the amazing bank robber is Superman, the Man of Steel. How can this be after what Dr. Halper has just said? And what is this new evidence? Tomorrow's episode is tense and exciting, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, get a load of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the famous variety carton of 6 swell Kellogg cereals in 10 separate packages. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. With Kellogg's Variety on the table, you can choose among Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Pep, Corn Flakes, shredded wheat crumbles, and 40% bran flakes. Simply help yourself to your favorite. Each box holds a fresh, crisp, heaping portion. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. As we join him today, he and his friend Batman are faced with a very difficult problem. We'll get the details in a moment, but right now, let's hear from Dan McCullough.
These wintry days, sunshine looks so doggone cheery and appetizing when it shows up at the breakfast table that, well, it seems like you can almost taste its warmth and goodness. And that's just about the same way you feel when you taste the sunny, golden toasted goodness of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir, that's a sunshine flavor, all right. And that's not all. Your regular dish of Pep for breakfast gives you your daily minimum need of sunshine vitamin D that helps build strong bones and teeth. That's one reason Mom wants you to eat Pep regularly, especially in the wintertime. And, of course, the more Kellogg's Pep your family eats, the more comic buttons you get for your collection. Because there's one of these exciting prizes in every package. And are they beauties? Pictures of your favorite funny paper characters done up in bright red and blue and black on a gleaming white background. Mighty snappy looking. And what's more, there are 18 different comic buttons in the series. So you get the fun of rounding out your whole collection. That's easy to do, too. Sure. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. So plan to eat lots of P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Just as Clark Kent became convinced that it was not he in his role of Superman who had broken into several banks, ripped open steel vaults, and then donated the stolen money to charity, he was dealt a staggering blow. He and his friend Batman heard a newsboy shouting that the mysterious bank robber had been identified. Purchasing a paper, Kent read that Police Inspector Henderson had discovered evidence which proved that Superman was guilty. As we continue now, Kent and Batman, in his guise of Bruce Wayne, have hurried to the office of Inspector Henderson at Metropolis Police Headquarters. As we join them there, Henderson is speaking.
I'm sorry, Kent, but I can't tell you what the evidence is yet.
Why not?
I'm getting one more opinion on it. I expect a report any minute, and then I'll issue a statement to the press.
But according to the extras on the street, you're already convinced that Superman is the bank robber.
That's right. But this is so incredible that I decided to have the evidence verified once more before I obtain warrants for his arrest.
Arrest Superman? Why, you're out of your mind, Inspector.
Now, hold on, Wayne.
Superman a thief? Why, of all the ridiculous nonsense I ever heard. Well, you ought to know it's impossible.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Why,
Wait,
Superman's done more to combat crime than any other man in the world. He's always been on the side of law and order.
I know it.
You know it. But you go on record as calling him a criminal, a bank robber. And I used to think you had brains.
Now, you listen to me, Wayne.
Wait a minute, you
We've
two.
been friends for a long time, but you can't talk to me like that.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector.
I know what a shock this is to you, but it was just as great a shock to me. Even with the proof in my hands, I had a hard time making myself believe that Superman had turned crooked.
He didn't, Inspector.
Of course he didn't.
I say he did, and I've got the evidence to prove it.
What do you mean?
I'll produce it when I'm ready.
Why can't you produce it now?
I'll promise not to publish a word of it until you give me permission.
I said I'll produce it when I'm ready, and not a moment before.
But...
And it won't do you any good to try to crowd me. That's the trouble with both of you. You think that... Come in. Oh, what is it, Burton?
I've got the report from McCann, Inspector.
Oh, good. That's what I've been waiting for. Let's have it.
Yes, sir. Here it is.
This the report on the evidence you mentioned, Inspector?
Yeah. Let's see what he says. Oh, that's all, Burton.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Now, take it easy, Wayne. Just as I thought. McCann backs us up.
Who's McCann?
Backs you up on what?
Look, you fellows have been helpful to the police department on more than one occasion. I'm going to take you into my confidence on one condition.
What's that?
That you don't print a word of this before I release it to all the papers. I'd have them on my neck if you did.
I promise.
And you're to keep it under your hat, too, Wayne.
Check.
Okay. Take a look at this card first.
All right. Let's see it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it says, a gift from the Lynnhaven National Bank with the compliments of a friend. Say, we saw this before, can't remember?
Yes, at the War Orphans Relief Society. It came with a package of money stolen from the Lynnhaven Bank.
Right. And there are 4 other cards like this, in the same handwriting. Just the names of the banks are different.
Yes, we know. They were received at various charity offices with the stolen money.
Right. And all 4 cards were obviously written by the bank robber.
Well, they might not have been.
They came with the stolen money, didn't they?
Yes,
Well,
but...
that's enough for me. Now, here. Take a look at this.
What is it?
Oh, I know.
Oh, it's a piece of notepaper with some writing on it. Let me see it. Compliments and best wishes to Jimmy Olsen from...
Go on, read the signature, Wayne.
Oh, it's signed Superman.
Yes, you bet it is. Superman gave Jim Olsen that autograph some time ago. I was looking around the Daily Planet today. I knew they had some kind of unofficial contact with Superman. And I found this piece of paper hanging over Olsen's desk. Now, compare Superman's handwriting with the handwriting on the cards that came with the stolen money.
Why, they look pretty similar.
Pretty similar. They're exactly alike. Same man wrote them. And that man is Superman.
You're wrong, Inspector.
Look at it, Kent. Look at it.
I don't have to. I know Superman wrote the autograph for Jim, but I also know he didn't write those cards.
Oh, he didn't, eh?
No.
Well, listen to this. Joe Reiser, the police handwriting expert, says Superman did write the cards.
Well, you can...
And George McCann, another expert we call in sometimes, says the same thing.
So what? We could call in a dozen experts, and half of them would probably say he didn't write it.
Sure.
I've seen plenty of cases where handwriting experts disagree.
My 2 experts agree. That's enough for my purposes. Besides, you don't have to be an expert to see that the same man wrote the autograph and the cards.
Well, it may look that way, but you're wrong, Inspector.
Of course you are. How could you possibly believe that Superman would rob banks?
Oh, let's not go into that again. I've asked myself the same question 1,000 times. I don't know the answer. He's been giving the stolen money to charity. Maybe he's got some kind of a Robin Hood complex or something.
Oh, nonsense.
Okay, Wayne, how do you account for the fact that Superman's handwriting matches the writing on the cards?
Well, I don't know, but...
And who else but Superman could rip open steel doors and vaults and then leap up into the air and disappear?
Oh, that's easy. Another Superman.
Oh, so now there's another Superman. Where's he been all these years? Sitting home, crocheting doilies?
Well, I'll admit I don't know that either, but I can tell you...
But nothing. There's only one answer. And hard as it is to take, we've got to swallow it. I'm going to call in the reporters now and tell them.
No, wait, Inspector.
Burton, send in the
I'm sorry, Inspector, but you've got to listen to me.
Well, of all the... What do you mean, shutting off my intercom phone, Kent?
I'm terribly sorry, but
to throw you in the jug. Turn it on again.
If you'll just listen
I
to me...
won't listen. This isn't the first time you've tried to tell me how to run the police department.
I'm not trying to...
I'm fed up, you hear me? Now turn on that intercom phone, or so help me...
Inspector, please, you want to get the man who's really been robbing these banks, don't you?
I intend to get him. Heaven knows I wish it didn't have to be this way, but since it
is...
It
isn't. And if you'll just give me a little time, I'll prove it.
You'll prove what?
That Superman is not the thief.
How are you going to prove it?
Well, I've got a plan. But if you let this so-called handwriting evidence get out, my plan will be ruined.
What plan?
I can't tell you now, but if you'll just trust me, I'll bring you the guilty man.
Sorry, Kent. From where I sit, I've got indisputable evidence that Superman is guilty.
But
I've got to proceed against him.
I thought in this country a man was considered innocent until he was judged guilty by a jury of his peers. You seem to be proceeding just the other way.
That's what I was going to say.
I said that from where I sit, he's guilty, and it's my duty to arrest him.
Oh.
Then he'll get a fair trial.
And how do you expect to arrest him?
Yes. Do you know where he is?
I'll admit it's going to be a job to find and arrest him, especially if he resists arrest. But I'll do the best I can. Now, if you'll take your hand off the intercom phone, Kent, I'll call in the reporter.
Wait, Inspector. Now, wait a minute. I've got a bargain to offer you.
I'm not buying any bargains. For the last time,
I think
Kent,
you'll buy this one. Now, listen. If I don't produce the guilty man in 48 hours...
I can't withhold the evidence that long.
All right. Make it 24 hours. I'll either bring you the real thief then, or I'll produce Superman.
Wait a minute, Kent. Do you know what you're saying?
I know. Well, how about it, Inspector?
How can you guarantee to produce Superman?
I'm quite sure I can. I never let you down on anything I promised before, did I?
No, but...
Then trust me this one more time. What can you lose?
Kent's right, Inspector. It'll take a lot longer than that for you to find Superman. If you find him.
Well, I suppose I can wait 24 hours.
Now you're talking. Thanks a lot. You won't regret this.
I'd better not, Kent, or I'll have your hide.
Listen, if I fail, you can have it. And Superman's. Come on, Bruce. So long, Inspector.
Right, Kent. Be seeing you, Inspector.
So long. Now, listen, Burton. Tell the reporters I won't have a statement on the evidence I mentioned for 24 hours.
Followed by the puzzled Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent hurries from Inspector Henderson's office. How does Kent intend to fulfill his promise to produce the mysterious bank thief within 24 hours? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, it seems like there's no lack of something to talk about when any of you fellows and girls get together. And no lack of something to do. Because all the gang's collecting those exciting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. And there's quite a business of trading duplicates, too. That's a swell way to add to your collection. Fact is, it seems like you might feel kind of out of things if you're not collecting comic buttons. But you feel mighty proud when you can strut around with your whole collection pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. They look so doggone smart. Bright comic strip colors, the pictures of your funny paper favorites done up in true-to-life style, and showing up like anything against the gleaming white enamel background. And you know, the best part is, these comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to stock up with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then you look inside every package for your exclusive prize. Remember to ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Hurrying from police headquarters, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, who in reality is the famous Batman, hailed a taxi. Kent gave the driver a street number, then settled back.
Well, that's that.
That's what? All you did was stick your neck out, Mr. Kent, promising Henderson to produce the real bank robber within 24 hours or else surrender Superman. Yourself.
I know, but I had to, Bruce. If the papers published the handwriting evidence and the public believed Superman was guilty, my plan would be ruined.
What do you mean?
Look, I'm convinced those bank robberies are part of a gigantic plot against me.
I don't get it.
Well, I admit it's a little too vague in my own mind yet to explain, but I think I'm beginning to get the drift of it. And if my plan works, we'll catch our man tonight.
Well, tell me how.
We're going to set a trap, Bruce, and hope that he walks or flies into it. If he doesn't, well, we're licked. And tomorrow by this time, I'll be behind bars. Yes. And Superman's career will be over.
Grimly, Clark Kent reminds Bruce Wayne of the bargain he made with Inspector Henderson. To prove that he, Superman, is not guilty of the bank robberies, or else surrender himself to the police. Will his desperate last-minute plan succeed? And will it reveal that there is another human being possessed of superhuman powers? There are thrills and a big surprise in tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, you'll get a bang out of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 swell Kellogg cereals. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Makes it easy for Mom, too. No dishes to wash, thanks to the new Kell Bowl Pack. You can eat right out of it. What's more, these generous packages are great for lunch boxes and outings. So ask Mom to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety at the grocer's her very first chance. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcast...
Kellogg's Pep!
The super delicious cereal presents...
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, only a short time remains for him to solve the mystery of the chain of bank robberies. We'll join him in a moment. But right now, a young fellow named Rusty has a problem on his mind, and he's asking his pal Dan McCullough for advice.
Say, Dan, maybe you can tell me what we ought to do.
I'll be glad to help you if I can, Rusty.
Well, it's kind of a problem in our club. Everybody wants to be president at the same time.
You can't run a club that way.
I know. We want to be fair and give all the kids a chance, so we have a different president each month. But how are you going to decide who should go first?
That is a puzzle.
We've been worrying about it.
Hey, I got it.
Yeah?
Sure, it's easy. Now, you're all collecting comic buttons, aren't you, from packages of Kellogg's Pep?
Yeah, sure.
Well, then, the fellow who has the most comic buttons in his collection is the president for the first month.
Why, sure. Why didn't I think of that?
And if you want to, you could take the next biggest collection and make that fellow vice president and so on down.
That's it, Dan, that's it. And believe me, there's going to be a scramble for more comic buttons, too.
Well, you won't have any trouble with that, because all the gang's been mighty busy lately working on their comic button collections. Everybody's working toward getting all 18 different buttons in the series, and having a load of fun, too. Fellows and girls are mighty proud, too, to sport these bright-colored buttons on their jacket or their dress or cap. So don't miss out on the fun. Ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exciting comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. But there's an exclusive prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
In a desperate effort to persuade Inspector Henderson not to release evidence which the police chief says proves that Superman is the mysterious burglar who has been breaking into banks, stealing money, and then donating it to charity, Clark Kent made a daring bargain with the inspector. Within 24 hours, he promised, he would either bring in the real thief or produce Superman himself. Kent then outlined his plan to his friend Batman. The bank robberies had followed a circular path within a 50-mile radius of Metropolis, and only the banks in 2 towns, Lordville and Somerset, had not been broken into by the mysterious burglar. Posting Private Detective Candy Myers and his men in Somerset, Kent, in his true identity of Superman, accompanied Batman and Robin, his young companion, to Lordville. As we continue now, late at night, our 3 friends are hidden in the dark shadows of the small brick bank building. The little village is wrapped in sleep, and a cloudy sky shrouds the pale moon. Robin, nervous, breaks the tense silence.
This bank robber's going to show up. I wish he'd make it soon, Batman. I'm getting cold.
Relax, Robin. Anybody know what time it is, Superman?
I think I can see the town clock from here. Wait a minute. Yes, it's just 20 minutes past 12.
Yeah, we might have a long wait then. He didn't show up in the last job he tried to pull until after 1.
Most of the other robberies took place around midnight. Keep your eyes peeled. We might see him at any minute.
The sooner the better. I owe him something for the shellacking he gave us last night.
If he does appear, Robin, leave him to me.
No, sir. Nobody can use me for a football and get away with it.
You heard Superman, Robin. He's giving the orders tonight.
Okay,
Hold it. Someone's coming.
Huh? Where?
Up the street.
Yes, I hear footsteps.
So do I.
Who is it, Superman?
Town constable making his rounds.
Oh, that's right. Our bird doesn't walk, he flies. I should have thought of that. He's another Superman.
Quiet. It's right in front of the bank.
What?
Who?
The constable. He's trying the door.
Oh.
Quiet. He spots us, he'll have the whole town up in arms. Okay. He's leaving.
After all those robberies around here, you think they'd keep a guard at the bank all night?
They never do in small towns like this. I guess they figure the constable can handle any trouble that comes up.
A fat chance they'd have against a Superman.
Fat chance a guard would have, too.
Well, that's true, but...
What's that?
Relax, chum, relax. Just the town clock striking the half hour.
Say, Batman, wasn't Candy Myers supposed to check with us from Somerset between 12 and 12:30 on the walkie-talkie?
Say, that's right, he was.
Jeepers, you suppose the bank robber showed up there?
I hope not.
He was there last night, and you two scared him away. I don't think he'll try Somerset again. But we'd better check. You got the walkie-talkie on your back, Robin. Contact Candy, will you?
Okay. Calling Candy...
Not so loud.
Oh, sorry. Calling Candy Myers in Somerset. Lordville calling Candy Myers in Somerset. Come in, Candy.
Doesn't he answer?
No.
Try again.
Calling Candy Myers. Calling Candy Myers in Somerset. Come in, please. Come in.
Still no answer, eh?
No.
I don't like this. I'd better hop over to Somerset and see what's wrong. You two stay here.
Wait, hold it.
What?
Robin, I'm ashamed of you.
Huh?
And I always thought you were bright.
What's the matter?
Yeah, what did I do now?
You opened the receiving key on the walkie-talkie instead of the sending key.
What?
No wonder Candy couldn't hear him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, gosh, did I?
You certainly did. Here, let me have it.
Isn't the sending key on the right?
No, Robin, it's on the left.
Oh, gosh, the first walkie-talkie we used a couple of years
No
ago...
alibis. Okay, I've got it.
You must have opened the wrong key last night, too, Robin, when the bank robber showed up in Somerset and you tried to call me. That's why I didn't get your SOS.
Of course. Not for that, would have had our man behind bars by this time.
Where's that extra special dunce cap, and will someone give me a good hard kick?
Forget it. We all make mistakes. See if you can raise Candy, Batman.
Right. Calling Candy Myers in Somerset. Lordville calling Candy Myers. Come in, please.
Still no answer, eh? I'd better get over.
There he is.
I was just going to call you. How is it over there?
All quiet so far, Candy. How is it with you?
All I need is a lily in my hand, and I'd think I was out of this world. I never saw such a graveyard. Everybody in this burg goes to sleep at 8 o'clock.
Tell him not to fall asleep.
Keep your eyes peeled, Candy, just in case.
Don't worry, pal. I've got every inch of this place covered. If the guy does show up here, he won't know what hit him.
Call us at once if you see him, Candy. That's all. We'll buzz you later. So long. Okay, Robin. Strap it on your back again.
Yeah.
And remember, the sending key is on the left.
How could I forget?
Well, all's quiet on the western front.
Yes, it's too quiet to suit me. I'd counted on our bird showing up tonight. If he doesn't, I guess I'll have to surrender myself to Inspector Henderson tomorrow.
That deal Clark Kent made with Henderson was a big mistake.
Oh, Henderson's way off the beam. He ought to know you wouldn't rob banks.
Well, he's got some strong evidence against me, Robin.
Evidence, pooh. Why should you break into banks?
Wait a minute. Look.
What?
Where? Up in the sky. Floating across the face of the moon. See it?
I don't see anything.
Neither do I.
It's right over. No, wait a minute. It's gone now. That's queer.
What is it? What did you see?
The same thing I thought I saw last night before you two got here. Something strangely shaped. I went up to investigate, but then I saw you driving like mad from Somerset, and I came down to find out what was wrong.
I remember you mentioned it. Oh, it's probably a plane.
No, it's not a plane. Oh, wait. There it is again.
Where?
I can't see a thing.
It's behind the clouds. Hard to tell from here, but I'd say it was about 6 or 7 feet long and a foot or so thick. About the size of a big man.
What? Say, maybe it's the bank robber. The other Superman.
Jeepers.
I don't know. It's quite high up and hard to see, but When it comes out from behind the clouds again, I think I'll shoot up there.
How about taking me along?
Sir, if it is another Superman, I'll want both my arms free. Now. It's coming out. Okay, here I go.
Good luck, Superman.
Yeah, good luck.
Up and away!
Leaping from the dark street, the Man of Steel rockets off into the cloudy heavens, leaving Batman and Robin staring after him anxiously. What has Superman seen? We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, it's pretty swell that you don't have to spend any of your allowance to get those thrilling comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Why, you don't even have to send in a box stop. You just open a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, and there's your exclusive prize. And what a honey. Maybe it'll be the true-to-life picture of Uncle Walt of Gasoline Alley, or Skeezix, or Harold Teen, or maybe even Superman himself, done up in full comic strip colors, too. Bright red and blue and black on a gleaming white background so they really show up. And you feel mighty proud when you wear your collection pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And you get a real kick out of comparing notes with the rest of the gang to see how many everybody's collected. Even more fun in swapping duplicates, too. So don't you miss out. Ask Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere. They come only in packages of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereal. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Sighting a strange, swiftly moving object in the cloudy night sky high above the village of Lordville, Superman streaked away to investigate it. He has been gone for some time now. Down the deserted street in front of the village bank, Batman is beginning to worry.
It's strange he isn't back yet, Robin.
Give him a chance.
Oh, I hope he didn't run into any trouble.
He can take care of himself.
I know, but...
But what?
Suppose it is the other Superman up there.
Our man will wrap him up like a bundle of dirty wash.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? Superman is the strongest guy in the world.
You've forgotten the steel doors that were ripped off their hinges, and the iron bars that were twisted like pretzels. He may be just as strong as Superman, perhaps even stronger.
Yeah, I guess he could be at that. Oh, jeepers, now you've got me worried.
How long has it been since Superman left?
Oh, about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, it's longer than that, Robin. We talked to Candy Myers at 12:30. Superman spotted that thing in the sky just a minute or two after we signed off with Candy. What time is it now?
Search me. I left my watch back in the house.
And I broke mine last night. Well, I should say it's about...
1 o'clock.
Good Lord. Wait. Oh, that means he's gone almost half an hour.
Oh, golly, what do you think has happened up there?
I don't have to think. I know.
What?
It's just as I suspected all along. There is another Superman. And right now, Robin, both of them are up there battling.
Wouldn't we see them or hear them?
Oh, they may be miles up. Oh, Robin, I'm afraid this is the payoff.
Don't worry. If it is, our man will win.
I hope you're right. Only I'd feel a lot better. What was that?
I don't know.
Duck back in the shadow of the building.
Maybe it's Superman.
We'll know in a second. He's coming toward the bank. A few more steps and we'll be under that street lamp. Don't move, Robin.
Batman, look. It's Superman.
Hold it, Robin.
But...
It's the wrong one. He's wearing a mask.
A bank robber.
Yes. And you know what that means? Our man didn't win. Our Superman lost.
Step by step, the tall, broad-shouldered, masked figure, wearing the familiar blue costume and red cape with a large S emblazoned on his chest, approaches the bank building where Batman and Robin crouch in the shadows, stunned at the realization that the Superman they have always known and admired has at last met his match. Or has he? What did occur in the cloud-swept sky high above the earth? Was there a titanic battle between two superhuman beings? And did the wrong one emerge the victor? Gang, believe me, tomorrow's episode brings a startling surprise that will have you all sitting on the edge of your chairs. So don't miss it. Be sure to listen and tell your friends to listen. Same time, same station, to tomorrow's amazing episode in The Adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, here's some razzle-dazzle news to flash to Mom. Kellogg's Variety is back. So now everybody at the breakfast table can have the Kellogg cereal he likes best. Because Kellogg's Variety is that grand variety carton holding 10 generous packages of 6 favorite Kellogg cereals. Are they delicious? And does Kellogg's Variety make breakfast fun? Why, it's better than a grab bag because you get what you really want. Today, ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety, the package that makes breakfast a picnic. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting... Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents...
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, as we join his friends, Batman and Robin, they are unable to understand his failure to return from the clouds. We'll take you to the scene in a moment. But right now, gang, here's Dan McCullough.
Say, fellas, you wouldn't like it, would you, if the girls in your crowd should collect more comic buttons than you did? Well, then, you better hop to it. Be sure to be on hand every time Mom opens a new package of Kellogg's Pep. Because from what I've seen, the girls are getting along mighty fast. Why, I've seen them wearing more comic buttons than you can shake a stick at. Pictures of Lillums and Winnie Winkle and Smilin' Jack and Superman himself. And all the other pictures of your favorite funny paper characters in the series. There are 18 different buttons in all, you know. Each one a natural, true-to-life picture of some comic strip friend. Done up in the brightest colors on a gleaming white enamel button that you'll wear for a long time. And what a load of fun it is swapping duplicates with your pals. But you know, the best part is, these comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. There's an exclusive prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
A mysterious bank robber, apparently possessed of superhuman strength and the ability to fly, is believed by the police to be none other than Superman. The famous Batman, however, is convinced it is another Superman, a counterpart of the Man of Steel. Having reason to suspect that the bank in the village of Lordville would be next visited by the strange burglar, Superman, Batman, and Robin decided to keep an all-night vigil at the bank. However, shortly after midnight, the Man of Steel sighted a strange moving object high in the dark, clouded sky, which vaguely resembled the figure of a man, and he streaked aloft to investigate. When a half hour passed and he did not return, Batman and Robin became alarmed, believing the two Supermen had met in mortal combat high above the clouds. Suddenly, they heard a thud as of a large man dropping to earth, and peering out from the shadows alongside the bank, they saw a tall, powerfully built man wearing a blue costume and red cape pass under a streetlight as he approached the bank.
Batman, look. It's Superman.
Hold it, Robin.
But...
The wrong one. He's wearing a mask.
A bank robber.
Yes. And you know what that means? Our man didn't win. Our Superman lost.
Jeepers.
Get back outside, Robin.
But...
Get back, I said. Now, crouch down. Maybe he won't see us.
Sure he will. He can see through brick walls.
He may not notice us. Keep low. He stopped. Right in front of the bank.
You think he's going to break in?
You don't have to think. I know.
Well, then what are we going to do?
There's nothing we can do. Yet.
But we can't just sit here and let him...
show ourselves we're finished. The fellow must have just licked Superman.
Golly. Batman.
I hear. Sounds like he's ripping the bank door open.
Aren't we going to do something?
We'll have to wait until he gets inside.
And then go for the police?
What police? There's only a constable in this village, and who knows where he is.
Oh, what a sweet kettle of fish. Wait, I've got the walkie-talkie. I can call Candy Myers in Somerset.
Somerset's 25 miles away.
But Candy can contact the state police.
By the time they get here, it'll be all over but the shouting. Now, there's only one thing to do. Come on.
Where?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
I only need one. We tackle him, huh?
You win the brass ring. Now, get that walkie-talkie off your back. I'll like to look around the corner of the building and see what it is.
Okay. Is he still out there?
No. He's inside. Come on.
Look, Pappy, if you knew we were going to tangle with him, why did we wait until he broke into the bank?
Too light out here. We wouldn't have a chance. But inside, where it starts.
I get it.
Hold it.
Papers. Look what he did to this door.
Solid steel, 6 inches thick. And he ripped it off its hinges like it was cardboard.
We're not making a mistake tangling with him, are we?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Ready?
Anytime you are.
Let's go then. Make like a mouse. And watch it. Don't trip over anything.
Check. Thank heaven for these soft shoes.
You can say that again.
Where is he, Batman?
I don't know. It's pretty dark in here.
Like the inside of a motorman's glove.
You'll get used to it in a minute. Hold it.
See him?
No. Thought maybe I could hear him.
I don't hear a thing except my heart thumping. Listen, can a Superman see in the dark?
A lot better than we can.
That's fine. This guy might be standing right in front of us, waiting for us to walk into his arms.
If he is, we'll find out soon enough. Come on.
I think what he did to that steel
Never
door...
mind that. Get your rope ready.
Okay,
Robin, what happened?
Just bumped into something. One of the teller's cages, I guess.
Don't move. Chances are he heard that.
I'm a clumsy ape.
Quiet. Hear that, Robin?
Yeah. Sounds like he's ripping off another door.
Must be the vault.
Where is the vault?
From the sound, I'd say straight ahead and below us. Come on.
What do you mean below us?
Well, some banks have the vaults in the basement below the main floor. And there should be a staircase somewhere around here. Yes, I see it.
Where?
See? That little patch of light comes in from the window.
Uh-huh.
Now, careful now. Our only chance is to take him by surprise.
You mean we've got a chance?
You heard me.
Against the guy who licked Superman?
You heard me again.
I just wanted to make sure.
Quiet. Here's the stairs. Hold it. There he is. See that beam of light?
What is it?
His flash. He's in the vault at the foot of the stairs. See? He's got his back to us.
He's counting money, isn't he?
Right. Now listen. It's only 8 steps down. We'll take a step or 2, then jump in.
Maybe we ought to take out life insurance policy.
Don't be so flip. Now listen. I'll tackle him. You get your rope around his legs.
You want me to brand him, too?
Leave that for Inspector Henderson. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Now, we've got to hold him somehow, Robin. Quiet now. Down 2 steps. Okay, up and at him. Get your rope around his legs, Robin. Hurry up. I can't hold him.
Okay, ow!
Hurry up. I hit him a dozen times on the chin, but won't go through.
I can't get this rope around him either. Look out, Batman. He's going to throw you against the wall. Look out. Batman. Batman. You hurt Batman, you big ape. Get out of my way. Get out of the way, I said. No, you don't. Hey, let go of me. Let go, I said. Batman. Batman.
Oh, Batman. Oh. Batman. Wake up, Batman. Wake up. Batman.
Oh, what?
Snap out of it. Come on now.
Oh, my head.
All right, snap out of it, Batman. What happened here?
Superman.
Yes, what happened here?
Where'd you come from?
Never mind that now. What happened here?
Help me up.
Sure thing. Wait. Take it easy. Whoa, now, wait a minute. You're a little wobbly there.
Oh, thanks.
Hold it now. Take it easy.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
better.
threw me up against the vault head first. Oh, knocked me out.
Who did?
The other. Hey, where's Robin?
Robin? I was just going to ask you that.
Who turned the lights on down here?
I did.
Robin! Robin, where are you?
He's not here. Nobody's in the bank. Except you and me.
Great Jupiter. Then he got away and he took Robin with him.
We'll return in a moment for the surprising climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, gang, did you know that sunshine, bright, cheery, heartwarming sunshine, helps you grow up with strong bones and sturdy teeth? Yes, sir. Old Man Sun makes vitamin D for you, just like the vitamin D that you get in that sunny breakfast cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's one reason Pep is such an especially good cereal to eat in wintertime, when the sun's not so powerful. Your mom knows that, sure. Why, your regular serving of Kellogg's Pep gives you your daily minimum need of vitamin D, and twice as much vitamin B1 and energy vitamin as whole wheat. And you know for yourself how doggone sunny and swell Pep tastes. And, of course, you also know that's how you get those exciting comic buttons all the gang's collecting. The bright-colored pictures of your favorite comic strip characters, like Moon Mullinson, Orphan Annie, and Superman himself. Each one in the series is a real humdinger. Yes, it's mighty exciting to see which prize is inside every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. And it's even more fun to trade duplicates with your pals. So remind Mom to get you some more Pep tomorrow, because that's the only way you can get these thrilling comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. Just look for your exclusive prize in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Returning to the little bank in Lordville, Superman found Batman alone in the vault room, just regaining consciousness. But Robin and their huge costumed opponent were gone.
Then he got away. And he took Robin with him.
Who got away?
The other Superman.
There is no other Superman.
There is, I tell you. He broke into the bank tonight after you left. Robin and I tangled with him.
You didn't tangle with a Superman. Come along outside with me and I'll prove it to you. Here. Up these stairs.
I tell you, we saw him. We battled with him.
I know.
He was wearing a blue costume and a red cape. It was another Superman, all right.
Sorry, but you're wrong.
Look, I was dizzy for a moment, but then when I came to, I can tell you, I'm not dizzy now. I know what I'm talking about.
You only think you do. But you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. This fellow dropped out of the sky.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I tell you he did. Robin and I saw him do it last night in Somerset. And we heard him tonight.
Well, that may be, but he didn't drop out of the sky. And he didn't fly off either. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. Here, right outside here. There. Take a look at that, Batman.
Good Lord, what is it?
What does it look like?
Well, it's a basket. Could be the gondola, the dirigible, or a...
Dirigible is right. A miniature dirigible. Look, here's the gas bag. I deflated it before I brought it down.
What? You mean that's what you saw up in the sky?
That's right. The bag and gondola are cleverly camouflaged. That's why I had difficulty spotting it. Take a look at this motor-driven winch and this long rope ladder. That's how our bank robber appeared to leap up into the air and disappear. He caught the rope ladder.
And was hauled up to the dirigible by the winch.
Right.
But where's the pilot?
Well, he must have seen me coming for him because he bailed out before I could reach him. I saw his chute start to open, so I went after the dirigible, figuring to pick the pilot up later. But his parachute failed, and he crashed on a mountainside before I could save him.
So, there isn't another Superman.
No.
Then who was the fellow we mixed with?
Well, I don't know, but right now that's not important. We seem to have forgotten something.
Robin. Oh, Lord, he's got him. That big bruiser's got him.
Now, take it easy.
Take it easy. Do you know what that kid means to me? He's everything. And now he's gone, and I may never see him alive again. Never.
Stunned by the sudden realization that Robin has little or no chance of survival in the hands of the mysterious creature who affects the costume of Superman and can seemingly rip steel doors from their hinges with his bare hands, Batman is grief-stricken. But unknown to him, Robin was not carried away by the false Superman. In fact, at this very moment, the courageous youngster is trailing the massive red-caped giant through the woods in the hope of being led to his hideout. In Monday's episode, gang, every moment is exciting as the greatest manhunt in history is launched. Who is the false Superman? Will Robin find out? No matter what happens, don't miss Monday's thrilling episode. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Give a hip, hip hooray, gang. It's back. For you and me, now there's Kellogg's famous variety. That's the swell variety carton with 10 separate generous packages of Kellogg's cereals, including Kellogg's Pep, Rice Krispies, shredded wheat, corn flakes, crumbles, and 40% bran flakes. Each box in Kellogg's variety holds a fresh, crisp, heaping portion. Just help yourself to your favorite kind. Makes breakfast a picnic of fun. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's variety right away. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting Superman.
Kellogg's Pep,
the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. As we join him today, no trace has been found of Robin, who so suddenly disappeared from the Lordville Bank. We'll get further details in a moment. But right now, let's get some details from Dan McCullough on those nifty comic buttons. Okay, Dan?
You know, gang, after you've followed the adventures of your favorite characters in the funny papers for a long time, why, you feel almost as if you know them personally. You know, as if they're old friends. And that's one reason why those nifty comic buttons are such grand prizes for Kellogg's Pep to be putting out. Because the pictures of your funny sheet favorites are real speaking likenesses. Why, you'd know them anywhere. Like Orphan Annie, for instance, with her curly blonde hair and bright red dress. Or Harold Teen, his hair parted in the middle and that big wide grin. Or Superman himself, complete with brilliant blue jersey and red cape flying in the wind. Yes, sir, these characters are straight from the funny papers. Done up in full comic strip colors, too, on gleaming white buttons that show off like anything when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Now, there are 18 different Pep comic buttons in the series, and you'll want to collect them all. So remind your mother to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. These exciting comic buttons come only as prizes in packages of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
When Superman captured a miniature dirigible floating high above the Lordville Bank, part of the mystery of the superhuman bank burglar was solved. With Batman, he examined the gondola of the dirigible and found a motor-operated winch and a rope ladder. It was obvious then that the red-caped, blue-costumed burglar had created the illusion of flying by clinging to the trailing ladder and being swooped up into the air. But who was he? And more important, what had he done with Robin, Batman's young assistant, last seen battling for his life in the bank? As we continue now, it is early the following morning. All through the night, Superman and Batman searched the woods around Lordville, but found no trace of Robin. Now, in their guises of Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne, tired and worn, we find them with Inspector Henderson at police headquarters. Wayne, his eyes red-rimmed and his cheeks etched with deep lines of fatigue, makes one final impassioned plea. Listen.
Inspector, you've got to find that boy. You've got to move heaven and earth to find him.
I'm doing all I can, Wayne.
Oh, that's not enough. You've got to do more than you can. You've got to... Oh, I'm sorry. What am I saying?
Easy, Bruce.
Kent, you know what I mean.
Yes.
You understand.
Of course I do, and so does the inspector.
It means everything to me.
Sure, we know.
You don't know, really.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you can't know how I feel about it. But believe me, if anything's happened to Robin...
All right, now don't say it. Because I promise you it's not true. Nothing's happened to Robin. He can take care of himself.
Would you mind my asking a question?
Oh, go ahead, Inspector. Sorry.
I thought the boy's name was Dick Grayson. Why do you two keep calling him Robin?
Robin's just a nickname for him. That's right, isn't it, Bruce?
Yes.
I see. Well, let's go back to this case. Tell me your reason again, Kent, for not wanting the story of the dirigible released to the press.
Well, I don't want whoever's behind this false Superman to know we have the answer. Let them go on thinking we believe the real Superman is responsible.
What'll that accomplish?
2 things, Inspector. It may put them off guard, at least temporarily, and it won't stop them from going ahead with their plan.
What plan?
The plan I think they have in mind.
Oh, you think?
Oh, has there been anything wrong with my thinking up to now, Inspector?
What about your boast to bring in the phony or real Superman within 24 hours?
That still goes. But 24 hours have not elapsed yet, have they?
Well, I must admit.
That's enough for you to admit anything is a victory. Right, Bruce?
What? Were you talking to me?
Oh, now snap out of it, Bruce. The world hasn't come to an end. We'll find the boy all right.
I'm beginning to wonder.
Oh, nonsense.
Now, what about that plan, Kent? We've got to move fast in this case.
Well, the way I figure, all these petty bank burglaries with the stolen money sent to various charities is simply a cleverly devised plot to discredit me.
Discredit you? What have you got to do?
I mean, Superman. I'm so tired, I'm beginning to think I'm Superman. It's funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Go ahead.
Well, once they accomplish that and have everyone, including the police, believing that Superman has turned bank burglar, I think they plan to pull a really big job and hang it on Superman.
Sounds a little fantastic to me.
Yeah, maybe, but I can't see any other way of figuring it.
Do you go along with Kent's idea, Wayne?
Kent's idea?
Didn't you just hear it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. I wasn't listening.
Now, look, Bruce.
I know. Snap out of it. Get hold of yourself. Pull yourself together. Chin up and stop worrying.
Well,
but,
sure.
But what if I can't? What if I just stand here watching that phone and waiting to hear it ring and hoping like I never hoped before that it'll be a call about Robin? About us being all right. Is that criminal?
Oh, of course not, but...
there it is.
Easy, son. Anderson speaking. Yes, Malloy. You checked all of them? I see. What about the Grayson kid? I see. All right, call me back. Right.
Any news, Inspector?
Sorry, Wayne. Nothing.
It's only 9 o'clock, Bruce.
Only 9 o'clock? Only 8 hours since he's been missing. That's nothing. Nothing at all, is it? Just time enough for him to take a stroll in the woods.
Now you're really going overboard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
About this big job you think they plan to pull, Kent, after they build up suspicion against Superman.
Yes?
What do you mean by a big job?
Oh, I mean something huge, something tremendous. No piddling $20,000 robbery, a really big one. And unless I miss my guess, it's coming soon.
Where? When?
If I could answer those questions, Inspector, I wouldn't be here now. I'd be telling fortunes at county fairs.
There's no time for jokes, Kent. If you really think they're planning a big robbery, I'd like to alert the entire force.
Well, that's fine, but it may not occur in Metropolis. It may happen in Chicago or Detroit or Los Angeles.
And you think this same guy, the one who broke into the banks, is going to pull it?
Uh-huh. As Superman.
You mean dressed as Superman?
Well, naturally.
Well, come to think of it, the guy must have some sort of superhuman strength. You saw those vault doors he ripped off?
Yes, but I don't think that's a matter of strength.
Now, wait a minute. My men checked.
I know. Your men checked for nitroglycerin, diamond drills, burglary tools, etc., etc., etc.
And they found nothing. Those doors were ripped off by hand.
I doubt it, Inspector. And so, incidentally, does Candy Myers.
Oh, what's that private gumshoe got to do with this case?
He was guarding the Somerset Bank for us last night. And this morning I asked him to hop over to Lordville and take a look at the damage. Say, as a matter of fact, I told him we'd meet him there at 9:30. We better get going, Bruce.
Going? Where?
To Lordville. Do you remember we told Candy we'd meet him there?
I think I'll stick around, Kent.
Oh, no.
There might be a call.
Now, go ahead, Wayne. There is, I'll contact you in Lordville.
Sure. There's nothing quite so bad as waiting for something to happen. Do you good to drive over to Lordville. Come on.
Okay.
See you later, Inspector.
Right. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
I forgot something.
What?
That call I got a few minutes ago was about the dirigible.
Oh, yes. What about it?
The thing had a flying range of 300 miles. Every airport within 300 miles of Lordville was checked. Nobody ever saw it.
Uh-huh. I didn't think you'd turn up anything on that. They probably kept it in some old barn. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Right. So long, Wayne.
So long.
Let's go, Bruce.
Leaving police headquarters, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne drive to Lordville, where they join Private Detective Candy Myers. The heavy steel door of the bank, which had been seemingly ripped from its hinges by the mysterious bank robber the previous night, is now leaning against the wall. Kent questions Candy about it.
Anything turn up, Candy?
Not a thing. The state cops checked all the fingerprints on the vault door. They all matched the bank employees. Our bird must have worn gloves. How we ever ripped the doors off, I don't know.
Now, what about that faint odor I mentioned?
What was that, Kent?
Why, last night I thought I caught a peculiar odor when I entered the bank after the burglary. It was almost bitter, like burned coffee.
I've been smelling all over the place. No soap.
Well, I may have been wrong, but it just struck me. Take a look at this door, Bruce.
Look at the way the hinges are.
Candy Myers.
Hey, what's that?
Calling
What?
Candy Myers.
A voice calling my name.
Yes, I heard it, too.
Calling Candy Myers. Come in.
That's Robin's voice. Where is he?
The walkie-talkie in Candy's car. Come on.
All right.
Calling Candy
That was
Myers.
all right.
Hurry.
Come in, Candy. Come in.
Let me have it, Kent, quickly. Okay, here. Hello, Robin. Robin, this is Bruce. Come in.
Oh, boy, am I glad to hear your voice.
Where are you?
I trailed the big guy here, the other Superman.
What?
I said
Never mind that. Where are you?
I'm about... Oh, I think they spotted me again. I trailed the guy to their hideout and they saw me. I got away, but they're looking for me now.
Robin, in the name of heaven, where are you?
About a mile south of Highway 17A. I can hear them coming through the grass.
What town are you near, Robin?
Right above the town of...
Robin! Robin!
Those were shots.
I know. Robin, answer me. Robin, come in. Robin! Robin, what happened?
Frantically, Bruce Wayne, alias Batman, yells into the receiver of his walkie-talkie in a vain effort to again raise Robin. What were the shots that knifed through the sensitive instrument? Do they mean what Batman thinks they do? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
The other day, there was a bunch of fellows and girls gathered together at the playground, and they were so busy comparing notes on their collections of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep that one mother told me that she had to call 3 times to get the kids to come home to dinner. Yes, sir, it's that much fun to collect these Pep comic buttons. Why, you don't want to stop. First off, there's the exciting moment when Mom opens a new package of Pep so that you can see which button is inside. Maybe it's a brand new one that you don't have yet, like Uncle Walt or Lillums or even Superman himself. Maybe it's a duplicate, and that's even more fun because then you can swap with your pals and still be one more Pep comic button on your way toward having all 18 in the series. And, of course, don't miss the thrill of wearing your whole collection pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. But you know, the best part is, these Pep comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom keeps you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Just look inside the package for your exclusive prize. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As we continue now, Clark Kent in his role of Superman, carrying Batman as extra cargo, is streaking above Highway 17A. For almost an hour, they have been searching south of the cement road in the vain hope of locating Robin. But by now, Batman has given up.
Oh, it's useless, Superman. We'll never find him. We've been over this ground a dozen times.
I'm not looking for Robin anymore. I'm looking for some sign of activity in the tall grass down there. Robin mentioned something about someone sneaking through the grass, didn't he?
Yes, but I...
Look at that.
What is it?
Down.
I don't see anything.
Look. In the grass.
Oh, it's a walkie-talkie. Hey, it's Robin's. But... Oh, what are these holes in it? Do you think that...
Yes, Wayne. They're bullet holes.
Quietly, Superman identifies the 5 or 6 holes in the small radio instrument. There is no need for further explanation. Almost tenderly, Batman's fingers caress the box as his eyes grow moist and something catches in his throat. To him, this looks like the end of the trail. But is it? Gang, take my word for it. Tomorrow's episode goes at a mile-a-minute pace, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Say, gang, this is Boy Scout Week, a time to think of the good things Boy Scouts are doing these days. For example, they're helping scouts overseas reorganize their troops, and they're helping on community projects here at home. They're working hard in peace as they did in war, our Boy Scouts of America. And also, fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publication. Say there, gang, have you heard? Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 famous Kellogg's cereals that makes breakfast so much fun. Why, it's like eating in a restaurant where you can choose from a whole list of your favorite cereals, each one in your own private package. And Mom's sure to be glad Kellogg's Variety is back. Show her how you can eat right out of the swell new Kell Bowl Pack. She'll like not having to wash dishes. So ask her to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is of Superman. This is of Superman. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, the Man of Steel and Batman have found the bullet-ridden walkie-talkie belonging to Robin, but no clue to the whereabouts of Robin himself. We'll join them in a moment, but right now, here is Dan McCullough.
You know, I can't seem to figure out who's getting the most fun out of collecting comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep, the fellows or the girls. I see the fellows busy as anything over at the playground, comparing notes on how many they've collected and swapping duplicates. Then, down the block, I see a bunch of girls ohing and awing over each other's collection and swapping duplicates. And I see a lot of girls' dresses and boys' caps and girls' jackets and boys' jackets sporting lots of these bright-colored comic buttons. So, you know, I've just about decided that both fellows and girls get a great kick out of collecting Pep comic buttons nowadays. And no wonder. Why, there's a doggone smart-looking, real, true-to-life pictures of such favorite comic strip characters as Periwinkle and Lillums and Superman himself. What's more, they're easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom gets plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's your exclusive prize. So get your comic buttons, gang, from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Although Superman now knows that the mysterious bank robber who wears a costume similar to his own and is apparently possessed of amazing strength is not another superhuman creature, but only an impersonator of the Man of Steel, his problem is far from over. Because Robin, young companion of the famous Batman, has disappeared. In the village of Lordville, where Robin was last seen during a fight with the mysterious burglar, Superman and Batman received a message from the boy on a walkie-talkie radio. Robin said he had trailed the bank robber to a hideout and had then been discovered and pursued. He only had time to say that he was somewhere south of State Highway 17A when a fusillade of shots was heard, and the radio went dead. Carrying Batman, Superman scoured the countryside in the vicinity of the highway, and finally discovered Robin's walkie-talkie in the deep grass of a deserted field. The portable radio was riddled with bullet holes. Now, holding the black box in his trembling hands, Batman looks at it in dazed bewilderment.
Robin must have been shot.
We're not sure, Batman.
He must have been. Look, this walkie-talkie is full of bullet holes.
I know it is, but
he was talking to me on it when we heard the shots. He said they were coming after him, and they shot him. And
Easy.
He's dead. Robin's dead.
Now, don't jump to conclusions.
He is, I tell you. They had him trapped, and then they shot him.
Listen to me, Batman. Listen to me, please.
The boy. He's dead. Robin is dead.
You've got to listen. Robin may be all right.
How could he be? You heard the shots yourself. Look at this radio.
I know.
He was holding it, talking to me.
I know it looks bad, but Robin's a clever youngster. I won't believe anything happened to him until I see it with my own eyes. Now, come on, pull yourself together. We've got to look for him.
Oh, where'll we look? They finished him, and they took him away somewhere. Oh, those dirty rats. I'll get them for this. I'll make them pay for what they did if it takes me the rest of my life.
That's right. Get mad, then we can get to work.
I'll make them pay. I swear it. You hear me, Superman?
I hear you. Now, hang on to my shoulders. We're going upstairs.
Where?
Up where we can get a good view of this region. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay, here we go then. Up! Up! Now, let's see.
You flew over here before.
Only near the highway. No, it's all open country to the north and east. Just farms and a few villages.
Well, a gang of murderers wouldn't hold up in a small village. That'd attract too much attention.
Right. Of course, they might take over a farm, but that'd be pretty risky, too. No, same kind of country to the west. Hey, wait.
What?
That patch of woods to the south.
It's pretty small to hide in.
Looks smaller than it really is from up here. Let's have a look at that. Away!
See anything down there?
Not yet.
No, I didn't think you would. My hunch is they made for a big city. Maybe Metropolis.
Well, I'll be... Look, Batman.
What? Where?
Almost straight down. And a little to your right. See?
No, there are too many trees in the way.
Get ready for the shock of your life. Hang on now. Here we go. Down!
What the... Robin! Batman!
Well, I see you two know each other.
And Superman. Listen, what happened to you up in the sky last night?
Never mind that. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm a little hungry, and I got a few ant bites in the cave where I was hiding. But apart from that, I'm ticking on all cylinders.
Oh, thank heaven.
But listen, we've got to go after the other Superman. He and his gang are up to something.
There isn't any other Superman, Robin.
That's what you think.
It was all done with mirrors, or let's say with a miniature dirigible and a long rope ladder.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. So that's why that big ox walked all the way here. He was limping, and I
Never
thought...
mind. You know you scared me out of 10 years of my life.
Oh, what's 10 years to a young buck like you, Pappy?
Well, listen to the insolent puppy. I ought to turn you over my knee and tan your hide.
What did I do? I know I let the guys get away, but there were too many for me, and they had guns.
You never should have gone after the bank robber alone in the first place.
Oh, I had to. You were out cold.
Yes, and you left me lying there in the bank vault. A fine pal you turned out to be.
I knew you were okay, just knocked out. Gee whiz, somebody had to go after the guy. I thought he'd done something to Superman. But now he got away, and his other 3 pals, too.
Wait a minute, Robin. You said you trailed the man to his hideout. Where's that?
It's an old broken-down house just beyond these woods.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get over there.
Nobody's there, Batman. I can see it from here.
They scrammed right after the bank robber got there. First, they all ran out and kept looking up in the sky. Then they started packing up a car.
Mm-hmm. You must have told them the dirigible hadn't been at Lordville to pick him up. They were afraid it might have fallen into the hands of the police. Well, we may never find them now. Chances are they'll lie low.
No, they won't. They're up to something else. Something big.
They are?
What, Robin?
I don't know what, but it adds up to $50 million.
$50 million?
That's what I heard one of them say. A fat party with a fancy vest and spats. We're going ahead anyhow, he said. That was when they were packing up their car. There's $50 million waiting for us, he said, and we're going to get it tonight.
Tonight?
What else, Robin?
That's all. They spotted me right after that and chased me.
Oh?
I got away from them. That's when I called Candy Myers on the walkie-talkie.
Uh-huh.
Say, how come you answered, Batman?
Oh, we were with Candy in Lordville. Go on, then what?
They saw me and started popping at me like I was a clay pigeon. So I dumped the radio and made for these woods with them after me. I saw a little cave between some rocks, and I went in like a rabbit. I stayed there a pretty long time till I was sure they were gone. And then you two showed up.
Ah, so they're after $50 million, eh? Nothing small about them.
You said it. That's practically all the money in the world.
Well, not quite, but it's enough. Well, so I was right.
What about?
They plan to pull their big job tonight, the $50 million one, and blame it on me.
Jeepers.
And that means the robbery tonight will have to be along the same lines as the previous ones. Only this time, the money won't be donated to charity.
But $50 million? Why, there's not a bank in the country with anywhere near that much cash in their vaults.
I know, that's what's bothering me.
Hey, wait a minute, wait. Maybe our strong-arm friend is planning to break into Fort Knox.
Sure, where all the gold is.
Oh, I doubt it. Gold isn't negotiable now.
Well, then what's the answer?
I don't know, Batman, but we've got to find out, and fast. Come on, let's check their hideout. It's just barely possible they may have left a clue behind.
Come on, it's just a mile or two.
I know a faster way than walking. You get under this arm, Robin. That's it, and you get under this one, Batman. There we are. All set?
All set.
Let's go.
Up and away!
Leaping up through the woods with Batman and Robin in his arms, Superman streaks to the hideout of the mysterious bank robber. We'll bring you the tense climax of today's episode in a moment, so keep listening. But first, Here again is your announcer.
You know, nowadays, when you read the funny papers, you're reminded of those comic buttons all the gang's collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. And when you take a look at any of these Pep comic buttons, you're reminded of your favorite characters' adventures in the funny papers. Because those pictures are so doggone true to life that, well, you'd almost think that you're going to hear the siren on Smokey Stover's fire engine, or hear Orphan Annie's dog Sandy begin to bark, or hear Superman's famous up, up, and away. You see, every single one of these pictures is an accurate reproduction of one of your funny sheet favorites. It's done up in bright color, too, on gleaming white enamel buttons that look mighty classy when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. Don't you feel like strutting around when you sport these classy buttons? But remember, there's only one way that you can get these Pep comic buttons. You don't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. Just make sure that Mom stocks up on that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then get your exclusive prizes from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Arriving at the broken-down farmhouse, which had been the headquarters of the mysterious bank robber and his henchmen, Superman, Batman, and Robin searched it thoroughly, but failed to find any clue to the gang or the $50 million theft scheduled for tonight. As we join our three friends now, they are in the weather-beaten barn.
Not a thing in here either. This is where they probably kept their dirigible.
I suppose so, but that doesn't help us now. Can't understand. Say, what's this?
Huh? What, Superman?
There's a map under this loose floorboard.
A map?
Yes. Wait till I get it. Oh, let's see what it is. Uh-oh. Look at this, Batman.
Let's see. Oh, it's a map of the state.
Uh-huh.
What are those ink crosses on it?
They mark the towns our bank robber visited. See? Here's Glen Forest. There's Thomasville. Lindhaven. There's Lordville.
Uh-huh. Just the way we charted them on our map the other night.
Right. Now we know why they followed the course of a rough circle.
Why?
Because the miniature dirigible had a short cruising range. And the big valley country below Metropolis, with the large villages situated around the rim of the valley, was just right for their purposes.
Well, we know the answers to all the questions except the $64 one now.
You mean the $50 million one?
Yes. Got to find the answer before tonight.
How? Where is $50 million? All in one place, I mean.
$50 million. Something familiar about that amount.
I wouldn't mind being familiar with it.
I wouldn't even mind being friendly with it.
$50 million. Seems to me I read about it somewhere. It might... Wait a minute. I think...
What?
It's just a vague thought, but if I'm right... Oh, I've got to be right. Listen, you two, we've got a lot of work to do, and fast. Come with me.
Where to?
Outside.
What's up?
No time to explain now. My hunch is right. We may be able to stop the biggest robbery in history and meet my impersonator face to face. Right, come on now. Under my arms with you two again. And keep your fingers crossed. This hunch has got to pay off. It must. Up, up, and away!
Leaping up from the deserted farm, carrying Batman and Robin, Superman rockets away into the sky. What is his plan to foil the greatest robbery in history and to capture his impersonator, the mysterious bank robber who is apparently possessed of superhuman strength? Tomorrow's episode is tense and packed with thrills and action, gang, so don't miss it. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature, appearing in Superman DC publications. Want to hear a scoop? A big scoop of Kellogg news? Well, listen to this. Kellogg's Variety is back. Yes, Kellogg's have scooped 6 of their most famous cereals into this grand variety carton. 1 carton containing 10 separate generous-sized packages. So now it's easier for Mom. She just gets Kellogg's Variety, and everybody at the breakfast table can eat his favorite cereal fresh from its own box. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Ask Mom right away to get Kellogg's Variety. It's swell, no foolin'. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, the Man of Steel feels certain he knows where the $50 million robbery is to take place. We'll get the details in a moment. But right now, let's hear from our good friend, Dan McCullough.
Say, gang, do you know why Mother likes you to play outdoors when the sun is shining? Because the sun makes good old vitamin D for you, helps build strong bones and sturdy teeth. And you know why Mom likes you to eat plenty of Kellogg's Pep in the winter, especially when there's not so much good sunshine? Because a dish of Pep gives you lots of that very same sunshine vitamin D, your daily minimum need, in fact. Yes, sir, Kellogg's Pep is a doggone sunny, nutritious cereal. Doggone good tasting, too. Full up with sunny, golden toasted flavor. Crisp as can be. Now, of course, another reason that you're glad to eat lots of Pep is because that's how you get those nifty comic buttons all the gang's collecting. Why, these Pep comic buttons are just about the best-looking things you ever saw. Real, true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip characters done up in bright colors on gleaming white buttons that you're mighty proud to sport on your jacket or your dress or cap. So better remind Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money, not even a box top. These are exclusive prizes in packages of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
When Robin, young assistant to the famous Batman, trailed the mysterious bank robber who has been impersonating Superman, he learned that the amazingly powerful burglar and his henchmen had planned a $50 million robbery to take place that very night. But Robin was discovered and pursued before he could overhear any details of the plot. And when Superman and Batman arrived at the hideout, they found it deserted. Carrying his 2 friends, the Man of Steel streaked back to Metropolis. And as we join them now, they are in the library of the Daily Planet, where for hours they have been searching through back files of the newspaper. Darkness has long since closed down over the city, and the worried frown on Superman's face deepens. Listen.
How far back have you gone, Batman?
I've just finished last July.
Read through every paper?
Everything but the want ads.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Robin?
I'm on June. Looks like the Detroit Tigers are going to win the pennant last year.
This is no time for jokes, sonny boy.
Well, I went all the way back to April and May. Jim Olsen and Lois Lane covered the first 3 months of the year. I'm sure the story I read was in the paper this year.
Can't you remember anything about the story?
No, I can't. Just that it had something to do with $50 million. I wish we could find it. It might tell us where my impersonator plans to strike tonight.
Well, that finishes June.
Well, maybe you read the story in some other paper.
No, I seem to remember it was in the Planet.
Well, we've covered every issue for this year. You say you're sure it wasn't before that?
No, it couldn't have been.
Oh, look. Let's try it another way.
What?
Where is there $50 million? In one place, I mean.
In the land of my dreams.
Robin.
Sorry, Pappy.
Oh, we tried that before, Batman, and didn't get anywhere. Banks don't carry that much money, and we ruled out Fort Knox. It's too heavily guarded, and besides, gold isn't negotiable now.
You had Henderson tip off Fort Knox anyway, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Oh, we've got to find that story, otherwise we're licked.
I'm afraid we are, chum.
Well, I can't be. Unless that false Superman is captured and exposed, some people will still believe that I robbed those banks. They'll no longer trust and cooperate with me, and if that happens, I'm finished.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, it's true.
Robin, stop that racket.
Oh, sorry again. I can't sit still. You gents realize what time it is?
Oh, it's about 10 o'clock.
It's 5 minutes to 11.
It is.
What?
Uh-huh. And the phony Superman always does his stuff between 11 and 1.
Oh, that's right. What are we going to do, Superman?
I wish I knew.
If you think of anything, let me know. Hey, it's starting to snow.
Would you like to run home and get your sled?
Sure, why not? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
I'll Christmas you unless you pipe down.
What?
Nothing. I just told Robin to pipe down. I'm nervous enough without his corny tenor jangling my nerves.
Oh, I resent that.
No. Wait a minute. You said something about Christmas.
Did I? Oh, yes, I said...
Wait a minute. Christmas.
What's the matter with him?
Search me.
I've got it.
Huh?
What?
The story I was looking for. It's in the magazine section of the Planet's special Christmas edition.
You sure?
Yes.
I didn't see any magazine sections.
Well, they're filed separately on this shelf over here. Now, Christmas issue should be in this pile. Here we are. Wade in. Find the Christmas number.
Come on, Robin.
Let me at him.
These are the February issues.
I've got January.
Here are the December ones. December 30th, 23rd.
23rd, that's the one. Let me have it, Robin.
Well, this is the 23rd. Christmas is...
That's the Christmas number. The magazine section only appears on Sundays.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Story on the UNO. Fashions. Here it is.
Where?
Right here. See? A story on the oldest banknote company in the country, the Metropolis Banknote Corporation.
What's a banknote corporation?
It makes paper money for the government.
I thought the Mint did that.
Oh, the Mint makes all the coins, but not all the paper money. Now, let's see. Here we are. Listen to this. Founded during the American Revolution and still situated on its original site on Lower Dock Street, the Metropolis Banknote Corporation will begin printing its final issue of paper money for the United States government on Christmas Day. An issue of, get this, $50 million will be printed at the rate of $1 million per day and will be completed on February 13th.
Wait, that's today.
Right.
Jeepers.
Listen. The money will be stored in the corporation's time-honored vaults until the issue is completed. On the following day, February 14th, it will be removed to the United States Treasury, and the Metropolis Banknote Corporation, oldest company of its kind in America, will formally close its doors, its long career of service at an end. Well, there it is.
What are we waiting for?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Pappy.
Come on, this might be the answer.
My hunch says you're right. There's exactly $50 million in the corporation's vaults right now.
And the phony Superman means to bust in and collect it.
Well, if he does, we'll collect him. I'll just raise this window.
What for?
The Superman Express leaves on this track, John.
No, fancy me forgetting that. Do you prefer the right arm or the left arm compartment, Batman?
No time for clowning now, Robert. Under this arm with you.
Check.
You under this arm, Batman.
Double check.
All right, hang on. Here we go. Out. Up. And away!
Leaping from the Daily Planet library with Batman and Robin in his arms, Superman streaks through the night sky to the wholesale warehouse district on the river, dark and deserted at this late hour. On Lower Dock Street, the Man of Steel swoops low over an ancient dust-grimed tomb-like structure, its doors and windows heavily barred, only its first floor showing illumination.
There it is, the Metropolis Banknote Corporation.
Well, everything looks quiet on the outside. What does your X-ray vision say about the inside, Superman?
All quiet there, too. Just a few guards sitting around.
Sitting around?
It'll be a tough job breaking into that old fortress, Robin.
Not for our bank robber friend. He's got superhuman strength.
I wonder if he has.
You wouldn't wonder if you tangled with him like Batman and I did.
He's almost as strong as you are, Superman.
I still wonder.
Have you forgotten how he ripped those 6-inch steel doors off their hinges?
I'll have to see him do it before I believe it.
Stubborn cuss, isn't he?
Maybe he'll find out for himself tonight.
That's what I'm hoping. And the sooner the better. All right, we'll drop down and hide in the shadows across the street. Here we go. Down!
What's that?
The chime clock in the export company tower. Just 11.
Yeah, we ought to get action pretty soon, then.
Keep your fingers crossed.
There go those chimes again. It's midnight.
Smart boy. He can tell time. Counts up to 12, too.
Good.
I just want to count how many times we can bounce that phony Superman off the floor.
He bounced us the last 2 times.
They say the third time is the charm. Where is he?
That's what I'd like to know, Robin. That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, 1 o'clock. The latest they ever showed up to rob a bank was just a minute or 2 after 1.
I know.
He did most of his jobs before midnight. I hope we didn't guess wrong.
Make that hope for two.
Wait.
What?
There's a car coming. The big fellow's driving it. 2 men are in the back seat.
Where?
Is it?
Uh-oh.
What now?
No soap. They turned off into River Street.
Oh.
Shucks.
Superman,
Yes?
I'm no crepe hanger, but he's always showed up before this. Maybe we drew the wrong card tonight.
I don't know. I was sure we didn't. But I'm beginning to have a few doubts myself.
You mean while we're hanging around this place, the phony Superman might be making his haul someplace else?
It could be, Robin.
Jeepers.
Well, we won't give up the ship yet. This is our only hope. Come on, you two. Hang on. We're going up to cruise around a bit. All set? Up! Up! And away!
Anxiously, Superman, carrying Batman and Robin, circles over the dark warehouse district, his keen eyes searching for the mysterious bank robber. Have our friends guessed wrong? And is the largest burglary in history occurring at another place? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
Gang, you know how it is. When you get excited about something, sometimes you get your words all mixed up. Well, the other day, a young pal of mine got so excited when his mother opened a new package of Kellogg's Pep. He said, "Gee, Mom, just what I need in my collection. Jylin Smack." Well, of course he was talking about Smilin' Jack, one of those funny paper characters on the Pep comic buttons all the gang's collecting. Any one of those 18 different buttons is really something to get excited about, because the pictures of your comic strip favorites are straight from the funny papers. Why, Smitty has his familiar big wide grin, and Superman is wearing his famous flying red cape and Superman insignia. I'm telling you, these Pep comic buttons are real humdingers. And you know what the best part is? They're easy as anything to get. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. All you do is make sure Mom keeps you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's your exclusive prize. That's P-E-P, Pep. Made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
It is now 1:30 in the morning, and Superman with Batman and Robin is still cruising high in the air above the tomb-like Metropolis Banknote Corporation, in whose underground vaults $50 million is stored. But the mysterious bank robber who masquerades as the Man of Steel has not put in an appearance, and our friends are fast losing their last bit of hope.
Oh, I'm afraid we missed the boat, Superman.
We didn't even get close enough to wave.
I hate to agree, but Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We didn't miss the boat.
Huh? What do you mean?
The false Superman has arrived.
He has?
Where? I don't see him.
He and 6 other men are in a tunnel under the bank company vaults.
A tunnel?
Yes. It's an old sewer tunnel. Below the underground vaults where the $50 million is stored.
Jeepers.
All right, take a deep breath now. In a moment, we're going to meet my impersonator and find out if he's as strong as you say he is.
Tensely, Batman and Robin wait for Superman to act, to bring them face to face with the mysterious bank robber, who even now is clothed in a blue costume and red cape identical to the Man of Steel's, and who apparently possesses superhuman strength. What will happen when these two meet? Tomorrow brings the smashing climax of our story, fellows and girls, and an amazing surprise. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, and thrill to the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, get a load of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the famous variety carton of 6 swell Kellogg cereals in 10 separate packages. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. With Kellogg's Variety on the table, you can choose among Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Pep, Corn Flakes, Shredded Wheat, Crumbles, and 40% Bran Flakes. Simply help yourself to your favorite. Each box holds a fresh, crisp, heaping portion. So ask Mom to get Kellogg's Variety right away. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting... Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents...
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today we conclude our story of the strange bank robberies. So stand by for the dramatic climax with Superman, Batman, and Robin, and the beginning of a brand new story. But now, let's see what's going on over at Dan McCullough's house this afternoon.
Dan!
Hi, Sally. Come on in the living room.
Oh, Dan, it's the best Valentine I ever got.
Yeah? Which one?
The one you sent, of course, with the comic button on it.
Oh, yeah. That's from a package of Kellogg's Pep we opened the other day.
Oh, I'm so thrilled.
Hey, Dan, where are you?
Hi, Rusty. Come on in.
Hey, Dan, that's a swell idea. A Valentine with a comic button for my collection.
I got one too, Rusty.
Yeah? Which one?
Moon Mullins.
I got the Superman button.
Oh.
You got Moon Mullins?
Yes.
Swapping Superman for Moon Mullins.
Yeah, that's the idea. Cinch that trade right away.
You don't mind, do you, Dan?
Why, of course not. All the gang knows that's a swell way to get a new and different comic button for your collection. And all the gang's mighty busy these days, working toward all 18 buttons in the series. Of course, it's a real help that these comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's an exclusive prize for you. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Learning that a mysterious bank robber who has been impersonating him and apparently possesses superhuman strength planned a $50 million burglary, Superman and his friends, Batman and Robin, found a clue in a back issue of the Daily Planet. The Metropolis Banknote Company, which prints paper money for the Treasury, had that day completed the printing of $50 million and had stored it in the company's underground vaults. Carrying Batman and Robin, Superman hovered in the dark sky above the ancient tomb-like building, and shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, his X-ray vision spotted the mysterious bank robber and 6 men in an old sewer tunnel directly beneath the vaults. As we continue now, having obtained entrance to the building, our 3 friends are in the basement vaults. Listen.
What are they doing now, Superman?
Removing the loose concrete.
What loose concrete?
Under a section of this floor. They must have been working on it a long time. The concrete is at least 8 inches thick.
Jeepers.
Okay, get ready. They'll be coming through any second now.
All right.
False Superman is finishing the job with a padded sledgehammer. Hey, he is pretty strong.
He's plenty strong. Robin and I tangled with him and got bounced around like rubber dolls. We know.
Yeah, and don't forget how he ripped open those steel bank doors.
Hold it. It's broken through. Now listen, let me handle this.
Are you kidding? You said he had 6 huskies with him.
I know, but
Watch it. Here comes the first guy through the hole.
Quick, behind the vaults. Okay, now don't show yourselves until I give the word.
Are the others coming up?
Yes. We'll wait until they're all above decks, and then we'll move. Quiet now.
There are 6 of them, and the phony Superman, huh?
Yes. We're outnumbered just enough to make it interesting.
Okay. Let's jump them before they can get to their guns. Leave the man in the costume and cape to me.
All right.
Let's go, Robin.
Right with you, Pappy.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, look, 3 guys.
What's actually meeting you here?
Oh, here's my calling card. Read it when you wake up.
Get out there. You're the one I want to meet. All right, my phony friend. Let's see if you do have superhuman strength. Nice going, Robin. Stay away from those guns, mister. Yeah. Oh, you won't, huh? Okay. With your eyes.
Oh, attaboy, Batman. Oh, your eyes are popping out. Stranger, do you mind if I pop back in for you? Hey, I'm running out of sparring partners, Batman. There's just this one left.
I'll take him. Pardon me, friend. You're shooting show.
Well, there were 6 little gunmen, but now there are none. Now we can help Superman.
He doesn't need any help. Look behind you.
Christopher Columbus. He's swinging the phony around like a Ferris wheel.
I get busy. What, Boris? Now.
By all means, we've got some talking to do. Down on your feet. There we are.
You strong like lion.
Superman's got him tamed, Robin.
Tame as a kitten.
Now, what's your name?
Boris.
Boris what?
Boris Mikhailovich Petrovsky.
Oh, brother, what a mouthful.
Quiet, Robin.
I not bad man. I do nothing wrong.
Oh, no?
How about robbing all those banks?
I no keep money. I give to how you say,
charity, sure, to make the police think I was the thief. But the $50 million in these vaults weren't going to charity. This was the big deal you were building up to. You intended to keep this money and brand me as the burglar.
Oh, I no keep any money. Mr. Simpson, he say, all this I do is, how you say, publicity. It get Boris very big name.
Why did you want to get publicity?
Boris go on stage, make money.
The stage?
Da. People pay much money see Boris. Strongest man in whole world. Mr. Simpson, he say, Boris make lots money.
Who's Mr. Simpson?
That he there, lie on floor.
Fancy vest and spats?
Nada. He give a ticket, come America. He say, make Boris rich man. He say, Boris do like he say, get much of public.
I think he's telling the truth, Robin.
I don't. Nobody could be that dumb.
Da. Mr. Simpson say, Boris very dumb. That mean Boris very strong, no?
You say you believe him, Superman?
Yes, I think he was taken advantage of by this Simpson.
Played for a sucker, you mean?
That's right. Of course, we'll check on his story. Tell me, Boris, how did you open those bank doors and vaults?
And how did you bend those steel bars into pretzels?
Mr. Simpson, give Boris this.
What's that?
Looks like an aluminum cylinder.
It's just what it is. There are 3 electronic tubes inside it and a battery strapped around his chest.
Boris hold this to door, still get soft.
Get soft?
Da. He start melt. Then Boris take hold and pull rest away. Not hard for so strong men like me.
Great Jupiter. You mean this thing melts steel?
I don't believe it.
I do. I've heard of diathermic rays used to soften steel. Remember I showed you how the bank door in Lordville was wrenched out of shape, Batman?
Hey, that's right.
And it was done with this electronic gadget.
Well, I'll be jiggered.
Oh. Here comes the police. Henderson's eyes are going to pop when he sees these goons stretched out on the floor.
You think they got a jail strong enough to hold this guy?
Oh, no. Please, I no go jail. I not be bad.
Well, that'll be up to a judge to decide, Boris. That's how we do things here in America.
But I, Boris, I good man. I not do nothing.
Order in the court. Boris Petrovsky.
Step up, Boris.
Da.
Since it is evident that you're only an innocent dupe in the hands of George Simpson, alias George Tanner, who has a long police record, this court is patrolling you in the custody of Clark Kent. Court adjourned.
You're free, Boris. The judge isn't sending you to jail.
Oh, I kiss the hand of Judge.
Never mind that. Come along. I'm going to get you a job operating one of the Daily Planet presses where you can put some of that strength of yours to good use.
Oh, I am so happy, so glad.
With tears of happiness rolling down his cheeks, Boris, the big Russian, leaves the courtroom in the custody of his newfound friend, the man he had innocently tried to wrong. And so Superman has solved another baffling mystery. But if he thinks he can lean back and relax, he is sadly mistaken. For at this very moment, another adventure is brewing. This one more amazing than any that have gone before. We'll return in a moment to begin a new Superman adventure. But first, here is your announcer.
You know, gang, it'd be a doggone shame if you should miss out on a single one of those swell comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Because every single one of these 18 different buttons is so bright-colored and gleaming. Why, they look mighty smart pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And every single picture of your favorite comic strip characters is a dead ringer for one of the friends you've been following in the funny papers for a long time. And here's something else that you wouldn't want to miss. The exciting fun of getting a new button every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. And even more fun trading duplicates with your pals. So hop to it, gang. Ask Mom to get you some more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's an exclusive prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Our scene is the city room of the Daily Planet. In Lois Lane's absence, young Jimmy Olsen has been using her office. And as we look in now, the telephone on the desk has just rung. Swinging back in his chair, Jimmy lifts the receiver.
Oh, Olsen speaking.
James, is it you I'm speaking to?
What? Who is this, Poco?
Is there anyone else in space or time who thinks in rhythm and talks in rhyme?
Oh, it's Poco, all right. How are you, pal?
Oh, I'm fine, friend James. And how are you? Do you still have plenty of work to do?
No, I'm just moping around waiting for something to happen.
Oh, how would you like it to happen soon? With, something like a trip to the moon.
What? A trip where?
To the moon. In a balloon.
Are you kidding?
Oh, honest Injun, and cross my heart. Just say the word and we can start. Professor Twiddle is standing by to shoot his rocket into the sky.
Now, wait a minute, Poco. What kind of double talk are you handing me? You mean to say someone's going to try to fly to the moon in a rocket?
Oh, Professor Twiddle, who happens to be an expert in astronomy, is quite convinced that it is no dream to fly to the moon on a radar beam. And so he's built a rocket ship controlled by radar to make the trip from the Earth to the moon in nothing flat. Now tell me, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's crazy.
Oh, crazy yes or crazy no. Professor Twiddle is ready to go. Maybe he's right and maybe he's wrong. But he'd like us both to go along.
Me fly to the moon in a rocket? Oh, no.
Oh, don't say no till you hear the story at Professor Twiddle's laboratory. Can you meet me there at 2:30 so he himself can tell it to you?
Well, where is it?
Oh, 607 Winthrop Street, where the avenue and the parkway meet. But don't breathe a word to a single soul, or you'll get me in a terrible hole.
Oh, okay.
Oh, toodaloo, till 2:30.
Toodaloo.
Hanging up, Jimmy shakes his head and rubs his eyes as though he had just awakened from a dream. Is Poco serious, or is it just a gag? Well, just between us, it's far from a gag. And if you listen tomorrow, you'll meet the eccentric Professor Twiddle and learn how Jimmy and Poco get themselves involved in an adventure in space that almost defies the best efforts of Superman to save them. So don't miss tomorrow's episode. It's the beginning of a new and excitingly different story. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Publications. Say, gang, you'll get a bang out of this. Kellogg's Variety is back. That's the grand 10-package assortment of 6 swell Kellogg cereals. Makes breakfast more fun than a picnic. Makes it easy for Mom, too. No dishes to wash, thanks to the new Kell Bowl Pack. You can eat right out of it. What's more, these generous packages are great for lunch boxes and outings. So ask Mom to hurry and get Kellogg's Variety at her grocer's the very first chance. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and ability far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today we begin a brand new adventure for the Man of Steel, an adventure that is jam-packed with suspense and mystery. We'll learn more about it in a moment. But right now, I see that Dan McCullough's waiting to talk to you. Go ahead, Dan.
You know, gang, I never saw anything like the way you fellows and girls are going all out for that new second series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Why, all the kids in our block are planning how they're going to pin these buttons in the new second series on their jacket or dress or cap. And the kids in the schoolyard and over at the playground are plenty busy, too, showing off the buttons they've collected so far and swapping duplicates with each other. And no wonder, because, in the first place, these new Pep comic buttons are doggone slick-looking. Full comic strip colors on a clear white background. Why, the pictures of your funny sheet favorites really stand out. And each one of those pictures is really true to life, straight from the funny papers. There's Maggie and Jiggs and Popeye and Superman, of course. And you'll want to collect all 18 of these new buttons. You can, too. Sure, easy as can be. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You just ask Mom to get you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and look for your prize inside the package. There's a comic button, a prize for you, in every package of P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek and Omaha. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
At 10 o'clock at night, very much excited, Editor Perry White phoned Clark Kent, telling him to pick up Lois Lane and come to his suburban home at once. He urged Kent to be extremely careful, said it was a matter of life or death, and then hung up. Mystified, Kent drove to Lois's apartment house, where Morrissey, the doorman, said Lois was waiting for him. But the girl reporter failed to answer the switchboard phone, and Kent and Morrissey went up to her apartment. They found the door unlocked and the apartment looking as though a cyclone had struck it. The rug was shoved into a corner. Tables and lamps were overturned. And Lois was missing. Listen.
Someone got in here, overpowered Miss Lane, and took her away, Morrissey.
Oh, Mother of Mercy. Who'd want to be doing that?
I don't know. Did anyone else go up to her apartment this evening?
No, sir. I was on the door all evening. You know, we don't let strangers in unless we announce them to the tenant first.
Well, then whoever it was must have come up the fire escape at the rear of the building. Miss Lane was carried out that way, too.
Oh, blessed saints.
Look, you say she called you on the house phone a little while ago?
Not more than 15 or 20 minutes ago it was, Mr. Kent.
Well, didn't any of the other tenants on this floor complain about the noise in this apartment?
No, sir. Nobody complained. Not a soul.
It's strange.
I don't understand it. Miss Lane is such a fine young lady. Who'd want to be harming her now?
I don't know, Morrissey. Maybe Mr. White does. Look, I'll tell you what you do, Morrissey. You question the tenants on both sides of this apartment and across the hall. Find out if they heard anything. I'll phone Mr.
Hadn't we better be calling the police?
No, not yet. Mr. White may be able to give me a lead.
Number, please.
Oh, I want Brentwood 6242.
Brentwood 6242.
Yes, and hurry it, please. It's very urgent. Get going, Morrissey.
Okay.
Hello?
Is that you, Chief?
Yeah. Who's this?
Clark Kent. Listen, Chief, I want to ask...
What's the idea waking me up at this hour of the night?
Waking you up? I thought you were waiting. Oh, well, never mind. Look, Chief, something's happened.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid something's happened to Lois.
To Lois?
Yes.
What? Well, what happened? Tell me.
Well, I stopped at her apartment to pick her up as you told me to.
I told you to.
Well, of course, don't you remember?
I told you to pick her up?
On the telephone, not more than half an hour ago.
I was asleep half an hour ago.
All right. Call it 40 minutes.
I was asleep at 9 o'clock. It's almost 10:30 now.
What?
What's this about Lois? What happened to her?
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me you didn't phone me this evening and tell me to pick Lois up and get her out to your house as soon as possible?
Of course I didn't. I didn't call anyone. I was in bed at 9 o'clock.
Well, then someone impersonated you.
Impersonated me?
Apparently. Someone who imitated your voice perfect. They phoned me, told me to pick up Lois and get out to your house as quickly as possible. I came to Lois's apartment, found it all ripped up as if a terrific battle had taken place, and Lois missing.
What?
Yes. Maybe you better get over here right away, Chief.
Where are you?
At Lois's apartment. Or what's left of it.
Did you call Inspector Henderson?
No, not yet. I thought maybe
Never mind what you thought. Call him at once. I'll be there in half an hour.
Okay. Gosh, I can't understand this.
Mr. Kent.
Oh, yes, Morrissey. Did you find out anything?
No, sir. I spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Seaman on this side and to Dr. Lewis across the hall.
Yes?
They were home all evening, and they said they didn't hear no sound of fighting.
They heard nothing?
No, sir. But the walls and the floors in this building are very thick, you know.
Well, just the same, someone should have heard something.
Did you call the police yet?
I'm calling Inspector Henderson now. Something very strange about all this, Morrissey. Why should anyone impersonate Mr. White in order to get me over?
Puzzled and anxious, Kent calls Inspector Henderson, who hurries to Lois's apartment. Joined by Perry White, the three men search throughout the night for some clue to Lois's mysterious disappearance, but without success. Early the next morning, Jimmy Olsen and Perry White are in the latter's office at the Daily Planet.
Oh, why doesn't Henderson call? What kind of a police department is he running?
Take it easy, Chief. I'm sure Henderson's doing all he can.
He's not doing enough. He should have found Lois by now.
Gosh, I hope she's all right. But I'm
now,
afraid...
Don't you start blubbering, Jim.
But Miss Lane's been gone almost 12 hours.
I know, and there's not a single clue as to...
I've got it.
Hello, Mr. White's office.
Is that you, Clark?
Lois, is it you?
Yes.
Did you
Listen, Clark.
Just a minute, Lois. Please, Chief. Jim, be quiet. I can't hear her. Are you all right, Lois?
Of course I'm all right. Is the chief there?
Well, yes, but what happened to you? Where are you?
I'm at 407 Clover Street.
407 Clover Street?
That's
Write that down,
right.
Olsen.
All right. Yes, now look. Clark, tell the chief I need $10,000 in cash at once.
$10,000? You mean you're being held for ransom?
Held for ransom?
No,
Quick,
I'm not
Olsen.
being
Call
held
Inspector
for
Henderson.
ransom.
Okay.
Silly, I've got
golly.
a terrific story, and I need $10,000.
Just a minute, Lois. Come back, Jim. She's all right.
She is.
Yes.
But Mr. White just said...
Never mind what I said. What's going on, Kent?
Give me that
phone.
list. Wait a minute, please, will you?
Clark.
Okay, Lois, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've been terribly worried, though. What happened to you last night?
Nothing happened to me. Now listen for a
But
minute.
your
will you?
apartment, it was all ripped up.
Clark, if you don't stop interrupting me, I will scream.
But I... Oh, all right. What were you saying?
I said to tell the chief that I'm working on the story of the century. It'll make Jimmy's trip to the moon look like 2 cents. But I need $10,000 in cash at once.
What for?
For the story, stupid. Tell the chief and hurry.
Okay, hold on. Lois says she's on a terrific story and needs $10,000 in cash.
$10,000? What for?
For the story, stupid.
What?
I'm quoting Lois. That's what she told me.
Tell her no. No story is worth that much money.
I heard that, Clark. Now tell the chief this story will scoop the world. But if he wants to be a piker, I know the Daily Blade will be glad to pay twice $10,000 for it.
And I heard that. Tell her she can go jump in the... No, don't tell her that. No. I'm not buying any $10,000 pig in the poke. Tell her to stay where she is. I'll be right down with the money, but she'll have to show me before I pay.
Did you hear that, Lois?
Yes, I heard it, but tell him to hurry, Clark. Every minute counts.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
407 Clover Street. That right?
Right. Now, wait, Chief. I'll go with you.
No, you stay here, Kent.
But I
If this story is all Lois says it is, I want you to be here to take it over the phone.
Yes, I know,
Make
but...
the noon edition.
Well, wait a minute.
It's 10 o'clock, Mr. Kent.
I know.
Mr. White doesn't call pretty soon. We'll miss the noon edition.
Well, Clover Street's a good hour's ride from here, Jim.
He's been gone an hour and a half. Gosh, I wonder what this big story of Miss Lane's is.
Uh-oh. Maybe we'll find out now. Hello, Kent speaking.
Kent, listen to me.
Got the story, Chief?
No, I haven't got it yet. I need another $10,000.
What?
You heard me. Tell Darwin to draw $10,000 from the bank at once, and you rush it down here.
Are you serious?
You bet I'm serious. Get that money and rush it down here. We're at 407 Clover Street, Mrs. Walsh's rooming house. You got that?
Yes, I've got it, but Chief,
I
what
can't
in the
talk
world?
anymore. I'm being watched.
What?
So long.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, was that Mr. White?
Yes. He says he needs another $10,000.
Leaping lizards.
I can't figure this out, Jim.
Oh, who are you calling on the intercom?
Darwin, the cashier.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. White?
Oh, this is Clark Kent, Darwin. Mr. White just called. He wants you to draw $10,000 from the bank at once.
Another $10,000?
That's right. Take care of it right away, will you?
But this is most unusual, Mr. Kent. What account is this to be charged to?
Oh, I don't know. Editorial, I guess.
Well, you guess?
You can straighten it out with Mr. White later.
But I can't draw a large sum like that, Mr. Kent, without knowing which account is to be charged to.
Now listen, Darwin. The chief says this is very important.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kent, but you must understand my position.
Well...
I'm answerable to our stockholders and the publisher.
I know.
I can't possibly issue a voucher for $10,000 without knowing which account is to be charged to.
Now, wait a minute.
Final.
What will Clark Kent do now? Perry White said every moment is precious. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, it seems like there are more reasons than you can shake a stick at why you fellas and girls go all out for Kellogg's Pep. First off, there's the doggone good eating in that sunny golden toasted cereal. The spoonful after spoonful of crispy freshness and real wide-awake flavor. Then there's the sound nourishment in Kellogg's Pep. More than twice as much of an energy vitamin B1 as in sun-ripened whole wheat. Plus, your whole daily minimum need of vitamin D. And that D vitamin is the sunshine vitamin. Helps build strong bones and teeth in growing youngsters like you. And, of course, there are the swell prizes you get. A comic button in every package of Pep. 18 different pictures of your favorite funny paper characters done up in brilliant red and yellow and blue and black. Mighty snappy looking and so easy to get. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box stop. Fact is, you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere. You get them the easy way by asking Mom to keep you supplied with plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. There's a bright-colored comic button in every package. Just ask Mom for P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Mr. Darwin, the Daily Planet's cashier, has refused to give Clark Kent $10,000 to bring to Perry White. In his office, Kent says to Jimmy Olsen,
We're in a spot, Jim. Darwin won't draw the money without a direct order from Mr. White, and according to the chief, every moment is precious.
Well, jeepers, what'll we do?
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. The chief will have to call Darwin. Look, you go into the city room, call information, and get the phone number for Mrs. Walsh's rooming house at 407 Clover Street.
Uh-huh.
I want to keep my line open in case Mr. White calls back.
Mrs. Walsh's rooming house, 407 Clover.
Right, hurry it up, will you, Jim?
As fast as I can.
Good. I better warn Darwin to stand by, I guess.
Now, see here,
Hello.
Mr. Kent, there's no use arguing.
Now, wait a minute.
I've given you my decision, and that's fine.
Keep your shirt on, Darwin. I just wanted to tell you that...
reporters are all the same. You don't seem to realize that a newspaper is a business organization.
I realize it. I only...
You issue a voucher for $10,000.
Now, look.
$10,000, mind you, and not
Wait a
even
minute.
knowing which account is
Wait,
charged.
will you listen a minute? I'm going to have Mr. White phone you right away. This happens to be very important, so please don't leave until he phones.
Oh, I certainly won't. I'm glad you see it my way, Mr. Kent.
Well...
It's these little details which are so important.
Yeah, sure. See you in a few minutes, Darwin.
Oh, all right, Mr. Kent.
Wow. Bet he writes himself a voucher every time he buys a stick of gum. Oh, there you are, Jim.
Gosh, this gets worse and worse by the minute, Mr. Kent.
What does? Did you get the phone number?
Well, that's just the trouble. There is no phone number.
There is no... What are you talking about?
Information says there's no phone for Mrs. Walsh's rooming house at 407 Clover Street.
No phone? Great Scott.
his jaw dropping, Clark Kent stares at Jimmy Olsen in amazement. Only a few minutes ago, Perry White said he was calling from that address, and that he and Lois Lane were in danger. What does this mean? What is the story in which White and Lois are involved? And what is the meaning of the other strange things which are baffling Kent? Well, fellows and girls, there are more and even stranger things to come. So don't miss a single episode of our fascinating new story. Tune in tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow The Adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, you know what fun it is to make your dog sit up and beg for something good to eat? Well, if you want to make sure your dog gets a good dinner that'll help keep him strong and husky, ask your mother to give him Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food. If you feed Grow Pup to your dog, along with his scraps of meat and fat, he ought to get along just fine. That kind of eating will help give him strong bones and teeth and muscles. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Just see which your dog likes best, and ask Mother to feed it to him regularly. Remember, that's Kellogg's Grow Pup. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting... Kellogg's F, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, what Lois Lane calls the story of the century has Clark Kent very much baffled.
We'll learn what develops in just a moment. But right now, let's hear from our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, gang, one of the swell things about this new second series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out is you've got a new set of friends to watch for when Mom opens a new package of Pep. They're all characters you've been following in the funny papers for ages. So, when you get a button with a picture of Lord Plushbottom on it, well, you certainly don't need to be introduced. Same way with olive oil or Uncle Willie or Superman or any of the 18 different buttons in this new second series. And is it exciting fun to swap duplicates with your friends and to wear these smart-looking buttons on your jacket or your dress or cap? They're so colorful and bright, they're really on the beam. The background is enameled clear white with the pictures done up in brilliant red and blue and yellow and black, so they really show up. And you know, the best part is you don't have to send in a single penny to get these keen-looking buttons, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. They come only as prizes in packages of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. So don't forget to ask Mom to get you a good supply of Pep and look for your prize inside the package. That's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
In response to an urgent telephone call from Editor Perry White, a call which White later denied making, Clark Kent hurried to Lois Lane's apartment, only to find it a shambles. Furniture overturned, rugs in a heap, drawers pulled out, and the girl reporter mysteriously missing. Worried and puzzled, Kent contacted Police Inspector Henderson, and then, as Superman, spent a fruitless night searching for Lois. The following morning at the office of the Daily Planet, White, Kent, and Jimmy Olsen were together when a telephone call came in from Lois. She was on the trail of a terrific story, she said, and needed $10,000 immediately. Could Perry White bring it to 407 Clover Street? Leaving Kent at the office, White set out with $10,000 in cash. Less than an hour later, he called in telling Kent to bring $10,000 more to the same address. Kent has asked Jimmy to call information and get the number of the telephone at 407 Clover Street. And as we continue now, Jimmy has just returned with some startling news. Listen.
Gosh, this is getting worse and worse by the minute, Mr. Kent.
Well, never mind that, Jim. What's the phone number?
Oh, that's just the trouble. There is no phone number.
What are you talking about?
Information says there's no phone for Mrs. Walsh at 407 Clover Street.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Are you sure you got the address right?
Oh, I'm positive. I marked it down on this slip of paper. Look, 407 Clover Street.
Well, she said there's no phone at all at 407 Clover Street.
Something's going on here, Jim. Something I don't like.
I don't like it either. What do you think we ought to do?
Well, it's a cinch Darwin won't give me that money until the chief tells him how to draw it. And since we can't get in touch with 407 Clover Street by phone, I'm going down there.
I'll go with you.
No. You stay right here and stand by in case either Lois or the chief calls on that story. You sit right here in my office and tell Miss Backrack if either of them do call to put it through to you.
Okay, but be careful, Mr. Kent.
Don't worry.
Hurrying through the Daily Planet city room, alive with the clatter of typewriters and teletype machines, Kent steps into the storeroom, closes the door behind him, and in a few brief seconds has made the transformation from the mild-mannered, bespectacled reporter to the red-caped, blue-costumed figure of Superman. Raising the window, he leaps out, swoops high above the building. A minute or so later, once more in the guise of Clark Kent, is ringing the bell of an old, weather-beaten shingle house at 407 Clover Street.
Must be the place. There's a sign in the window, and it looks like a typical rooming house. Oh, someone's coming.
Good morning. Lovely morning, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm...
'Tis spring, and all the world is new with life. And all the things that breathe are new with wondrous living. Yes, what is so sweet as a day in spring? Then
I beg your pardon. My name is Clark Kent.
A very lovely name. A very musical name.
Oh, do you think so?
Clark Kent, Clark.
Are you Mrs. Walsh?
You've heard of me. But of course, I can see by your eyes that you're a lover of the drama.
You can?
Did you see me in Macbeth or in The Taming of the Shrew?
Mrs. Walsh, I'm from the Daily Planet. Mr. Perry White told me to...
Yes, do come in.
Thank you.
Step right into the living room, Mr. Kent.
Well, thank you.
Mr. White and Miss Lane stepped out for a few moments. They should be back very shortly. Just make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Perhaps you'd like to look over this book of my press clippings. Those were the grand and glorious days when the name of Lenora Walsh glittered in 1,000 lights.
Oh.
That, Mr. Kent, was the golden era of the theater. Ah, look, a picture of me playing the role of Ophelia in Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet.
Where?
It was at the Civic Opera House in Paducah, and I was sensational, simply sensational.
Very interesting, very interesting. How long did Mr. White and Miss Lane say they'd be?
And here, now look here. They'll be back shortly.
They better be, or I'm going to start raising the roof.
Tut, tut, Mr. Kent. In the words of the immortal bard, the quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as a gentle rain.
What's that?
Heavens alive, Mr. Kent, don't jump so. It's just the telephone.
But you're not supposed to have a telephone.
How would I operate a theatrical rooming house without a telephone?
Well,
I keep it in that little closet.
But when I...
Excuse me while I answer it.
I don't get this. I don't get it at all.
Hello?
Mrs. Walt?
Yes.
This is Perry White. Is Mr. Kent there?
Why, yes, Mr. White.
Put him on, would you please?
Certainly. It's for you, Mr. Kent. Mr. White.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hello, Chief.
Have you got the money, Kent?
Why, no. You see,
Great snakes and little fishes. I told you I wanted $10,000.
I know, Chief, but Darwin wouldn't give it to me.
Why not?
Oh, he said he didn't know which account to draw it on.
Oh, all the stupid, addle-pated, hair-brained nincompoops I ever met. He takes the cake.
Yes, I know.
Now, listen to me, Kent. I'll call Darwin immediately.
Good.
You get back to the office and pick up the money.
What?
You should have it ready by the time you get there.
Well, what'll I do with it?
What do you think? Bring it back to Mrs. Walsh's house.
Chief, what's this all about?
I can't tell you now, but it's the biggest story of the century.
Well, can't you even give me
No,
an...
I've got to go. Get back to the office, Kent. Hurry.
Wait a minute. Hello. Oh, he hung up.
My, Mr. White sounded excited, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I'll have to leave now.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
No, don't you bother about the door. I'll find my way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Kent.
Goodbye. Story of the century, but he can't tell me about it. Oh, well, no sense beating my brains out. Back into that alley to switch to Superman. No sense wasting time getting to the office. Well, the coast looks clear. Off with these clothes. Story of the century, eh? What could it be? I certainly don't know. Well, all set. Up, and away! Hi, Clark. Hi, Joe. Hey, wait, I wanted to ask you... not now, Joe. Jimmy's waiting for me in my office. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Mr. Kent.
Well?
Mr. White called Mr. Darwin and told him to go down to the bank and get the $10,000.
Yes, I know that.
Well, did you see Mr. White or Miss Lane?
No, I saw Mrs. Walsh and listened to her spout Shakespeare for 10 minutes.
What is she, an actress?
She was an actress about 100 years ago.
Oh, boy, that must have been something.
Oh.
Well, how come all this stuff is going on at her place?
Gosh, you've got me, Jim. I can't make head or tail out of it. White says it's the story of the century. Lois says it's the story of the century. And here I am, I got a merry-go-round.
Boy, it sure is a mystery.
Yeah. I've never seen the mystery yet that can't be solved. I'll take it, Jim. Hello, Clark Kent speaking.
Clark, this is Lois.
Lois?
Is it all Lois Lane?
Yes. Lois, where are you?
I can't tell you, but did that money go down to 407 Clover Street?
Now, look, Lois, I'm getting sick and
Clark,
tired of being...
I haven't much time, and they're watching me like hawks.
Who's watching you?
Just answer my question. Did the money go down to Clover Street, the second 10,000?
Not yet.
Well, for heaven's sake, Clark, please see that it does.
Lois, can't you tell me what this...
I can't tell you anything. Uh-oh, I've got to go now.
No, wait a
Here I
minute.
come. Goodbye.
Hello, Lois. Lois!
What happened?
Oh, she hung up.
What did she say? Did she say what it was all about?
Not a word. She did say someone was watching her like a hawk. Oh, who's that now? Come in. What?
Greetings, gentlemen.
What? Leaves.
Lois. Great Scott, Lois Lane.
Stunned, Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen stare in open-mouthed amazement as Lois Lane, smiling and seemingly oblivious to all the mystery surrounding her, enters Kent's office. What is the answer? We'll know more in just a moment. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, to you young fellows, 40 years must seem like a lifetime. But when it's a lifetime of doing good, well, that's something to be mighty proud of. That's why the Boys Clubs of America have something they can really boast about this week, because it's their 40th anniversary. Yes, sir, for that long, this grand organization has been building boys into better men, helping young fellows to learn good sportsmanship, to build up their bodies through planned recreation, to learn new skills and trades. In the war, the boys' clubs sold war bonds, collected much-needed waste paper and metal, planted gardens and helped farmers. And now they're carrying on by learning the ideals of fair play, tolerance and honesty, and the satisfaction of real, useful service. here's congratulations to the Boys Clubs of America on its 40th birthday. Just keep up the good work. Now, back to Superman.
Less than 60 seconds after Clark Kent in his office with Jimmy Olsen received an urgent telephone call from Lois Lane, the door to the office opened, and in stepped the girl reporter, big as life. As we continue now, she has closed the door behind her and faces Kent and Jimmy, who are staring at her in open-mouthed amazement.
What on earth is the matter with you two? Do I look like a ghost?
Creeps, a ghost.
Stop looking at me like that. Clark, snap out of it.
Lois, is it really you?
Who do you think it is? What is the matter with you?
I just talked to you on the telephone. I just hung up.
You just talked to me on the telephone?
Yes, just a minute ago. You asked me about the second $10,000.
What second $10,000?
Bleeping lizards.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's start from the beginning.
Well, we certainly better start from someplace because I'm getting a little confused.
You're getting confused. You're getting confused.
Well, you don't have to leer at me.
All right, wait a minute. What about your apartment? Who smashed it up? Who overturned the furniture? Who pulled out the drawers?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Where were you last night?
I was with my sister, Diana. She's sick.
You were not?
I was, too.
I called your sister. There was no answer.
I'm sorry, Clark, but I spent the entire night with Diana, and neither one of us budged.
I tell you what... Okay, let that go. Now, about the $10,000, the second $10,000. Didn't I just talk to you on the phone, and didn't you tell me to get the money down to 407 Clover Street, Mrs. Walsh's rooming house, immediately?
Clark, are you crazy?
I don't know, Lois. Am I?
Well, it certainly looks like someone is crazy. What can possibly be behind this strange and puzzling mystery? Gang, it gets stranger and more puzzling as it goes along. So don't miss a single solitary word of it. In another day or two, you'll be on a merry-go-round, just as Clark Kent is. So keep listening. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Girls and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, lots of you kids have dogs, and I'll bet one of the things they enjoy most is a tug of war. Yes, dogs seem to get such a kick out of using their strong teeth and muscles. Now, if you want to help keep your dog strong and husky, feed him Grow Pup dog food. It's just wonderful for dogs and has a good meaty flavor most dogs like. There are 3 different kinds. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Ask your mother to get Kellogg's Grow Pup today and see if your dog doesn't gobble it right up. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting... Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, the mystery surrounding the story of the century has Clark Kent completely baffled. We'll join him in a moment as he tries to untangle the threads. But right now, let's join another friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, when you wake up in the morning and see the good golden sunshine streaming through your window, well, you've got a head start on a happy day right then and there. And when you come to the breakfast table and see your heaping bowl full of sunny, golden toasted Kellogg's Pep, why, you're pretty sure to feel even more cheerful, because Pep tastes a doggone good. It's crisp and tender and full of that wide-awake flavor.
Not to mention the good whole grain nutrition in every serving. Plus, more than twice as much vitamin B1 as in sun-ripened whole wheat. Plus, your whole daily minimum need of Sunshine Vitamin D. Plus the exciting prizes in every package of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir, comic buttons, a brand new second series of true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny paper characters. Boy, what a load of fun it is to collect the whole second series and trade duplicates with your pals. And how easy these comic buttons are to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom gets you some of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and there's your prize inside the package. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
At the moment, Clark Kent feels as if he were on a merry-go-round as he attempts to solve the most baffling mystery of his entire career. The latest incredible development was the sudden appearance of Lois Lane in Kent's office at the Daily Planet, hardly a second after she had finished speaking to him on the telephone, presumably from the other end of Metropolis. As we continue now, determined to get an answer to the amazing enigma, Kent, after warning Jimmy Olsen not to say a word, begins questioning Lois.
Now, let's take one thing at a time, Lois. First, who smashed up your apartment last night?
Who what?
Who overturned the furniture, smashed the lamps, and pulled out all the drawers?
I don't know what you're talking about, Clark.
All right. Where were you last night?
With my sister Diana.
You were not?
I was.
I called your sister's apartment. Nobody answered.
I'm sorry, but I spent the entire night with Diana. She's sick, and neither one of us budged.
Please. Okay, let that go. Now, about the $10,000, the second $10,000.
What?
Didn't I just talk to you on the phone, and didn't you tell me to get the money down to 407 Clover Street, Mrs. Walsh's rooming house, immediately?
Clark, are you crazy?
Answer my question.
Who's Mrs. Walsh?
Oh, stop saying Gleeps, Jim.
But Gleeps, she just said...
I know what she said. Keep quiet, please. I'm going to get to the bottom of this if it's the last thing I do. Now, look, Lois, let's go back a step. To the first $10,000.
What first $10,000?
That you phoned for earlier this morning, a couple of hours ago.
I phoned for $10,000?
Well, you know you did. You said you were working on a terrific story and you needed $10,000 in cash immediately.
Why, of all the... Clark, have you gone crazy? What's come over you?
I mean, you didn't call? Not even the first time?
I didn't call the first time or the second time or any other time and ask for $10,000. As a matter of fact, I haven't used a telephone since I left the office yesterday. I've been taking care of Diana.
Gleeps.
Oh, will you please tell me what this is all about, Clark?
I'm beginning to get a vague idea, but it doesn't add up. Apparently someone impersonated you, too.
What do you mean, me, too?
Well, someone impersonated the chief last night.
What?
Yes, last night about 10 o'clock I got a phone call. I was sure it was White. Same voice, inflections, everything. He told me to pick you up at your apartment, come to his house at once. He said something big was going on and dangerous, and he warned me to be very careful.
Yes?
Well, I got in my car and drove to your place. When you didn't answer the switchboard phone, the doorman and I went up to your apartment. The door was unlocked, and the place looked as if a cyclone had struck it. The rug was heaped up, the furniture overturned, all the drawers pulled out.
Good heavens, I thought you were joking about the apartment.
Listen, that apartment's no joke. It's a mess.
What was stolen?
Oh, nothing. As far as I could see, all your clothes were there. Your jewelry hadn't been touched. Nothing seemed to be missing.
I don't understand it.
No, neither do we.
I can't explain why they made a wreck of your apartment, Lois, but I think I know why someone impersonated your voice.
Why?
To swindle the Daily Planet out of $10,000. I mean, $20,000. Great Scott.
What is it, Clark?
The chief. He took $10,000 in cash to that rooming house this morning when he thought it was you who phoned for it. The crooks must have been waiting for him.
Good heavens.
Either they forced him to call me a little while ago and demand another $10,000, or whoever impersonated him last night called. Either way, he's in trouble. I've got to get down there at once. I'll call you as soon as I can.
Wait a minute, I'm going with you.
Oh, nothing's doing. I can get there faster alone.
Don't be ridiculous. A taxi can carry 2 passengers as quickly as one.
They can carry 3, too.
You're not telling me anything, Clark. I'm going with you, and that is that.
Oh, well, all right. Come along. No, not you, Jim.
But
someone has to stay here in case we have to call in.
Oh, gee whiz.
Come on, Lois.
Hey, wait, your phone's ringing.
Take the message. I can't wait.
Okay. Hello, James Olsen speaking.
This is Perry White, Jim. Is Kent
Oh,
there?
Mr. Kent, come back. It's Mr. White.
Who?
Mr. White, the chief.
Thanks, Jim. Close the door, Lois.
Wake up, Olsen. I want Kent. Is he here?
He's right here, Chief. I mean, Mr. White. Listen, are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. Stop wasting time and put Kent on.
Give me the phone, Jim. Give it to me.
Clark, wait a minute. It might not be the chief. It might be...
Leave it to me, Lois. Leave it to me. Hello, Chief.
Kent, what in tarnation told you up? Why haven't you brought the money down here?
I was delayed. The cashier wouldn't issue a draft without an order from you.
I called that blithering idiot Darwin a half hour ago and told him to draw the money from the bank and give it to you. You mean to say he hasn't done it yet?
Well, it takes quite a while to get to the bank and back.
How long does it take? Confound it, I've got hold of the story of the century. Of the century, do you hear me? And if that addlepated Darwin makes me lose
Oh, here he is now. Come in and close the door, Darwin.
Yes, Mr. Kent.
Has he got the money?
Just a moment. Did you get the money, Darwin?
Yes, sir.
He's got it.
Good. Grab a cab and rush it down here at once. At once, do you hear?
Right. Are you still at 407 Clover Street?
Yes, Mrs. Walsh's rooming house.
Is Lois with you?
Never mind about Lois. You just get that money here and don't lose a second. Goodbye.
Was it Perry Whitecross?
I don't know. Sounded like him. But so did the man who impersonated him last night.
We'd better call Inspector Henderson.
No. Not yet. I'll go down there first. You stay here, Lois.
I will not, and that's fine.
All right, then come along. But hurry, will you?
Just a moment, Mr. Kent. You're forgetting the money.
I changed my mind, Darwin. I don't want it.
But I just went to the bank, and Mr. White
Put it
said...
back in the bank. Come on, Lois. Step on it.
$107 Clover Street. That'll be $1.60, Mac.
All right, here you are, driver. Keep the change. Come on, Lois.
Much obliged, Mac.
Okay.
Is this the place, Clark?
Yes, this is the place. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Something's wrong.
Wrong?
Yes. Something's very wrong. I can't figure this out.
Startled, Clark Kent stares at the shingled house, his X-ray vision perceiving something which Lois Lane cannot see. We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, my pal Rusty ran past me like a streak of lightning this afternoon. I thought maybe he was going to a fire or something, so I yelled, Hey, Rusty, what's up? Well, he skidded to a stop just long enough to tell me that he was on his way over to Pee-wee's to trade a Jigs comic button he just got for Pee-wee's duplicate Popeye button. How about that? Yes, sir, Rusty was sure in a big rush to get that Popeye button to add to his collection. You know, that's one of the brand new second series comic buttons that come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. And all the kids are mighty busy these days, starting their collection of all 18 of these buttons in the new second series. Each one has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite funny sheet characters. Each one is brilliant with full comic strip colors. Mighty smart-looking when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. And are these new comic buttons easy to get? You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you plenty of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. And look for your prize inside every package. There's a comic button, a prize for you in every package of P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As Clark Kent and Lois Lane left the taxi in front of 407 Clover Street, Kent, making use of Superman's X-ray vision, suddenly stopped and stared at the shingled house. Now, a puzzled frown clouding his face, he has mounted the few steps to the door, followed by Lois.
Clark, what is it? What's the matter?
This house.
What about the house?
Well, when I was here earlier this morning, there were dingy curtains in the windows and a hand-lettered sign, rooms for rent.
Yes?
Well, now there are Venetian blinds on the windows, and the rooms for rent sign is gone.
Oh, so what? They might have just put the blinds up. And empty rooms don't stay empty long these days.
Oh, but this brass plate on the door, it says, John Simmons, teacher of piano. It wasn't here before.
Well, maybe he just moved in.
Oh, there's something else. Wait a minute, I'll ring the bell.
Now, look, do you think we're being very smart? I mean, what if the crooks are waiting in there
Here
for
comes
us?
someone.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Is Mrs. Walsh in?
I beg your pardon?
Mrs. Walsh, the landlady of this rooming house.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake, young man. This is a private residence.
What? Private residence?
And a piano studio. I'm John Simmons.
But
Just a moment, Lois. Isn't this 407 Clover Street?
Yes?
And this isn't a theatrical rooming house?
My dear young man, I've just told you it isn't.
But I was here less than 2 hours ago.
Well, you couldn't have been here,
I
Clark.
tell you I was. Look, do you mind if we come in for a moment, Mr. Simmons? There's something very strange about this.
Not at all. Come right in.
Thank you.
My studio is to the right.
Just a moment, Mr. Simmons. This reception room, what happened to the wallpaper?
What wallpaper?
When I was here earlier today, there was paper on the walls, faded paper with big blue flowers on it.
Oh, Clark.
My dear young man.
There was, I tell you, and there were autographed pictures of old-time theatrical stars on the walls, and the furniture was broken down wicker stuff. This modern furniture wasn't here at all.
I assure you, young man, you're mistaken.
I tell you, I'm
I've
not.
occupied this house for 18 years.
Look,
there was never paper or theatrical photographs on my wall.
I saw them.
There was never any broken-down wicker furniture in my reception room. And this has never been a rooming house.
But there was
Is that quite clear?
Yes, it's clear, but I don't understand it.
Bewildered, Clark Kent looked at the kindly middle-aged music teacher, and then at the neat, orderly reception room. A room in which he is sure less than 2 hours ago stood a woman who called herself Mrs. Walsh and who spouted quotations from Shakespeare. A room with dingy wallpaper and broken-down furniture and faded theatrical photographs. What can this mean? What can all of this amazing riddle of impersonators and mysteriously wrecked apartments and false leads mean? Well, fellows and girls, see if you can guess the answer to the mystery which is even baffling Superman. And be sure to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, if you want your dog to tag right along with the gang, if you want him to be strong and husky, don't let him eat just to fill up. Mix his scraps of meat and fat in with Grow Pup dog food. You see, Kellogg's Grow Pup has what it takes to help keep a dog hitting on all fours, and it's full of swell, meaty flavor that most dogs like. Besides, there are 3 different kinds of Grow Pup. Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Ask Mother to start feeding your dog Kellogg's Grow Pup today. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, present The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, as the mystery surrounding recent events at the Daily Planet deepens, Clark Kent is at 407 Clover Street trying to find some answer to the problem. We'll join him there in a moment. But right now, let's see why Dan McCullough's young pal Rusty is mumbling to himself.
Maggie, Jiggs, Andy Gump, Hans, Fritz, Popeye.
Hey, Rusty, what are you doing?
Me, I'm memorizing.
Memorizing?
Sure, I'm trying to learn the whole list of funny paper characters. You know, in that new second series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out?
Well, sure, but how come?
Well, I figured if I learned all 18 in the series, I'd know which buttons to look for, and I'd know which ones I'm missing in my collection.
Hey, that's a swell idea. How many have you learned?
I'm not doing so well yet. I just started.
Well, have you tried learning them in groups?
How do you mean?
Well, you know, if you learn, say, 5 at a time, lots of folks say it's easier that way.
Oh, I see. Learn a group like Maggie, Jiggs, Andy Gump, Hans, and Fritz before I try to learn the rest.
Sure. Then your next group would be Olive Oil and Popeye, the Little King, Lord Plushbottom, and Uncle Willie.
Then Emmy, Rip Winkle, Pop Jenks, Superman, like that?
Sure. Bet you find it easier. And I'll bet you're not the only one in the gang who's that hepped up about this brand new second series of Pep comic buttons. They're so bright-colored and clear-cut, and it's so much fun to collect and trade duplicates with your pals. All the up-and-coming fellows and girls in our block are mighty busy with their collections. But remember, there's only one way you can get these exciting comic buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. You just make sure Mom keeps stocked up with plenty of Kellogg's Pep.
and you'll find your prize in every package. Ask Mom for P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Baffled as he has never been before, Clark Kent is trying to discover who impersonated Editor Perry White on the telephone, wrecked Lois Lane's apartment, impersonated the girl reporter, and finally was responsible for the disappearance of Perry White, who was last seen leaving the Daily Planet with $10,000 in cash, presumably en route to a theatrical rooming house at 407 Clover Street. Certain that White is in the hands of clever swindlers, Kent, accompanied by Lois, hurried to that address. But to his amazement, 407 Clover Street turned out to be not the theatrical rooming house he had visited earlier that morning, but the residence and studio of a Mr. John Simmons, a piano teacher. Puzzled, Kent studies the paneled, tastefully furnished reception room and finally turns to Lois and Mr. Simmons.
I can't understand it. When I was here less than 2 hours ago, this room was twice the size it is now. It had faded wallpaper and autographed pictures of old-time actors and actresses, and the furniture was falling apart.
You're mistaken, young
And it was
man.
a theatrical rooming house. I talked to a Mrs. Walsh, the landlady, in this very room.
You're mistaken, young man.
I tell you, I'm not.
I've occupied this house for 18 years. There's never been any paper on the walls or pictures of theatrical people or broken down furniture.
Now, look.
Nor has there ever been a Mrs. Walsh here.
But, Mr.
Now,
Simmons...
just a minute, Clark. Is Mr. Perry White here, Mr. Simmons?
Who?
Perry White, editor of the Metropolis Daily Planet.
I never heard of him.
There, you see, Clark, we've obviously come to the wrong place.
But I...
Now, apologize to Mr. Simmons and we'll be going.
Oh, there's really nothing to apologize for. We all make mistakes.
I couldn't have made a mistake.
Will you stop being a stubborn mule?
Look.
Really, once he gets an idea in his head, Mr. Simmons, there's just no budging him.
So I see.
I don't understand it.
Stop repeating that, Clark. Now, come on. We've lost enough time. We've got to find the chief. Well, are you coming?
Oh, all right. I guess I did make a mistake.
It's quite all right. I'll show you to the door.
Figure this out, Lois.
I can.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you when we get outside. Well, goodbye.
So long.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. All right, snap out of this, Clark. You'll fall down the stairs.
Oh, I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Look, what did you mean when you said you knew what had happened?
Well, you got the name of the street wrong.
What?
I just remembered there's a Dover Street, and it's not far from here.
The chief didn't say Dover. He said Clover. 407 Clover.
Well,
Just
Clover
plain.
sounds like Dover. You could easily mistake them. Or the chief could. You know how he is when he's excited. Here comes an empty cab. Taxi!
But I tell you, Lois...
Taxi! Taxi!
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe you're right. If I did mistake the name, that would account for information telling Jimmy there was no telephone for a Mrs. Walsh on Clover Street.
Of course it would. Come on, let's get in a taxi.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. But where was I this morning?
Now, how do I know? But you weren't here.
Where to? 407 Dover Street, driver.
And hurry, please.
Dover. Here you are, driver. Keep the change. Thanks, Mike. Come on, Lois.
Wait a minute, Clark. 407 is a vacant store.
Oh, there's an apartment above it, but it's certainly not the place I visited this morning. Oh, well. Come on, let's check anyway. Here we are. Here's the entrance. Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, I guess I'm a little nervous.
You don't have to be. You're with me.
Well, that's a great help.
What?
Okay.
Look, the name on the bell is Anthar. George Anthar.
Well, ring it.
That's what I'm doing. Oh, there's the buzzer. Come on, let's go.
Gosh, those stairs aren't very well lighted.
No, I'll hold your arm. All right, come on, up we go.
We shouldn't have come here alone, Clark.
Relax, will you?
It's easy to say relax, but I don't like this one bit.
Don't worry.
Oh, why did I ever let myself be talked into this? What was that? Oh.
The door opened on the first landing.
I don't see anybody.
Yes, look. There's a man standing at the door.
Come in, my friend.
Let me do the talking, Lois. My name is Clark Kent. Are you expecting me?
Your friends are expecting you, Mr. Kent.
My friend? Oh, yes, I see. This is Miss Lane.
Do step in, Miss Lane.
Why, thank you.
If you will come with me, I will summon your friend.
We should have brought the police, Clark.
Relax.
Now,
just step in through these curtains, please.
We should.
Sure. Go ahead. Nobody's in there.
There isn't much light in here.
Our departed friends do not like the light.
Departed?
Hey, wait a minute. Is that a crystal ball on the table?
Yes.
You're a fortune teller.
I beg your pardon. I object to that vulgar term in reference to my ancient and honored profession. I am a spiritualist, if you please. A medium through whom you may converse with the spirits of your dear departed.
Oh, Clark, a spiritualist.
I thought you said my friends were expecting me.
They are, young man. Those friends who have passed beyond their earthly confines. May I ask why else you came to me?
A slight mistake on the young lady's part. She was sure Clover Street meant Dover Street, you see.
I don't understand.
Well, frankly, neither do I. I'm sorry to have taken your time, Mr. Anthar.
Yes, goodbye, Mr. Anthar.
The door is directly ahead.
Yes, I see it. Watch the steps going down, Lois.
Oh, all right.
Well, what's so funny?
Just the reaction, I guess. A spiritualist of all things. Say, maybe he could have told us what happened to the chief at that.
Oh, don't joke about this, Lois.
You're right, I shouldn't. Something terrible may have happened, Mr. White. Clark, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, You know, I just remembered.
What?
There's a Stover Street in Metropolis.
Oh, so what?
Well, don't you see? The chief might have said Stover, and you thought he said Clover.
A few minutes ago, you were sure he said Dover.
Well, maybe it was Stover. Now, let's try 407 Stover.
No, wait a minute, Lois. We can't keep running around in circles.
Well, now, that's a perfectly natural...
I'm starting to think this is all a bad dream.
Well, believe me, it isn't a dream.
But how could I have gone to a rooming house which apparently doesn't exist?
I don't know, unless you...
Unless I what?
Nothing.
Oh, I know. You think I imagined all this.
No, I didn't say that.
But you think it. Well, I didn't. Here, wait a minute. Come on in this drugstore.
What are you going to do now?
I want to make a phone call. Let's see if I have a nickel.
I think I have a nickel. What? No, I haven't.
Yeah, I have one.
Oh. Are you going to call Inspector Henderson again?
No, I'm going to call Jim at the office.
But what for?
Well, it's just possible that when I didn't arrive where I was supposed to with the money, the chief or his impersonator called the planet again.
Oh.
Just see if it... Oh, hello. Jim Olson, please. This is Clark Kent. And that's our only hope, Lois. If there was any... Oh, hello. Miss Backrack? Clark Kent. Is Jim Olson there? He what?
What?
Wait a minute. Say that again.
What? What
Just
is
a minute,
it?
Lois, please. Yes, go on, Miss Backrack. When was this? Where? I see. Yes, I'll come right over. Goodbye.
Clark, what is it? Clark, answer me. Clark.
Strangely silent, Clark Kent stares into space as Lois tugs at his sleeve. What has happened now? We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, you're missing out on something the other kids are having a lot of fun with, unless you're collecting that brand new second series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Sure, you're going to be out in the cold when the fellows and girls compare notes and tell how many different buttons they've collected so far and swap their duplicates. So, better hop to it. There are 18 different buttons in this new second series, you know. Each one with a speaking likeness of one of your favorite funny sheet characters. Done up in full comic strip colors, too. Bright and eye-catching as can be. Looks swell pinned on your jacket or dress or cap. And you know the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these snappy new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize for you. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now,
back to the adventures of Superman.
Clark Kent has just phoned the Daily Planet from a drugstore. And now, outside the booth, he faces Lois Lane.
Clark, what is it? What's happened?
Jim,
What about Jim?
he received a phone call about half an hour ago.
Yes,
He thought it was from me.
from you.
Yes, Miss Backrack answered the call first. She thought it was me, too. The man, whoever he was, said he was me, and he spoke exactly like me.
Good heavens.
He told Jim to get the $10,000 from Darwin, the cashier, and bring it to a certain address.
But what address?
I don't know. Miss Backrack didn't know. Jim didn't say. He just got the money and rushed out. And now Jim's gone, too.
Jimmy Olsen gone, too. Apparently the victim of the same clever gang that trapped Perry White. And Superman helpless to aid them as he seeks desperately for a way through the tangled, baffling maze of mystery. What will happen next? Tomorrow's episode is tense and exciting, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the Grand Old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, how about being a pal to your dog like he is to you? Do him a good turn. Treat him to Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food. It's so full of meaty flavor, and there are 3 different kinds to pick from. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. You can give your dog the kind he likes best because they all have what it takes to help keep him right on the beam. For lots of muscle, for strong bones and teeth, ask Mother to base your dog's diet on Kellogg's Grow Pup every day. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, there are many surprises in store for the Man of Steel. But before we join him at the Daily Planet in his guise of Clark Kent, let's join Dan McCullough, who has a swell suggestion to make.
Say, gang, you ever been on a treasure hunt? Why, sure you have. And you know what's as much fun as a treasure hunt? Opening a package of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir. It's downright exciting fun to see which prize you'll find inside the package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal. You know, these comic buttons in the brand new second series are really knockouts. Bright comic strip colors, the outlines of the pictures so clear and sharp that, well, every single one of these new buttons is a real eye-catcher. Take that picture of Andy Gump, for instance. He looks so real, it seems like you could almost hear him laughing. And Popeye with his corncob pipe. And Superman. And all the other familiar comic strip characters. Now, there are 18 different buttons in this new second series. So you'll want to get busy. The more buttons you collect, the more fun you'll have comparing notes with your friends and swapping duplicates. Today, ask Mom to get you a package or 2 of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these nifty comic buttons. You don't send in a single penny, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. You just look inside the Pep package to get your bright-colored comic button. That's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
A series of bewildering events has Clark Kent literally walking in circles. First, Editor Perry White phoned him, asking him to call for Lois Lane at her apartment. Kent found the apartment a shambles and Lois missing. And then White denied having phoned him. The next morning, Lois phoned White saying she had a sensational story and asking him to bring $10,000 to a theatrical rooming house on Clover Street. An hour later, Lois reappeared at the Planet. She denied having phoned White, explaining she had been with her sick sister. Alarmed, Kent returned to Clover Street, but instead of the theatrical rooming house he had visited earlier that day, he found a piano teacher's studio.
The rooming house had apparently vanished from the face of the earth, and so had Perry White. As we continue now, a new and startling development has taken place. Miss Backrack, White's secretary, is telling Kent and Lois about it in Kent's office at the Daily Planet. Listen.
I was just going out to lunch when this man called, Mr. Kent. He said he was you, and he sounded exactly like you, but exactly. Good heavens.
Go on, Miss Backrack.
Well, he asked for Jimmy Olsen, so I had the call switched to your office where Jimmy was. A moment later, Jimmy came running out, all excited. He said you wanted him to bring you that second $10,000.
Bring it where?
Well, he didn't say. He just said he had a rush. He went into Mr. Darwin's office, and then I saw him leaving with a package.
He might have told Darwin where he was going. Come on, Lois.
All right, let's hurry.
Oh, I hope nothing's happened to Jimmy.
Afraid something has.
So am I. What's going on around here, Clark?
A lot of things I can't make head or tail of. The only thing I'm sure of is that Jim was tricked into delivering $10,000 somewhere, just as the chief was.
Now they're both gone. Oh, Clark.
Take it easy. Take
Come
it
on.
easy, Lois. Darwin might be able to help us. Here we are. Mr. Darwin.
Please, I'm adding a column of figures.
Well, never mind the figures. Close the door, will you, Lois, please? Thanks. Now, Mr. Darwin, did Jim Olsen tell you where he was going with the $10,000 you gave him?
He said he was taking it to you. Goodness gracious, didn't he?
Well, just answer my question. Did he say where he was taking it? Where I was?
I didn't ask him.
Good grief, why didn't you?
Oh, why should I?
Well,
Mr. White had instructed me to give the money to Mr. Kent, but he rushed away without taking it. So when young Olsen said Mr. Kent had phoned for the money and Miss Backrack confirmed it, I naturally gave it to him. Tell me, is anything wrong?
Plenty.
What'll we do, Clark?
Come with me.
Well, now, look here, Mr. Kent. I've been put...
Where are we going?
See the elevator starter in the lobby and Mike at the newsstand. One of them might have noticed Jim leaving. I want to know if there was a car waiting for him or if he took a cab. Come on.
Sure, I saw Jim get out of an elevator, Mr. Kent, but I didn't see where he went. It's around lunch hour, and the crowd was pretty thick.
Thanks, Joe. Come on, Lois. Mike.
Hi, Mr. Kent.
Hi.
Hi, Miss Lane.
Hello, Mike.
Mike, did you see Jim Olsen leave the building about an hour ago?
Yeah,
You
sure. He bought a Hershey bar.
Did you see where he went?
He went out.
I know, but you didn't notice whether he got into a cab, did you?
No, I was too busy. It was around lunchtime.
Oh, dear. What are we going to do now, Clark?
There's an empty cab at the corner. Come on. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
What do we want a cab for?
We're going to police headquarters and put this up to Inspector Henderson.
Oh, I wouldn't get the police in on this yet if I were you, Clark.
What we
Look,
can't.
what about your detective friend, Candy Myers?
Hey, that's a good idea, Lois. Look, I'll tell you what you do. Grab that cab while I call Miss Backrack at the office and tell her we'll be at Candy's if she needs it.
Okay, but hurry.
You bet. We need help and fast. Go on, get going. Now, Jim's disappeared, just as Mr. White did. Maybe you can help us, Candy.
Well, I'll do everything I can, Kent, but frankly, the way you tell it, this case has me buffaloed.
Buffaloed? It's got me walking around in circles. Why was Miss Lane's apartment wrecked? The motive wasn't burglary because nothing was stolen. And what happened to Mrs. Walsh's rooming house? It couldn't just evaporate into thin air.
I don't think it ever existed.
What are you talking about, Lois? Didn't I tell you I was there myself this morning and spoke to Mrs. Walsh?
You said the address was 407 Clover Street.
That's right.
But when you took me to 407 Clover Street, Clark, it turned out to be a piano studio and residence. And Mr. Simmons, the piano teacher, had lived there for 18 years.
What? I can't understand that.
Well, can't you?
No. Can you?
Well,
Well, what?
nothing.
Go ahead and say it. You think I'm dreaming.
Well, you must admit it seems strange, Clark.
Look,
A rooming house can't be there one minute and gone the next.
You're darn tootin' it couldn't.
Well, just the same, it was there.
I tell you, it couldn't have been,
And
Clark.
I tell you it was.
Well, now
and
then.
there's another thing that bothers me.
What's that?
Whoever impersonated Mr. White and Miss Lane and me on the telephone must know us very well. The voices, inflections, everything was perfect.
Well, if it's the party I think it is, all he had to do was listen to you talk once or twice and then imitate you perfectly.
How do you think it is?
What do you mean, Candy?
I think I know who's behind all this.
You do?
Who, Candy?
A very smooth crook named Jack Andrews. At least that used to be his name. He's got a dozen aliases. This is his usual technique, impersonating people and luring them into traps. Usually
what?
the victim is never seen again.
Good heavens.
You said his name is Andrews, Candy? What does he look like?
Your guess is as good as mine, chum.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, we know he's of average height and build, gray eyes, brown hair, nothing distinctive about him. But one day, he's just as likely to be in Pittsburgh, 3 inches taller and red-haired, and the next week be in St. Louis, a fat little old guy, stooped with snow-white hair.
What?
You mean he's a disguise artist?
He's Mr. Disguise himself. He can even do things to his eyes to change their shape and color. I've been on his trail a dozen times, but I've never been able to lay my hands on him.
Good grief, and he's got Jimmy and Mr. White. You've got to find him, Candy.
Believe me, Miss Lane, I'll do all I can. But I'm not too hopeful. We haven't got a single lead except... Excuse me. My phone.
Sure.
Hello?
Is Clark Kent there, please?
Oh, just a minute. For you, Kent.
For me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kent?
Yes?
Listen closely, Mr. Kent. Listen very closely. If you want to see Jim Olsen and Perry White again.
Who is this? Wait a minute, I know. You're Miss...
Yes, I'm Mrs. Walsh. But don't repeat it. And don't try to trace this call. I called your office and they told me where you were. If anything goes wrong, if you don't follow my orders exactly, you'll never see your friends again. Do you understand?
Yes,
You
go
are
on.
to go to your apartment immediately. Alone. Say nothing to anyone. Is that clear?
Yes, yes.
Someone will call on you there. But if you try to set any traps, you will never hear from us again. Or from White and Olsen either.
I understand.
Good. But remember, no tricks. We're not stupid, Mr. Kent.
I promise.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who's that, Clark?
Huh? Oh, I'll tell you later, Lois. I've got to be going now.
What do you mean? Where are you going?
I can't tell you.
Why can't you? Clark, did that call have anything to do with Jimmy and the cheese?
I'll see you later. So long, Candy.
Clark, you come back
Come
here.
back here, Kent.
Why, Clark, Kent.
Come back here, I say. Kent! Kent!
Rushing to the door, Candy Myers is just in time to see Clark Kent disappear around a turn in the corridor. Who was the woman who called Kent? And what will happen at his apartment? We'll return in a moment to find out. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, one of the gang said the other day that he can't figure out which is the most fun when Mom brings home some Kellogg's Pep, eating big heaping bowls full of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, or finding his prize in the package. Well, of course, he's collecting that brand new second series of Pep comic buttons now, and he's mighty eager to get a lot of them. They're so doggone colorful and bright and sparkling. Why, they look as if they could almost talk, like Maggie and Jiggs, for instance, or Olive Oil, or Superman himself. What's more, you can't beat the fun of collecting all 18 buttons in this new second series and comparing notes with your friends and swapping duplicates. So how about asking Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep when she's marketing tomorrow? That's the only way you can get these snappy new comic buttons, you know. You can't buy them, and you don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop. These comic buttons come only as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. So hop to it, gang. Get busy on your collection. Tell your mother you'd like plenty of P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
A mysterious phone call from a woman instructing Clark Kent to go to his apartment and wait for a visitor sent Kent hurrying from the office of Candy Myers, private detective. As we continue now, he has been restlessly pacing the floor of his apartment for almost an hour. The evening shadows are beginning to lengthen over the city, and a nearby church clock is tolling 5 when there is a knock at the door. Whirling, Kent strides to the door and opens it, then blinks in astonishment at his visitor.
What the...
A tall man in a skin-tight gray costume, blue cape, blue hood, and mask.
Batman.
Hello, Kent. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone, Batman. I don't want to seem rude, but this is very important.
Sure, I know. You were expecting me.
You?
That's right. And here I am.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I don't get it. I received a phone call from
Mrs. Walsh, the mysterious rooming house landlady?
That's right. How did you know?
I know quite a bit about this case, Kent.
What?
More than you think I know. And a lot more than you want me to know.
More than I want you to know? What do you mean, Batman?
I'll tell you, but you'd better prepare yourself for a shock. The shock of your life.
Amazed, Clark Kent waits for Batman to explain. What is the famous Batman's connection with this mystery? And what did he mean when he said he knew much more than Kent wanted him to know? Our story has taken a strange new twist, fellows and girls. Even stranger and more startling than anything that has gone before. Monday's episode will keep you on the edges of your chairs, so don't miss it. Be sure to tune in, same time, same station, for a thrill a minute in the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Here's a special salute to the Boys Clubs of America, an organization that's 40 years old this week. 40 years of boys helping their neighbors, learning new skills,
building boys into better men. All America congratulates Boys Clubs of America. And fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman, brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, if your dog is a softy, here's a little trick that you can try to help give him lots of muscle. Mix Grow Pup dog food in with his scraps of meat and fat. See if it doesn't make his eyes brighter, his coat glossy, and see if it doesn't give him lots of oof, so that pretty soon he'll be able to take it and scramble right along with the gang. Lots of champs feed on Grow Pup, you know, so let your dog have his pick of Grow Pup ribbon, Grow Pup meal, or Grow Pup pellets. Just so his mother remembers, write Kellogg's Grow Pup on her marketing list right now. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the...
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who today takes the first important step toward solving the mystery which has had him baffled. We'll join him in a moment. But first, Dan McCullough has something to say about spring. Come in, Dan.
You know what I think makes spring so swell? It's the sunshine. Sure, good old cheerful sunshine. And you know what makes breakfast particularly swell these sunny mornings? Big heaping bowls full of that sunny golden toasted cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir. Pep certainly has a way with morning appetites. Makes them sit up and take notice. And nutritious? Why, Kellogg's Pep gives you more than twice as much of an energy vitamin, B1, as sun-ripened whole wheat. Plus, your whole daily minimum need of sunshine vitamin D in every serving. Mom knows how you need those important vitamins. And you know about the exciting prizes you get in packages of Pep. Why, probably you've already started collecting that brand new second series of comic buttons all the gang's hepped up about. Think of it, 18 different pictures of your favorite funny paper characters. And they're so easy to get. Sure, you don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom keeps stocked up with plenty of Kellogg's Pep. And there's your prize in every package. Just ask Mom to get P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek and Omaha. Now, the adventures of Superman.
For the first time in his career, Clark Kent, even in his role of Superman, seems to be faced with a baffling mystery that has no solution. First, Editor Perry White disappeared while presumably delivering $10,000 in cash to Lois Lane. Then Jimmy Olsen disappeared, delivering another $10,000 to Kent himself. Worried and confused, Kent consulted Candy Myers, his private detective friend, and while at Candy's office, received a strange phone call instructing him to go to his apartment alone and await a visitor. At the close of yesterday's episode, the visitor arrived. To Kent's amazement, it was Bruce Wayne, otherwise known as Batman. Smiling, Batman stepped into the apartment and closed the door behind him.
Batman? Well, yes, you look surprised, Kent.
Well, are you the visitor?
If you mean, am I the person you've been expecting, yes.
Well,
Mrs. Walsh was unnecessarily mysterious when she called you. She could have told you I was coming over.
Wait a minute. How do you know Mrs. Walsh?
I know quite a lot about this case, Kent. In fact, maybe more than you do.
More than I do?
Uh-huh. So get ready for a shock.
You mean something's happened to Jim and Mr. White? Batman, what is it?
Take it easy, Kent. Take it easy. Don't lose your
head.
head.
Hurry then. Just don't stand there.
Relax, Kent. Relax. Your nerves are shot. I don't wonder.
Don't worry about my nerves. Start talking. How did you happen to get into this? Where did you make contact with Mrs. Walsh? What's this shot?
Wait a minute. One thing at a time. We'd better start at the beginning. You were in touch with Inspector Henderson, weren't you?
Oh, just by phone?
Well, he called me in and told me what happened. All about the phony message from Lois asking for $10,000. Then the phony message from White asking for 10,000 more. And to cap it all, the theatrical rooming house with wings.
With wings?
Well, you know, according to Henderson, the address White gave you for the delivery of the money. What was it?
407 Clover Street.
Yes, that's right. It was a theatrical rooming house in the morning and a piano teacher studio in the afternoon.
That's one of the things I don't understand.
Well, let's skip it for the moment. I'm interested in the woman who ran the rooming house, not the house itself.
Mrs. Walsh.
That's right. I tracked her down, Kent.
You did? Where is she? How can I get to her?
Wait, take it easy.
Well, she's the key to the whole mystery. She can answer questions that may lead us to Jimmy and White.
That's the strange and confusing part of it, Kent.
What?
Mrs. Walsh doesn't know a solitary thing.
Doesn't know? Oh, that's ridiculous. It all started in her place.
What place?
Her rooming house.
She has no rooming house.
What?
I said she has no rooming house.
Now, look.
She lives alone in a small hotel.
That's not true. I was in her house. I talked to her. Now, look, you know me as well as anyone. In fact, you're the only person alive who knows my double identity, that Clark Kent is Superman.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, do you think I'd stand here and tell you I spoke to Mrs. Walsh in her rooming house if I hadn't?
Frankly, at the moment, I don't know what to think. All I know is that Jim Olsen and Perry White are missing with $20,000 in cash, and it doesn't look good.
You're telling me?
No, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. But what I do want to tell you is that Henderson's getting suspicious.
Suspicious of whom?
Of you.
Of me?
Uh-huh. That's why I'm here. To warn you that if you're holding anything back, you'd better open up.
Well, now, look, why should I hold anything back?
I don't know. Miss Lane seems to have a theory.
Oh, Miss Lane. Miss Lane always has a theory. What's this one?
Well, she says either you imagined all this or you're not talking because you want to solve it yourself.
Oh, that's brilliant. Positively brilliant. I imagined her apartment all smashed up, didn't I? I imagined the phone call from Perry White or someone who sounded like Perry White.
Take it easy.
Sure,
I'm just repeating what you said.
I know. I imagined the rooming house and Mrs. Walsh.
Well,
I imagined
what about her other hunch? That you're hogging the solution.
Oh, that's an old story with Lois. She has a jealous streak. As a matter of fact, I've thrown more stories her way than you can shake a stick at. One of these fine days when she learns that Clark Kent is Superman, she'll have a lot of apologizing to do.
She says you made the statement that every mystery has a solution.
Did I?
So she said.
Well, I don't remember, but whether I did or not, it's true. Every mystery has a solution.
Well, then, what about...
I know. What about this mystery?
Right.
Well, if you tell me where I can find Mrs. Walsh...
Well, let's not get back to that again, Kent. Mrs. Walsh is being watched like a hawk.
Who's watching her?
Oh, who do you think?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who's doing anything anymore. I'm running around in circles. Why did Henderson call you in? Why didn't he call me?
I told you why.
Sure. He suspects me. But why? What have I done? Why should he suspect...
That may be Henderson now.
No, it's Candy Myers.
How do you know? I forgot. X-ray vision.
Just a moment. Hello, Kent. Hello, Candy.
Oh, hi, Candy.
Hello, Batman. Anything new, Candy?
Plenty.
You mean you've got a lead on Jimmy and the Chief?
No.
Well, what's new then?
I just had a talk with Henderson at headquarters.
Yes?
He won't wait much longer.
He won't wait for what?
Can't stop playing dumb. You know what.
Well, I'm afraid I don't.
Henderson thinks you're holding something back.
I've been telling him that, Candy, but he won't believe me.
I believe you, but it's ridiculous. Maybe I'd better call Henderson.
No, wait.
Wait, call Henderson.
Well, in heaven's name, why not? Well, because what?
I told him you were hiding out.
Hiding out? You told him? Candy, in the name of heaven, what's come over
easy, Kent.
Don't lose your
head.
Don't lose my head. I'm losing my mind. Why did you tell Henderson I was hiding out?
Because I didn't want him to grab you, that's why.
What's he going to grab me for? I haven't done anything.
Now, look, Kent, let's face it. There's something screwy about this case.
Oh, you can say that again.
Harry White and Jimmy Olsen are missing with $20,000 in cash. And you were the one who... Hold it. That may be Henderson. Let me take...
Nothing doing. If it is Henderson, I'll tell him a thing or two.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Is Candy Myers there? This is his office calling.
Oh, yes. Just a moment. It's for you, Candy. You're up.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Candy?
Yeah?
Jackson?
Yeah?
We just got a hot tip, boss.
Yeah? What?
Look in the hall closet in Clark Kent's apartment. You'll find it in a hat box.
Okay, Jackson. Thanks.
Hanging up, Candy Myers turns toward the hall closet. But Clark Kent, having heard the telephone conversation by making use of Superman's acute hearing, is already facing the closet. Suddenly, his jaw drops. The color drains from his cheeks.
Great Scott. He's right. It is in the closet.
What is in the closet? Well, just between us, it's the solution to the mystery. So stand by for just a moment until we return with the startling climax of today's episode.
Say, it's a big moment, isn't it, gang, when Mom opens a package of Kellogg's Pep. Because right away, you're looking for one of those exciting comic buttons in the new second series all the gang is collecting. You're wondering which button you'll get, whether it might even be a duplicate so that you can have the fun of trading with one of your pals. You know, every single one of these 18 comic buttons in the new second series is a knockout. Take Emmy, for instance, of the Moon Mullins comic strip. Boy, she looks just like she does in the funny papers. Her hair up in a knot and her spectacles and all. Or Jiggs with his tall silk hat. Or Superman, complete with flying red cape and Superman emblem. Now, you'd sure hate to miss out on the fun all the rest of the fellows and girls are having with this new second series of comic buttons. Why, you'll want to collect all 18 of them and wear them on your jacket or your dress or cap. So, better get busy. First, ask Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these keen-looking buttons. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in any money, not even a box stop. You just look inside the Pep package, and there's your exciting prize from P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
A strange scene is taking place in Clark Kent's apartment. One of Candy Meyer's detective agency operatives has just called to give Candy a hot tip. The information that something important is in Kent's hall closet. As we continue now, Candy has just opened the closet door. Reaching up, he removes a hat box from the shelf. He flips the cover off. There, half hidden under some crumpled tissue paper, are 2 banded packages of money. Batman is the first to react.
Gracious, money.
$10,000 in each package. What's the answer to this, Kent?
I don't know.
You mean to say you didn't know the money was in here?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think I... No, I won't even say it.
Don't hold anything back, Kent. We're your friends.
You're my friends. I'm not holding anything back. How many times do I have to tell you? And I don't know how that money got into my closet.
Well, it looks bad. $20,000 is missing, and it turns up in your closet.
Wait a minute. How did your office know it was there?
Search me. Jackson said he had a hot tip.
I'll say it was hot.
Boy, if Henderson had found this, you'd be in trouble, Kent.
But I tell you, I didn't know anything about it. I never saw that money before.
All right. Calm down. We've got to move fast.
Move fast? Move where?
You're coming along with us until we get a chance to iron this thing out.
No.
You can come to my house, Kent.
Now, wait a minute, both of you. I'm not running away. I've got nothing to run away from.
What about Henderson? If he finds out this money...
I'm not afraid of Henderson.
Be sensible, Kent. We believe you, but Henderson won't.
He's got to believe me.
Take my word for it, Kent. He won't. When I spoke to him less than an hour ago, he was convinced you were behind all this.
He was?
Yes. If you're smart, you'll hold up at Batman's place until I can do some snooping around.
All right.
Now, you're using your head.
I'd better change my suit and pack a few things.
Okay, but hurry.
Fast as I can. Yes, fast as I can out of these clothes. Sir, I'm afraid this is a job for Superman.
In a matter of moments, Clark Kent's business suit has given way to the colorful blue and red costume of Superman. Tiptoeing to the bedroom window, the Man of Steel raises it gently, glances back at the closed door, and then...
Out and away!
Leaps high above the city and heads for police headquarters. Less than a minute later, once more in the guise of the mild-mannered reporter, he enters Inspector Henderson's office.
Hello, Kent. Hello, Inspector. Look, I've got to work fast. Just answer one question for me. When did you last see Candy Myers, the private detective?
Myers?
Yes.
Oh, about 6 months ago.
I thought so. Well, the mystery is solved, Inspector.
What mystery?
The mystery of the strange disappearance of Perry White and Jimmy Olsen. It's solved. I know the answer.
Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Clark Kent repeats his startling statement.
Yes, Inspector? I know the answer.
What is the answer? How did Kent solve the mystery? Do you know? Have you any idea? Well, we'll all know tomorrow, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station, for the surprising solution to the puzzling mystery and for the further adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. You know, gang, a dog likes having his own feeding dish and his own bed. And I bet you he likes his own food, too, instead of yours, if you give him Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food. Grow Pup has a grand, meaty flavor most dogs go for, and it helps keep them husky, too. Helps give them strong bones and teeth and muscles. There are 3 different kinds of Grow Pup, all of them wonderful for your dog. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Ask Mother to get Kellogg's Grow Pup today. See if your dog doesn't go for it right off the bat. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who today gets to the bottom of the mystery that has baffled him and begins to turn the tables on those who are behind it. We'll join him in a moment. But first, a word from our friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, you fellas and girls are going to get a lot of chuckles out of your collection of those new second series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. For instance, the picture of Uncle Willie from the Moon Mullins comic strip. Boy, it's a knockout. There he is, his eyes popping, his old felt hat sitting on one side of his bald head, and his big black cigar sticking out from his brush-like mustache. And you'll get a kick out of Maggie, too, with her silly grin and her button nose. And, of course, there's Superman. He's doggone good-looking, with his bright red cape slung back over his shoulders and the Superman emblem on his jersey. Yes, sir, every single one of these new second series buttons looks mighty snappy and colorful and bright, so that, well, you'll want to get all 18 of them and wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And you'll want the fun of trading duplicates with your pals. So don't miss out. Ask Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these swell comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But when Mom opens a new package of Pep, you just look inside for your exclusive prize. There's a comic button in every package of P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, The Adventures of Superman.
A bewildering series of events in which Lois Lane's apartment was turned topsy-turvy. A theatrical rooming house seemingly vanished into thin air. And Perry White and young Jimmy Olsen disappeared while carrying large sums of money, had Clark Kent completely mystified. Then, to cap the climax, the famous Batman and private detective Candy Myers discovered $20,000, the exact sum White and Jimmy had vanished with, in a closet in Kent's apartment. At that point, Kent began to suspect the truth. Leaving Batman and Candy in the living room of the apartment, he retired to the bedroom, supposedly to change his clothes and pack a suitcase. Instead, as Superman, he streaked to police headquarters, where, once more in his guise of Clark Kent, he asked Inspector Henderson when he had last seen Candy Myers. Listen.
Myers? The private dick?
Yes, Candy Myers.
Oh, I haven't seen him in 6 months.
Well, that does it. Now I know the answer.
The answer to what?
The answer to this mystery. I had a hunch there was something rotten in Denmark when both Batman and Candy warned me not to call you.
Not to call me?
Yes. Candy said he'd just come from headquarters and that you were after my hide.
Say, I don't get this. Start at the beginning, Kent.
Well, the beginning was the 1st of April, April Fool's Day. That's when it started. That's when Perry White called me and told me to pick up Lois at her apartment.
April Fool's Day?
Of course. It was all an April Fool's joke. On me.
You mean Lois Lane's apartment wasn't wrecked? White and Olsen didn't disappear?
Oh, Lois's apartment was wrecked, all right, and Jimmy and the chief disappeared, but it was all arranged. They rigged up an unsolvable mystery to fool me.
You mean to sit there and tell me the whole business was a practical joke?
Sure. Yes, and now that I look back, I know what started it.
What?
My statement to Lois and the chief that every mystery had a solution. Yes, I remember her saying, Oh, you think you can solve anything, don't you?
So they cooked up one that you couldn't solve, huh?
That's right.
Well, they'll pay for this, Kent. They can't fool around with the police department and get away with it. And another thing, they've got to be taught that practical jokes are dangerous.
Well, I intend teaching them just that, Inspector, in no uncertain terms. Wait, Scott, I've got to get back to my apartment.
Hey, Kent, wait a minute.
I can't wait, Inspector. I'll see you later. Let's see, where can I get out of these clothes? I forgot all about Batman and Candy. Oh, that looks like an empty office. Yes, it is. Batman or Candy decide to walk into the bedroom before I get there, I'm sunk. Here we are. That does it. Now, up for the window. Out and away!
Streaking away from police headquarters, Superman heads for his apartment, where, in the meantime, Batman and Candy are becoming impatient.
Taking Kent an awful long time to pack a bag.
No, I was just thinking the same thing.
Poor guy's probably all thumbs. You sure got him going.
You know, Candy, I'm beginning to feel sorry for him. He's running around like a squirrel in a cage trying to solve something that can't be solved. It really isn't fair.
Well, White's figuring on breaking it this afternoon. Hey, what's keeping him? Kent! Kent! It's funny. No answer.
Oh, I forgot.
You forgot what?
Better take a look in the bedroom, Candy. He may not be there.
What? He's there. I just heard him. Hey, Kent!
Right with you.
Not Kent's voice. I'm going in there.
No, wait, Candy. Kent?
Just a minute.
There. Why, that's Kent.
Yeah, but who's in there with him?
Sorry I kept you waiting.
Anybody else in that bedroom, Kent?
Huh? Why, no.
Candy thought he heard another voice.
A deep voice.
Oh, I had a little frog in my throat the first time you called. Well, gentlemen, it's nice to step off the merry-go-round.
Well, what do you mean?
Where's your bag? We got to get going.
I don't think we're going anyplace, Mr. Myers. Now that I'm off the merry-go-round, I'm staying off.
What are you talking about?
This is it, Candy. I can tell by the glint in his eyes. The cat's out of the bag.
And ready to claw you fine gentlemen into ribbons.
Now, wait a minute.
Too bad you slipped up, Candy.
I slipped up? How?
When you told me you saw Henderson an hour ago. You haven't seen him for 6 months.
How did you know?
I'll let you figure that one out. Right now, you can clear up some things for me. Whose idea was this April Fool's joke? Lois?
Yeah. She got White and Jim in on it, then she called us.
Surprised that Jim would have any part of it.
Well, he kicked like a steer, but they forced him into it.
Uh-huh. What about Mrs. Walsh? Who was she?
Oh, she's an old-time actress. Lois hired her from a theatrical agency.
Well, I must say this was an expensive gag. Breaking up Lois's apartment, hiring actresses. How did they arrange that switchover from a theatrical rooming house to a piano studio?
It was originally a piano studio. Simmons was a friend of White's. All they had to do was get some false partitions in, hang up a few theatrical photographs, change the furniture around a bit, and that did it.
Uh-huh. And all because I said every mystery had a solution.
That's right. You're not sore, are you, Ken?
No, I'm not sore.
Well, I guess we better call White and Company and tell them the gag's all over.
Wait a minute, Candy. Wait a minute. Where is White?
He and Jim are hiding out at the newspaper club.
Is Lois with them now?
I guess so. They're probably rolling on the floor laughing at how well the gag's going.
Good. Let them laugh.
The gag's over.
Oh, no, it isn't. Now it's my turn.
Well, what do you mean, Ken?
I mean I'm going to turn the tables on them. You can call them, Candy, but don't tell them I'm wise. Tell them I'm going around in circles.
You mean...
I'm going to teach them that practical jokes are bad medicine.
Well, how, Ken?
I'll figure some way. Just you play along.
Okay, if you say so.
Well, what do you want us to do?
I want you to call them and tell them I'm so dizzy I can't see straight. Tell them you finally persuaded me to take a sedative and go to bed. Throw them off guard.
Carefully, Kent gives Batman and Candy instructions as to how to proceed in the turnabout of Lois's mysterious April Fool's joke. Later that evening, a car with Editor Perry White at the wheel and Lois and Jimmy crowded into the front seat beside him turns into the suburb of Brentwood and rolls through the dark, tree-lined streets.
I told Foco to have a 10-course dinner ready for us. Taking Kent for a buggy ride deserves a celebration.
Any mystery can be solved, says Mr. Kent.
Yeah, we showed him one that couldn't be.
I don't think it's funny anymore.
Oh, what's that, Olson?
I said it isn't funny anymore.
Oh, Jim.
I wish I hadn't let you talk me into it in the first place.
Why, I thought you had a sense of humor, Jim.
Well, I have, but... Gee whiz, this joke's gone too far. Candy said Mr. Kent was so...
Dizzy was the word.
Well, anyway, Mr. Kent had to take a sedative and go to bed. I don't think that's funny at all.
No, you don't.
No. As soon as we get to your house, I'm going to call up Mr. Kent and tell him.
You're going to do no such thing?
I am, too. Gosh, poor Mr. Kent.
Poor Mr. Kent, my eye. If he can't take a joke, it's just too bad. Besides, maybe now he'll stop thinking he's Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, if only I'd been there when Candy found the $20,000 in his closet.
I just want to be at 407 Clover Street tomorrow when Batman and Candy bring Clark there, and he sees it's a theatrical rooming house again.
Well, nothing doing. That's going too far. I'm going to tell him.
If you do, Olson, so help me, I'll fire you.
I don't care.
Tomorrow's the finish, Jim.
If you're not going to spoil it. Understand, Olson?
Well, you promise you'll tell him tomorrow?
Yes, we'll tell him all right.
Will his face be red?
Well, okay then, but I don't like it.
Here we are, and I'm as hungry as a bear. Come on, now, all out.
Gee, it's dark. You ought to have a light on the porch, Steve.
I always tell Poker to put it on, but he forgets.
I can make out the walk. You follow us, Miss Lane.
Okay, Jim.
Oh, Kent, the great detective. Oh, I haven't had so much fun in years.
Sleeps.
What are you stopping for, Olson?
Look.
Look at what?
What is it?
Your house.
What about my house?
It's gone.
It's what?
Good heavens.
Good Godfrey, it is gone.
Stunned, Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane stare into the dark, empty hole in the ground where the editor's huge country house had stood. How could a house disappear? We'll return in a moment for the climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Yes, sir. The mothers of all the gang are sure being rushed for lots of Kellogg's Pep these days because, of course, it's such a sunny, golden toasted whole wheat flake cereal. And because it's the prize package where you get those exciting comic buttons. Real true-to-life pictures of your favorite funny sheet characters. A new second series of 18 different buttons, including Maggie and Jiggs and Andy Gump and Hans and Fritz and Olive Oil, Popeye, the Little King, Lord Plushbottom, Uncle Willie, and Emmy, Rip Winkle, Pop Jenks, and Superman, of course. Why, these pictures look so doggone real you'd think they were going to talk. They're done up in full comic strip colors on bright white enamel buttons that really show up when you pin them on your jacket or your dress or cap. And it's no end of fun to compare notes with your friends and see who's got the most different buttons. What's more, these Pep comic buttons are easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you a package or two of Kellogg's Pep and look for your prize inside the package. Remember now, these exciting prizes come only in packages of P-E-P, Pep. The Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Arriving at Perry White's suburban home in the late evening, the gray-haired editor Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane were startled to see only a large gaping hole where the house had once stood. Pulling themselves together, they drove into the village, and as we continue now, they have just returned with the sheriff.
Here we are. Come on, Sheriff.
Right behind you. You're playing a joke, Mr. White.
This is no joke, Sheriff. I tell you, my house is missing. Someone stole it.
That's right.
What do you see, Sheriff?
A house missing? Why, of all the
It was right there. And, Chief, look. Sleeps. It's back again.
Good Godfrey.
Heavenly days. It is back again.
Their jaws sagging, Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane stare incredulously at the big house, which, but a few minutes before, had not been there. And as they stare, then rub their eyes and stare again, Superman, high above them in the dark sky, chuckles to himself.
Surprised, my friends? Well, this is nothing to what's going to happen in a few minutes. Just you wait and see.
What will Superman do next? Tomorrow's episode is packed with mystery and laughs as the Man of Steel turns the tables on his friends in order to teach them that a practical joke is no joke at all. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, and listen to The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. You know, it wouldn't surprise me, fellers, if your dog sometimes wishes he were you. Then he could tell Mother what he likes to eat. And it wouldn't surprise me if he'd ask for Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food quick. Why, it beats all how many dogs beg for it. Grow Pup has such a swell, meaty flavor, and there are 3 different kinds. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. They're all mighty tasty and mighty good for your dog. Help give him lots of muscle and strong bones and teeth. Remind Mother, next time she's marketing, to ask for Kellogg's Grow Pup. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting...
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who today turns the tables on Perry White and Lois Lane to repay them for their April Fool's joke, and to teach them that a practical joke is no joke at all. We'll join them in a moment, but first, here's a good tip from Dan McCullough.
Say, gang, how are you about running errands for Mother? Well, it pays to be willing, you know, and particularly when she sends you to the grocery store, because chances are she's ordering another package or 2 of Kellogg's Pep. And that's always good because it means that you're going to have the exciting fun of finding your prize inside. Maybe it'll be one of those brand new second series comic buttons to add to your collection, like Andy Gump, for instance, with his funny nose and his mustache, or Popeye with his silly hat and corncob pipe, or Superman himself. Every single one of these comic strip characters looks just as real and just as lifelike as he does in the funny papers. And are these new second series buttons smart-looking? White enameled background on real sturdy metal with the pictures of your funny sheet favorites reproduced in brilliant red and yellow and blue and black. Look mighty snappy pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And say, gang, isn't it swell that these Pep comic buttons are so easy to get? You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a buck stop. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep, and you'll find your exciting prize in every package you open. Remember the name? It's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
When Clark Kent realized that the baffling events of the past few days had all been arranged by Lois Lane, Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen as an April Fool's joke on him, he resolved to teach them a lesson. That night, believing Kent was still unaware of the joke, the 3 pranksters drove to White's suburban home for a celebration dinner. But as they left the car and walked up the path to the house, they stopped dead in their tracks, unable to believe their eyes. The house was gone. There was nothing left but the gaping hole of the foundation. A few minutes later, when they returned to the strange scene with the sheriff, they gasped in amazement, for there, once more in its accustomed place, was Perry White's house. Hovering above them in the dark sky, Clark Kent, in his true identity of Superman, chuckled. And as we continue now, White, Lois, and Jimmy are a study in bewilderment as Sheriff Teagle lashes out at them.
Now, you see here, Mr. White, just because you're the editor of a big newspaper don't give you no leave to fool around with the law.
I wasn't fooling around, Sheriff.
Oh, of course not. When we were here just a few minutes ago, the house was gone.
Oh, it was, eh? I suppose it just spread its wings, flew away, and then flew back, eh?
I can't understand it.
Neither can I.
I ought to lock up the 3 of you, that's what I ought to do. Get me out here on a fool's errand. That all you got to do with your time?
But, Sheriff, the house was gone.
You say that once more, young lady, and I will lock you up.
What?
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
But she was,
You be
Sheriff.
quiet, Bub. You're big enough to know better, too. Now get in the house, all of you, and if you ever do a fool thing like this again, I'll run you in sure as my name's Sam Teagle.
Come on, Lois. Jim.
Oh, good night, Sheriff.
Good night. And remember what I told you.
Watch the stairs.
Gee, this is the strangest thing. I'm sure the house was gone when we were here before.
Of course it was.
No, it couldn't have been. Oh, where's my key?
What do you mean it couldn't have been, Chief? You saw it. I mean, you saw that it was gone.
We must have been on the wrong street.
No, I don't see how
It was dark, and we were laughing about Kent. I turned into the wrong street, that's all.
Well, I suppose that could be it, but
No,
that
of course
doesn't
that
seem...
is. Now, come on. Forget about it.
Well, it wasn't the wrong street. I remember.
I said it was. Now, forget about it.
Oh, is that your phone?
Yes, I'll get it. Hello? Who? Oh, yes, Tony. What? What's that? Say that again.
What is it, Chief?
Just a minute, Lois. Yes, I hear you, Tony. You said... Yes? Oh, you did, eh? Oh, wonderful. Where are you? Where? Just a minute. Write this down.
Wait a minute, I'll get a pencil.
2117 Marchbank Drive. Got that, Lois?
2117 Marchbank Drive. Yes.
Oh, okay, Tony. Sit tight now, and I'll be right out.
What happened, Chief?
Tony Sloan found Judge Harrison. Where's my hat?
Sit down. Huh?
Harrison? The judge who disappeared 2 years ago after sentencing the Scalzi gang?
That's right. So where'd I put my hat?
Where did Tony find it?
I don't know, but they're at that Marchbanks Drive address right now. Oh, what a scoop. What a scoop. I did Harrison a couple of favors in the old days, and he told Tony he'd give me the whole story. Well, don't stand there staring, Lois. Help me with find my hat.
Well, it's right behind you on the table.
Oh.
Come on, Chief. I'm going with you.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, come on. We'll take my car.
Sleeping lizards. Wait for me, Mr. White. Miss Lane, wait. Jeepers, what a story.
Number 2117. Here we are. Now, come on, get out, Olson.
Okay.
Why, this is an empty house.
Yeah. The windows are all boarded up. This can't be the place, Mr. White.
It's 2117 Marchbanks Drive, isn't it? Now, come on.
This house looks as if it had been empty for a long time. Do you suppose Judge Harrison was hiding out here?
We'll find out right away. Oh, what a story. What a story, and it's all mine.
Now, watch the steps, Miss Lane. They're all busted.
Okay, Jim.
I'll see that Tony gets a nice bonus for this. Now, where is he? Tony! Rap on the door, Olson.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny. Wait, I'll try the door. Oh, it's unlocked.
Be careful, Chief.
Tony! Where are you? Tony!
He's not here.
He must be here. Tony! It's me, Perry White. That's strange. Got your fountain pen, flashlight with you, Olson?
Yeah. Here it is. What are you going to do?
Have a look inside, of course. I don't like this.
Oh, I don't either.
There we are. Now, come on.
Oh, wait.
What's the matter?
It's awful dark in there.
A brilliant observation. Come on, let's go. Tony Sloan.
You're sure he said 2117 Marchbanks, Chief?
Didn't I repeat it, and didn't you write it down?
Yes, but...
Just stay behind me now. Oh.
What? What is it?
Look straight ahead, where I'm pointing the flash.
Good heavens.
A man lying on the floor.
Is it Tony?
I don't know. He's all huddled up with his back to us. Now, come on.
Oh, it's just an old tramp.
Yes, and he's sound asleep.
We'll find out who he is. Hey, you, wake up. Wake up, I say.
Go on, go away. Cops?
Who are you?
I didn't do nothing. I was just sleeping here, see? I couldn't find a hotel room. I was gonna... Hey, you ain't cops.
I didn't say we were. Listen, did you
Maybe
see...
you're Mr. White, huh?
Yes, I'm White.
Oh, look out, Chief, he's getting up.
Oh, I got a note for you.
A note?
Yeah, a note. A fella named Tony gave it to me, and he says to stay here till you come and give it to you. He said you'd give me $1.
All right. Here. Here's your $1. Give me the note.
Here you are, boss. Thanks.
What does it say, Chief? Read it out loud. Here, I'll hold the light for you.
Mr. White, something turned up and we have to leave fast. Get down to Pier 6, North Docks as fast as you can. Tony.
Pier 6, North Dock? Well, what's the idea?
I don't know. Say, you.
Yeah?
Was anyone with the man who gave you this note?
Yeah, an old white-haired guy. This Tony called him Judge.
Sure, Judge Harrison.
Quiet, Olson. What happened to make them leave?
Well,
A car drives up in front of the house and honks its horn. Tony goes outside and talks to the guy in the car, and then he comes running back in here, and he says to the old guy, "We got to get back to the pier, Judge. Ellis is there."
Ellis?
Who's Ellis?
How should I know?
Oh, okay. Come on, Lois. Jim?
I don't understand this, Chief.
Neither do I. Who's Ellis?
We'll find out when we get to the docks. We can be there in a half hour if we cut across the highway. I've got a hunch this is a terrific story. Well, here's Pier 6. Move your stumps, old fellow.
Okay. I don't see Tony.
I don't see anybody.
Neither do I. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, here it is.
What?
Tony's note. I want to make sure he said Pier 6. Yeah, it's Pier 6, all right.
Well, then where's Tony and Judge Harrison?
I don't know. Something must have gone wrong.
Puzzled, Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen stand at the dark, deserted pier, straining their eyes through the light, misty fog.
We'll return in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
Say, gang, just in case your mother should ask, here's what to tell her about why you like Kellogg's Pep for breakfast. First of all, this super delicious whole wheat flake cereal tastes doggone good. It's crisp as can be and loaded with sunny, golden toasted, wide-awake flavor. Then Kellogg's Pep is good for you. Every bowlful gives you more than twice as much of an energy vitamin B1 as sun-ripened whole wheat, plus your whole daily minimum need of sunshine vitamin D. That's the vitamin sunshine makes for you, you know. Helps build strong bones and sturdy teeth. And, of course, you get a new comic button for your collection every time Mom opens a new package of Pep. Maybe Hans or Fritz or Olive Oil or maybe Superman himself. And if it's a duplicate, that's even more fun because then you can trade with your pals and still add to your collection. So how's about asking Mom right now to get you some Kellogg's Pep tomorrow? That's the only way you can get these snazzy comic buttons, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's a prize in every package of P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Following the directions in reporter Tony Sloan's note, Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen drove to Pier 6 on the Metropolis waterfront, but found it dark and deserted.
Note says Pier 6. There's not a soul around. Something must have gone wrong.
How about checking with the office, Chief?
We'll wait a few minutes more. If Tony doesn't show up...
Looking for Tony Sloan, friend?
Huh? Behind us. Good heavens.
Who are you? Put that gun down.
Just don't make no funny moves and maybe the gun won't go off.
Please.
What's the idea?
You're too nosy, mister.
Nosy?
Yeah, lady. Like that reporter Tony Sloan was. We don't like nosy folks, see? They get in our hair. Now just turn around and walk out on the pier.
The pier?
Yeah, the pier. All the way to the end. Get going.
What for?
You'll find out when you get there. You won't like it, but that's what happens to nosy guys. Now get going, I'm in a hurry.
Now, wait a minute.
Get going, I said. Or this gun might go off. Go on.
What? Gee whiz.
Their knees like rubber. Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen turn slowly and walk out on the dark, deserted pier, closely followed by the hard-faced stranger with the gun. What does this mean? And what will happen? Is this another prank by Clark Kent, who promised to teach his friends that practical jokes are dangerous? Or is it real? We'll find out tomorrow. So be sure to be with us when White and Lois and Jimmy receive the surprise of their lives. And so does Superman. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publication. Appearing in Superman DC publication. Appearing in Superman... Kellogg's Pep! The super delicious cereal presents...
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who today arranges for Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jim Olsen to learn what it means to be on the wrong end of a practical joke. We'll join them in a moment. But right now, let's listen in on a discussion between Dan McCullough and his young pal, Rusty.
So, you had a good time, did you, Rusty?
I sure did. That was the best party I've been to in a long time.
How come?
Well, it was all built around that new second series of comic buttons we're all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
Hey, that's a swell idea.
Sure, we played a game where each one of us had to impersonate one of the funny paper characters, and the rest had to guess who it was.
I see. Who were you?
I was Popeye. I got a can of spinach, see, and I put on my old striped jersey and my brother's old sailing hat, and I stuck my chin out so I'd look tough like Popeye.
Yeah.
That darn Pee-wee guessed who I was almost before I was ready.
Too easy, huh? Well, how did Cousin Doris come out?
Well, she was Maggie of Bringing Up Father. They guessed her right away, too. But you know what?
No, what?
I managed to do a little trading at the party, too.
You did?
Yeah, Pee-wee traded me his extra olive oil button for my duplicate Superman.
Swell.
Boy, I was glad to get that one.
You bet, Rusty. All the fellows and girls are mighty glad when they get another comic button to add to their collection. And particularly now that there's an exciting new second series to collect. 18 new buttons, each with a picture of one of your favorite comic strip characters. Each one mighty snappy looking when you pin it on your jacket or your dress or cap. Yes, sir, it's a grand hobby, collecting pet comic buttons. And it's easy, too. Sure, you don't send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. You just make sure Mom keeps plenty of Kellogg's Pep on hand and get your prize in every package you open. That's P-E-P, Pep. The Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now, the adventures of Superman.
Discovering that his friends at the Daily Planet were making him the victim of an April Fool's joke, Clark Kent decided to turn the tables on them. To begin with, Editor Perry White received a phone call from Tony Sloan, one of his reporters, who said that he had located a famous judge who had mysteriously disappeared 2 years ago. Certain they were on the trail of a sensational story, White, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen went to an abandoned house to meet Tony, where they found a note telling them to come to Pier 6 on the waterfront. Hurrying to the pier, they were puzzled to find it deserted, when suddenly a man with a gun loomed out of the darkness and ordered them to walk to the end of the pier. As we continue now, White, Lois, and Jimmy have been forced into a small motor launch, which is carrying them swiftly across the inky black harbor. A burly, roughly dressed waterfront character is at the wheel. In the stern, another man with a gun raises his weapon as Perry White steps toward him. Listen.
Now, look here, you. My name is Perry White, and I'm the editor of the Daily Planet. The two young people with me are Miss Lane and Jim Olsen, two of my reporters. We came to the pier to meet...
They gonna do you no good. We don't care who you are.
Who are we?
You'll find out, sister.
Find out what? Where are you taking us?
You'll find that out, too, bud.
Now, you listen to me, whatever your name is. I don't know what you're up to, but you can't get away with this.
Oh, no.
Mr. White told you who we are. Our paper knows that we came to Pier 6 tonight, and as soon as we're missed, they'll notify the police.
You bet they will.
So what?
Well, the police will find us, and it'll be too bad for you.
By the time they find you, it'll be too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
You look like a bright young fella. Figure it out for yourself.
Huh? Lincoln, listen.
Don't let him scare you, Jim. He's just bluffing. He wouldn't dare do anything to us.
Don't make me laugh, Grandpa.
Stop calling me Grandpa. Now listen.
Wait a minute, Chief. Come here a minute, will you? You two.
Let go of my arm, Lois. I'm going to make this hoodlum tell me what this is all
Chief,
about.
Please. I think I know what it's all about. Now, he can't hear us. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Please.
Oh, all right. Now, what do you want?
Now, look. Tony Sloan said that he'd found Judge Harris, and the judge had agreed to tell us what had happened to him 2 years ago when he disappeared.
Well, what's that got to do with this?
I think it's got everything to do with it. The judge disappeared after he sentenced 3 of the leaders of the Scalzi gang to the penitentiary for life, right?
Yes, so what?
So their friends must have found out that Tony had contacted us, and they trapped us in order to keep the police from finding out about Judge Harris.
Hey, you're right. I'll bet that's the answer.
Well, if it is, we're in hot water. The Scalzi gang are bad actors.
Oh, boy, they don't come any worse. We've got to do something before they do whatever they're planning to.
Well, what can we do? Both those ruffians have guns.
Look, how about diving overboard? It's awful dark. We might be able to get away.
Oh, we must be 4 or 5 miles from shore, Jim. We'd never make it.
No, of course not. They turn on their searchlight and finish its off before we'd gone 100 yards.
But we can't just sit here and wait. They're probably going to take us out beyond the harbor and then get rid of us. Oh, dear.
Oh, wait. Look.
Huh? What, Chief?
There's a ship just ahead. A freighter.
Yes.
You see it?
Yes.
There she is, Ned. Bring her in easy.
Oh.
It's the gang ship.
Now what happens?
Something tells me we'll find out very soon.
Okay, chums. Up on your feet. This is the end of the line.
Oh, what do you mean?
Stop playing dumb, sister. Up the ladder.
Now,
Go on.
just wait a minute.
Get going.
I'm afraid you'd better, Lois.
Now you're making sense, Grandpa. Move, sister. You follow it, kid.
Oh, what's up there?
You'll find out. Go on, climb.
Well, I guess I have.
You ain't kidding. You follow him, Grandpa.
If you don't stop calling me Grandpa,
Slap my wrist, huh? Go on, move. There's a man up topside wants to see you. You'll find out. Now go on, get going. Okay, step on deck.
Lois, Jim. Oh, here you are.
The one who ran the boat said there's some big shot waiting for us.
Chief, he said this was curtain.
Okay, chumps. This is the last mile. Walk.
Walk where?
Over to that cabin where the light is. Go on.
Stop poking that gun at us.
In about 2 minutes, you won't mind that no more.
Oh, golly.
Okay, this is it. Open that cabin door, kid.
You mean this one?
That's right. You don't have to knock. The big boss is expecting you. Open it, I said.
Oh, okay. I guess this is it.
Go on in, all of you.
Now, don't push me.
Leave me alone. Now, stop
Good
it.
evening.
Look. Good heavens.
No, I'm seeing things.
Mr. Kent.
Clark.
Don't look so startled.
Well, gee.
I'm not really going to make you walk the plank, much as you deserve it.
Well, what does this mean? What are you doing here?
Oh, now, wait a minute. An accomplished practical joker like you, Chief, should have caught on long ago. This little act is called turning the tables, or one good April Fool's joke deserves another.
What?
Clark, you don't mean that...
That's exactly what I do mean, Lois. I hope I didn't frighten you too much, but I promised Inspector Henderson I'd teach you that sometimes practical jokes are not funny.
I gotta sit down.
So do I.
Say, if this is all a gag, then Tony Sloan was in on it with you.
Of course he was. And so was Dippy, the tramp at the abandoned house, and Steve, and Nick. Say, incidentally, I hired them all at the same theatrical agency that supplied you with Mrs. Walsh, Lois.
Oh, Clark. Were we taken in? But good.
Yeah, we had it coming to us, all right.
Well, I'm glad you're such good sports about it.
Good sports, my eye. Tony Sloan can't do that to us.
Oh,
They're
gee.
chasing me around all night. Deserted house, Pier 6, boat rides. I'll fire him.
Oh. You took me for a buggy ride, Chief. Can't you take one in return?
Of course he can.
Be a sport, Mr. White.
Well, okay. You're right, Jim. We had it coming.
Oh, that boy, Chief. That's a spirit.
Kent, I got to hand it to you. You really put us over the jumps.
But good. Clark, wait a minute. Did you have anything to do with the chief's house disappearing tonight?
Oh, how could he?
Well, strangely enough, I did, Jim.
What?
How could you...
With the assistance of Superman.
Superman? You mean he was in on this, too?
Uh-huh. He thought it was a good idea to teach you that practical jokes are bad medicine.
Oh, that's enough for me. I'm cured.
So am I.
Well, we all had a good laugh, and now we can... Wait a minute. What about the $20,000?
What about it?
Where is it, Kent?
Safe in my apartment. Candy Myers is guarding it until I get home.
Well, that is a relief.
Oh, he was worried.
Kent, I wish I could have been there when Candy found the money in your closet.
So do I.
Had me going, all right. But you should have seen your faces when Steve made you climb the ladder to the deck there.
As our friends laugh merrily over what they vow is their last practical joke, a much different scene is taking place several miles away in Kent's apartment, where his friend, Private Detective Candy Myers, has fallen asleep on Kent's couch, with $20,000 on a table nearby. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Then rings again.
Just a minute. That you, Kent?
Telegram for Mr. Kent.
Okay.
All right, let's have it. Stick him up, buddy, and don't move.
Huh? Hey,
Hey, what is this?
What do you think? Stick 'em up, I said. That's right. Now just step back nice and easy. Okay, Chuck, come in and close the door.
Hey, what is this? A gag?
Fully awake now, his hands above his head, Candy Myers steps back into Clark Kent's apartment, closely followed by two masked men, each of them holding a gun.
We'll return in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, gang, even if you tried, I'll bet you couldn't think of a more exciting prize than those new second series comic buttons in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Think of it, Superman and Jiggs and the Little King in full, brilliant colors on sturdy metal buttons that look mighty swell, pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. 18 different buttons in this new second series to collect and trade duplicates with your friends. What a hobby, and what fun to compare notes on how many all the fellows and girls have collected, and to look for a new one whenever Mom opens a new package of Pep. That's the easy way you get these comic buttons, you know. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. You just ask Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep, and look for your exclusive prize inside every package you open. Get busy on your collection of comic buttons from P.E.P. Pep. The Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
As Private Detective Candy Myers was waiting in Clark Kent's apartment for the return of his friend, the doorbell rang and two masked men carrying guns entered and ordered Candy to raise his hands.
Oh, I get it. Kent's getting back at me now for helping to play that April Fool's joke on him.
This ain't no joke, Myers.
Go on, you even know my name. Take off your masks and put the hardware down.
Keep your hands up.
Now listen, I said I'm wise.
That's what you think.
Now look,
What do you know? There's the 20 grand on the table just waiting for us. Grab it, Chuck.
Okay.
Still won't admit it's a gag. Hey, wait. Where are you going with the dough?
Bye-bye.
Hey, no, wait. Gag or no gag, that dough has to stay here. I told Kent I'd watch it.
Stay right where you are, Myers. Open the door, Chuck.
Wait, I said. You're not going to get out of here with that dough.
Don't move it. Okay, you asked for it.
Springing forward, Candy Myers' hands are closing around the masked man's arms as a gun fires. The private detective groans and slumps to the floor, where he lies motionless.
Our story has taken still another strange twist, fellows and girls. This time, it's not a joke. So be sure to be with us tomorrow when Kent, Batman, and Robin join forces in a swift attempt to solve still another amazing mystery. Tune in, same time, same station, and follow the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. Superman is also a copyrighted feature published in Superman DC Publications. Say, kids, if you're training your dog, try rewarding him for good behavior with Kellogg's Grow Pup. There's a dog food that makes a hit with most dogs right from the word go. Gives them swell, meaty flavor, and gives them 3 different kinds to pick from. Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. All full of what it takes to help keep a dog right on the beam, to help build strong bones and teeth and muscles. That's why lots of champs feed on Grow Pup. So ask Mother to get Kellogg's Grow Pup for your dog today. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Superman. This...
Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights.
valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice, who today joins Batman in an effort to find Candy Myers, his private detective friend, who disappeared when a series of practical jokes begun by Lois Lane and Perry White backfired. We'll join them in a moment. But first, here's Dan McCullough, who wants to talk to you about something pleasant to look forward to.
You know, gang, a lot of people think it's more fun to anticipate something, to look forward to it, than it is to actually have it. But believe me, that's not true of this new second series of comic buttons you fellows and girls are all collecting from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Of course, it is fun to look forward to Mom opening a new package of Pep and to wondering which comic button you'll find inside, but it's just as exciting when you get that smart-looking button. Maybe it'll be one from this brand new second series that you need for your collection. Might be the Little King or Uncle Willie or Superman himself. Or maybe it'll be a duplicate that you can swap with one of your friends. That's even more fun, too. And you'll get a real kick out of pinning these brilliant colored buttons on your jacket or your dress or cap and wearing them for all the kids to see how many you've collected. You'll really feel like strutting around, believe me. And the best part is, these nifty comic buttons are so easy to get. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. You just ask Mom to get you plenty of that sunny golden toasted cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside every package, there's a thrilling prize. That's P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. No, the adventures of Superman.
Unknown to Clark Kent, who, as we know, is Superman, what began as an innocent April Fool's joke has developed into something far different. While Kent was turning the tables on Lois Lane, Perry White, and Jimmy Olsen, who started the joke, his friend Candy Myers, the private detective, waited in Kent's apartment with the $20,000 in cash which had been used in the hoax. When two masked men armed with revolvers entered the apartment, Candy thought they were involved in the prank. But when they snatched up the money and started to back out, the detective leaped at them. One of the masked men fired, and Candy sank to the floor where he lay motionless. As we continue now, almost an hour has gone by, and Kent, accompanied by Bruce Wayne, in reality the famous Batman, has just stepped out of the elevator and is walking down the hall to his apartment. Listen.
Oh, I'd like to have been in that ship's cabin tonight, Clark. When White, Lois, and Jimmy walked in and found you waiting for them.
That was something to see, Bruce, I'll tell you. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. But they were good sports about it. They admitted they had it coming to them, and we all took a vow to lay off practical jokes in the future.
A good idea. Sometimes they go sour.
Oh, sometimes. Too often. Well, here we are. Golly, poor Candy. He's been waiting all evening for me.
Waiting here?
Uh-huh. Guarding the $20,000. Money, Bruce.
Thanks.
Well, we're back at last, Candy. Candy? Where is he?
He probably got sleepy and took a nap in the bedroom. It's almost midnight. I'll wake him.
No, don't bother. He's not in the bedroom.
He isn't, huh?
Uh-uh.
Oh, maybe he got tired waiting and went home.
That's funny. He promised to stay here till I got back. He wouldn't break his word. And where's the $20,000?
Well, it must be here someplace.
It isn't anywhere in this apartment.
Well, how do you know?
I
always forget that X-ray vision of yours. Well, don't worry about it. Candy may have been called out in the case, and chances are he took the money with him because he didn't want to leave it unguarded.
No, he would have left a note. Wait, Scott, look.
What?
Candy's gun and shoulder holster are on the couch. He must have been lying down here. See how the couch is all wrinkled?
Uh-huh. Well, he took the gun off to be more comfortable.
Right. And he wouldn't have gone out on a case without it.
Well, he'd go out for a cup of coffee without it, though, wouldn't he?
What? Oh, you mean...
Sure, he got hungry and went out for a bite. He'll be back soon.
Oh, yes, I suppose that's it. Let's have a look out this window, huh? No, he isn't in the coffee shop downstairs. And he isn't in the drugstore at the corner.
Well, maybe...
And he isn't in the restaurant on Flower Street. Those are the only places to eat around here.
Maybe he decided to walk for a few extra blocks.
What?
What's the matter with you, Clark? I didn't know you were such a worrier.
Well, I'm not ordinarily, but I don't like this. You couldn't make Candy walk an extra block. He started out as a police officer on a beat, and he says his feet still hurt from pounding the pavement.
Well, now, just the same...
Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Kent?
Yes, who's that?
Jackson from Candy Myers.
Oh, yes, Jackson.
Candy there, Mr. Kent?
Why, no. I expected to find him here. Promised to wait till I got home, but evidently he left.
Well, that's funny. He told me he'd be at your place tonight.
Uh-huh.
Something came up a little while ago, and we need him.
Oh?
I've been calling you for a half hour.
Oh, I just got in. Did you try his apartment?
Yeah, but there's no answer. Huh. Listen, if he calls in, tell him to check with me right away, will you? I'm at the office.
Yeah, sure. And if you hear from him, have him call me.
Okay. Good night, Mr. Kent.
Good night, Jack. Strange.
What's strange?
One of Candy's men is looking for him. Says he's been calling here for half an hour. So if Candy just went down for a cup of coffee, he should have been back by now.
Look, chum, Candy's a big boy and plenty tough. He can take care of himself.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just that this isn't like him, but... Uh-oh, what's that?
What gives now?
Here, take a look at this.
What?
It was under the chair.
It's a cartridge shell.
Right. Where did it come from? It wasn't here when I left the apartment earlier tonight.
Oh, it's from a .38 caliber revolver.
And Candy's gun is a Colt .45. That means somebody else was here tonight. Someone who fired a gun.
No, it is starting to look bad.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. It looks like... Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
I'm beginning to smell a rat.
What do you mean? Oh, I get it.
Bet you do. Another practical joke.
Oh, you think Candy pulled this himself?
Well, it could be. His man calling up just now was pretty suspicious.
Why, of course it's a gag. And he had us going for a while, too.
Hey, sure did. I was just about to call Inspector...
What now?
Just a minute. It isn't a gag.
What do you mean?
There's no bullet.
No bullet? You mean...
Of course. The bullet from this .38 shell. Where is it?
Oh, wait a minute. Relax. It might have been a blank.
There would have been a mark on the shell if it was. And there is no mark. I looked.
Well, maybe he shot it out the window.
Come on.
Where are you going?
Mr. Nielsen, the man in the next apartment, is just coming down the corridor with his dog. He's usually home all evening. Might have heard something. Oh, Mr. Nielsen.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Kent.
Good evening.
I'm very glad to find you here.
Well, I'm glad to find you. Listen, did you happen to...
Let me finish, please. First of all, let me say that I have no objections to young men enjoying themselves if they maintain order and quiet, of course.
Well, let's...
But I have definite objections to drunken brawls going on within sight and hearing of my apartment.
Drunken
brawls? Now, please don't try to deny it, Mr. Kent.
Well,
I was disturbed by loud voices and fighting and came out of my apartment to make my objections to you not more than an hour ago. I saw one of your guests, obviously under the influence of alcohol, being helped, or I should say carried, from your apartment by two other young men.
Uh-oh. The young man.
Yes.
The one who was carried. What was he husky and light-haired?
Yes, he was. And he was so intoxicated his eyes were closed. I believe the term is out cold. Yes, sir. Up to now, you've been an admirable neighbor, Mr.
Just
Kent.
Just a moment, please. The other two men. Did you get a good look at them?
I did not know. They were so intoxicated that their hats were tipped down over their eyes. As I say, up to now, you have been quiet.
Wait a minute. Think, Mr. Nielsen. This is very important. Didn't you notice anything about the other two men?
I wasn't at all interested in them.
Well, I know you weren't interested, but you must have noticed something. Please try to remember. This isn't what you thought it was. I wasn't home. But unless I'm very wrong, the young fellow you saw, whom you thought was intoxicated, had just been shot by one of the other men.
What?
Yes. Think hard, Mr. Nielsen. Please.
Oh, my goodness. I hardly know what to say.
I picture the two men. You say you couldn't see their faces. All right, how about their size? Or their clothes?
Their size, their clothes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, their clothes. Well, let me see now. Yes. It seems to me I did notice something.
You did?
What? Well, now, let me see now. What was it? It was something unusual. I know it was, but I just can't seem to remember now. Now, what was it?
Tensely, almost prayerfully, Clark Kent and Batman leaned forward, as if striving by their wills to make Mr. Nielsen remember. We'll return in a moment for the climax of today's episode. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, the other day, one of the gang told me that he always used to wish there were more games that fellows and girls could play together. That's one reason he's so excited about that new second series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because girls and fellows get a great kick out of collecting these brilliant gleaming buttons and wearing them pinned on their jacket or dress or cap. And, of course, there's the fun of exchanging duplicates to add a new comic strip character to your collection. What's more, both fellows and girls in the gang say these comic buttons are just about the smartest-looking things they ever saw. Full, bright colors on a clear, white-enameled metal button with the pictures of your funny sheet favorites standing out like anything. Take that button with Superman on it, for instance. Boy, there's a honey. He looks so real he could speak. And as for collecting all 18 buttons in this new second series, why, that's just as easy for girls as it is for boys. And you can't buy them, you know. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. The only way you can get these comic buttons is the easy way, as prizes in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Ask Mom to get you some P-E-P, Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Mr. Nielsen, Clark Kent's neighbor, saw Candy Myers being carried from Kent's apartment earlier that night. Now, in the corridor outside Kent's door, the man who is really Superman and his friend Batman wait breathlessly as Mr. Nielsen says,
I noticed something unusual about one of the two men who was carrying your friend, Mr. Kent.
Yes?
I can't seem to remember now. Wait now. Yes, I do remember.
What? What was it?
One of them was wearing brown leggings, or rather puttees.
Brown puttees?
Yes.
Did you notice anything else?
Why, no, I can't say that I did.
Clark, come in here.
Just a moment, Bruce.
Come in here, I said. Thanks, Mr. Nielsen.
You're quite welcome, sir, but I do wish you'd tell me
What's the idea of dragging me away? He might have remembered something else.
He told us all he knew, and it might be enough.
What do you mean? He just mentioned
a pair of brown puttees. Now think. Who wears puttees in Metropolis?
Well, I don't know. Chauffeurs.
Right. The drivers of the two big taxicab fleets wear them. Huh? One of those lads who took Candy away was a cab driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just because he wore puttees doesn't prove he's a cab driver. Private chauffeurs sometimes wear them, too.
The fellow was a cab driver. He had to be.
Why?
Now, listen. Candy, Lois Lane, and I hatched the gag of planting the $20,000 in your apartment while we were in a taxi.
Now, go ahead. Keep talking.
Well, that was yesterday afternoon. And we planned the whole deal in a cab.
So?
We were pretty hilarious about it, and the driver couldn't help overhearing us. Evidently, he saw a chance to get hold of the money.
Oh, that's no evidence, Bruce. Someone else might have overheard you, not a cab driver. What about those actors who were in on the gag? Mrs. Walsh and the actors I hired.
The puttees say my hunch is right. Oh, if I only could remember exactly what this fellow looked like. Yeah, I remember he had carroty hair. And I think he had one of those eyebrow mustaches.
Lois might remember.
Good idea. Look. Let's pick her up and get down to headquarters. They have a photograph of every cab driver in the city.
Yeah.
We ought to be able to find our man.
Well, look, there's no sense in both of us covering the same ground. You take that end, Bruce. I'm going to talk to Inspector Henderson and then check on all the actors who were in on the joke.
Okay. I'll call Lois from headquarters. See you later, Clark.
Right. Hello, Inspector Henderson, please. This is Clark Kent. Yes, Kent of the Daily Planet. Look, I don't care if he has gone home. I know you have a private wire to him, and I've got to talk to him.
Desperately, Clark Kent and Batman begin their search for Candy Myers.
What has happened to Candy? Monday's episode is full of drama and exciting action, gang, as Superman and Batman battle against desperate odds. So don't miss the smashing climax of our story. The story which began as a joke and developed into grim reality. Tune in, same time, same station, for the adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a counter-added feature, appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, if you want your dog to give you the glad eye, try giving him Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food at mealtime. There's a dog food that's as good as they come. It's got a swell, meaty flavor that goes over big with most dogs. And there are 3 kinds of Grow Pup. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. All good for your dog. Grow Pup has vitamins and minerals, helps build strong muscles and teeth and bones. Just tell that to Mother, and I'm sure she'll want your dog to feed on Kellogg's Grow Pup every day. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Broadcasting System. Kellogg's Pep, the super delicious cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another planet, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, defender of law and order, champion of equal rights, valiant, courageous fighter against the forces of hate and prejudice. Today, Batman and Lois Lane pursue the clue of the taxi driver and run head-on into trouble. We'll join them in a moment. But first, here's our good friend, Dan McCullough.
You know, gang, I was passing the school in our neighborhood this morning, just about recess time, and I met up with a couple of kids who are really going to town collecting that new second series of comic buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep. They got a swell start on collecting all 18 different buttons. Right then, they were swapping duplicates with each other. One young fella had 2 Superman buttons, and the other had 2 of Maggie. Each one needed the button that the other had 2 of to add to his collection. Yes, sir, it's mighty exciting fun to compare notes with your pals and see who has the most different pet comic buttons. And it's mighty smart to wear all your comic buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap, where they really show off. Actually, you're not in the swing unless you're collecting these thrilling prizes. You're missing out on a load of fun. So better get going on your collection. Ask Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep. That's the only way you can get these comic buttons, you know. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. You just look inside the Pep package for your exciting prize. Get your comic buttons from P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek and Omaha. Now, the adventures of Superman.
What began as an innocent April Fool's joke on Clark Kent has turned into grim reality. In Kent's apartment, Private Detective Candy Myers was guarding $20,000 in cash, which had been used in the hoax, when two masked men armed with guns entered. Candy was shot, and when Kent and the famous Batman arrived a short time later, both Candy and the money were missing. A neighbor said he had seen a young man answering Candy's description being carried away by two other men, one of whom wore brown leather puttees. Suspecting that the man wearing the puttees might be a taxi driver, Batman left to pick up Lois Lane and make a check of all cab drivers. As we continue now, it is 1 o'clock in the morning. Batman and Lois Lane are in the vehicle bureau at police headquarters examining the photographs of the city's cab drivers. Listen.
We must have gone through 200 of these photographs, Batman. I never knew there were so many cab drivers in Metropolis.
Yeah, there are 15,000 all told.
Good heavens, you mean we have to look through 15,000 photographs?
We may find our man before that. You said you remembered what he looked like.
Oh, yes, he was thin and wiry with red hair and a little mustache. And his eyebrows were straight. I remember that distinctly. Do you really think he had something to do with Candy's disappearance?
My hunch says so. You and Candy and I hatched the idea of planting the $20,000 in Kent's apartment while we were in a taxi cab yesterday afternoon, remember?
Yes.
Well, one of the men who carried Candy from Kent's apartment was a cab driver. So, hey, wait a minute.
What?
This photograph.
Let's see it.
No, it's a false alarm. Description says this fellow has black hair and a mustache.
Also, our driver's head was flatter than that.
Ah, your reporter's eye comes in handy. Well, keep going. I certainly wish Robin would help us. He would pick this week to visit a friend.
Here he is.
Our driver?
Yes. Look, see the description? Hair and mustache red.
Uh-huh.
But I'd recognize him without the description. You see how his eyebrows go straight across his brow? And how his face hollows in under his cheekbones?
Well, I didn't notice yesterday, but if you're sure...
I'm positive this is the man who drove us.
Okay, let's see. His name is Fred Johnson.
But there's no address.
And the card said he drives for the Metropolis Taxi Company. Come on.
Where?
The Metropolis Taxi Company, of course. They'll tell us where to find him.
Oh.
We can cut through the teletype room. Step on him, Miss Lane. My hunch is right. We're on our way.
The driver's name is Fred Johnson, you say?
That's right.
Well, I'll look at our driver's file.
It's awfully kind of you.
That's all right. See, James Jackson, Jacobson. Here we are, Fred Johnson.
If you'll just give us his address.
And tell us whether he's driving his cab tonight.
Well, this file will have everything. Now, let me see. He's driving days this week, so he's probably home now. Here's his address, 959 Quarry Road. Let's cross the river.
Yes, I know where it is, and thanks very much. Come on, Miss Lane.
Yes. Thanks, Lois.
You're welcome.
Well, we can drive to Quarry Road in half an hour. Come on, hop in the car. Well, that little bungalow just ahead must be 959. Come on, Miss Lane.
It's dark and deserted out here, isn't it?
This is practically the end of the city. Now, let's go and try not to make any noise. I want to scout around a bit first.
Look, Batman, if your hunch works out, we might be in trouble. There are just the two of us, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be much help in a fight.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Here's the house. Quiet now. I want to go around to the rear, where that lighted window is.
It's so dark, I'm afraid I'll stumble.
Oh, hang on to my arm. We've had one break so far.
What's that?
Mr. Johnson doesn't seem to have a dog. Easy now, easy. Here we are. And the window shade isn't quite all the way down. Let's have a look. Look, there's Johnson. And three other rough-looking characters.
Oh, look, Batman.
Quiet, Miss Lane, quiet.
Yes, but look on the table.
I see it.
Yes, here's the banknotes, and look, the two green and white bands that the money was wrapped in.
That's our $20,000, all right. Come on.
What are you going to do? You can't go in there alone.
Now, listen. Candy may be in the house somewhere.
I know. We've got to get the police.
You go to the house and call them. And now, hey, wait.
What's the matter?
Listen.
What?
Hear that?
Yes, it sounds like someone groaning. Batman, maybe it's Candy.
That's what I think. I'll see if I can get one of these basement windows open. You go.
Who's there?
Oh, they heard us.
Oh, dear.
Who's there right there? Someone's around the back of the house.
Here they come.
What'll we do?
You run to the car.
But you...
Never mind about me. Run now. The keys are there. Drive to the nearest phone, not the corner house. Now run.
All right, but be careful about it.
I hear him. Bye-bye.
Into the basement. Candy. Is that you? Candy. Oh, I see you. Oh, thank heavens you're alive.
Where'd they go? I don't know. Hey, there goes. I heard a guy.
Just a second. Get this gag off you. Now, take it easy. I'll get these ropes off you in a jiffy. The knots aren't very tight.
I've been working on a...
Kenton, I thought you'd been shot.
I was, but it was just a scalp wound. Hey, look here. This window's open. Better hurry, Joe. They'll be with us in a minute.
I'll have you three in another shake.
Yeah. Hey, Daisy, turn the basement light on.
You hear that, Batman? They turn the light on. We're dead ducks. They've all got guns.
So what? There you are. Can you get up?
Can I? Oh, boy. Hey, the light.
There they are.
Hit the ground, Candy. I'll break the bulb.
Come on, Chuck. Hank, let's get out.
Here they come. There's only three. No, there's four of them. Stay in this end of the basement where the light's out.
Okay. Come and get us, you rats.
Come on, let us have it. Come
on.
Grab these fish. My calling card.
Come on. Right on the snout hole.
Not that nice. You won't.
Okay, try this out my side.
Oh, how you doing, Candy?
Fine, thanks, I think. I can't see much. All right. That fella got a chin. Only two left, Batman.
You mean only one? This fellow's done for.
Oh, nice go. Let's get the last one now. Here he is. Well, Mr. Johnson himself, who was going to dump me in the river tonight. Let my friends and the cops think I swiped the 20 grand. No. Stay away, Batman. This baby is my dish.
Let go.
I'll let go when I change your ugly face. Hey, who's shining the flashlight?
On the stairs there. Great Jupiter.
Okay, Mr. Myers. That'll be all for you. Tell your friend to lift his hands. And you too. Or the same hand gets a bullet.
Hey, he's got Lois Lane.
Yeah.
Stand still, sister. Come on up with your hands, punks. And quick, or this gun goes off.
I guess he's got us, Batman.
I'm afraid so, Candy.
Okay, Fred, get your gun. We'll finish these wise guys for good.
Helpless, Batman and Candy stand with arms upraised as the man across the basement, holding Lois Lane by one arm, levels a pistol at them. This looks like the end. But is it? We'll be back in a moment for the exciting climax of our story. But first, here again is your announcer.
You know, a certain young lady registered a complaint with me the other day. Yeah, said I've been neglecting the girls when I talk about that swell new second series of comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. We have just as much fun as the boys do, she said, wearing those smart-looking buttons on our jacket or dress and collecting all the different comic strip characters. And you know, she's right. Sure, all the gang gets a big kick out of this new second series of Pep comic buttons. You know, each one has a true-to-life picture of one of your favorite funny sheet friends, like Andy Gump and Popeye and Jiggs and Superman, of course. They're all done up on white enamel, sturdy metal buttons that are so doggone slick-looking that, well, they're really on the beam. And you'll be on the beam, too, when you get going on your collection. So hop to it. Today, ask Mom to get you several packages of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes. You can't buy them anywhere, and you don't send in a single penny, not even a box stop. You just look inside the Pep package for your nifty-looking comic button. There's a prize for you in every package of P.E.P. Pep, the Sunshine cereal, made by Kellogg, the greatest name in cereals. Now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In the basement of the bungalow, Batman and Candy Myers stand helpless, arms upraised, as Fred Johnson, the taxi driver, points his gun at them. And his henchman, 20 feet away, pushes Lois Lane toward Batman and Candy, and then advances with his own gun leveled.
Okay, Myers, here's where you get it.
No, don't.
Shut up, sister. You put it in, so you're getting it, too. And the guy in the masquerade costume.
Now, listen, you can't shoot us.
No good one,
No?
Candy.
What's this, sister? You ready, Harry?
Yeah, sure.
Then let him have it.
Gun, please. Thank you. Looks as if I got here just in time.
Superman. Hiya, chum. Hey, stay where you are, Johnson. We've got unfinished business.
Now let go.
I'll let go like this.
Oh,
Yeah, and I'll take care of this character.
oh, Superman. I thought that...
Relax, Miss Lane. It's all over.
Come along, mister. Oh, that was a close call, Superman. Many thanks.
You're welcome, Batman. And thank you. Well, it looks as if you had the right idea all along.
Yes, but I needed your touchdown play. Say, tell me, how'd you trace us here?
Oh, I checked with the taxi companies, discovered what you had, and hopped the trolley car out here.
Yeah, some trolley car. Baby, I was never so glad to see anyone in all my life. And listen, hear me. One and all, the next time Candy Myers gets mixed up in a practical joke, somebody give him a good kick in the pants. Please, all right?
Depends on what suit you're wearing. Well, all's well that ends well. Even a joke.
Right. Except for Mr. Johnson here and his playmates.
They didn't know the joke was over.
And so another Superman adventure has been brought to a close. And we're quite sure that Candy Myers voiced the sentiments of all his friends when he stated that practical jokes were unhealthy. Gang, tomorrow we're starting a brand new story. A different kind of story. One we honestly believe will be the most exciting adventure Superman has ever taken part in. We promise that you'll thrill to every minute of it. And we urge you to be sure to listen tomorrow. And tell all your friends to listen when we begin the greatest story of Superman's career. The fight against our country's most powerful menace. A menace worse than atomic bombs. So don't fail to tune in tomorrow. Same time, same station, for the further adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Fellows and girls, be sure to follow the adventures of Superman. Brought to you every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station, by the grand old Kellogg Company of Battle Creek. And for other thrilling adventures of Superman, see your local newspaper. Superman is also a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC publications. Say, gang, if you've ever had a race with your dog, you know how much he enjoys running and jumping. Now, dogs are like people. To keep their muscles strong, they have to eat right. So if you want to help your dog to stay in the groove, to have strong bones and teeth and muscles, just mix Kellogg's Grow Pup dog food in with the scraps of meat and fat you give him. There are 3 kinds of Grow Pup, all with a grand, meaty flavor. There's Grow Pup Ribbon, Grow Pup Meal, and Grow Pup Pellets. Ask your mother to feed your dog Kellogg's Grow Pup regularly. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, while Superman rockets back to Earth, the carefully guarded secret of his double identity stands on the brink of revealment.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, I've been so excited about that brand new series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. Why, I've been busy as anything all weekend, and I've rounded up all the fellows and girls in our neighborhood to see if they've found any of these new Pep comic buttons yet and how they like them. And believe me, they like them. Why, you should hear what the kids are saying about these nifty new prizes. They're honeys, they say. They're terrific. They're the best-looking things I ever saw, said one fella. Yes, sir, everybody's mighty enthusiastic about this brand-new series of funny paper characters like Tess Trueheart and the Little Moose and Superman, of course. And you'll be enthusiastic, too. The buttons are made of gleaming white enameled metal, you know, with the picture standing out clear and sharp. You'll want to collect all 18 of them. And you can, sure, easy as anything. You don't send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to ask Mom to stock up on that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and look for your comic button inside every package. Look for some mighty delicious eating, too, because Pep is loaded with catchy, sunny flavor. A golden toasted flavor that's got come on in every bite. Get your good eating and exciting prizes, gang, from P.E.P., the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now the adventures of Superman. After saving the planet Apollo from destruction and seeing the inhabitants under the leadership of his friend Thane freed from slavery, Superman suddenly remembered that he had left a sealed letter revealing his identity as Clark Kent with Dr. Millison, the famous scientist, back on Earth. In the event that Superman had not returned to Earth by a certain day, the letter was to be given to Editor Perry White. Saying a hasty goodbye to the Apollonians, Superman started back to Earth millions of miles away. But meanwhile, in Metropolis, Dr. Millison had brought the letter to the Daily Planet. And as we continue now in Perry White's office, the gray-haired editor is opening the wax-sealed envelope as Cub reporter Jimmy Olsen enters. Listen.
Here I am, Chief. Oh, hello, Dr. Millison.
Hello, Jim.
You want me, Chief?
Yes, Jim. Dr. Millison just brought this letter from Superman.
From Superman?
Yes, you see...
Sleeping Lizard, you mean he's okay? Well, what about Mr. Kent? Where are they?
Now, wait a minute. Keep your shirt on.
Well, let me see the letter.
Will you wait a minute? Wait till I open the envelope.
Gee whiz, I...
What? Well, what's this?
What? Let me see.
Will you stop grabbing?
But I want...
It's another envelope, also sealed. And it's addressed to Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jim Olsen.
Well, that's me.
To be opened in the event of my death.
His death? Gosh. Poor Mr. Kent. I thought you just got the letter in the mail and that Superman and Mr. Kent were okay.
I wish that was so.
Unfortunately, it isn't. Superman and Kent have apparently been lost in space.
Oh, gee whiz.
I begged Superman not to go this time, but he wouldn't listen to me. Well, you'd better open that letter. He said it was very important.
Well, I'm trying to, but the flap is sealed with wax like the other outer envelope. I'll get my letter opener. Wait a minute. Well, this is addressed to Lois, too. Where is she?
Well, I don't know. She can see it later. Open it, please.
We can wait an extra minute, Jim. Now you go get her.
Oh, all right.
I can't imagine why Superman left this letter for Miss Lane and Jim and me, Dr. Millison. Do you suppose this could be his will?
No, I asked him that, but he said it was something much more important.
That's so. Well, in that case, I'll open it right... Oh, drat it. Now what? Hello? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. For you, Dr. Millison.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Millison speaking. Oh, yes, Dr. Bloomfield. How are you?
Miss Lane went on that Hannigan story, Mr. White.
Easy, Jim, easy. Dr. Millison was on the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What? Are you sure?
Look, Chief, we don't have to wait for Lois to open Superman's letter, do we?
No, but since Superman told Dr. Millison it was very important, we'll open it at once.
Oh, swell. Go ahead.
I need my letter opener, though, but I can't seem to find it.
That's amazing. I can't believe it.
Oh, here it is, Chief.
Huh? Oh, thanks. We'll just open this now and see what it says.
Oh, hurry up. I can hardly wait.
Yes, of course. I'll come at once.
I'm getting the wax off the flap now.
Mr. White,
Yeah?
Dr. Bloomfield just called from the observatory. He believes he's sighted the lost planet Apollo.
What?
Huh?
Yes, it has apparently retreated from the sun and seems to be revolving in an orbit of its own space once more, which would indicate that Superman must have saved the planet.
Good Godfrey.
Great. Does that mean he and Mr. Kent are okay?
I should say it might very well mean that. If it is really Apollo that Dr. Bloomfield has sighted.
If. But you just
I said Dr. Bloomfield believes he sighted Apollo.
Oh.
However, there are one or two details which need confirmation. I'm going to the observatory now. You two care to come with me?
Do we?
Why, of course we do. Why, this may mean that Kent and Superman, too, are alive. Come on, Doctor. Come on. Let's go.
Now, do you see, Dr. Millison? Do you see?
Yes, Dr. Bloomfield. I believe it is Apollo. I'm a little puzzled.
Please, may I see?
Keep away from the telescope, Jim.
As I recall, there was a series of peak formations across the northern bridge of the planet. But I don't see them now.
That troubles me, too. There was such a formation.
You mean it isn't Apollo after all?
Don't interrupt,
There
Jim.
also seems to be a difference in the pattern of the rivers and canals.
Exactly. That's why I asked you to come here. Yet surely there cannot be a planet other than Apollo within the inner ones, which we have not yet discovered.
No, but...
Oh, gee whiz, make up your minds, will you? Is it Apollo or isn't it?
Jim, what's the matter with you?
Oh, gosh, Chief.
The size and general formation seems very much like Apollo, Dr. Bloomfield.
Yes, but...
Changes could very well have taken place when the planet was lost in space and drifting toward the moon, you know.
That's what I think. I really believe it is Apollo, Dr. Millison.
And so do I, but we might be mistaken. Where are the photographs we made of Apollo?
Over here, on my desk.
I'd like to examine them again.
Oh, now where are we? First it was Apollo, and Superman and Mr. Kent were probably okay. Now it might not be Apollo, and we're right back where we started.
Well, now, Jim, that planet, whatever it is over 30 million miles away. And even this telescope, the most powerful in the world, can't perform the impossible.
Yeah, I know, but... Gosh, when I think about Mr. Kent and Superman,
I know. I feel that way, too. Well, while we're waiting, we may as well read Superman's letter.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it.
The time limit, he said, has passed, and we're not at all sure Apollo has been sighted again, so... well, where did I put that envelope?
Oh, haven't you got it?
Oh, I don't seem to.
Well, look in your inside pocket.
I am. It's not here.
Oh, golly, what?
Now, take it easy. I must have left it on my desk. Yes, that's right, I did.
Phew, had me scared for a minute.
Oh, Dr. Millison, I hate to interrupt, but how long do you think you'll be?
Hard to tell, Mr. White. We're going to take some photographs of the planet now. It may be several hours, perhaps days, before we can positively identify it as Apollo or not.
Several days.
Well, in that case, we'll go back to the office. I want to read that letter of Superman's. Will you phone me when you've come to a decision?
Yes, of course.
Oh, thanks. Let's go, Jim.
Leaving the observatory, Perry White and Jimmy Olsen start back to the Daily Planet. And a short time later, as Dr. Millison and Dr. Bloomfield work over their charts and photographs in the observatory, the door opens. And a tall figure in blue costume and red cape enters and strides swiftly toward them.
Good day, gentlemen.
Dr. Bloomfield, look, it's Superman.
Right.
We've given you up. Tell me what happened.
Yes, what of Apollo? Tell us everything.
Apollo is all right now, but listen.
You mean this is Apollo that we now see beyond Mars?
It is.
Tell us what happened, how you did it, why you...
I'll tell you everything later, but first I've got to know about that letter I left with you, Dr. Millison. The one addressed to Mr. White. Where is it?
The letter?
Yes.
Oh, yes, the letter. I gave it to Mr. White.
You did? When?
Why, a couple of hours ago, at noon.
Great Scott, then he's read it. And
I don't know if he's read it yet. You see, White and Jim Olsen were about to when Dr. Bloomfield called us to come to the observatory. And come to think of it, when they left here a little while ago, I overheard White say that they were going back to the Daily Planet to read your letter.
Oh, never mind the letter. Tell us.
Just a moment. How long ago did Mr. White and Jim leave here, Dr. Millison?
Oh, I see. I'd say about an hour ago.
An hour ago. I just about have time to get back to the planet. If I'm lucky, I might still be able to get there before they read it. I'll use this window if you don't mind.
But wait, Superman.
You must tell us about Apollo.
Later. Right now, there's too much at stake. Up and away!
Leaping from the observatory, Superman streaks toward the Daily Planet with all the speed he can muster. Have Perry White and Jimmy Olsen read his letter, and so become aware of his real identity at last? We'll know in a moment when we return to the startling climax of today's episode. So stand by.
Say, gang, I don't know when I've gotten such a kick out of something, so many chuckles, as I have out of this brand new series of comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Those pictures of your old funny paper friends look so real they could talk. Take Casper, for instance. He's wearing a wide grin and looks as if he's going to tell a joke any minute. And Barney Google in his old-fashioned derby hat and popping eyes. Boy, he's bound to hand you a laugh. And Beezy and the little moose and Superman himself. Every single one of these 18 new Pep comic buttons is strictly terrific. Really worth collecting and wearing pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. Not to mention the swell fun in swapping duplicates with your pals. So, how about it, gang? Better remind Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep, because that's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop, and you can't buy them anywhere. But there's one of these nifty new comic buttons in every package of Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal. Those crisp, tender whole wheat flakes with a catchy sunshine flavor. Makes mighty good eating for breakfast, and mighty good for you. So ask Mom to get P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Fearful that his friends at the Daily Planet may have read a letter which reveals his double identity, Superman streaks to the newspaper office. Resuming the guise and garb of the mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent, he draws a deep breath and enters Perry White's office just as the gray-haired editor is saying to Jimmy Olsen,
I can't understand it, Jim.
Oh, neither can I, Chief.
Can't understand what?
I can't understand why the... good Godfrey. Jim, look.
Leaps, it's...
Well, go on, Jim. Who?
It's you. Oh, boy, it is you, isn't it?
Why, of course it is. Oh, I put it there, my boy. Put it there.
Golly.
Let me shake your hand. I want to make sure I'm not dreaming, and it really is you.
I'm really who? Who am I?
Huh?
Oh, now, look here, Kent. If this is your idea...
Kent. You called me Kent.
Well, of course.
Sure, of course. It's good to be back.
I still can't believe it. We've given you and Superman up.
Superman and me, huh?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kent. Is there something the matter with you?
Oh, no. Just relieved, that's all. Look, I presume you didn't read the letter yet.
What letter?
The letter the letter Superman left with Dr. Millicent for you. He said he gave it to you today.
Yes, he did, but...
Where is it? I'd like to see it.
Oh, we can't. It's gone.
Gone?
It's disappeared.
It's the strangest thing, Kent.
Disappeared? How?
Well, I thought, in fact, I was quite sure I left it right here on my desk when we rushed over to the observatory before. But when we came back, well, I just simply couldn't find it.
No, and we ransacked the office, too.
Hey, Scott, this is terrible. If that secret is revealed, if my enemies find out...
Huh?
What are you talking about, Kent?
I'm talking about that letter. We've got to find it, and quickly. If we don't, well, this is about the worst thing that could ever have happened to me.
Puzzled, Perry White and Jimmy Olsen look at Clark Kent, who has turned very pale, fearful that the whole world, and particularly his enemies, may soon be in possession of the secret of his double identity. What has happened to the letter, and will Kent retrieve it before it is too late? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, fellows and girls, when strange things happen. Tune in, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time, same mutual station by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. Say that over a couple of times. Just goes with toasty words like crisp, crunchy, crinkly, doesn't it? And that's just what Crumbles is, a toasty kind of cereal for a frosty morning, sort of sweet and mellow rich. And you know, gang, Kellogg's Crumbles is the only cereal in the whole wide world made in those crinkly shreds of real whole wheat. So good to eat and so good for you. Crisp, crunchy, crinkly. Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, a safe and sound Clark Kent returns to the fold of his boss, Perry White, only to learn that the sealed letter containing the secret of Superman's double identity is gone.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. I'm telling you, gang, this brand new series of comic buttons, the new prizes and packages of Kellogg's Pep, is just about the most fun that ever happened. In the first place, they're old, familiar favorites. Pals that you've been following in the funny papers for a long, long time. 18 of them in all, like Toots and Casper, the Inspector, Barney Google, Judy and Corky from Gasoline Alley, and Goofy and Beezy from Harold Teen, and, of course, Superman himself. And these new Pep comic buttons are done up in full colors, printed clear and bright as anything, so that they'll really show up when you wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. You'll have a load of fun collecting them and swapping duplicates with your pals. Yes, sir, it's a swell hobby. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these exclusive prizes. Not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. All you do is to make sure Mom keeps stocked up on Kellogg's Pep. And you get a nifty comic button in every package. That's P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal. Yes, Pep's a dish that's hep for breakfast. It's so sunny and golden toasted and delicious. So ask Mom to get you some Kellogg's Pep next time she goes shopping.
And now the adventures of Superman. Realizing that he might never return from his search for the lost planet Apollo,
Superman, before his departure, left a sealed letter with Dr. Millicent, the famous scientist, in which he revealed the secret of his double identity. In the event that he failed to return by a certain time, Millicent was to deliver the letter unopened to Editor Perry White. Returning to Earth a few hours past the stated time, Superman learned that Millicent had just delivered the letter to White and Jimmy Olsen. And praying that they had not yet read it, he hurried to the Daily Planet newspaper in his guise of Clark Kent. In White's office, Kent learned that the letter had not been read only because it had disappeared. Shocked, Kent gasped.
My enemies get hold of that letter. Why, anything can happen.
Huh?
Great Caesar's ghost, will you please tell us what this is all about?
Gee whiz, I don't get it at all. Look, you didn't...
No, I didn't commit any crimes or anything like that. It's just that I... Well, you see...
No, I don't see.
No, neither do I.
What was in that letter, Kent?
What was in it?
Yes, what was in it that's so all-fired important?
Why, Well, how should I know?
How should you know? Oh, my dear sainted Aunt Tilly.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, something must have happened to you up on Apollo. How can you say you don't know what's in that letter
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you two? Don't you realize we're talking about Superman's letter?
Of course I know it was Superman's letter.
Well?
What I want to know is why you've been beating your chest and tearing your hair about it. You know what was in it?
Well, how should I know?
No, I've got to be calm. I've got to remember I'm not young anymore. But, Kent, if you don't stop bushing about the beat, beating about the bush and tell us what was in that letter,
Oh, I get it.
You get what?
Well, how could Mr. Kent know what was in Superman's letter? Isn't that right, Mr. Kent?
Of course. It's all very simple. I've just been talking for Superman, that's all.
For Superman?
Well, naturally. I'm giving you his own words from his own mouth, you might say. Obviously, he put something in that letter which must not be revealed while he's alive. I'm excited and worried because if that information does become known, he won't be half as valuable to humanity as he is now.
Gosh.
Superman told you that, Kent?
I told you, Chief. I'm giving you Superman's own words. He left that letter for you to be read only in the event of his death. But fortunately, he came back safely from Apollo, and so he must get that letter back before its contents are read by anyone.
Jeepers.
No, well, why didn't you say so before? Instead of gabbing about enemies and...
Well, I guess I was pretty upset. I still am, as a matter of fact. Now, what about that letter? What happened to it?
I don't know. It just seems to have disappeared.
Mr. White was sure he left it here when we went to the observatory with Dr. Millicent. But when we got back, it was gone.
How sure are you that you left it here in the office, Chief?
I don't know now. I thought I did.
Do you remember, Jim?
All I remember is he was starting to open it when Dr. Bloomfield called from the observatory about sighting Apollo again. We ran out of here in such a hurry, I can't remember what happened to the letter.
Oh, that's great. Think, Chief, what could you have done with it?
I must have left it here because I didn't have it at the observatory. I looked. You remember, Jim?
Uh-huh. But then it should still be here.
That's right.
Well, I don't see it, but maybe it is still here somewhere. Come on, let's start looking. I'll go through these papers.
We already went through them, Mr. Kent.
No, we've ransacked the whole office, even the files and the wastebasket.
Well, then where could... Now, look. You never lock your office when you leave, do you, Chief?
Well, no. Why should I?
Well, then someone might have come in, seen the envelope, and walked off with it.
Say, that's right.
Nobody could come in here but members of the staff, and none of them would dare take a sealed envelope off my desk.
We can't be too sure.
Well, I am sure. Anyhow, nobody came in here while I was gone. I've already questioned Miss Backrack, whose desk, as you know, is right outside my door.
Wait. When you two left here with Dr. Millicent, did you go directly to the observatory?
Yes.
How did you go?
Why, by taxi.
What kind of taxi?
What kind?
Yes, red and white, checker, yellow, which?
Oh, I think it was a red and white.
No, the yellow, I think.
Or was it a checker?
Oh, come on, make up your minds. Which was it?
Well, maybe it was a checker, at that.
Gosh, I don't know what it was now.
Oh, and you call yourselves newspaper men.
What?
Well, gee whiz, we were all excited.
A reporter is supposed to keep his head and be observant.
Oh, how do you like that for gratitude? We were worried about you fathead. We thought you were done for, and that's why we...
I'm sorry, Chief. Really, I am. I shouldn't have said that, but I'm very upset, and it's just... Hello? Excuse me, Chief. This is Clark Kent of the Daily Planet. Yes, will you put Dr. Millicent on the phone, please, and hurry. It's important.
What are you calling Dr. Millicent for, Mr. Kent?
I just thought maybe he'll remember what kind of a taxi you were in.
Well, why is the cab so important?
Oh, he thinks I might have dropped the letter in the cab, I guess.
Yes, and what's more... hello, Dr. Millicent. Yes, listen, Yes, I'm fine, thanks, but badly worried. Look, do you remember what kind of a cab you and Mr. White and Jim Olsen took from the Daily Planet to the observatory today? Yes, I mean, was it a red and white or a yellow or... A red and white, huh? Are you sure? Oh, that's fine. Did you happen to notice what the driver looked like? You didn't, eh?
Oh, neither did I.
No, I didn't either.
All right, thanks very much. Oh, I haven't time to explain now. Yes, later.
All right, thanks again, Doctor. Goodbye.
He said it was a red and white, eh?
Yes, and
Well,
what's
that's what I said first.
Well, you call the red and white cab company, Kent. Our driver might have found the letter and turned it into his office.
No, I'm going to the cab office myself. If the letter wasn't turned in, I want to find the driver. Come on with me, Jim. Keep your fingers crossed.
Sorry, Mr. Kent. There was nothing turned in by any of our drivers today.
Uh-oh.
Of course, it might be turned in later. You want to leave your phone number?
No,
Why-
I can't wait. The letter is too important. I've got to find the driver of that cab and talk to him.
Yeah, but
How are we going to do that, Mr. Kent? We don't know who he is, and none of us even remember what he looked like.
No, Jim, but cab drivers have to keep a record of their trips. Isn't that right, Mr. Sandler?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Some driver's log will show a trip from the Daily Planet to the observatory on Mount Arthur around noon today. He's our man.
Oh, well, let's get busy. Check the record.
No, we can't do that yet.
Can't? Why not?
This trip was made around noon, as you say. Driver was working their first shift.
Huh?
That's from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon.
Uh-oh.
The first shift drivers won't be in here till 4 with their logs.
Gee whiz, it's just 3:20 now.
Well, if you want to wait...
We'll
I'll be-
wait. We've got to wait. My only hope is that whoever found that letter isn't too curious to refrain from opening it.
Caught with anxiety, Clark Kent starts pacing the floor of the taxicab office, praying that he may get possession of the precious letter before his enemies do. We'll learn in a moment where the all-important letter is. So stand by.
Say, gang, it seems like you can almost feel excitement in the air these days. You fellows and girls are so hepped up about that new series of comic buttons in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Everybody's getting set to collect all 18 in the series and making dates to swap duplicates. That's half the fun of collecting these new Pep comic buttons, you know. If you open a package of Pep and you find a button like one that you already have, well, then you trade off with one of your pals who has one that you need in your collection. It's mighty exciting, and these Pep comic buttons are so doggone slick-looking, you won't want to miss out on a single one. You'll want Vitamin Flintheart and Flash Gordon and Superman and all the rest. So get busy on your collection, gang. Remind Mom to get plenty of Kellogg's Pep. That's right, you don't have to send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere, but you'll find a nifty comic button in every package of Kellogg's Pep you open. That's the Sunshine cereal, you know. Tastes so catchy and golden at breakfast that you want to eat lots, which is always a good idea because Pep's so good for you. Yes, sir, Mom will be glad to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
In a room on the 18th floor of the Metropolis Hotel, a small, thin man with the round, pink face of a baby stands by admiringly as his companion, a tall, dark man with heavy black eyebrows wearing immaculate evening clothes, painstakingly knots his white bow tie before the mirror of a dresser.
You look like class, that suit and fish eyebrows.
Yeah, I gotta look like class tonight, Buster. Gotta mix with the high society, you know.
Yeah, but don't worry, pal. I tell you look more like a dude than the dudes themselves.
Ah, thanks.
What's the idea of getting dressed so early? It's only the middle of the afternoon.
I told you. Takes 3 hours to get out to this joint. Ah, blast it. Now I spoil this tie, too. And I hope I got another.
Hey, that's the same tie you thrown away. What's the idea?
I gotta look just right. That's the idea. Ah, good. I got another white tie.
Look, you better bring back something good to make up for all them ties and the cost of renting the fancy duds.
I'll bring back plenty, Buster. Don't worry.
I'll bet you will. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Read this to me, will you, eyebrows?
Ah, what's that?
It's a letter.
Ah, go on. Who'd send you a letter? You can't read.
Nobody sent it to me. I found it in that cab we was in just before.
I didn't see any letter in that taxi.
It was down behind the seat. I always reach down for a look-see. And sometimes I find money that rolled out of a guy's pocket. This time I found a letter. Read it to me, will you?
What do you want to read somebody's letter for? Go look at the funny papers. Good for more laughs.
Oh, you already looked at him. Anyhow, I like to hear other guys' mail read to me. Come on, eyebrows. Be a good guy. Read it to me, huh?
Haven't got time, Buster. Throw it away. I'll read you the comics when I get back.
Nah, I don't like to. I like to hear letters. Please, eyebrows.
Oh, all right.
Gee, thanks.
Come on. Give it to me. Hurry up, quick.
All right, here it is. I got it out of the envelope already.
Yeah, good. Says, Dear Mr. White, Lois, and Jim.
Oh, it's written to 3 people, huh?
Yeah, 3 people.
Prepare yourselves for a shock.
Hey, it starts out real good, don't it?
Since it's very possible that I may never return,
What'd you stop reading for?
Hey, wait a minute, Buster.
What's the matter?
Great snakes and fishes. This letter is from Superman.
His eyes fairly popping out of his head, the man called Eyebrows reads the letter written by Superman. Apparently, the letter in which the Man of Steel reveals his identity as Clark Kent. Who is Eyebrows and his little companion Buster? What will their possession of the letter, revealing one of the most carefully guarded secrets in the world, mean to Superman? Tomorrow's episode is packed with thrills and excitement, gang, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, when you shiver out of bed on a frosty morning, gang, that's Crumbles weather. That's when you want a toasty kind of cereal with zip and go. Kellogg's Crumbles. Just the name makes you think of toasty words like crisp, crunchy, crinkly. Crumbles, sort of sweet and mellow rich. The only cereal in the whole wide world made in those crinkly shreds of real whole wheat. You bet, gang, this is Crumbles weather. Time for crisp, crunchy, crinkly Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, while a much worried Clark Kent anxiously awaits further word on the whereabouts of his revealing letter, two Metropolis characters are regarding its contents with stunned amazement.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, the news spread like wildfire last week when I began telling you about that brand new series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. One fellow tells another, and one girl tells her girlfriend, until everybody's all hepped up about collecting these terrific new buttons. Kellogg's Pep sure has a swell idea there, putting pictures of your funny sheet favorites on white enameled buttons so that you can wear them pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And it's more fun than a circus swapping the buttons when you get duplicates. You see, there are 18 new buttons in all. Old comic strip friends like the Little Moose and Brenda Starr and Barney Google and Superman himself. And each one looks just as real as he does in the funny papers. So make sure that you get all 18 of them. Start Mom buying Kellogg's Pep for you right away. That's the only way you can get these exclusive prizes, one in every package of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. But you just look inside the Pep package, and there's your prize. And there's some mighty swell eating, too. A breakfast dish with a sunny golden toasted flavor that you'll really latch on to. Ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now the adventures of Superman. Before he left to search for the lost planet Apollo, Superman left Dr. Millicent a sealed letter in which he revealed the secret of his double identity, and which was to be given to Editor Perry White in the event Superman failed to return. But now the letter has disappeared. And while Superman hunted frantically for it, a little man named Buster, who was unable to read, brought a letter he had found in a taxi to his companion, a man he calls Eyebrows, and asked him to read it to him. Eyebrows glanced casually through the letter, Then gasped,
Great snakes, Buster. This letter is from Superman.
As we continue now, in their room at the Metropolis Hotel, Buster's eyes have grown round as saucers in his pink babyish face as Eyebrows reads the letter.
Dear Mr. White, Lois, and Jim, prepare yourselves for a shock.
I already heard that part.
Shut up and listen. Since there is a strong possibility that I may be lost in space while searching for the lost planet Apollo, or perhaps fall a victim to the direct rays of the sun.
What's that?
I am arranging to have this letter delivered to you after a specific lapse of time, which would indicate that I am not returning to Earth.
I don't get it.
Okay, never mind. I, my dear friends, am the person you have long known only as Clark Kent.
Hey, you said this letter was from Superman.
Well?
Well, the way you read it now, the guy, if you ask me, is a screwball. Well, he says it's somebody named Clark Kent.
Sure. He's Clark Kent, too.
Oh, there's two guys?
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, what you giving me? Not even Superman can be two different guys.
Oh, no. You don't get it, Buster. The way he goes on to say here, when he's not making like Superman, he puts on regular clothes and a pair of glasses and passes himself off for a reporter named Clark Kent.
But why does he disguise himself? Is he running a racket?
No. I'm trying to tell you. Look, when he's a reporter, he can find out stuff without anybody getting wise he's Superman, see? Then he turns into Superman. And whammo, cracks down on the big shot thief or the spy, maybe, or whoever he's after.
Ah, baloney. You can't make me believe a guy like Superman, what can jump from here to China like that, or pick up this whole hotel and drop it in the river, goes around disguising himself like it's somebody else.
Why not? Why not?
Well, I say it's a gag somebody's playing on this guy Clark Kent, whoever he is. How could Superman get lost?
Well, if he went looking for some planet, like he said.
Well, I don't know. Well, still he couldn't get lost.
Yeah, who said he got lost? He just says in this letter he might get lost, or something else might happen to him. Now, look, Buster. If this letter is on the level, we'll be millionaires.
All right, I tell you, it's a gag. Give me that again, Eyebrows. I mean what you just said.
I said if this letter's on the level, we'll be millionaires.
Yeah? How?
Well, there are plenty of big operators, real big operators. They're scared of Superman, see?
Yeah. So how does that make us $1 million?
Hey, don't you see? We sell this information about Superman and Clark Kent being the same guy. And whoever's planning a big job can have Kent tailed, see? Then, if Kent gets close, the guy trailing him tips off the boss before Kent can wise up all the way and make like Superman. Get it?
Look at Eyebrows. Even if you was right, which you ain't, how could you ever prove it?
That's what I got to figure out right now. There must be a way. So shut up, Buster. Let me think.
While Eyebrows seeks a way to prove the truthfulness of the astonishing information which has fallen into his hands, Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen are in the office of the Red and White Taxi Company, with Joe McCluskey, a driver who has just come off duty.
Sure. I remember driving this young fellow up the observatory today. About noon it was. Two old guys were with him.
That's right. Mr. White and Dr. Millis.
Yeah, but I didn't find any letter in my cab.
Uh-oh. Now what, Mr.
Just
Kent?
a minute, Jim. Look, Mr. McCluskey.
Just call me Mac. Everybody calls me Mac.
Mac?
Yes,
oh,
sir.
okay, Mac. Did you examine your cab thoroughly after my friends got out of the observatory?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. But you just looked the car over yourself.
Yes, that isn't there now. Mr. White might have dropped it on the floor or behind the seat where another passenger found it.
Yeah, I suppose that could be.
Gosh, how are we going to find out, Mr. Kent?
Your log, Mac. The record you keep of your trips might help us. Can you check where you went after you dropped your fare at the observatory?
Well, wait a minute. Let me see. Yeah, sure. Here we are. I left the observatory at 2:45. Went to 311 Park Place.
Took a passenger there?
Sure. Picked him up at the observatory. I remember he was a little guy with a beard.
And he's the man we want to see. Look, can you come with us to where you took him, Mac? I'll pay you double for your time.
Sure, be glad to go along, Mr. Kent.
Fine, let's go.
Letter, you say? What kind of a letter?
A plain white envelope, Mr.
Spittleheimer, Professor Marcus Aurelius Spittleheimer.
Boy, is that a mouthful.
I'm head of the Applied Science Department at Metropolis University.
Oh, yes, Professor Bittelheimer. I've heard of you, of course.
Really? Have you read my book?
Well, not the last one.
You
about
really
this
should
letter.
read my last book, Mr.
Yes,
Kent.
but
As a
about the
newspaper reporter, you'll find it very interesting indeed.
Sure I will, and I'm looking forward to reading it, Professor. But about this letter, it's very important.
Oh,
you see, and
yes,
I'd like
a letter. What about a letter?
Well, you see, I think it might have been dropped in the taxi you came back in from the observatory. Now, it was a plain white envelope, heavily sealed with red wax, and it was addressed to Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jim Olson.
We think Mr. White dropped the letter.
Well, I didn't see any letter.
Sure of that, Professor?
Of course I'm sure, young man. Quite sure.
I see. Well, thank you very much. All right, come on, Jim. Mac, let's go.
Bittelheimer washes up our idea that Mr. White lost the letter in Mac's taxi cab, huh?
Yeah, it sure does.
Not altogether.
But the professor was in the cab after all.
I know, Jim.
Well, if the letter was there, he'd have seen it.
Maybe not. If it was under one of the little spare seats or behind the main cushion, he might have missed it. Besides, it's obvious that he's the sort of person who's too preoccupied to pay much attention to things around him.
Gosh, but
I know, Jim, I know. You think we're playing an awfully long hunch.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
it's the only hunch I have right now, and I've got to follow it. Keep hoping we find the letter before somebody gets overly curious and opens it.
Hey, Mr. Kent, what was in this envelope? A lot of money?
Something much more important, Mac. Take another look at your log, will you, please? And tell me where you went after you dropped Professor Bittelheimer at his house here.
Sure. Hey, let me see. That'll be right here at the bottom of the sheet, because it was my last call. Yeah, here it is. I picked up a fare on the boulevard and took him to the Metropolis Hotel.
Gosh, that's the biggest hotel in town.
Now, just a minute, Jim. You remember what your last passenger looked like, Mac?
Well, Mr. Kent, usual, I don't notice my fares much. Less than we get to talking to. There's something, different about him. Like that professor with his beard.
Try to remember, Mac. Try hard. It means a lot.
Let me see. I remember now. There were two guys I picked up.
Two?
Yeah, sure. One was a little guy.
A lot of help there.
Quiet, Jim. Go on, Mac.
Yeah, sure. And the other guy, I remember him. He was taller and he had bushy eyebrows like John L. Lewis, you might say.
Oh?
Black bushy eyebrows. I remember now noticing them.
Black bushy eyebrows, eh? All right, let's get into the cab and go to the Metropolis Hotel.
Oh, look, Mr. Kent.
What?
There's over 1,000 rooms in the Metropolis Hotel.
I know.
And lobbies and dining rooms all full of people. How do you expect to find one man there, if he still is there, when all you know about him is that he has bushy eyebrows?
Leave that to me, Jim. All right, let's go, Mac. Step on it.
Okay, Mr. Kent, hang on.
His face drawn with anxiety, Clark Kent is driven to the Metropolis Hotel, where we left Eyebrows and Buster with the vital letter. But are they still there? We'll know in a moment when we return for the tense climax of today's episode. So stand by.
You know, gang, there's sure a mad rush for the Kellogg's Pep package these days, because that's the only place you can get those comic buttons in the brand new second series all the gang's collecting. And are these new Pep comic buttons terrific? Full-color, true-to-life pictures of your favorite comic strip characters looking so real you'd think they could walk and talk. There's Flash Gordon and Toots and Casper and Cindy and Superman, of course. 18 new and different buttons and all. You'll have a mighty slick collection when you pin them on your jacket or dress or cap. You see, these Pep comic buttons that you've been collecting right along have been mighty popular with all the fellows and girls. That's why Kellogg's Pep put out this brand new series, so that you can have even more fun collecting them and swapping duplicates with your pals. And the best part is, you don't have to send in any money for these swell prices, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere, but you get a comic button every time Mom opens a package of Kellogg's Pep. That's Pep, the Sunshine cereal, the good whole wheat flakes with a catchy sunshine flavor. So crisp and tender that you're glad when breakfast time rolls around. So get your prizes, gang, and the good eating in P-E-P. Kellogg's Pep.
As Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen in Mac's taxi approach the Metropolis Hotel, Eyebrows and Buster, the two men in possession of Superman's letter, are leaving the elevator and walking through the lobby to the doors.
Now look at Eyebrows. Even if it was true, and this Kent guy is Superman.
That's a lot.
Okay. But like I say, if he is, we're playing with dynamite.
So what?
Well, so what? Oh, ain't we got trouble enough keeping clear of the cops without getting in trouble with...
Will you keep your yap shut?
But look...
Shut up. Follow me outside. Gotta get a cab.
I don't like this.
There's an empty cab. Come on, Buster.
Listen, will you?
I tell you, we're playing with
I'm
dynamite.
willing to play with a little dynamite for $1 million. Aren't you?
Well, yeah, but I don't...
Get in the cab.
Where we going?
Do a little investigating. 1426 Market Street, driver. And step on the gas.
As the car bearing Eyebrows and Buster draws away from the Metropolis Hotel, another taxi pulls to a stop in front of the hotel, and Clark Kent, Jimmy Olsen, and Max the driver emerge and hurry into the lobby. 1 moment earlier, and they would have intercepted the men they seek. Now, what will happen? Tomorrow's episode is swift and exciting, gang, so don't miss it. Tune in, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. Say, who's in the know about kids in other countries, how they look and how they dress? Well, Kellogg has the answer with the cutouts on packages of Kellogg's Crumbles. Boy, will the kids in your family have a load of fun with these dolls of all nations, cutting them out and changing their costumes and collecting all 6 countries in the series, like Switzerland, Russia, Sweden. 2 cutout dolls on every package in full color. That's dolls of all nations on packages of Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, while Clark Kent pursues the trail to find his precious letter, 2 unsavory and untrustworthy creatures make nefarious plans for its disposal.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. Say, just in case you haven't heard, although I don't see how you could miss it, Kellogg's Pep is now putting out a brand new series of comic buttons. Yes, sir. These prizes made such a big hit that Kellogg now brings you a brand new series of 18 new comic strip characters. For instance, among others, there's Flash Gordon and Brenda Starr and Cindy, Spud from Winnie Winkle, the Little Moose, Pat Patton, Tess Trueheart, Chief Brandon, Vitamin Flintheart, and Superman himself. And believe me, every fellow and girl I know is mighty excited about this new series of Pep comic buttons, because that means that you're going to have even more fun collecting them and trading duplicates with your pals and wearing the buttons pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. So get busy on your collection of Pep comic buttons, gang. Ask Mom to get you a good supply of Kellogg's Pep, and look for your prize inside every package. That's right. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy these comic buttons anywhere, but you get one, plus loads of good breakfast eating in every package of Pep, the whole wheat flakes with a catchy golden toasted flavor that always tastes like more. Yes, and Pep's good for you, too. So ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A sealed letter in which Superman revealed his identity as Clark Kent, and which was to be opened by Editor Perry White only in the event of Superman's death, was lost by White in a taxicab. Then, while Superman searched frantically for it, 2 men called Eyebrows and Buster found the letter in the taxi. Buster believed it to be the work of a joker or a crank, but Eyebrows decided to investigate, knowing that if the information were genuine, he could make a fortune by selling it in the underworld. Meanwhile, Kent is tracing the passengers who had occupied White's taxi. And as we continue now,
He, Jimmy Olsen, and Mac, the cab driver, have arrived in front of the Metropolis Hotel in Mac's taxi. Scarcely a minute after, Eyebrows and Buster have departed. Listen.
Here's why I brought the guy with the bushy eyebrows, Mr. Kent. What do we do now?
Well, you and Jim go into the hotel lobby, Mac. Stand by the door. If you see the man, hold on to him for dear life until I get there.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Kent?
I've got a little idea, Jim. Go on, you and Mac wait in the lobby, huh?
Okay, come on, Jim.
Well, it sounds like a dumb idea to me. There must be a couple of thousand people in this hotel.
Jim,
How are we going to find one man when all we know about him is that he's got bushy eyebrows?
Now, please, Jim, I know what I'm doing.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder. But okay.
There, they've gone. I can look this hotel over better as Superman. So out of these clothes. Now, if Mr. Bushy Eyebrows is here, I'll find him. Find out if he has my letter. There we are, all set. Now, up and away!
Leaping into the sky, Superman streaks up above the huge 40-story Metropolis Hotel and begins to circle it, his X-ray vision stabbing through brick and steel and plaster to search every room and probe every occupant. Then, disappointed, he flashes back into the taxicab, resumes his guise and garb of Clark Kent, and joins Jimmy and Mac in the hotel lobby.
Well, it's no use, boys. There's no tall, dark man with black, bushy eyebrows in this hotel.
Huh? How do you know, Mr. Kent?
I just looked, Jim, so
Well, you just looked. Well, there are over 1,000 rooms in this hotel.
Oh,
and
well.
dining rooms and a barber shop and a drugstore
Well.
and I don't know what else.
Yeah, that's right. You only been gone a few minutes. So how do you know a man isn't here?
Just a second. Would you mind stepping over here with me a minute, Mr. Kent? Excuse us, will you, Mac?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Look, Jim, what's the idea?
Please, Mr. Kent.
But what is this, Jim? We haven't much time, you know.
Look, Mr. Kent, are you sure you feel all right?
Yes, of course I do.
Are you sure nothing happened to you up on the planet Apollo?
Well, a lot of things happened, but I'm perfectly all right now, except that I'm very worried. What are you driving at, Jim?
Well, for the last few hours, ever since you got back from Apollo, you've been running around like a chicken with its head off. And I just realized it doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. You just don't understand, Jim.
Do you?
Oh, now, look, Jim,
Well,
I'm not
if
going
you do know what this is all about, suppose you let me in on it. Tell me why you're so upset about Superman's letter disappearing.
Why, well, I can't exactly explain, but...
No, of course you can't. That's why I say all this running around doesn't make sense. But, look, I think you need a good rest, Mr. Kent. Why don't you
now,
go...
look, Jim, I know what I'm talking about, and
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I tell you, if that letter falls into the hands of Superman's enemies, he'll be in a bad way. Matter of fact, it'll be serious if even his friends know what's in the letter.
Oh, jeepers, this gets crazier by the minute. Look, what is in that letter?
I can't tell you, Jim.
Oh.
But Superman said that unless his letter is recovered and returned to him unopened, the results may be very serious for him and for many others.
Superman told you that?
That's what he said. Are you satisfied now?
Oh, sure. Of course, I still can't figure it out.
Don't bother trying to figure it out. We've got to find that letter and find it quickly.
Okay, I'll do all I can. But where do we go from here?
Well...
You thought Mr. White lost the letter in Mac's taxi cab.
I don't see where else he could have lost it.
I don't either. The only people who rode in the cab after Mr. White were Professor Bittelheimer and the guy with the bushy eyebrows.
I know, Jim.
Professor Bittelheimer didn't find it, and we can't find Mr. Bushy Eyebrows.
That means I've got to do what I've been trying to avoid.
What do you mean?
I've got to call in the police and advertise for the letter.
That's what we should have done before.
Yes, I know, but I kept hoping I wouldn't have to. Because advertising for it and offering a reward might make whoever found it more curious to see what's in it.
Gee whiz, that's right.
I've got to take the chance now. Let's see, if I hurry, I'll just have time to get an ad in the last edition of the Daily Planet. Get in Mac's cab and go to police headquarters, Jim. I'll meet you there. Hurry now.
As Clark Kent decides on a desperate move in an attempt to recover the revealing letter, we find Eyebrows and Buster seated in a shabby coffee shop booth with a gray-haired, ferret-faced man who was known to the Metropolis underworld as the Fixer.
The guy I'm talking about, Fixer, is Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet.
Clark Kent, huh?
That's right. You know him, Fixer?
Now, let's see. I know most of the newspaper boys and the cops, too.
That's why we came to you. We want to know all about this guy, Kent.
Me? I don't want to know nothing about him.
Shut up, Buster. Now, what about him, Fixer?
Yeah, Eyebrows. I know him.
Good. What's the lowdown on him? Tell me everything you know.
First, you tell me this. You guys in a jam with Kent's paper?
No, we're not in any trouble, Fixer. Why?
On account of it makes the price different, see? Since you aren't in any trouble, just give me $20.
$20?
That's right. You don't think I'm running a free information bureau, do you?
No, of course not.
But $20, why, we have...
Quiet, Buster. Here you are, Fixer. If this works out okay, the info will be cheap.
It's just $20 just thrown in the gutter, that's what it is. I tell you, that letter's
Quiet,
a phony.
I said.
Okay. Go ahead. Throw it away. I'll do.
Go on, Fixer. Talk.
Okay. Here's the dope on Kent. He's supposed to be a pretty smart guy.
He is, huh?
Yeah, he helped the cops crack some pretty big cases around this town, but...
We don't want no part of him.
Go on, Fixer.
Well, like I said, Kent's supposed to be a pretty smart guy. But he ain't got much moxie.
What do you mean? He's yellow?
Well, yeah, I guess you might say that. You see, whenever a case he's working on comes to a showdown and there's going to be any shooting, Kent always has business someplace else.
Oh, he has,
Yeah. Say, you look like I slipped you some bad news.
That's bad news, all right.
Oh, no, it ain't. It's swell news. Come on, eyebrows. Let's get out of here.
Might as well. So long, Fixer.
So long, boys. And thanks for the business. Come back any time you want to know something.
Well, eyebrows, you satisfied now that this guy Kent ain't Superman? Especially since Fixer says Kent's a sissy character?
Yeah, it looks like I was wrong, Buster. That letter must have been a gag on Kent, like you said.
Sure it was. Only you wouldn't listen to me. And now you can't make that big party anymore tonight where there's all that ice and folding money just waiting for a smart pickpocket like you.
I know. I thought sure I had $1 million in my hands. I would have, too, if that letter had been on the level. Well, those are the breaks. Here, wait. Wait, Buster. I want to take a quick gander at today's paper.
Oh, come on. You read the paper in a restaurant. I'm
hungry.
hungry.
Just a minute.
Huh? What?
Hey, Buster, look.
What?
Hey, look at this big ad on the first page of the Daily Planet. See what it says?
How can I see what it says? You know I can't read.
Now, listen, then. Lost. White envelope, heavily sealed with red wax, addressed to Mr. White, Lois, and Jim.
Huh? Hey, that's the letter I found, ain't it?
Yeah. The finder will return the envelope to Clark Kent or Perry White at the Daily Planet unopened. He will receive $1,000 reward.
$1,000? No kidding.
Hey, you realize what this means, Buster?
Do I? And how? 1,000 bananas. We'll seal that toothy letter up again like it was never opened. And we'll collect $1,000 from the suckers. Huh?
You're nuts. We'll collect $1 million for it.
$1 million? But the ad only says 1,000.
Never mind that. So far as I'm concerned, this ad practically says Clark Kent is Superman.
We'll be back in a moment with the tense climax of today's episode. So stand by.
Fellows and girls, I'm sure that if I ask you, you could tell me dozens of things that Thanksgiving Day stands for, like the courage of the Pilgrims and their happiness at finding a free land to live in. But you know, I wonder, have you ever stopped to think of how many millions of things you have to be grateful for on Thanksgiving Day or any other day of the year? Why, here in America, we have our families and our fun and friends. We have so many things that, well, we just take for granted, which so many young people in other countries are having to do without. Yes, gang, it's a good country we live in, and it's a good life we live in it. That's what we mean by Thanksgiving.
Discouraged to learn that Clark Kent was known to be somewhat cowardly, Eyebrow's confidence was restored when he picked up a late edition of the Daily Planet and read Clark Kent's offer of $1,000 reward for the return of Superman's letter. Jubilantly, he announced to his companion,
Buster, this ad practically says Clark Kent is Superman.
What do you mean, Eyebrows?
Hey, don't you get it?
No.
Well, if he isn't Superman, why'd he be offering $1,000 to whoever returned the letter to him unopened?
I don't know, but he can't be Superman. You heard what the picture says. Kent is yellow.
He only said Kent was never around when a case came to the payoff and they were shooting.
That's right. That means he's yellow.
Maybe. Or else he ducks away so he can come back as Superman.
Hey, I never thought of that.
Buster, I think that $1 million that flew out of the window just a while ago is flying right back in again.
Now wait a minute. Wait, look. Maybe it looks a little like that, but we ain't got any real proof. No big shot operators will believe us without 100% proof.
I know it. But we're going to get the proof.
How?
I know how. Tonight, Buster, I'll prove that Clark Kent is Superman.
His eyes gleaming craftily under their bushy black brows, the pickpocket called Eyebrows exultantly claps his baby-faced little companion on the back. Tonight, he says, he will prove that Clark Kent is Superman. What is Eyebrows' plan? Is Superman's cherished secret, one of the most closely guarded secrets in existence, about to be revealed to the underworld? Whatever you do, don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode, gang. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal. You know, gang, one word leads to another, like the way those toasty words, crisp, crunchy, crinkly, leads you right on to Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles, so toasty and sweet and mellow-rich on a frosty morning. It's the only cereal in the whole wide world made in those little crinkly shreds of good whole wheat. And so good for you. Sure, Mom knows that. In fact, she'd probably like to see you eat up a bowl of Crumbles for breakfast tomorrow. Crisp, crunchy, crinkly, Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, as Superman continues to search for the letter revealing his double identity, he unwittingly places a friend's life in jeopardy.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know what I heard the other day? Well, somebody told me that one of the fellows in the gang was so thrilled and excited when he heard that Kellogg's Pep is putting out a brand new series of comic buttons. Well, he practically stood up and cheered. Yes, sir. And I'll bet you'll feel like that, too, when you get one of these new Pep comic buttons. It'll be one of your old favorite funny sheet characters, you know, like Goofy and Beezy from Harold Teen, or Barney Google, or Superman himself, or any one of 18 new and different buttons, each one a real humdinger for color and sparkle. You'll get a big kick out of collecting these Pep comic buttons and swapping duplicates with your pals and wearing your collection pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap for everybody to see. Maybe you'll want to start a race with somebody to see who can collect the most Pep comic buttons the soonest. And say, here's the payoff, gang. You don't have to send in a single penny, not even a box stop. You can't even buy these swell comic buttons anywhere. All you do is ask Mom to get you plenty of Kellogg's Pep and look for your prize inside every package. Yes, and Pep's a prize when it comes to good eating, too. Tastes so doggone sunny and delicious, it helps breakfast start off your day in high. So ask Mom for P-E-P, the Sunshine Cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now the adventures of Superman. While Clark Kent searches desperately for a lost letter in which his identity as Superman is revealed, he is unaware that it is in the possession of two pickpockets called Eyebrows and Buster. At first, an investigation of Kent led the thieves to believe the letter was written as a joke on the young reporter, who they were informed is a mild young man lacking in physical courage. But when an advertisement in the Daily Planet offered a reward of $1,000 for the return of the letter unopened, Eyebrows decided that meant Kent must be Superman. Realizing that if he could prove it, he could sell his information to the underworld for a fortune, Eyebrows told his confederate.
Tonight, Buster, I'm going to prove that Clark Kent is Superman.
As we continue, it is later that evening, and the city room of the Daily Planet is almost deserted. In his office, Clark Kent is anxiously pacing the floor as editor Perry White enters. Listen.
Anything new, Kent?
No, not a thing, Chief. Papers have been on the street almost 3 hours. Surely whoever found the letter must have seen the ad by now.
Yes, I suppose
It's on
so.
page one of every evening paper in Metropolis.
I know. But look, Kent, maybe nobody's found the letter.
Oh, somebody must have found it. You had it today at noon before you went to the observatory on Mount Arthur, didn't you?
Yes, but...
And it isn't anywhere in our shop, nor at the observatory, nor in the taxicab you rode in. So either someone picked your pocket or you dropped it outside and somebody found it.
Well, I suppose I lost it on the street and the street cleaner shoveled it up. It might be on the city junk pile.
No, it isn't. I looked.
You looked? When?
A little while ago.
Oh. Say, what are you talking about?
Huh?
It would take you a month to go through that 5 acres of trash on the city heap.
Don't be silly.
Silly? Wait, you...
I'm sorry.
You...
I'm sorry, Chief. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insulting. It's just that I'm very worried. I was hoping that ad would bring results so that the police or Candy Myers or maybe Batman would turn up something, but starting to think I'm out of luck.
You? Why are you out of luck?
Huh? Oh, I mean Superman is.
Now, listen, Kent. I've been giving this matter a great deal of thought, and I still can't figure it out. Of course, I have no idea what could be in that letter, but whatever it is, I can't see how it could harm Superman.
Well, I wish I could explain it to you, Chief.
You mean you know?
That is...
Well, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, then, for Pete's sake, tell me. What's in it? Maybe I can help somehow.
No, you can't help, Chief, and I can't tell you what's in the letter.
Well, how do you know? Why don't you tell me anyhow?
Because I can't.
Why not? Did Superman swear you to secrecy when you were up on the planet Apollo with him?
I suppose that's one way of putting it.
Oh, what kind of an answer is that? Either he did or he didn't.
Well, he...
Now, look here, Kent. All this is beginning to sound cockeyed to me.
But
I'm getting a sort of strange idea, too, about
just
you.
a minute, Chief. Maybe that's about the ad. Hello?
That's you, Clark?
Yes, who is it?
Well, this is Bruce.
Who?
Bruce Wayne. You know, Batman.
Oh, hello, Bruce. Oh, sorry, I didn't register for a moment. Look, have you had any luck?
Well, no, but...
No, who's that?
Bruce Wayne.
Listen,
that playboy.
I've thought of something that may be very important. Can you come over here?
Well, I don't know. Somebody might come in yet and answer to the ad, and I think I should be here in case...
Look, leave word you're with me at the Boulevard Club. If anybody shows up, the switchboard girl can phone you, and you can hop right back as super... Well, you know what I mean.
Well...
It's really important, Clark.
Okay, then. I'll arrange things here and be right over.
Good. You'll find me in the dining room.
Why don't you order something, Clark? You probably haven't eaten all day.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't, but I don't feel much like eating. I'm too worried.
I know, but just the same, you should eat. I'll order
No,
something.
please, Bruce. No, I haven't time. Just tell me what you wanted to see me about.
Okay, here it is. First, it occurred to me that anybody reading that letter probably wouldn't believe it.
Oh, now look, Bruce, if you're trying to cheer me up with false
No,
hope...
now listen to me. I'm the only person in the world who knows you're Superman, right?
You were the only one. Till that letter was lost.
Let
Not
me
anymore.
finish. Now, except for me, everyone else thinks you're a mild, timid guy, even a bit of a sissy. Isn't that so?
Yeah, I suppose. Although I think Perry White began to get suspicious tonight.
Oh, forget him. I'm sure anybody else would laugh at the idea of your being Superman.
But when they read the letter...
They'll probably still laugh. Or else, and this is why I had to see you, Clark, they'd try to test you.
Test me? You mean try to find out if I really am Superman?
Exactly. If whoever has that letter believes what it says and realizes the value of his information, he might try something like, well...
Firing a shot at me?
Maybe. Or pushing you out of a high window or something like that. Yeah. The important thing is that until we find that letter, I think you've got to be on your guard every second.
You're right, Bruce. How can I protect myself? Suppose somebody walks up behind me and fires a shot at my back. The bullet will bounce off me and he'll know the truth.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, there's only one thing I can think of to do.
What's that?
Somebody's got to be with you every minute.
Huh?
Keep his eyes open and help you cover up in case anything happens. And that can only be yours truly.
Oh, I hate to ask you to do that, Bruce.
Oh, now forget it. It's vitally important that your identity as Superman remains a secret.
I know, but...
Besides, I know that you'd do as much for me if my identity as Batman were threatened. Now, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, of course.
Okay, then it's settled. Now, what are your plans? Where are you going from here?
I'm going to the office to see if anyone came in about that ad and then go home.
Mm-hmm.
I want to think this thing out some more.
Okay, you call your office. I'll settle my dinner check and meet you out in the lobby.
Right.
As Clark Kent and Batman leave the Boulevard Club to go the short distance to Kent's apartment, two skulking figures drop from the fire escape on Kent's apartment house into the dark alley. Swiftly, they scuttle across the street, where they crouch in the dark shadows of a church overlooking Kent's building.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's Kent's apartment up there, Buster, see? Those windows in the 6th floor corner.
I don't like this, Eyebrows. Supposing he can tell we was up there.
How's he gonna tell?
Well, we might have left something.
No. I made sure we didn't leave anything. Not even a fingerprint.
But
I kept my gloves on the whole time I worked. Now, remember, as soon as we see Kent's lights go on, you beat it to that drugstore in the corner. Call him up. And when he picks up the phone to answer, we'll know if he's Superman or not.
How'll we know?
How? Didn't I explain it to you, stupid? The telephone receiver will blow up in his face.
Holy
If
smokes.
nothing happens to Kent, we'll know he's Superman. And you and I won't have to pick another pocket as long as we live. We'll be millionaires.
But suppose he ain't Superman.
Well, and it's too bad. Because when he picks up the receiver, he won't even be Kent anymore. He'll just be a lot of little pieces.
Jeepers, that'll be murder.
Yeah, I don't like that part of it myself. But you gotta take big chances for $1 million.
Look at Eyebrows. Let's not go through with this. Let's sneak up there again and take the soup out of the phone. Come on.
You nuts, Buster.
Nah, look. We've been doing okay. Maybe we ain't rich, but we've been eating pretty regular and not getting caught and sent up too often. Why should we take a chance like this and maybe wind up in the hot seat?
Don't worry. We're not winding up in any hot seat.
We might. Look, listen to me, Eyebrows.
Look, this is a chance in a lifetime, a chance to hit the jackpot. Now, shut up. Keep your eyes on Kent's windows.
But Eyebrows, look,
Wait. Look.
What?
Kent's lights just went on.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
All right, go on. Beat it. Get over to that drugstore and call him up.
But...
Get going, I said. I'll stay here till I hear the explosion. Then I'll meet you back at the hotel. Go on, hurry up.
Okay, Eyebrows. I sure hope this works out like you say. Okay, Eyebrows. I sure hope this works out like you say.
Sit down and relax, Bruce. I'll call the office and see if anybody showed up about the letter.
But you called just a minute ago from the drugstore on the corner, Clark.
I know, but there might have...
Jim said he'd call you here the moment anyone showed up. So you relax. You've got to keep your wits about you, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe I'll change my shirt first.
What for? Where are you going?
I'm going to wait here an hour or two and then go out again. Be with you in a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Well, that may be Jim now.
There we are. I'll answer it.
Taking but one step to the telephone on the table, Bruce Wayne, who is really the famous Batman, reaches for the receiver, in which is set a trap that means certain death for anyone in the world but Superman. We'll know what happens in a moment when we return for the startling climax of today's episode. So stand by.
You know, gang, there's certainly been a load of excitement around these last couple of weeks, ever since I broke the news about that new series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. All the fellows and girls in the gang are getting set to collect all 18 of these new comic strip characters. Better get going on your collection, too, because you won't want to miss out on the fun. First, it's a thrill to see which button you find every time you open a new package of Kellogg's Pep. Maybe it's a funny paper character that you don't have yet, like the Little Moose, or maybe Brenda Starr, or Superman himself. Or if it's a duplicate, then it's fun to find out which one of your pals has a different button that you can swap with him. So how about asking Mom right now to get you plenty of that sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep? That's how easy it is to get these comic buttons. You don't send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere, but you'll find one in every package of Kellogg's Pep. That's Pep, the sunshine cereal, you know. Pep, the whole wheat flakes with a come-on flavor for breakfast, so golden toasted and crisp that, well, you practically can't resist them. Pep's good for you, too. Sure, Mom knows that. So remind her to stock up on P-E-P, the sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Unaware that the receiver of Clark Kent's telephone has been transformed by Eyebrows into a deadly booby trap, Bruce Wayne, who is really the famous Batman, is about to remove the receiver to answer a call when Clark Kent, halfway across the room, shouts,
Drop that phone, Bruce. What? Drop it, I said. It's loaded with nitroglycerin.
Clark Kent's X-ray vision perceives the explosive in the receiver, and he leaps forward. A deafening explosion rocks the room. Then Bruce Wayne shouts Kent's name and falls to the floor. What has happened to Batman? Has Eyebrows' vicious scheme to test Superman's identity taken the life of an innocent man? A man who stands almost as high in service to humanity as the Man of Steel himself? Don't miss Monday's smashing episode. Tune in, same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the sunshine cereal. Think of the wonderful toasty things that taste good on a frosty morning, and you think of something crisp, crunchy, crinkly. Crumbles, sure, there's that name again, slips in every time. Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles.
Just seems to go with words like crisp and crunchy. It's such a toasty kind of cereal, sort of sweet and mellow rich. And you know, it's the only cereal in the whole wide world made in those little crinkly shreds of good whole wheat. So when you think of good-tasting words like crisp, crunchy, crinkly, that means crumbles for breakfast, Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us on Monday for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine Cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman. Today, Superman sets a trap for Eyebrows and Buster, the two pickpockets who found his letter, only to fall into another trap himself.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal Dan McCullough. You know, I never saw anything like the way you fellows and girls are going all out for that new series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out. All the kids in our block are planning how they're going to pin these new buttons on their jacket or their dress or cap. And the kids in the schoolyard and over at the athletic field are plenty busy, too, showing off the buttons they've collected so far and swapping duplicates with each other. And no wonder why these new Pep comic buttons are doggone slick-looking, believe me. Full comic strip colors on a clear white background. Boy, the pictures of your funny paper favorites really stand out. And every picture is so true to life. Sure, Tess Trueheart and the Little Moose and Barney Google and Superman, of course, are straight from the comic strips. You'll want to collect all 18 of this new series. And you can, too. Sure, easy as anything. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box stop. And you can't buy them anywhere. But you just ask Mom to get you plenty of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and look for a new comic button inside every package. Yes, and look for some mighty terrific eating, too, because these good whole wheat flakes are loaded with catchy Sunshine flavor that invites you right back for more. So get your good eating and your exciting prizes, gang, from P.E.P., the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, a letter in which Superman revealed his identity as Clark Kent has fallen into the hands of two pickpockets who, realizing that their information was worth a fortune, if true, sneaked into Kent's apartment during the latter's absence and placed a charge of dynamite in the telephone receiver. Watching from across the street, Eyebrows, leader of the duo, sent his assistant Buster to phone Kent as soon as he saw the lights go on in the reporter's apartment. But unknown to the conspirators, Batman, in his guise of Bruce Wayne, was also in the apartment, and it was he who picked up the phone when it rang. Then, as Kent shouted a warning and threw himself forward, an explosion rocked the room and Batman fell to the floor. But as we continue now, it is Kent who lies sprawled across the shattered telephone. His face and hands are blackened, and his clothing is ripped to shreds. Listen.
Bruce. Batman, you all right?
I guess so.
Oh, thank heaven.
Well, what?
Wait a minute, I'll help you up.
No, I can manage.
You sure you're okay?
Sure, I'm okay, but... Oh, great snakes, what happened to you, Clark?
Well, nothing, I just...
What, nothing? Hey, your face is as black as coal, and so are your hands, and
well...
look at your clothes.
Oh, never mind that. Listen, what
but
I want
to... You must be hurt.
Who, me?
Oh, yes, what am I talking about? You're Superman, but... Hey, what did happen?
There was a charge of dynamite in the telephone receiver.
There was what?
Dynamite, and it was rigged to explode when the receiver was taken off the hook. Fortunately, I saw it in time.
Wow. Fortunately is right. I could practically feel that halo on my head when I heard that explosion. Hey, these are nice enemies you've got.
Somehow, I don't think this was done by my enemies.
You mean your friends were trying to get rid of you?
No, of course not. I think...
Listen.
Uh-oh. There's a crowd outside my door.
Open up the door. What happened in there? Open the door. Out of here.
Quite a crowd up.
The explosion didn't sound like a cat pistol, you know. Look, I'll tell them everything is okay, then we can look...
No, wait a minute. Don't tell them that. Why? I want you to say I was injured, seriously injured.
Hey, look, I don't get this.
Come here. I'll explain later. Right now, just do as I say, Bruce, please. Tell them I was seriously injured and that nobody can come in.
But, Clark...
Tell them you're a doctor and your orders are that I'm to see no one.
But what about the police?
Don't let anyone in yet. Come into the bedroom as soon as you've gotten rid of them, and then I'll explain. Hurry.
Okay, I got rid of the crowd. Now, look, will you please... Clark, what are you doing in bed?
That explosion will be reported.
So I've got to make it look good when the police show up.
Make what look good? What goes on here? Why did you make me tell your neighbors you were seriously injured?
Because I've got a strong hunch, Bruce. This was a trick by whoever found that letter to test me.
To test you?
Yes. Don't you remember what we talked about just before? Matter of fact, it was you who suggested that whoever found the letter wouldn't believe I was Superman, but might try to test me to make sure.
Oh, yes, that's right. Now, your hunch is that someone who found the letter put the dynamite in your telephone receiver.
Right. His idea being that if I was unhurt, it would prove I was Superman.
Uh-huh. And if you were killed, it would prove you weren't.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a lovely character.
Very. Now, we've got to make sure he hears what happened. I mean, our version of what happened. So here's your next job, Bruce.
Okay, shoot.
Go down to the lobby and phone the Daily Planet radio station. Tell them to put a special bulletin on the air at once.
You sure you heard the explosion in Kent's apartment, Eyebrows?
Yeah. How many times do I have to tell you, Buster? I was right outside Kent's building. And believe me, it was one beaut of an explosion.
Then what happened?
I didn't stay to find out. But we'll know soon. Either we'll hear that Kent was hurt bad, maybe killed in an explosion in his apartment.
Don't say that.
Or we won't hear anything. And that'll mean Kent wasn't hurt on account of his Superman, the way the letter says he is.
Look, how are we going to hear about it either way?
It'll be in the paper, stupid. And maybe on the radio, too.
Oh.
Hey, it's just about time for the regular news broadcast now. I'll turn on the radio and we'll catch a listen.
Creepers, I'm nervous.
Now, relax. Pull yourself together.
But supposing we killed the guy?
I don't think we did. Because I'm sure Kent's Superman.
And now the Daily Planet, Metropolis' foremost newspaper, brings you the news of the hour on the air.
Hold everything, Buster. Here comes the news.
Clark Kent,
oh, boy, my nerves.
star reporter for the Daily Planet newspaper, was seriously injured in his apartment this evening by a mysterious explosion.
Hey, get that.
Oh.
The full extent of Mr. Kent's injuries are not yet known. But his physician says they are so serious that he cannot be moved to a hospital.
Holy smoke.
Quiet.
The police, who were called to the scene, have not yet issued a statement.
The police? Hey, that's
Unofficial
bad.
reports indicate a deliberate attack on Mr. Kent's life. He was... Oh, excuse me, please. Here's another bulletin that just came in. Clark Kent's condition is unchanged and remains critical according to...
What'd you turn it off for?
I heard enough. Now, how do you like that for rotten luck?
This is a tough break, Eyebrows.
Kent isn't Superman, hang it. Could have made $1 million if he was.
I told you all the time he wasn't. Now what do we do, Eyebrows?
Go back to picking pockets and dodging the cops, I guess.
The cops, that's what I mean. We can't tangle with the law. We gotta blow out of this town.
Why?
On account if Kent dies, we'll be murderers.
Oh, now don't lose your nerve, Buster. Nobody can prove we did it.
But they might. We might have left some clue.
But we didn't. Told you I kept my gloves on all the time we were working at Kent's apartment.
Yeah, I know, but...
Forget it. Tell you, we got nothing to worry about. Only thing that bothers me is that letter was a phony. And all our work to prove that Kent is Superman was for nothing.
Now to repeat the headlines of the hour. Clark Kent, star reporter for the Daily Planet, was seriously injured in a mysterious explosion in his apartment this evening.
I've heard enough. As a matter of fact, that's the third time it's been repeated on a news broadcast.
Well, that ought to convince Mr. Whoever it is that you're not Superman, Clark.
Yes, it should, Bruce, but...
About what?
Well, we can't be sure. He may decide to try something else, and next time he might succeed.
Well, yes, but
There's only some way to find out who it was and how he's taking this phony news of my injury.
I don't know how we can find that out. Inspector Henderson's men are on the job, but they haven't been able to uncover anything.
Uh-oh, doorbell. See who it is, will you please, Bruce?
Sure.
I gotta stay covered up in bed.
Okay.
If it's Perry White or Lois or Jim, let them in. They know I'm all right.
Okay. Oh, hi, Sergeant. Come on in.
Hello, Wayne. Inspector Henderson wanted me to tell you he found a glove on the fire escape.
A glove?
Yes, sir. One of them thin ones. Like safecrackers wear so as not to leave fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Only sometimes they leave prints inside the gloves.
Yes, I know.
Yes, sir. We figure the fella got in and out of the building by the fire escape. Maybe dropped his glove on the way out.
Oh, of course. Oh, where is this glove, Sergeant?
The inspector took it to the police laboratory. He just said for me to tell you maybe we had a clue to whoever tried to murder poor Mr. Kent.
Well, I sure hope so. Thanks, Sergeant.
Well, that's all. So I'll be going now.
Oh, will you tell Inspector Henderson we'll wait to hear more from him?
You bet. I hope Mr. Kent will be okay.
Thanks. Goodbye.
So long.
Clark, did you hear that?
Yes, I sure did, Bruce.
This glove may be the... Hey, what are you doing out of bed?
I'm going to police headquarters. This might be bad news.
Bad news?
Yes, Bruce. Very bad news.
Puzzled, Bruce Wayne stares at Clark Kent, who is swiftly stripping down to his Superman costume. What does Kent mean? We'll know more in a moment. when we return for the climax of today's episode. So stand by.
Say, gang, you know why Kellogg's Pep is putting out that brand new series of comic buttons, don't you? Because these Pep comic buttons have been terrifically popular with fellows and girls in the gang. Yes, sir. They've made such a big hit, all the kids are mighty thrilled to have a brand new series of 18 new and different buttons to collect. Just let me tell you some of the comic strip characters to look for. There's Toots and Casper, the Inspector from the Cats and Jammer Kids, and Pat Patton, Tess Trueheart, Chief Brandon, and Vitamin Flintheart, and Superman, of course. 18 new Pep comic buttons in all, every one a humdinger for looks. Believe me, you'll feel like strutting around when you wear 'em pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap. And you wouldn't want to miss the fun of trading duplicates with your pals. So hop to it, gang. Get busy on your collection. Remind Mom to get you a package or two of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and you'll find a comic button inside every package. That's right. You don't have to send in any money, not even a box top. And you can't buy these swell prizes anywhere. But you get 'em, along with a mighty delicious dish for breakfast, in packages of those toasted whole wheat flakes with the Sunshine flavor. That's P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
Resuming his identity as Superman, Clark Kent has just announced to Bruce Wayne, the famous Batman, that the finding of a glove on his fire escape by the police was bad news.
Clark, tell me, what do you mean it was bad news?
If that glove was dropped by the man who found my letter, there may be fingerprints inside the glove which will lead Inspector Henderson to him.
Right, that's what I'm hoping.
Oh, well, I'm not.
Well, why not?
Look, strip down to your Batman costume, Bruce. I want you to come along with me.
Okay, but look, I don't get it. You said you wished you knew who had the letter so you could find out if he believed our story of your being seriously injured tonight.
Right.
So he'd be convinced that you aren't Superman. Now, didn't you?
That's right, and I still want to find that man. But I must find him before Henderson does.
Well, Clark, for heaven's sake, why?
Because whoever he is undoubtedly still has my letter.
Well, so what?
Inspector Henderson knows Superman's handwriting, that's what.
Uh-oh.
If he finds the guy, he'll see in a moment that I really wrote that letter. Then he'll hot-foot it over here, discover that Clark Kent wasn't even scratched by the explosion.
And putting two and two together, Henderson will know that you're Superman.
Right. You see, I know he's had an occasional suspicion before. This would clinch it.
Oh, great snakes. What are we going to do?
Well, I don't know yet. We've got to find out who our man is and get to him before Henderson does.
Tall order, chum.
I know, but we've got to put it over. Oh, you ready?
Yep, all set.
Okay, then hang on. That's it. We're going through the window.
Let her rip.
Right. Out, up, and away!
Leaping into the night sky with Batman, Superman rockets away in another desperate attempt to preserve the vital secret of his double identity. This time from not only the underworld, but his friends, the police. Was the glove found on the fire escape one dropped by Eyebrows? And if so, can Superman and Batman trace the two pickpockets before Inspector Henderson does? Tomorrow's episode brings our story to a smashing climax, fellows and girls, so don't miss it. Be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station. And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep. For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal. Say, on a shivery morning when your first idea is to beat it down to breakfast quick, gang, that's Crumbles weather. That's when you want a toasty kind of cereal with zip and go. That's when you think of toasty words like crisp, crunchy, crinkly. Crumbles, sure, Kellogg's Crumbles, the only cereal in the whole wide world made in those little crinkly shreds of good whole wheat. Sort of sweet and mellow-rich, and so good for you. Mom knows that. So when you think of something toasty on a cold morning, think of Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Kellogg's Pep. P-E-P, Pep. Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal, presents
The Adventures of Superman.
while Superman is busily engaged in an effort to protect the valuable secret of his double identity, he is unaware that one of his dearest friends is in grave danger.
Hello there, gang. This is your pal, Dan McCullough. You know, one of the terrifically exciting things about this brand new series of comic buttons Kellogg's Pep is putting out is you've got a brand new set of friends to watch for when Mom opens a new package of Pep. Sure, they're all characters that you've been following in the funny papers for a long time. So when you get a button with a picture of Barney Google on it, well, you certainly don't need to be introduced. Or Flash Gordon, or Vitamin Flintheart, or Superman, or any of the 18 new and different buttons in this new series. And is it terrific fun to swap duplicates with your friends and to wear these smart-looking Pep comic buttons on your jacket or your dress or cap? They're so colorful and bright, really snappy, and the background is enamel clear white with the pictures done up in brilliant colors so they really show up. And you know what the best part is? You don't have to send in a single penny to get these keen-looking buttons. Not even a box top. And you can't buy them anywhere. They come only as prizes, one in every package of that Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep. That's the come-on dish for breakfast, you know, the whole wheat flakes with a catchy sunshine flavor that really tickles your taste like anything. So ask Mom to get you plenty of P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
And now, the adventures of Superman. A letter in which Superman revealed his identity as Clark Kent, and which was to be opened only in the event of his death, fell into the hands of two pickpockets, who, in order to verify their startling information, placed a dynamite charge in Kent's telephone. Then, when Kent caused a report to be issued that he had been seriously injured in an explosion, the thieves were convinced that Kent was not Superman. But when the police found a glove which they believed had been lost by the mysterious dynamiter, Superman's fears for the safety of his secret identity were again aroused. For, as he explained to his friend, the famous Batman,
Inspector Henderson knows my handwriting. If he finds the man who has my letter, he'll know that I am also Clark Kent.
As we continue now, Superman and Batman have arrived at the Metropolis Police Crime Detection Laboratory, where we find them speaking to Sergeant O'Neill. Listen.
So you did find fingerprints in the glove, Sergeant O'Neill.
As fine a set as you'd ever want to see, Superman.
Have you identified them as yet?
Not yet, Batman. I was just going up to the bureau to see if they match any in our file. If they do, we ought to have the man who tried to murder Clark Kent.
Oh, Sergeant, do you mind if we go with you? Well, we're very good friends of Kent's, and we're interested in this case.
Even more than that.
Well, come right along.
Oh, fine.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Now, this way. Follow me. This fingerprint sorting machine is almost human, you know.
Yes, it certainly is. You have the prints of every person you ever arrested on cards punched according to a specific system, don't you, Sergeant?
Yes, and if the prints I found in the glove match any in our files, the machine will stop.
Well, it hasn't stopped yet, and it's practically through that huge stack of cards. You know, Superman, looks like that glove was a false lead. Some innocent person must have dropped it.
I don't think so, Batman. It was found on the fire escape of Kent's apartment house. Wait a minute. The machine stopped.
Yes. Well, Sergeant, what's the answer to the $64 question?
Just a moment, please. Here we are. Number 3Y46-078.
I suppose that refers to a name in your file.
Yep, it does. And if you'll step across the hall with me to the master file, we'll find the name of the person whose fingerprints were found in the glove. 078. Here we are.
What's the name, Sergeant?
Henry Baker, alias Henry Cook.
Baker to Cook. What an imagination.
And several other aliases, commonly known as Eyebrows because of his thick, bushy brows.
You hear that, Batman? On a hunch that Perry White lost my letter in a taxi, I investigated and found that one of the passengers who rode in it that same day had thick, bushy eyebrows.
Well, maybe now we're getting someplace. Sergeant, what else do you have about this character?
Arrested for picking pockets in 1926 and again in 1929. Sentenced to 1 year in state prison.
A pickpocket, eh?
Uh-huh. Also arrested on suspicion of safe-breaking in 1932, but acquitted. Sentenced again for theft.
All right, thank you. That's enough, Sergeant. This fellow sounds like our man.
He sure does. Oh, Sergeant, what's the last address you have for him?
Let's see. Last known to be in California. Yeah, but he must have come back since we found his glove on Kent's fire escape.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I'm going in to report this to Inspector Henderson. He'll put out an alarm for this eyebrows character. You two coming along?
Oh, sure.
No, thanks very much, Sergeant. Wait, Batman. You go ahead, Sergeant.
All right, then. I'll be seeing you.
Right, and thanks again.
You're welcome.
Superman, what's the idea? Don't you think we should stick close to Henderson so when he picks up this eyebrows, we'll be right there?
Why, good'll that do? When Henderson picks him up, chances are he'll find my letter on him. He'll recognize my handwriting.
Yes,
He'll go over to my apartment and find out that Clark Kent wasn't even scratched by the explosion. Then he'll know the letter is genuine and that Kent is Superman.
Hey, that's right. Oh, looks like he's got us.
He has. Unless we get to eyebrows first.
Well, how are we going to do that? We haven't even the least idea where he is.
Oh, yes, we have. A taxi driver took him to the Metropolis Hotel early this afternoon.
He did?
Uh-huh. I looked the hotel over, but didn't see a man with bushy eyebrows. It was only a vague clue, so I didn't go back. Now things are different.
You're not kidding.
So let's go.
I'm with you.
All right, hang on, chum. We're going through this window.
Let her rip.
Right. Up and away!
Hey, you're getting me dizzy. Zipping around this hotel like a comet, Superman. Any sign of our friend with the eyebrows?
Not yet, Batman.
Hey, has it occurred to you he might not live here?
Huh?
That he only stopped by this afternoon for lunch or something?
Aren't you the cheerful soul?
I'm sorry, but we've got to face facts. Oh, and there's something else.
Yes?
Suppose he is here. We just can't pop in and demand the letter from him. That'll make him suspicious that you are Kent.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
If we come to it.
Well, it's my only... Uh-oh. Hey!
You put out your hand when you're going to jam on the brakes.
Sorry. Look.
At what?
That room straight ahead. There's a tall, dark man in there, and he's got black, bushy eyebrows.
Oh?
And there's a little fellow with him. Hang on, Batman. We're going to perch on their windowsill and see what goes on. Shade is down. They can't see us.
And you forget I have no X-ray vision, so I can't see them either, or hear them.
Wait a minute. I'll open the window slightly. I don't think they'll notice. Watch it. Easy. Now they're too excited to notice. Once more now. Watch it. I can hear them quiet.
No, I can't find it anyplace, but...
Peter's louder and the super good eyebrows.
No, maybe not.
Oh, no? How about if you lost your glove in Kent's apartment?
I didn't, I tell you.
How do you know? You didn't know for just now that you lost it at all.
I know. But I'm sure I didn't lose it in Kent's apartment.
There are men.
I tell you I didn't.
There are.
Anyhow, even if I did, how will the cops know it's my glove?
How? Didn't you read it to me yourself, out of the paper? How cops can get fingerprints out of the inside of the glove?
Yes.
Well, we've got to blow out of here fast.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, look, wait, nothing. Kent is right there. And if he dies, we'll be murderers.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, now, look, you can stay here if you want. I'm blowing.
Now, look, look here.
Look, you and your big ideas to make $1 million proving Kent was Superman have made us candidates for the hot seat.
Now, Buster, wait.
No, I ain't waiting another minute. I'm going to throw my guns in a suitcase, and I'm blowing out of the country.
Maybe you're right. We better scram.
That's a relief, Batman.
A relief?
Yes, we know now that our little trick, my pretending to be seriously injured in the explosion, worked. They're convinced I'm not Superman.
Sure, but they must still have your letter.
Yes, but I still
and if
think...
Inspector Henderson grabs them and recognizes your handwriting in the letter, you're still in trouble.
Henderson won't find a letter on them.
You mean you're going to take it away from them?
Well, not by force. As you pointed out before, that would make them suspicious all over again. And men can talk in jail.
Well, then how do you intend to work it?
Well, I can see the letter. It's in an overcoat on the bed.
Well, so what?
Well, the little fellow is across the room in the closet taking his clothes off the hooks.
Mm-hmm.
Eyebrows is at the dresser. So as soon as he turns his back... Uh-oh, wait a minute. There.
Look out, they'll hear the window.
Relax. Now, look, I'm going to be in and out of there like the wind, so be ready to take off on the fly when I come out.
Okay.
Eyebrows is walking over to the closet. Here goes. Come on, Batman.
Okay. You get the letter?
I sure did. You should have seen their faces when they heard that rush of wind. They're so scared they won't stop running till they get to South America.
Or until they run into Inspector Henderson's arms.
Well, I'm not worried about that now since I've got the letter. Say, that reminds me, I'm supposed to be injured.
You mean Clark Kent is?
Uh-huh. I better get back to my apartment and stay in bed for a few days, or a lot of people may ask embarrassing questions.
Never a dull moment, huh?
You said it. Here we go. Away! Relieved of the danger of exposure, Superman rockets back to his apartment with Batman, believing all his troubles are over. But unknown to him, a new and even greater menace is being leveled against him and against those he loves best at this very instant. We'll be back in a moment with the startling climax of today's episode. So stand by.
Say, I'll bet you stand watch these days whenever it's time for Mom to open a new package of Kellogg's Pep. Yes, sir, it's a mighty exciting moment because you're all set for another new comic button to add to your collection. That's why Pep is putting out this brand new series, because all the kids in the gang have been getting such a kick out of collecting those Pep comic buttons. So these 18 new and different characters just about double and quadruple the fun. And are these buttons snappy looking to wear pinned on your jacket or your dress or cap, done up in full comic strip colors on a gleaming white background? Or the pictures of your funny paper favorites stand out like anything. Like Cindy, for instance, from Smilin' Jack. Boy, she's a honey. And Judy and Corky from Gasoline Alley. And Superman himself. Believe me, you wouldn't want to miss out on a single one of these new buttons. And you don't have to. No, sir. They're that easy to get. You just ask Mom to get the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep, and look for a comic button as a prize inside every package. And Pep's a prize when it comes to good eating at breakfast, too. So crisp and fresh and golden, full up with catchy Sunshine flavor. Good for you, too. Sure, Mom knows that. So remind her to get you some P-E-P, the Sunshine cereal, Kellogg's Pep.
In Willow Heights, the well-to-do suburb 18 miles from the heart of Metropolis, it is just after 11 o'clock at night, as in his small police station, Sheriff Johnson yawns and reaches for the ringing telephone on his desk.
Sheriff's office. Johnson speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Miss Taylor. What? What's that? Harry, wait. When? Sure. You bet. I'll be right over. It's right away. Ed!
Yeah, Sheriff?
Come on out to the car. Hurry. Perry White's just been shot.
What? Harry White? Editor of the Daily Planet?
That's right. Come on, man. Move. We've got to get right out to his house. Pronto.
Wide awake now, Sheriff Johnson, followed by his deputy, rushes from the little station house and into his car to investigate the report that Perry White has been shot. Who shot the gray-haired editor? Why? How serious is Superman's friend's injury? This begins a brand new and exciting Superman adventure, fellows and girls. It's full of excitement, mystery, thrills, and it gets underway tomorrow. So be sure to be with us then. Same time, same station.
And remember, for breakfast, it's Kellogg's Pep.
For excitement, the adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time by Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal. Say, when you think of toasty words like crisp, crunchy, crinkly, you just naturally go right on to Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. So toasty and sweet and mellow rich on a frosty morning. What a dish for breakfast. The only cereal in the whole wide world made in those little crinkly shreds of good whole wheat. And you know about whole wheat, don't you? You know it's good for you. So get your wholesome whole wheat in crisp, crunchy, crinkly, Crumbles, Kellogg's Crumbles. And be sure to be with us tomorrow for the thrilling adventures of Superman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.